The Great Xia dynasty, having endured for 8 millennia, is nearing its demise. This sentiment resonates among many with ulterior motives. In these 8,000 years, 30 emperors have ruled, yet the last 2 centuries alone account for a third of that time. It is not that these emperors were incompetent, at least 5 displayed imperial authority and remarkable talent. Alas, they all met untimely ends, a notion unfathomable in the realm of cultivators. The Qin territory of the Great Xia is characterized by towering mountains and treacherous paths, making it a remote region of the dynasty. Nevertheless, the population here is not sparse, it is merely isolated from the outside world. In the midst of summer, within the inner courtyard of the Qin Wangfu, a group of slender maidens dances gracefully in a lotus pond. Meanwhile, in the lotus pavilion, a young man stands quietly, one hand resting behind him while the other holds a brush, poised before an easel as if capturing the beauty of the maidens on canvas. His starry eyes are profound, and his tall figure appears ethereal, akin to a celestial being gazing down upon the mortal realm. Tick-tock. At this moment, a series of light footsteps approaches. A young maiden, clad in a flowing purple gown, her face adorned with a purple beaded veil, strides gracefully towards him. Her long, straight legs are encased in high-heeled boots, and her deep, cold gaze, framed by cascading violet hair, exudes an aura of aloofness, suggesting she is a person of considerable chill. Yet, upon seeing the figure in the pavilion, her eyes soften, betraying an uncontainable warmth. "Your Highness, news from the capital has arrived. Prince Luo has encountered misfortune. Furthermore, it is rumored that he has grown increasingly frail, and it may be." The maiden approaches and bows in deference. Upon hearing this, the young man, who has been holding his brush, pauses momentarily. "The fifth one," he murmurs, his gaze sharpening with concern. Prince Luo is his half-brother, and although they share different mothers, his demise stirs a tumult of emotions within Lu Feifan. Having traversed realms, he feels as though he has forgotten to drink the soup of oblivion. Upon entering this world, he quickly learned that it is one of cultivation, where the power of cultivators can easily shatter mountains and reshape landscapes. More significantly, his identity is extraordinary. He is a prince of the Great Xia dynasty. However, his elation is short-lived. As he delves into the language and overhears discussions within the palace, he realizes that the Great Xia dynasty stands on the brink of collapse. After 8 millennia of establishment, it seems the dynasty's fortune has waned. The throne has seen frequent changes over the past 2 centuries, with royal heirs meeting unfortunate fates, yet the culprits remain elusive, as if the heavens themselves have turned against them. Lu Feifan does not subscribe to the belief that fate is punishing them. Rather, he senses an invisible force looming over the royal family, gradually consuming them. Fortunately, Lu Feifan discovers that his aptitude for cultivation and comprehension appears to be exceptional. He can effortlessly recall the secrets hidden within the royal armory after a single glance, and he possesses the ability to draw inferences from them that, in terms of cultivation speed, he is truly in a league of his own. However, due to the complications surrounding the royal family, Lu Feifan dared not reveal his prowess during his vulnerable years. As a member of a transcendent dynasty capable of cultivation, the royal family had seen emperors replaced as frequently as those in mortal kingdoms. Given such circumstances, should he expose his abilities and attract unwanted attention, it is highly probable that the royal family would be unable to protect him, especially since even the emperor could not ensure his safety. Thus, Lu Feifan chose to remain inconspicuous and, at the tender age of 5, requested to be granted a fief in a remote region. In earlier times, gaining a fief would have been a formidable challenge, particularly for a mere 5-year-old. However, as the dynasty's fortunes waned, with royal offspring succumbing one after another and talent dwindling, the control over the dynasty weakened day by day. Furthermore, the current emperor, Lu Feifan's father, had grown somewhat neglectful, disregarding established norms and rules. Consequently, Lu Feifan's departure at the age of 5 was permitted. Now, at 18, he had been outside the palace for a full 13 years. His gaze, profound and contemplative, was directed toward the imperial capital. At this moment, Lu Feifan appeared increasingly aloof and frigid. Xian gazed at him, her eyes reflecting an almost entranced state. "Your Highness, should we not prepare more thoroughly?" The king of Luo, much like yourself, is unassuming and discreet, having also received a fief in a remote area at an early age. Under such circumstances, after a brief pause, Xian could no longer contain her thoughts. Being the closest companion to Lu Feifan, she had immersed herself in scholarly pursuits alongside her cultivation over the years, capable of offering valuable insights. She was acutely aware of the current state of the royal family. Initially, she found it quite remarkable that her master had arrived in such a secluded place. However, it now seemed that certain truths were inescapable. The similarly low-profile king of Luo had not evaded the impending troubles. This realization filled her with concern. Most importantly, information from various sources suggested that the current emperor, who had reigned for merely 20 years, was likely nearing his end. Although this notion seemed absurd, it paled in comparison to the two longest reigning emperors of the Great Xia, the founding emperor who ruled for 8 centuries and the martial emperor for a millennium. Such brevity in life was almost laughable. Even an ordinary individual with a modicum of martial understanding would not meet such a premature demise. It was said that the royal family of the Great Xia had exhausted its fortune, and this statement could not be dismissed as mere rumor. If that individual truly encounters misfortune, Your Highness, you must be prepared. Xian's eyes shimmered with concern. Unlike other princes, Lu Feifan refrained from forming factions or engaging with the martial sects, and he had maintained few subordinates over the years. Were it not for her diligent efforts, it could be said that he had scarcely any followers at all. Under such circumstances, it seemed that the struggle for succession had yet to commence, but might conclude prematurely. In truth, given the current state of the dynasty and the emperor's notably short lifespan, the throne should normally be regarded as perilous. Yet, recent events concerning the last 3 generations had presented a peculiar situation. Upon the emperor's passing, his heirs, save for the successor, would invariably face calamity. Presently, the royal family had not been affected as severely. Moreover, upon ascending the throne, should one gain control over the royal family's secret arts, it would be the only means to prevent the Great Xia dynasty from facing extinction. Yet, despite such turmoil, the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. At this juncture, for the emperor's offspring, seizing the throne and ensuring survival are of paramount importance. In truth, some princes do not succumb to the whims of fate. They harbor grand ambitions, believing themselves capable and hopeful of rescuing the Great Xia, thus etching their names indelibly into the annals of history. Is it truly hopeless? Lu Feifan naturally comprehended the identity of the person to whom Xian referred. A flicker of complexity crossed his gaze. The external perception of this negligent emperor is decidedly poor, however. As a father and sovereign, he is, in fact, competent. What need is there for concern? I have no substantial influence over the 6th brother. After voicing his lament, a sudden glint of coldness illuminated Lu Feifan's eyes as he turned to observe the dancing maidens in the pool. At that moment, several of them abruptly broke from their ranks, darting towards him with astonishing speed. With a whoosh, Lu Feifan glanced over, and in an instant, it seemed as though time itself had frozen. Crack! The sound of shattering filled the air. The maidens crumbled like glass, their forms disintegrating in an ephemeral moment. Silence reigned, save for the strongest among them, whose limbs lay in ruin, her eyes brimming with inexorable dread as Lu Feifan effortlessly ensnared her within his grasp. The sudden turn of events left those present in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend that it was all over. Xian's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Her master was increasingly inscrutable. He was formidable beyond reckoning. The maidens, seemingly all of innate talent, included one who was a master. Yet before Lu Feifan's gaze, they were rendered utterly powerless. The sole surviving master maiden, now incapacitated, appeared to be on the brink of demise had it not been for the necessity of keeping her alive. It was utterly terrifying. A grandmaster? Impossible. A grandmaster cannot possess such strength. Could it be that youth? The remaining master maiden's eyes were filled with boundless terror. She contemplated a dreadful possibility. From whence do you hail? Lu Feifan's expression remained impassive, offering no response to her query. I am of the White Lotus sect, sent here on the orders of the elder. Under Lu Feifan's scrutinizing gaze, the maiden's demeanor became vacant as she spoke candidly. She possessed no knowledge, merely executing commands. Lu Feifan held no skepticism regarding her words. After all, this was not a standard interrogation, but rather a secret technique within his mastery, rendering resistance impossible for someone of her caliber. Useless. Upon witnessing this, Lu Feifan casually dismissed her. With a crack, she, too, disintegrated into nothingness like the others. Lu Feifan felt no disappointment regarding this outcome. It had been anticipated. After all, these were assassins, and their superiors would never dispatch someone privy to the underlying issues. He merely sought to ascertain the origin of his adversaries, not to unravel the fundamental problems plaguing the royal family. The mysteries surrounding the royal lineage had long remained unanswered. Various issues seemed to be dictated by fate itself. The several dancers are undoubtedly assassins. Such a brazen attack cannot be attributed to the threats against their royal family. This indicates that the assault is directed solely at him. Lu Feifan remains low-key, and at this moment, the only individuals who might recall him are those so-called brothers of his. In this light, it appears that the king of Luo may not be a victim of some insidious force. The struggle for succession, is it? How tedious! Lu Feifan shook his head. Rather than vying for the so-called imperial throne, he finds greater delight in the pursuit of cultivation. The gradual and constant enhancement of his abilities captivates him immensely. As for those ineffectual brothers, they are unworthy to be his adversaries. This is not mere narcissism, but rather an undeniable truth. The realms of cultivation in this world are delineated as follows: postnatal body refinement, innate chi refinement, mastery of essence, grand mastery of spirit, and the unity of essence, chi, and spirit culminates in becoming a land immortal, who enjoys a lifespan of 1,000 years. One cannot ascertain whether his rebirth is due to his avoidance of Meng Pa soup, or if this existence was destined for him. His aptitude for cultivation in this life, coupled with an astonishing comprehension, is indeed remarkable. At the tender age of 10, 8 years ago, he mastered the 15th layer of the Heavenly Emperor scripture, which is revered in their royal lineage. It is noteworthy that in the past 8 millennia, only 3 emperors, the founding ancestor, Emperor Wu and Emperor Ming, achieved such heights. No one else within the royal family has reached the 15th layer since then. Even so, the founding ancestor and Emperor Ming took 2 centuries to attain this level, while the exceptionally talented Emperor Wu required a century. This illustrates the arduous nature of mastering the Heavenly Emperor scripture. Yet, he accomplished this feat in merely 10 years, reaching the peak once attained by his ancestors. Moreover, during this period, he also delved into various other martial arts secrets. This clearly demonstrates the extraordinary nature of his talent. Not only that, but after reaching the 15th layer, he was able to further advance the technique, and over the subsequent 8 years, he developed 2 additional layers from this already perfected martial art, completing his training. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. This signifies that his current realm has ascended to heights untouched by his forebears. Over the years, he has predominantly resided within the Qin Wangfu, occasionally venturing out, yet only within the confines of Qin Chuan City. To be candid, upon first learning of the royal family's precarious situation, he felt a sense of panic and refrained from venturing out due to sheer fear. However, after mastering the 15th layer of the Heavenly Emperor scripture 8 years ago, such concerns dissipated, replaced by the confidence that comes with great strength. From that point forward, his reluctance to venture outside stemmed solely from his ardent love for cultivation. To speak candidly, had it not been for the sudden realization that his father in this lifetime was nearing his end, he would have been disinclined to take action even in light of the assassination attempt. After all, for him, those few brothers hardly piqued his interest enough to warrant the expenditure of time. Nevertheless, his father in this life evoked a modicum of warmth within him. Although he had left at the tender age of 5 and had never returned since, the annual tributes and resources sent from the palace had never diminished. Furthermore, after his birth, his mother had vanished without a trace. As a mere infant, without any power to support him, surviving within the confines of the imperial palace was solely due to the affection bestowed upon him by his father, the emperor. It is worth noting that he had many sons over 20, in fact. Historically, royal families are devoid of familial affection, particularly in the case of numerous offspring. Perhaps it was the bond he felt towards the mother he had never seen that rendered his affection for Lu Feifan particularly unique. Moreover, he understood the importance of discretion and refrained from overt displays of favoritism. He surely comprehended that if he were to stand out too prominently, the repercussions his son would face would be unimaginable. It was only because Lu Feifan possessed the soul of an adult that he was able to perceive the subtleties within this complex dynamic. What a pity that my father is indeed somewhat inept. Regardless of whether among the common folk or within the court, the current emperor's reputation was rather dismal. Whispers circulated that the Great Xia was destined for ruin in this era. To be frank, Lu Feifan believed that even if his father were more sagacious, the state of Great Xia would not improve significantly. Both his grandfather and great-grandfather had striven earnestly and possessed considerable talent, yet they did not reign as long as his father. The emperors of Great Xia had become increasingly short-lived with each generation. It was once speculated that his father would not survive beyond 10 years of reign, yet now, 2 decades later, the first signs of impending trouble had only just begun to surface, which was already beyond expectations. Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed. Just as Lu Feifan was lost in contemplation, a sword-bearing guard hurriedly approached, kneeling before him at the riverbank to deliver the report. Chapter 3. The imperial decree arrives. 2 matters of significance have emerged. The first is the summons for Lu Feifan to return to the palace. The second is a marriage decree, proposing a union with Han Zi, the daughter of General Han Qingtian. The Han family, a prominent military lineage, has long been intertwined with the state's fortunes. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, their influence is not derived from loyalty or trustworthiness, but rather from sheer strength. While the Lu family, as part of the imperial lineage of the Great Xia, holds royal status, they have never attained the level of unilateral authority that characterized the reigns of the founding emperor or the martial emperor. Even the emperor finds it arduous to command absolute obedience from these elite families. This is particularly true in the current climate, as the royal family's power wanes, diminishing their sway even further. Thus, the significance of this marriage decree cannot be overstated. Lu Feifan is acutely aware of his father's peculiar favoritism towards him, and from this decree, he discerns an underlying implication. The winds of change are relentless. The scorching heat of the heavens causes beads of sweat to sizzle as they hit the parched earth. In such oppressive weather, a contingent of heavily armored cavalry, mounted upon their crimson blood steeds, advances steadily, their rhythmic hoofbeats echoing through the air. Each warrior, encased in dark armor, wields long spears, carries broadswords at their waists, and bears heavy crossbows upon their backs. Such an ensemble, even in milder climes, would challenge the endurance of an ordinary individual. Yet, this formidable cavalry displays no signs of fatigue. They march in unison, their steeds' pace perfectly synchronized. This alone attests to their exceptional training. At the heart of this formidable formation lies a luxurious carriage drawn by 8 white horses. This deliberate pace may well be attributed to their duty of escorting the esteemed passengers within the carriage. Your Highness, we are about to exit Qinchuan. Purple Yin announces from within the carriage. Lu Feifan withdraws his gaze from the book he was perusing, casting a lingering glance at the distant mountains receding from view. Accompanying the imperial edict is this formidable contingent of heavy cavalry, tasked with escorting Lu Feifan, the Prince of Qin, back to his domain. This is the Empire's elite black ice heavy cavalry, answerable solely to the emperor, one of 3 forces directly governed by him. In truth, since Lu Feifan's arrival in Qinchuan, he has been under the covert protection of the secret martial guards, a fact he only became aware of following his recent ascension in strength. However, it appears there may be issues with the secret martial guards. Just days prior, during an assassination attempt, they were conspicuously absent. Such coincidences are rare in this world. Even if it were not the 2 assigned to protect him who faltered, it is evident that someone must have orchestrated their diversion through some insidious means. Nevertheless, for Lu Feifan, this is of little consequence. His overwhelming strength provides him with an unshakable confidence. The Celestial Emperor's decree of the royal family, perfected to the 15th level by both the founding emperor and the martial emperor, has already established an indomitable presence in the contemporary realm. During their reign, they were not without their indiscretions, yet dissenting voices were never raised. Now, Lu Feifan has not only reached the 15th level of cultivation, but through his astute deductions, he has advanced 2 steps further to an unprecedented 17th level. Consequently, he has not felt the need to delve into these matters. After all, the shadowy figures behind the scenes will inevitably reveal themselves in due course. What is happening? Lu Feifan suddenly raised his head. The procession came to an abrupt halt as he sensed a disturbance ahead. Your Highness, we have encountered the Lord of Ichuan ahead. He claims that Ichuan has been besieged by the White Lotus sect, and he has escaped with his family to seek your assistance. Ichuan is precisely the route Lu Feifan must take upon his return to the capital, and it appears he has been fortuitously obstructed. Lu Feifan shook his head with a bemused smile. Let's go have a look. Before long, Lu Feifan encountered the entourage of the Lord of Ichuan. Capture him. After merely a glance, Lu Feifan calmly instructed. He observed the scene before him, a large family accompanied by numerous carts laden with rare treasures. More significantly, this convoy was escorted by elite cavalry. Such a sight hardly resembled that of a defeated army. It seemed akin to a noble family relocating. Lu Feifan had ample reason to suspect that the Lord of Ichuan had fled in response to the wind, willingly surrendering Ichuan City. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Even if I have suffered defeat, I must await the disposition from the imperial capital. You have no right to act against me. Soon, a corpulent middle-aged man was brought forth. His cavalry attempted to intervene, but against the black ice-heavy cavalry, they were swiftly crushed. To flee without a fight is a capital offense. Execute him, Lu Feifan declared with an air of indifference. He had initially intended to inquire further, but the man's immediate protest of having no authority to act left Lu Feifan disinterested in further conversation. He waved his hand dismissively. What? Zhao Wujia, who was struggling, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this relatively obscure and unremarkable Qin Wang would be so decisive and ruthless, completely disregarding established norms. The demand for his life was overwhelming. Your Highness, you cannot do this. I am a court official. Even if there are issues, they must be adjudicated by the Dali Temple and receive the Emperor's approval. Zhao Wujia's mind buzzed, his face pale with fear. He had been unaware of the Qin Wang's merciless nature. What are you hesitating for? Take him away and execute him. Do you expect me to do it myself? Lu Feifan ignored him, casting a calm glance at the black ice-heavy cavalry restraining Zhao Wujia. Once assured that Lu Feifan was not jesting, the 2 cavalrymen promptly began to drag him away. Upon their arrival, the emperor's command had been clear. Follow the Qin Wang, and all must heed his authority, as if the emperor himself were present. They had previously refrained from taking direct action, somewhat bewildered by the command. Now, their reaction was immediate and devoid of hesitation. Is this for real? Zhao Wuji was on the verge of losing control. Fear had truly gripped him. This so-called king of Qin was clearly not one to be trifled with. This reckless scoundrel was engaging in outrageous behavior, utterly disregarding the law. Even if he were the king of Qin, such antics were unacceptable. I am a member of the Zhao family. Even His Majesty must think twice before dealing with me. King of Qin, you cannot act so recklessly. Zhao Wuji, in a state of urgency, hastily invoked the name of his family. He had no idea the king of Qin was such a character. Had he known, he would not have come. Initially, he intended to feign a semblance of distress upon entering Qin territory, but he never anticipated encountering Lu Feifan along the way. His original plan was to appear somewhat disheveled upon arrival, even if he had unexpectedly crossed paths with someone en route, revealing his predicament. Zhao Wuji believed it would merely pose a minor inconvenience. However, he could not have foreseen that this infuriating king of Qin would seek his demise right from the start. Chapter 4. Shock I serve the second prince. Qin Wang, you cannot kill me. Realizing that invoking his family's name bore no fruit, Zhao Wuji hastily mentioned the second prince, who is none other than Lu Feifan's elder brother. The reason he holds the title of prince is that he has not ventured out to govern a fief. Unlike Lu Feifan, who actively seeks opportunities beyond the imperial city, some princes not only refuse to apply for such positions, but even when the emperor offers them the chance to leave, they remain firmly within the capital. The second prince is one such individual. The sentiments harbored by these princes who choose to remain are well understood. Among them, the second prince enjoys the highest acclaim within the court, positioning himself as a formidable contender for the imperial throne. It is, ironically, quite amusing that the current emperor has only reigned for 20 years. If one were to consider the lifespan of previous emperors, he is still in the early stages of his rule. Yet, the time has already come for succession. This scenario resembles the mundane world in many ways, and it is indeed a deeply ironic situation. Such circumstances have diminished the dignity of the royal family. Observe. A mere provincial lord flees without a fight, and when Lu Feifan seeks to hold him accountable, his initial reaction is disbelief. It seems as though his flight is a trivial matter. Crack! Zhao Wuji, dragged a short distance away, was swiftly beheaded. His head, like that of a pig, rolled onto the ground, and even in death, he could hardly comprehend that he had been so easily dispatched. He had previously believed that this was hardly an issue. All he needed to do was return to the capital, navigate the aftermath, endure a little punishment, perhaps a demotion, and once the storm had passed, all would be well. However, he never anticipated that mere moments after his escape, he would meet such a fate. Father, Qin Wang, you disregard the rules. When I return, I will ensure that my uncle avenges you, and the second prince will certainly deal with you. Zhao Wuji was executed, and the Zhao family was momentarily stunned, their minds buzzing in disbelief. They had never expected events to unfold so abruptly. After their escape, they believed the crisis had passed. Yet now, they witnessed their patriarch's head severed before their very eyes. As shock subsided, a young girl emerged from one of the carriages, rushing towards the lifeless body of Zhao Wuji, threatening Lu Feifan. Father, beside her stood a boy just over 10 years old, whose gaze towards Lu Feifan was filled with fear and deep-seated hatred. Who is she? Is she out of her mind? Lu Feifan glanced at the girl, finding her quite foolish. At such a time, daring to threaten him was utterly absurd. Her name is Zhao Mei, and she shares a close relationship with the second prince. While Lu Feifan had turned a blind eye to external affairs over the years, Xian had not. She had consistently kept abreast of the happenings within the capital. Zhao Mei seemed to possess a certain reputation, which Xian was aware of. It matters not. Zhao Wuji's cowardice warrants his demise. His ill-gotten treasures shall be confiscated, and the male members of his family shall be executed alongside him, while the women shall be taken to the brothel. As for Zhao Mei, she is of no consequence and shall be dealt with as well. I have no tolerance for the foolish. As for following their army, command them to accompany me to defend Yichuan's city and redeem their sins. Lu Feifan commanded directly. The black ice-heavy cavalry did not entertain thoughts of consequences. They merely executed their orders. Thus, if this command had been issued within a conventional army, there might have been hesitation from the generals. But the black ice-heavy cavalry executed it without any reservations. In an instant, heads rolled. There were no battle cries, only the despairing wails of the dying. The black ice-heavy cavalry struck silently, methodically piercing through their foes. Before long, the Zhao family men, along with Zhao Mei, were executed, leaving only the women behind. The cavalry escorting the Zhao family, witnessing the ruthlessness of the Qin king, were also struck with fear. They wholeheartedly accepted the notion of redeeming their sins, expressing their willingness to serve the Qin king unto death. Whether or not their intentions were sincere mattered not to Lu Feifan. All he required was their compliance. Should they feign loyalty, their fate would be simple: execution. Those who managed to escape alongside the Zhao family were evidently personal soldiers, well-equipped and not lacking in cultivation. Eliminating them posed no issue. Retaining them now merely allowed them to expend their remaining strength in each one. Lu Feifan did not even seek to ascertain the strength of the White Lotus sect in each one, allowing the troops to continue their march. Initially, both the Grand Ancestor and the Martial Emperor wielded absolute power, because upon reaching the 15th layer of the Celestial Emperor's art, mere numbers could no longer contend against them. It can be said that beyond the 15th layer of the Celestial Emperor's art, even if all the subjects of the realm sensed something amiss and opposed it, their thoughts could be decisively quelled. This is the terrifying nature of the Celestial Emperor's art. It is worth noting that during that era, there were indeed individuals at the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm. However, collectively, they were insufficient to match their might, particularly the martial emperor, who personally led campaigns to pacify the northern grasslands, severing them for 3 millennia. That was a true personal expedition, as he single-handedly infiltrated the enemy ranks. For 10 consecutive days and nights, the tribal armies of the northern grasslands saw their strongest warriors ruthlessly slaughtered. Although they too were at the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm, those who cultivated the celestial emperor's art were fundamentally different from others. Subsequent emperors of the Great Xia, even maintaining a basic level of the earthly immortal realm through inheritance, could sufficiently contend with the peak powers within their dynasty. Their potential upon breaking through was even more formidable, which is precisely what made the Great Xia royal family so feared across the realm. With ancestors of such stature, Feifan deemed it unnecessary to comprehend the specific strength of the petty White Lotus sect, because it simply did not matter. Suddenly, a report came in. "Master, something dreadful has occurred. According to the informant, the Qin king from Qinchuan County is leading his men towards us." Not long after Feifan and his men set out for Yichuan, the White Lotus sect had received the news in advance. "Does the Qin king not realize we occupy Yichuan? He dares to approach us proactively." The leader scoffed coldly, appearing unconcerned by what his subordinates feared. "Master, according to the recent intelligence received, it appears that the king of Qin is accompanied by an elite contingent of the imperial black ice heavy cavalry, as well as 1,000 private soldiers from Zhao Wujing of Yichuan Prefecture. The 1,000 private troops of Zhao Wujing are notoriously difficult to contend with. Had he not taken the initiative to flee, we might not have been able to seize Yichuan at this moment. Coupled with the presence of the black ice heavy cavalry, one must proceed with utmost caution." His advisors urged him. "Fear not, the black ice heavy cavalry shall be dealt with in due course," the master replied, a mysterious glint flickering in his eyes. His subordinates were unaware of the deeper intricacies at play, yet he was all too aware. The king of Qin, huh? He shook his head. However, it perplexed him how Zhao Wujing's men would ally themselves with the king of Qin. It seemed that Zhao Wujing had lost his senses. Nevertheless, it posed little concern. If necessary, Zhao Wujing could be dealt with simultaneously. That wretched fellow had always been an eyesore to him. Just as he instructed his subordinates to remain calm and prepare for battle, a small black bird swooped down. As it darted past him, the master of the White Lotus sect deftly caught it, retrieving a note from its grasp. "Zhao Wujing is dead. His assets have been confiscated. All the men have been executed, and the women are to be sent to the brothels." As he perused the contents of the letter, a multitude of questions flashed across the master's mind. This revelation caught him entirely off guard, akin to a cruel jest. Chapter 5. Setting the stage. Although Zhao Wujing was not regarded highly, it must be acknowledged that his lineage was rather impressive. The Zhao family. Moreover, his daughter was entangled with the second prince, who is yet to establish a formal consort. Otherwise, she would have been his secondary wife. Is it truly permissible for an entire family to be slaughtered like this? Is there no law to uphold? That King Qin, before being assigned this task, he was even unaware of the existence of King Qin. Upon receiving the mission, he conducted a brief inquiry and concluded that he was merely an incompetent, lethargic figure, easily dealt with. After all, this external prince had spent over a decade largely confined within the palace walls, failing to cultivate any significant influence or alliances. Furthermore, there was scant information regarding his maternal family, and he lacked support within the court. This prince was practically invisible. Even the mention of the black ice-heavy cavalry did not concern him greatly. After all, it had already been stated that someone would take care of that cavalry. As for Zhao Wujing, while he may not be virtuous, he undeniably possesses a formidable background. The fact that he was so hastily executed, nearly leading to the demise of his entire family, left the remaining women in a state that resembled death itself. The leader of the White Lotus sect gazed at the parchment in silence, a foreboding feeling rising within him. He sensed that this mission would not be as straightforward as it appeared. King Qin would likely present him with a shock. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. King Qin's approach, if indeed reckless, only indicates a lack of intellect and a cruel disposition. The leader shook his head, casting aside his doubts. regardless of King Qin's potentially ruthless actions. The intelligence he possessed was reliable. He had not nurtured any formidable subordinates, nor had he established a solid foundation in Qinchuan. At the tender age of 18, he remained but a mere novice. No matter how great his innate talent, it could not alter the fact that he was still insignificant. Thus, no matter how fierce he might be, it ultimately mattered little without strength. Reflecting on how Zhao Wuji's demise had unnerved him was, in itself, a source of embarrassment. Sharing such a sentiment would surely invite ridicule. His resolve was evidently insufficient. Therefore, let this King Qin serve as a means to bolster my courage. The leader of the White Lotus sect began to feel a surge of anticipation. To vanquish a prince of the dynasty would indeed be a feat worthy of boasting. This would also elevate his standing within the White Lotus sect in the future. Elder, King Qin is coming to Yichuan, and he is accompanied not only by the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, but also by 1,000 private soldiers from the Zhao family. Do you feel confident? After a brief pause, the leader of the White Lotus sect entered a secret chamber and, bowing to the empty throne, spoke. I am here to deal with that Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. As for the Zhao family's private soldiers, they are inconsequential. It will be a simple task. Rest assured, once they reach the outskirts of Yichuan City, we shall charge forth, and I will ensure that we succeed without fail. A voice filled with unwavering confidence echoed within the chamber. The leader of the White Lotus sect nodded. The elder is indeed an elder. Strength is paramount. In his eyes, even the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry is of little concern. The elder would never jest with his own life. It is assured. After all, he is one of the 9 elders of the White Lotus sect. To be frank, this time it is merely against the Qin Wang. And the fact that their holy sect has dispatched an elder for this matter has genuinely taken him by surprise. 4. Their elders possess the prowess of the earthly, immortal realm, albeit at its nascent stage. Nevertheless, this is already the pinnacle of power within the dynasty. The fact that he has come personally to assist is something the leader of the White Lotus Church cannot comprehend. However, with an elder taking action, victory is undoubtedly secured. Although it is rumored that each of the 3 forces under the Emperor's command can easily suppress ordinary earthly immortals, he cannot help but feel a twinge of doubt. Even with an elder present, should the entirety of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry be deployed. Yet this time, only a fraction of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry is present, not its full strength. Thus, facing an elder of their earthly immortal realm is wholly inadequate. In truth, he believes the elder could have acted directly. However, after all this circumlocution to have him first occupy Yichuan and ostensibly confront the Qin Wang, while the elder acts covertly, seems rather perplexing. Nonetheless, he is bound by the orders from above. A day later, the sky over Yichuan City turned solemn and dim, exacerbating the already oppressive heat of the atmosphere. Having just seized Yichuan and indulged in their whims for 2 days, the White Lotus disciples had yet to consolidate their newly acquired recruits when they were informed that the imperial army had arrived. For them, fresh from victory, this news did not incite fear. Rather, it ignited their fervor. This was primarily because they learned that this imperial force numbered fewer than 2,000. Yichuan Prefecture was easily occupied by them. The strongest defenders within the city dared not confront them, fleeing at the mere sight. This emboldened their belief that the fate of the Great Xia was spent. Now was the epoch of the White Lotus sect. A mere imperial army, sending less than 2,000 men, was essentially delivering military merit to them, insufficient even to share among themselves. After all, initially, they had entered Yichuan with 20,000, and following their conquest, their numbers had not diminished, but rather swelled to 30,000 in a short span. Given time, this figure could even double. The commanders of the White Lotus sect unanimously advised to exit the city and await the imperial army for an open field battle, allowing the imperial forces to witness the might of the White Lotus. The leader of the White Lotus Church, reflecting on this, ultimately accepted the proposal. After all, an elder would covertly intervene this time, which would serve to bolster the confidence of his subordinates. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Thus, as Lu Feifan's forces approached Yichuan, the White Lotus army marched forth from the city, arraying themselves for a direct confrontation. Although their formation appeared somewhat disorganized and their movements chaotic, overall, their spirit remained formidable. After all, as previously mentioned, the imperial army approaching is merely a force of fewer than 2,000. In stark contrast, they now command a formidable contingent of 30,000 troops. With a ratio of 30,000 to 2,000, the odds are decidedly in their favor, leaving little room for defeat. Only a few astute individuals harbor doubts regarding the high caliber of the imperial forces this time. Nonetheless, these voices of skepticism have been swiftly quelled by the leader of the White Lotus sect, who asserts that their sect possesses hidden advantages. Regardless of the number of skilled fighters the imperial army may boast, they are confident in their ability to sweep through them effortlessly. Ultimately, the fewer than 2,000 troops of the imperial army represent nothing more than a moving opportunity for military merit. Meanwhile, the citizens of Ichuan City are filled with excitement upon hearing of the imperial army's arrival. Although they previously harbored grievances against the court, cursing it for 2 out of every 3 days, the White Lotus sect had already established a strong presence among the populace, garnering significant support. Initially, they held high hopes, but as days passed, those hopes dissipated. While the imperial court may lack humanity, the White Lotus sect embodies true savagery. Chapter 6. 800 against 30,000. When Lu Feifan received news from outside Ichuan City, even he was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom the reasoning behind the actions of these individuals. They were facing heavy cavalry, and the optimal strategy would have been to hold their ground within the city. Instead, they chose to engage in an open field battle. It seemed as though this group had taken control of Ichuan Prefecture and were now recklessly advancing. Although he commanded only 800 heavy cavalry, combined with the elite forces of the Zhao family, they totaled 1,800. However, even without the Zhao family's warriors, the mere presence of 800 black ice heavy cavalry would suffice to cut through that rabble. This force was one of the 3 most formidable divisions directly under the emperor, renowned for their straightforward and righteous nature. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, established since the founding of the dynasty by the great ancestor, had never been relegated to the confines of the imperial palace. Instead, they were tasked with executing the emperor's orders in the field, forged through the crucible of battle, and were by no means mere showpieces. Without the support of divine intervention, ordinary armies would find themselves utterly overwhelmed in a direct confrontation with the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Engaging in such reckless tactics against them could easily lead to disaster, even for elite forces, let alone the disorganized rabble of the White Lotus sect. It was almost comical. Amidst the clamor of the White Lotus army, the arrival of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry brought an abrupt silence. Ignoring the 1,000 cavalrymen of the Zhao family who accompanied them, the 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry appeared diminutive before the 30,000 troops of the White Lotus sect. Yet at that moment, infused with a chilling aura of impending doom, the previously fervent spirits of the 30,000 White Lotus soldiers were swiftly quelled. Before a confrontation even commenced, some members of the White Lotus sect began to tremble with fear, particularly those who had recently joined, who even started to retreat. Their formation was too haphazard, and as individuals began to fall back, chaos ensued. If not for the timely intervention of the disciplinary troops, who executed several to restore order, the line could have collapsed without ever engaging. This spectacle left the leader of the White Lotus sect visibly distressed. It was an embarrassment of considerable magnitude. Facing 30,000 with less than 2,000, specifically 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, and yet losing in morale was a troubling revelation. He recognized the issue. It was the new recruits who had disrupted the formation. Clearly, having a larger number did not guarantee an advantage. The combat effectiveness of the army had diminished due to the addition of that extra 10,000. Fortunately, this engagement was destined for victory, allowing him to identify the problem early on. With this newfound experience, he would be better equipped to lead in the future. Previously, he had primarily been responsible for missionary work and had not adapted well to military command. With a swift motion, the long spears of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry pointed forward in unison. A harrowing atmosphere of impending slaughter rippled through the air, as if an ancient battlefield, soaked in the blood of millions, had materialized at that moment. Instantly, the formation of the White Lotus sect fell into disarray once more, and before any contact was made, Another group was struck down by the disciplinary troops. The initial fervor exhibited by them has dissipated entirely. They have succumbed to trepidation even before the battle has commenced. Even the leaders of the White Lotus sect, who stand at the forefront, now exhibit signs of trembling. It is important to note that these commanders are all cultivators of considerable strength. They can undoubtedly discern that the formidable Black Ice Heavy Cavalry boasts a minimum of master-level warriors, with many being grandmasters among them. Should a confrontation ensue, it is clear that they would be the ones to face annihilation first. Consequently, some commanders instinctively shield their subordinates behind them. Originally, they intended to charge ahead and make a display of valor. However, at this moment, all thoughts of glory have vanished. It appears that for the holy sect to achieve its ambitions, the path ahead remains long and arduous. The leader of the White Lotus sect could not help but sigh. Previously, he had only encountered the Daxia court's armies, which he deemed ineffectual. He believed that mere cultivation level sufficed for evaluation. Yet, upon encountering this Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, he has come to understand the stark disparity. Even with equivalent cultivation and equipment, the sheer number of their adversaries would likely lead to their defeat. This is the essence of experience. Upon the first clash, one can discern the outcome. The Daxia has deteriorated to such a state, yet the elite forces under their command remain astonishingly formidable. It is no wonder that their holy sect has grown so powerful. They have yet to reveal their full strength against Daxia. Your Highness, may I leave 100 heavy cavalry for you to observe from a distance? The leader of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry approached Feifan's carriage to request permission. After all, this was a charge in a battle, and the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had their own rhythm. If they brought along Prince Feifan, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be affected. The White Lotus sect holds a significant numerical advantage, and among them are assuredly skilled fighters, thus necessitating caution even from their ranks. Do as you see fit. I wish to experience what this battle entails, Feifan replied casually with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, even the resolute commander of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was momentarily taken aback. Was this a situation to be taken lightly? Was His Highness the Qin Wang truly out of his mind? A careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. While he held absolute confidence against the ordinary multitude before him, there was genuine concern that numerous hidden experts lurked within the White Lotus sect, which could spell trouble for them. If they were to protect the Qin Wang and expose a vulnerability, the heavy cavalry formation might indeed crumble, leading to catastrophic outcomes. This was no trivial matter. However, seeing the earnest expression on Feifan's face, it was clear he was not jesting. Despite their instinct to follow orders without question, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry commander ultimately remained silent and complied. Remember, forget my presence and adhere to your rhythm. Rest assured, the horses I have raised are of unparalleled quality and will keep pace. The morale of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry inevitably deflated at these words. This was hardly a matter concerning the horses, after all. However, as members of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, they had long been accustomed to undertaking absurd missions. Thus, despite their inability to comprehend this particular task, they nonetheless chose unwaveringly to obey without hesitation. Kill! Kill! This marked the first time the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry issued a synchronized battle cry. Following that singular utterance, the charge commenced, decisive and unflinching. The thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Previously, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had advanced at a measured pace, their hoofbeats echoing akin to a conventional cavalry passing through. Yet even then, an immense pressure had already begun to mount. Now, as they surged forward, it was as if the entire city of Yichuan was shrouded in ominous clouds, on the brink of collapse and destruction. This was merely the aftermath of the movement of 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. No wonder there exists a saying that 1,000 black-armored heavy cavalry are unmatched in the world. Alas, today I am present. The black-armored heavy cavalry. Chapter 7. Breaching the city walls upon the towering ramparts, a figure cloaked in black observed the bold advance of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, initially expressing astonishment, soon followed by a glimmer of fierce intent in his eyes. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry indeed left him in awe. In this scenario, with a full complement of the black ice-heavy cavalry present. Even he would find himself compelled to retreat. Regrettably, they numbered merely 800. Nevertheless, they presented a modicum of trouble. It was essential to understand that, according to the directives of the Holy Mother, he was to covertly intervene, breaching the defenses of the black ice-heavy cavalry, crafting the illusion that they had succumbed to the forces of the Holy Church. He remained perplexed by the Holy Mother's reasoning. Was it truly necessary to orchestrate such elaborate machinations merely to eliminate a singular Qin king? Even in the act of assassination, he was initially forbidden from employing overwhelming force. However, despite the convoluted approach, it was not beyond his capability, thus he complied. Let us proceed. The figure in black waved his hand, donning the armor of an ordinary soldier from the White Lotus sect, then descended, swiftly integrating into the vanguard of the charge. To the untrained eye, he appeared as an ordinary soldier, a scene that only one person discerned. An entity of the terrestrial immortal realm is involved. Intriguing. Feifan raised his gaze to observe the elite forces of the White Lotus sect. Under the oppressive presence of the black ice-heavy cavalry, still managed to muster a meager charge. Boom! Just as the two sides were on the verge of clashing, Feifan unleashed a surge of momentum that intertwined with the ominous cloud generated by the black ice-heavy cavalry, instantaneously transforming into a tangible dragon form. The elder of the White Lotus sect, leading the charge, had already drawn forth two small hammers, preparing to deliver a heavy blow capable of penetrating armor, thus creating favorable conditions for his subordinates. A cruel smile curled upon his lips. In his eyes, these 800 black ice-heavy cavalry soldiers were already as good as dead. Particularly, he cast a deliberate glance at the opulent carriage nestled amidst them. Such reckless folly. That was presumably the so-called Qin king. Utterly oblivious to the peril he faced, his judgment clouded. No matter how elite the black ice-heavy cavalry, they would need to exert their utmost in such a grueling confrontation. Yet, this nobleman had chosen to charge alongside his troops, and moreover, within the luxurious carriage. The carriage, drawn by 8 horses, spanned over 100 square feet, resembling a moving miniature palace. Most strikingly, he could distinctly see maidens attending to the occupants, even a songstress performing. Meanwhile, the Qin king, at that moment, clutched an easel, seemingly intent on capturing the unfolding battlefield upon canvas. This transcended mere foolishness. It was a profound detachment from reality. Did he believe this was merely child's play? Did he assume that his princely status would afford him immunity, even in defeat? Whence came this delusion? No wonder the Great Xia had dwindled to such a state. Those emerging from the royal lineage appeared bereft of reason. Yet, just as the elder revealed his cruel smile, eager to impart a lesson in ruthlessness to this oblivious Qin king, he noticed the latter's gaze had shifted upward, as if locking onto him. Moreover, he smiled at him briefly. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. The elder of the White Lotus sect abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the ethereal dragon shadow that had, unbeknownst to him, taken on a tangible form in the void. Within it, he seemed to perceive the spectral figure of the Qin king. The figure stood atop the dragon's head, arms crossed behind him, gazing at him with an air of indifference and detachment. Terror, profound and paralyzing, shrouded him. He had conducted some research on the royal family of the Great Xia, particularly intrigued by the formidable Songtian Emperor's art, which he had once contemplated earnestly. After all, it was renowned as an unrivaled technique within its realm, serving as the foundation for the Liu family's dominion over the Great Xia for 8 millennia. Hence, the current scene appeared to align with certain descriptions found in ancient texts. It was said that during the initial charge of the founding ancestor of the Great Xia, accompanied by the black ice-heavy cavalry, the atmosphere was akin to this. Subsequently, it was successfully replicated by the martial emperor of the Great Xia. Consequently, the text speculated that to achieve such a state, one must cultivate the Songtian Emperor's art to the 15th level. In other words, that Qin king. The 15th level of the Songtian Emperor's art signifies the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality. In this current era, the most prominent figures of the Great Xia are merely at the mid-stage of terrestrial immortality. Moreover, This represents the peak of the Tsang Tian Emperor's art. Invincible within the same realm, capable of annihilating opponents of equal standing. He was acutely aware of the terrifying implications of this reality. The Liu family had once again produced a figure akin to the founding martial emperor. What was even more alarming was that this individual was a mere 18 years of age. In that instant, he finally comprehended why the other dared to follow the 800 black ice-heavy cavalry in a horse-drawn carriage. It was not a lapse in judgment. Rather, it was a profound confidence. Damn! Initially, he had thought this task would be a mere formality, a simple affair. Now, he realized it was a veritable trap. This Qin king could be deemed the most formidable presence in all of the Great Xia at present. And now he was facing him, and it appeared that his prior belief that the other was observing him was no mere illusion. He had been noticed. Flee. He must escape, as far away as possible. At this moment, the sole thought occupying the elder of the White Lotus sect's mind was to run as far as he could. Unfortunately, the thought had barely flitted through his mind before he could put it into action. A terrifying force crushed through. No, he could only let out a piercing scream, and then his entire being felt as though it had been frozen. In the next instant, he shattered with a thunderous crash. His final vestiges of spiritual power witnessing his own disintegration like shards of glass. It was all over for him, so simply, so quietly, as if he had been an insignificant ant crushed on the roadside, without a whisper of commotion. Observe how the soldiers of the White Lotus sect remained oblivious to the anomaly, lined up to meet their demise. They had no inkling of the horrific event that had just transpired. A being standing at the pinnacle of the Great Xia, a terrestrial immortal, had been obliterated in an instant. Even a venerable elder of the White Lotus sect, a terrestrial deity, displays such prowess. How much more so do the ordinary soldiers fare? A thunderous roar erupted. The black ice-heavy cavalry surged forth, effortlessly cleaving through the ranks of the elite cavalry of the White Lotus sect that dared to confront them. The black ice-heavy cavalry pressed on relentlessly, shattering the formation of the terrified White Lotus soldiers. Slaughter. Yet this was not the end. The black ice-heavy cavalry executed a swift pivot, launching another charge. The battlefield transformed into a relentless grinding wheel. 800 black ice-heavy cavalry repeatedly penetrated the enemy lines, charging again and again. In but a fleeting moment, the heavens and earth were shrouded in a crimson haze. Many soldiers of the White Lotus sect were reduced to tears from fear. It was unbearably cruel. This was not war. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Chapter 8. This is not pretentiousness, and yet none of them have perished. The 800 black ice-heavy cavalry faced an overwhelming force of 30,000, and ultimately, their numbers were a tad insufficient. Thus, the black ice-heavy cavalry had engaged in 7 charges, yet the White Lotus sect remained largely unharmed. At this moment, they were horrified to discover that the White Lotus sect suffered countless casualties. Even their elite forces had been decimated in a single wave. However, not a single member of the 800 black ice-heavy cavalry had fallen. This was the most terrifying aspect of the situation. They were akin to being slaughtered like pigs. I want to go home, to find my mother. The White Lotus sect is no fun at all. The air was filled with wails and cries, a cacophony of despair. Chaos ensued. It was complete pandemonium. The supervisory forces could no longer maintain order. In fact, they themselves were now in disarray. The scene was utterly gruesome and shocking. What was supposed to be an advantage of 30,000 against less than 2,000 had turned into a nightmare. With merely 800 troops, they had already left them utterly disoriented. The soldiers of the White Lotus sect discarded everything they could, fleeing at breakneck speed, lamenting the lack of extra legs to escape. Countless individuals were trampled to death. Some, blinded by panic and rage, turned on their companions in a desperate attempt to carve a path to safety. In an instant, the chaos and brutality of death surpassed even the fierce charges of the black ice-heavy cavalry. The leader of the White Lotus sect was left dumbfounded by the unfolding calamity. He recognized the prowess of the black ice-heavy cavalry and was indeed astonished. Were it not for the presence of the elder, he feared that the losses would have been catastrophic in a direct confrontation. Yet, that was the extent of his confidence. He had capable warriors under his command, bolstered by an army of 30,000. With 30,000 against 800 and an equal number of elite fighters, he could not fathom how defeat could befall him. But now he understood. His esteemed warriors, those who matched the prowess of the black ice-heavy cavalry, had been swiftly obliterated in a single onslaught. As for the 30,000 followers, they were hardly better than livestock, shrieking and scattering in all directions. He was struck by a psychological blow. The previous victories had not been testaments to the might of the White Lotus sect. They had merely not encountered the true elite of the Great Xia. Elder, where are you? Surely, he isn't afraid as well. Initially, upon witnessing the majesty of the black ice-heavy cavalry, he felt a shiver of fear, but he still believed there was a chance. After all, they had brought an elder of the terrestrial immortal realm with them. With the elder present, they could turn the tide. Yet, as the black ice-heavy cavalry executed their seventh charge, their army crumbled entirely, descending into infighting, yet the elder's figure remained absent. This led him to doubt whether that old fellow had succumbed to fear. This should not have been the case. Even if the black ice-heavy cavalry was fearsome, it should not have been enough to terrify a dignified terrestrial immortal into hiding. He anxiously paced in circles. Little did he realize that the elder had faced the initial wave head-on, only to emit a single gasp before being utterly obliterated. Had he known, he would have likely fled faster than any of his subordinates. Yet, even without knowledge of the elder's predicament, witnessing the black ice-heavy cavalry's relentless charges left him disheartened. He hastily fled with a group of loyal confidants, abandoning the treasures he had amassed during this period. A complete collapse ensued, a total and utter downfall. With rivers of blood staining the moat's crimson, the black ice-heavy cavalry pursued the retreating White Lotus sect soldiers for an entire hour, the scent of carnage lingering ominously over Yichuan city. How brutal this is! Is this truly the prowess of the imperial elite? In this battle, aside from the 1,000 cavalrymen of the Zhao family and their female relatives, individuals from Yichuan's esteemed families observed from elevated positions at the city's edge. Though the White Lotus sect had conquered Yichuan, their primary aim remained one of appeasement. Apart from the staunch loyalists of the court, the White Lotus sect dared not overstep their bounds. They sought to claim the world and understood well that offending the noble families and sects was unwise. In truth, their presence was orchestrated by the leader of the White Lotus sect, intending to showcase the grandeur of the holy sect and ensure cooperation. Initially, upon witnessing 30,000 versus 800, they found the White Lotus sect's audacity laughable, with some even suspecting it to be mere theatrics, albeit overly contrived. However, they could hardly fathom that 800 could utterly rout 30,000. The collapse was complete. The elite had been decimated, and while many ordinary soldiers fled, their reliance on sheer numbers was evident. Had the court's forces been more substantial, they could have faced total annihilation. At this juncture, the leader of the White Lotus sect had achieved his intention, leaving the noble families profoundly shaken by the court's might. Previously, whispers of the Xia's impending demise had circulated, revealing its vulnerabilities. This had prompted a sense of disdain toward Xia. Yet, it now appeared that their previous perceptions were superficial, for Xia still possessed a terrifying foundation. To conclude otherwise would be premature. Although the White Lotus sect boasted a grand presence, the spectacle of 30,000 being vanquished by 800 was undeniable. Moreover, it was evident that the White Lotus sect harbored formidable experts. This was not merely a case of overwhelming slaughter. In the initial wave, the White Lotus sect's masters were not inferior to the black ice-heavy cavalry, yet they were swiftly overwhelmed, suffering no casualties themselves. The horror was unparalleled and unfathomable. Furthermore, they were safeguarding His Highness, the Prince of Qin. This was a most chilling aspect. They gazed at the carriage, protected by the black ice-heavy cavalry, resembling a royal palace, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Like the leader of the White Lotus sect, they had once dismissed such a scene as a jest. When informed that the carriage housed the Prince of Qin, they had deemed it pretentious and foolish. Yet, they now realized their naivety. This was not arrogance, but rather confidence. Deputy General, you had promised to escort us back to the Zhao family in the capital. Now, while they are absent, let us depart swiftly. Within the cavalry ranks of the Zhao family, an atmosphere of astonishment enveloped everyone present, including the family members. A young maiden turned her gaze toward a leader of the Zhao family escort and spoke. Not long ago, this commander had pledged to take her away. His loyalty to the Zhao family was unwavering. However, upon hearing the maiden's words, the deputy commander's eyes flickered with a glint of malice. This foolish woman was utterly oblivious to the reality of the situation. His earlier statement had not stemmed from a profound allegiance to the Zhao family, but rather from his belief that the Prince of Qin was deluded, charging with 800 men against a formation of 30,000, a sheer act of folly. Furthermore, the prince himself led the charge, seated in a lavish royal carriage. Was this not an invitation to death? Consequently, when faced with the maiden's fanciful notions, he had readily acquiesced. After all, should the Prince of Qin meet his demise, he would not dare to act against the Zhao family. Although Zhao Wuji had fallen, the Zhao family in the capital remained intact. Chapter 9. Disregarding the rules, however, it was utterly unexpected. The 30,000 members of the White Lotus sect were decisively shattered by the 800 black ice heavy cavalry, slaughtering through their ranks unscathed. This was akin to a dream. He now realized that His Highness, the Prince of Qin, was not deranged, but rather imbued with confidence. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to entertain any other actions? The woman from the Zhao family broached the topic of returning to the capital at this juncture. This was undoubtedly a harbinger of his demise. Were it not for the fear of retribution from the Prince of Qin and the formidable influence of the Zhao family, he would have swiftly dispatched this foolish woman. Given the current situation, they could not defy any of the prince's commands. After all, they were outmatched, with no prospect of victory whatsoever. My lady, I fear that only upon reaching the capital, with the intervention of the esteemed elders of the Zhao family, will this matter find resolution. As it stands, there is no escape for us. The vice commander shook his head in resignation. Vice commander, you have benefited from the Zhao family, and now that you face difficulty, you shrink back. Once we reach the capital, you shall see your due reward. Do you truly believe that a mere Prince of Qin is formidable? If you heed his commands, you are doomed. Do you not understand? Seize this moment, take us away, and once we arrive in the capital, there will be advantages for you. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Such utter foolishness. Previously, he had thought the Prince of Qin to be lacking in intellect. Now he believed that it was these prominent families that were misguided. The opponent was now a prisoner. Was he not? Even if his family wielded great power, at this moment, they were firmly in his grasp, threatening him. What sort of reasoning was this? Did they think his sword was dull? Did they believe that at this juncture, he could not muster the resolve to act? With so many eyes upon him, he could not strike, but he was determined to find an opportunity along the way. At worst, he could resort to poison. At this moment, the desire to kill stirred within him. He knew the Zhao family well. With those words spoken, should he refuse to comply, once in the capital, he was as good as dead. As for aiding her escape, he glanced at the blood-soaked earth and quickly shook his head. He would rather deliver a fatal blow to himself. The collapse of the White Lotus sect allowed each one to once again fall under the dominion of the Great Xia. Although only 800 troops accompanied him, including the Zhao family's forces, the noble clans did not dare to be remiss. Each brought forth substantial resources from their households to support the military. Simultaneously, officials approached Lu Feifan, weeping and lamenting the atrocities of the White Lotus sect and their own hardships. Why do you still live? Their words were met with Lu Feifan's indifference as he directly addressed the crux of the matter. Your Highness, we are executing a strategic retreat. The officials, who had originally come to assert their presence and then return to their previous posts, were taken aback. How could they be questioned about their survival? The devastation wrought upon each one city of the Great Xia was not their personal affair. A few gifts and some camaraderie with the White Lotus sect would suffice to absolve them of any wrongdoing. This is something everyone is acutely aware of, yet remains unspoken. My lord, we have concealed ourselves well. The White Lotus sect is advancing with ferocity, and the garrison of each one cannot withstand it. We have no choice but to hide for the time being, awaiting the arrival of the imperial army to launch a coordinated attack against the White Lotus sect. One official remarked, the situation is certainly not as they portray it, but they can argue their case. I have already executed Zhao Wujing. Not a single male from his family remains. As for the women, I plan to assign them to the Bureau of Music. What do you think I should do with you? A serene smile graced Lu Feifan's face. In the realm of cultivators, the royal family coexists with the great clans of the world. These officials also hail from esteemed families, thus rendering the notion of bowing obsolete. Consequently, they could discern the subtle implications behind Lu Feifan's smile, which sent a chill down the spines of the gathered officials. This Prince of Qin seems quite unhinged. Zhao Wujing has been eliminated. He belonged to the Zhao family, one of the 8 great clans of the Great Xia. Except during the reigns of the founding emperor and the martial emperor, these powerful clans would disregard even the imperial family's authority when their own interests were at stake. Setting aside the strength of the Zhao family, the regulations of Great Xia dictate that local officials cannot be disposed of at will, unless in extraordinary circumstances. However, it does appear that we are indeed in such extraordinary times. The White Lotus sect has shattered each one. My lord, you surely do not possess the imperial edict to dispatch troops to quell the rebellion. You are overstepping your bounds, and this is against protocol. One official blurted out, his mind racing. Who are you? Lu Feifan inquired calmly. This humble official is Fengde Wu, the garrison commander of each one. The questioned official replied. Execute him. Lu Feifan commanded with a wave of his hand. With each one already lost, as the military commander of the region, Fengde Wu remained within the city. Regardless of the reasons, his execution was undoubtedly justified. What? Fengde Wu, who had intended to reason with him, was rendered speechless. He hadn't even uttered a few words before his life was to be forfeit. This was utterly outrageous. Is there no law, no sense of justice? Even if he was guilty, there should at least be a formal trial, followed by a decree from the emperor. During this time, he could retreat to his family and claim he died suddenly, leaving the emperor with no recourse. After all, it was impossible to uproot the Feng family. Yet, he never anticipated that this previously inconspicuous Prince of Qin would be so ruthless. No trial, just execution. Boom! I dare anyone to challenge it. Step aside. I am the garrison commander of each one and a member of the Feng family. Observing Lu Feifan's demeanor, it seemed he was quite serious. Moreover, several members of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry approached, intending to take him away for execution. Fengde Wu erupted in fury. You insolent child! I have shown you respect by addressing you as my lord. Without it, I would call you a fool. Do you not realize the state of your Lu family? You dare to put on airs before me. Lu Feifan was already poised to end his life. At this juncture, the Faade has been irreparably torn, and Fengde Wu no longer extends any semblance of courtesy, unleashing a torrent of invective. Even if your imperial father desires the demise of my Feng family, there must be ample justification, and it must undergo the scrutiny of the 3 halls assembly, with the affirmation of our family patriarch, even in the gravest of matters. Without our patriarch's consent, you cannot take a life. You presume to threaten me, thinking your princely status grants you invincibility? Such audacity is utterly unfathomable. The formidable aura of Grandmaster Fengde Wu surged forth, unabashed, bearing down upon Lu Feifan. Alas, among the ranks of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, there are numerous grandmasters. There is no need for Lu Feifan to intervene. Fengde Wu's imposing presence was swiftly quelled. The 4 elite warriors of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry converged, and in no time, the once boisterous Fengde Wu was subdued. He was no longer the embodiment of defiance, reduced to a pitiful state with his limbs shattered. Initially, it sufficed to merely execute you. Now, however, it is time for a thorough confiscation. All the males shall be slain, and the females shall be consigned to the brothels. Chapter 10. All cut down. Fengde Wu gazed at Lu Feifan with astonishment, realizing with certainty that he had encountered a madman. It was not enough to simply kill him. He intended to raise his household as well. As heads fell, Fengde Wu remained wide-eyed until his last breath. As a grandmaster, his vitality was formidable. Even after decapitation, his consciousness did not immediately plunge into darkness. He could still move his eyes, watching the headless corpses collapse to the ground, their power dissipating. At that moment, He truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This King Qin was not jesting, nor was he merely frightening him. This young scoundrel was dead serious. He was genuinely dead. Just moments ago, he had boasted about plundering his estate. With all the men slaughtered and the women destined for the brothels, his entire lineage faced annihilation. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have revealed himself. Yet, who could have foreseen that this seemingly unremarkable man, always adorned with a faint, elegant smile, would be such a ruthless figure? He adhered to no rules whatsoever. He had never imagined he would perish in such a humiliating fashion. As they witnessed Feng Dowu's execution, a cadre of officials who had initially contemplated returning to their posts to deal with the prince and subsequently seek leisure found themselves drenched in cold water. Chilled to the bone. It was utterly brutal. Now, tell me, do I conform to the rules? Lu Feifan remarked casually. The officials exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. At that moment, they were entirely convinced that Zhao Wuji had indeed been executed. This individual could not be assessed by normal standards. They were all struck with fear. However, none dared to concur, as the deceased was a member of the Feng family. Should they echo his sentiments, word would spread, and they too would face dire consequences. As for flattering this King Qin, they had no desire for such sycophancy. With this mad prince's indiscriminate killing, the time for such actions had passed. Once they reached the imperial capital, countless censure awaited him, along with retribution from the Zhao and Feng families. For now, he was King Qin, but in all likelihood, he would not remain so for long. They dared not offend such a seemingly doomed prince, yet neither would they rush to collaborate. At this moment, they only wished to expel this harbinger of misfortune. If you remain silent, it implies your dissent, Lu Feifan declared, visibly displeased. The three highest-ranking officials present stepped forward. Execute them, Lu Feifan stated plainly. Regardless of his indiscriminate slaughter, the current state of the Great Xia was already in disarray. With the emperor's reign being short and his father sufficiently incompetent, the officials in the present Great Xia hailed from prominent families, none of whom were virtuous. While executing them all could lead to innocent bloodshed, allowing even one to escape would result in numerous survivors. Moreover, these individuals had shown no allegiance to him, clearly aligning against the court. Thus, they deserved their fate. Lu Feifan remained unconcerned with political machinations. In this world, the notion that human determination can conquer heaven is not mere rhetoric. Strength dictates all. During the era of the great ancestor and the martial emperor, the influential families were exceedingly formidable, executing their will without hesitation, and none dared to label them as tyrannical. Thus, possessing strength rendered their opinions inconsequential. The unprecedented 17th tier of the celestial emperor's decree was the source of his confidence. In an instant, the three officials standing before him trembled upon hearing these words. With past experiences as a cautionary tale, and their firm belief in Zhao Wuji's demise, they had no doubt about the authenticity of their impending execution. This Qin king was indeed a madman. At this moment, they hesitated to invoke reason or appeal to their connections, especially considering that Feng Dou, who had previously threatened them, had yet to cool in his blood. Their connections paled in comparison to those of Zhao Wuji and Feng Dou. With a thud, the three officials knelt down. Although there were no protocols to avoid, they felt compelled to prostrate themselves. Your Highness, spare us. Your rules are impeccable, entirely just. You embody the very essence of order. They pleaded, acknowledging his sagacity. Faced with such irrationality, they had no choice but to beg for mercy, prioritizing their lives above all else. Since I am wise, my decisions are undoubtedly correct. Lu Feifan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Your Highness, you are absolutely right. To them, Lu Feifan's words were irrefutable. Acknowledging his correctness, there was nothing more to be said. With a wave of his hand, the black ice-heavy cavalry understood and stepped forward to drag the three away. The grim fate of execution loomed over them, rendering their pleas useless. The three, taken aback, were gripped by fear. They did not wish for death and had knelt in submission, but it appeared their fate remained unchanged. Qin King, you act without regard for order. You are cruel and heartless. Spare me, I was wrong. The sound of the sword's edge echoed ominously. Neither curses nor pleas could alter their grim destiny. Silence enveloped the remaining officials of each one, drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, a wave of officials began to kneel, finding solace on the ground. Your Highness, I am but a custodian. The fall of Ichuan city bears no relation to me. One official stammered, trembling in terror. The Qin king's blade was swift and merciless. Devoid of preamble, though the current ruler was already exceedingly foolish, such indiscriminate slaughter was unprecedented. He felt a chill at his throat, fearing the moment the Qin king would send them to their demise. I would flee if I could, but I truly evaded capture during the fall of Ichuan city. He insisted. Me too. Another official quickly echoed. Your Highness, the situation has escalated. Xian approached Lu Feifan with an accounting ledger in hand. Lu Feifan opened it for a brief glance. Li Jingji stepped forward. He commanded, closing the ledger as he spoke. Your Highness, please spare my life. I admit I have accepted quite a bit, but they willingly offered their tokens of gratitude. I had no choice. A relatively youthful official exclaimed in fear. Compelled to defend himself, there was no escaping the grim fate that awaited him once singled out. Anyone in his position would tremble with dread. Meanwhile, the other officials appeared somewhat relieved, for the accounts had been settled. Observing the one who had been called out, they shared a silent understanding. Realizing that although the Prince of Qin was indeed ruthless, he ultimately recognized the necessity of moderation. Among them, Li Jingji possessed the shallowest background. It seemed that the Prince of Qin had relished his display of authority and was now inclined to find a way to retreat gracefully, allowing them to evade disaster. Everyone else shall be executed, Lu Feifan commanded indifferently. Upon hearing this, the officials who had just felt a sense of relief instantly raised their heads. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief and horror. What did he just say? If his ears did not deceive him. The Prince of Qin had indeed pronounced a sentence of death for all. Chapter 11. Come and snatch if you dare among the officials who came to welcome the imperial army back. Only Li Jingji remained. They could hardly fathom until their last breath how the Qin king dared to act so boldly. The White Lotus sect had breached their defenses with no repercussions. Yet when the Qin king arrived, they all met their demise. This was a scenario they had never contemplated. Had they foreseen such an outcome, they would have brought more provisions, or, better yet, concealed themselves entirely. Initially, they approached with the intent of congratulating the black-armored cavalry, feeling a sense of unease despite their lack of animosity towards the White Lotus sect. The presence of the imperial forces provided them with a semblance of security. Regrettably, they could never have anticipated that the court would become a harbinger of death. The ruthlessness of the Qin king was akin to that of Yama, the god of death. Their lack of resistance was due to their own incapacity, a perfectly reasonable predicament. Alas, regardless of their justifications or feelings, their fates were sealed, and their heads were inevitably severed. Li Jingji felt a chill run down his spine. To his astonishment, he was the last one standing. You're not exactly innocent either, Lu Feifan remarked, startling Li Jingji to the point of paling. My lord, I could be a good person from now on. Li Jingji quickly pleaded. That is of no consequence, Lu Feifan replied coolly. I have reviewed your past. While you cannot be deemed virtuous, you have accomplished several tangible deeds. Although you have been greedy, you are diligent in your work and fair in your dealings. Therefore, I shall spare your life. From now on, you will be the governor of Ichuan. Do your best. Upon hearing this, Li Jingji first breathed a sigh of relief, only to have his expression change drastically. My lord, I cannot take on a role of governor, he exclaimed, his face contorted with anguish. While a promotion is typically a cause for celebration, he lacked the requisite strength and backing. Thus, occupying such a position would be tantamount to courting death. Serving as an official in the Great Xia was no simple task. Without the strength to command respect, one could find themselves silenced in the dead of night. This was not a mundane world. The strong were numerous, and power spoke volumes. With his capabilities, being the governor would only obstruct others' ambitions. The inevitable outcome would be bandits invading the city and the governor meeting a sudden demise. During the reign of Emperor Wu, all were kept in check, and the officials he appointed faced no opposition, regardless of their cultivation level. However, This was contingent upon having formidable protectors. Those without power could not assassinate, while those with power, once they acted, would find Emperor Wu's inner guards relentless in their pursuit. Any involvement in such matters would lead to the complete eradication of any faction or family, a feat even the founding emperor had not achieved. Thus, Li Jingji felt no joy at Lu Feifan's appointment of him as governor. This was no longer the era of Emperor Wu, but rather that of the notoriously incompetent Guangzhou. Look at the current state of the noble families. Even after losing Yichuan, they initially believed they would face no repercussions. Under the decree of Prince Lu Feifan, Feng Dowu's immediate reaction was one of threats, which reveals much about the situation. Do not worry. Just proceed as you wish. With me here, no one dares to harm you. The elite 1,000 troops of the Zhao family will henceforth be at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Li Jingji opened his mouth to speak. He yearned to express his skepticism, questioning whether mere words from you, the Qin Wang, could truly command their obedience. Perhaps while the Qin Wang was present, they would act as sycophants, but once he departed, they would transform into ravenous wolves. Regrettably, witnessing the Qin Wang's unwavering confidence, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Truth often stings, and he feared for his life. It seemed prudent to bide his time. Should any complications arise upon the Qin Wang's return to the capital, he would discreetly resign from his position. Notably, his appointment was merely verbal and not yet formalized. He was merely acting as interim governor of Yichuan, which should afford him some protection. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. To be candid, the Qin Wang's thought process appeared quite unconventional. The actions he undertook were certainly beyond what a rational individual would consider. Although the prince was indeed noble, that was the extent of it. He was not the Emperor Taizu or Wu Di of old, and such antics would surely lead to disaster upon his arrival in the capital. He commanded the prominent families to surrender 70% of their wealth to support the military, warning them not to compel his hand. This order left Li Jingji in a state of shock. While he understood the Qin Wang's erratic nature, he had not anticipated such audacity. Demanding 70% of the aristocrats' fortunes was tantamount to a complete confiscation. How could they possibly comply? It would be more straightforward to eliminate them outright. Go and inform them. I do not require suggestions. Just do your job. If you cannot, feel free to say so. Before Li Jingji could articulate his concerns, he heard the Qin Wang's command. Instantly, he swallowed his words and steeled himself to deliver the message. What on earth? The Qin Wang demands 70% of our fortunes to support the military. This is outright robbery. The White Lotus sect had previously only asked for 50%. Upon receiving the news, the noble families erupted in uproar. Although the White Lotus sect had not clashed with them directly, they had not done so without conditions. After all, ordinary citizens possessed little in the way of cultivation resources, while they were reluctant to sever ties with the noble families. The White Lotus sect could not conquer a city without gaining anything in return. Thus, discussions regarding the extent of resource contributions had taken place, with the White Lotus sect's bottom line set at a 50-50 split, but the details had yet to be finalized. Consequently, when Lu Feifan vanquished the White Lotus sect's forces, the noble families felt not only shock, but also relief. After all, with the White Lotus sect driven away, they would not have to bleed resources. Thus, they willingly offered some resources to support the military, partly out of genuine concern, but also due to the intimidation of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. However, they could never have anticipated that the Qin Wang would prove to be even more outrageous than the White Lotus sect itself. 70%? This was nothing short of banditry. Even if he is a prince, he must adhere to reason and maintain decorum. There is no way he will yield, not even a fraction of what is demanded. Can he truly resort to plundering with his army? Upon hearing the news, the noble families boldly declare their refusal to comply. Head of the family, this is a grave matter. An extraordinarily grave matter. The master of the Zhao residence and General Feng have been executed. Only one official remains in Yichuan, Li Jingji. Just as he finished his tirade, he was struck by a chilling revelation. Quickly, gather resources 70%. By any means necessary, procure 70%. Madness had ensued. He was dealing with lunatics. Initially, He vehemently proclaimed his unwavering stance, vowing not to part with even a fraction of the resources. Yet, upon learning of the decimation of each one's officials, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. If he remained obstinate, his entire clan could face annihilation. Chapter 12. The heir apparent. The powerful clans of each one were profoundly discontented with the 70-30 division. Yet, most acquiesced, for they had no choice. The methods employed by the king of Qin were terrifyingly effective. As for resistance, the 30,000 troops of the White Lotus sect had been obliterated, and the blood outside the city had yet to dry. They dared not defy him. Of course, there were one or two obstinate families who resolutely refused to comply. However, their fate was dire. They were eradicated without mercy, leaving the other Ichuan clans trembling in fear. They suddenly realized that conceding 70% of their military resources was not such a grave matter after all, as long as their lineage remained intact. Nonetheless, our possessions are not so easily taken. A letter must be sent to my uncle, and news must be conveyed to the master of the house. We must launch a formal impeachment. Even the royal family must not act with impunity. We are not to be trifled with. We shall employ individuals to disseminate scathing publications against him in the public sphere, crafting narratives so vile that his reputation would be sullied beyond redemption. However, such actions must be delayed until he departs from Ichuan. This king of Qin, he is exceedingly fearsome. Half of the resources acquired were retained by Lu Feifan, while the remaining half was allocated to the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Once the situation in Ichuan was stabilized, Lu Feifan continued his journey back to the palace. Meanwhile, during this time, tales of his deeds, embellished by those with ulterior motives, spread like wildfire throughout the realm of Xia. Most were aware of the fabricated narratives, and for them, it was merely a source of amusement, a lamentation of the king of Qin's cruelty, and a foreboding of Daxia's eventual demise. However, for the influential factions, the reality was far more absurd. They recognized the necessity to avert such occurrences. Even the royal family ought not to trample upon human life so casually. At this moment, they felt provoked. Although they were not the ones facing confiscation or execution, it was an ominous sign. If the royal family were permitted to act with such recklessness, today it might be the clans of Ichuan, and tomorrow it could be their own turn. After all, they were not without their own transgressions. Except for the era of the great ancestor and Emperor Wu, the subsequent emperors had never been so indiscriminate, especially for a mere feudal prince. If only one or two families were suppressed, they might have remained silent. However, the great clans of Ichuan were plundered, and those who dared to resist were exterminated. Some factions, anticipating the king of Qin's advance into their territories, were seized with panic. This king of Qin, who had never before been heard of, displayed such ruthless decisiveness upon his arrival. Although the royal family had witnessed their share of inept rulers in recent years, none had been this egregiously incompetent. Thankfully, there was no indication of him becoming the heir apparent. Otherwise, in the years before Daxia's inevitable collapse, everyone would have been faced with dire consequences. Such a brutal king of Qin might not instill fear in the great powers, who dared to speak against the royal family. Yet, the smaller factions were rightfully alarmed. While such a course of action would undoubtedly lead to Daxia's downfall, the reality was that the empire was already on the brink of collapse. They were at risk of being completely dismantled by this formidable figure before the complete disintegration occurred. This is novice. My dear brother, is he truly this unhinged? The news of the emperor's intention to designate him as the heir apparent was to be disseminated, allowing the world to be aware, and thus to oppose it. Within the depths of a secluded courtyard in the imperial capital, a youth of exquisite countenance, one hand resting behind him while the other cast bait into the lotus pond before him, heard the words of a half-kneeling figure clad in black, and issued a faint command. "Father, why do you place your faith in him?" He mused, unaware that other sons held such a diminutive status in the emperor's heart. Were it not for, perhaps even I would remain in the dark. After the black-clad figure departed with a response, the youth spoke to himself, and in a sudden surge of emotion, he crushed the jade bowl in his grasp into shards, which cascaded from his fingers with a clatter. The news of the Qin prince potentially being named the heir spread swiftly, igniting a tumult among the factions of the realm. Observing but a fragment reveals the entirety. One need only consider the actions of the Qin prince of Yichuan to discern the nature of the man. Should he ascend to the throne, the ensuing madness is scarcely fathomable. Various factions began to seek out influential officials within the court to initiate impeachment proceedings. The events in Yichuan must not recur. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. They were acutely aware of what a cornered beast, tasting blood, might do. Hence, it became clear, he is indeed the heir apparent. No wonder. Within the White Lotus sect, the reasons behind their army's failure have been a source of great perplexity. They could not comprehend it, for they understood well the formidable strength sent to deal with the Qin prince, far from the rabble perceived by the outside world. Even an elder of the earthly immortal realm had intervened personally. The external shock was profound, yet their awareness of the situation rendered it even more astonishing. The Holy Mother, upon receiving the news, felt as if she were hallucinating. Now, upon learning that the Qin prince seemed to be in contention for the heirship, she grasped the reality behind the situation. They had underestimated their adversary. It was no wonder the emperor dispatched the black ice-heavy cavalry to escort him. Surely, alongside them were powerful guardians of the earthly immortal realm, lurking in the shadows. It now appeared that the sixth elder had likely perished. The Holy Mother seethed with rage. Though she had her grievances with these old men, she could not deny that they constituted the true foundation of the White Lotus sect. The loss of 30,000 ordinary soldiers did not pierce her heart as deeply. Ordinary soldiers could be replaced, but those of the earthly immortal realm could not. The loss of even one was a significant blow. It was inexcusable. Had the sixth elder encountered a formidable opponent, he should have recognized his inability to prevail and retreated in time. There was no reason to confront the danger head-on. The returning disciples reported that they had found no trace of the elder's involvement. The Holy Mother furrowed her brow. This was another enigma she could not unravel. Even if the Qin prince were the heir apparent, surrounded by guardians of the earthly immortal realm, whose combat prowess could threaten the sixth elder's life, his actions ought to have stirred considerable commotion. It was simply inconceivable that the sixth elder could have been slain in an instant. That was absolutely impossible. The sixth elder is indeed a terrestrial immortal. Unless the revered Emperor Wu were still alive, it would be inconceivable for anyone to threaten his life, let alone extinguish it in an instant. There are undeniable concerns, profound concerns, regarding the royal family. Is there some arcane method at play that remains concealed from our knowledge? At this juncture, the Holy Mother of the White Lotus sect became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If a being of the sixth elder's celestial caliber were truly to be vanquished in such a manner, the implications would be too provocative to ignore. Clarity is imperative. The Holy Mother reached a decisive conclusion, and the senior members of the White Lotus sect nodded in agreement. The matter at hand is indeed alarming, if left unresolved. The demise of the sixth elder today could herald the peril of one among them tomorrow. Yet, who would be the most suitable to investigate this matter? This is indeed a conundrum. After all, the methods employed by the Qin king remain an enigma, and a misstep could lead to dire consequences. It is prudent to send the Holy Maiden on this mission. Chapter 13. The four sacred sects at present. The methods of the Qin king remain shrouded in mystery. Thus, to ascertain the situation, one must not solely rely on brute force, but rather employ a more subtle approach. Moreover, should the Qin king ascend to the throne, the hidden capabilities of the royal family are indeed formidable and could potentially allow the Saintes to resolve this dilemma. A suggestion was put forth by a powerful member of the White Lotus sect. This plan is indeed ingenious. Given the Saintess's attributes, she would undoubtedly ensnare the Qin king in her web. The members of the White Lotus sect nodded in agreement, expressing great confidence in this proposal. The White Lotus matriarch, seated in a position of authority, displayed a fleeting change in expression, yet after contemplation, she too acquiesced. In addition to sending the Saintess, it is prudent to prepare a contingency plan by dispatching a message to the Blood Demon sect to gauge their involvement and its effectiveness. It appears I have been overly lenient. Feifan soon became aware of the public discourse surrounding him. which was far from flattering. Various rumors circulated wildly. It was evident that these were instigated by the forces from Yichuan. Although he had generously taken 70% of the resources without contesting their other grievances, he was astounded by their ingratitude and audacity to malign him further. The next time, none of these individuals will escape unscathed. Lu Feifan concluded that he had not been ruthless enough. Should such a situation arise again, he must act with greater severity, ensuring they are deprived of any opportunity to spread rumors. What lies ahead? On this day, the caravan traversed a mountain abundant with spiritual energy. Lu Feifan beheld a cluster of palaces nestled amidst the clouds, the cries of celestial cranes and mystical beasts resonating, occasionally accompanied by the soothing chimes of bells. This sight compelled Lu Feifan to divert his gaze from his book. This place exuded a sense of grandeur surpassing even that of the imperial capital. During his previous journey to Qinchuan, he had not taken this route. Primarily, this time, his carriage was too large, necessitating a more suitable path. This is the Wuji sect. Lu Feifan, wholeheartedly devoted to his cultivation, paid little heed to worldly affairs. However, the Yin was well versed in the myriad circumstances of the realm. Although she could not identify the Wuji sect, she was nonetheless aware of its prominence. The Wuji sect is renowned as one of the four sacred sects of the Great Xia. Aside from the periods of the founding emperor and the martial emperor, they have largely disregarded the imperial edicts for the remainder of the time. The four sacred sects serve as a benchmark among the sects of the world. In the eyes of the various sects, the words of the four sacred sects carry far more weight than those of the royal family. There exists a saying that the authority of the court does not encompass the martial world. The martial world belongs to the four sacred sects. This illustrates the unique status of the four sacred sects within Great Xia. In former times, this was less pronounced. However, presently, the territories occupied by the four sacred sects dictate even the appointments of court officials. They have effectively become a nation within a nation. Let's take a closer look. Lu Feifan stated casually, "My lord, this may not be wise. The Wuji sect is notoriously difficult to engage with." Ziyin implored her lord to reconsider. Although this land is part of Great Xia, it is not governed by its authority. Even the emperor would likely find himself at a disadvantage. And it is quite probable that our esteemed prince could be met with disdain, which would inevitably affect his mood. "My prince, it would be prudent to depart from this place swiftly." The commander of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, who is usually resolute in executing orders, could not help but voice his concerns at this moment. His duty was to escort the prince safely back to the imperial capital, and he showed no fear even when faced with an army of 30,000 from the White Lotus sect. To him, they were merely a rabble. Surprisingly, he had not anticipated such an effortless victory against the White Lotus sect. Initially, he had prepared for the loss of half his men, yet they emerged unscathed, leaving him perplexed about the situation. Nonetheless, he remained grounded. Other matters aside, even the emperor would find it challenging to contend with the Wujizong. Moreover, they were but 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Through recent interactions, he had come to understand that this Prince Qin had quite a volatile temperament, prone to explosive reactions. The reputation of the Wujizong disciples was also notoriously arrogant, making the likelihood of conflict quite high. In the imperial capital, should the prince take the life of a few Wujizong disciples, it might not incite much trouble. However, this was the territory of the Wujizong, and, should an incident occur, escape could be impossible, a matter not to be trifled with. Even if there were reservations about executing the prince on the spot, the chances of pursuing vengeance afterward were considerable, and, at the very least, humiliation would be unavoidable. Hence, approaching them would be a foolhardy endeavor. "Fear not. I merely wish to observe," Lu Feifan stated nonchalantly. Lu Feifan was the one who held authority. Once he made a decision, even the commander of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had no choice but to comply. "Halt! Disarm at the gates of Wujizong." Upon reaching the mountainside, a group of disciples clad in white robes, bearing long swords, intercepted them. The number of disciples was substantial, most of whom were masters, with 2 leaders even attaining the great master level. Although the Wujizong was formidable, ordinary mountain guarding disciples could not reach such heights. Undoubtedly, the Wujizong was already aware of his arrival. In such a situation, to demand his men to disarm was a blatant display of disrespect for imperial authority. It could only be said that the 8,000-year-old Great Xia was indeed facing a crisis. In the time of the founding Emperor Wu, even a millennium prior, while the four sacred sects did not hold Great Xia in high regard, they would not have acted so openly with disregard. This is His Highness, Prince Qin. This realm belongs to the Great Xia, and all under heaven is the king's domain. With the prince's arrival, why do you not come forth to pay your respects? Despite the evident trepidation, the commander of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry maintained an imposing presence and spoke boldly. Who is Prince Qin? I have not heard of him, came the disdainful retort from the newcomers. Lu Feifan furrowed his brow. While the four sacred sects were indeed quite arrogant, they typically maintained a semblance of decorum in the presence of the court, provided there were no conflicts of interest. It was quite unusual for a mere disciple to exhibit such blatant disrespect toward the prince from the outset. Dear cousin Yuan Hao, please save me. My father and brothers have all perished. You must take charge on my behalf. At that moment, a cry for help resonated from the prison cart behind. Lu Feifan instantly grasped the situation. The young man leading the charge appeared to hail from the Zhao family. No wonder he had been so eager for a confrontation. It all made sense now. This individual was clearly seeking trouble. It seemed he intended to provoke a conflict between Lu Feifan and the Wujizong, hoping to use the sect's power for vengeance. Such a poorly crafted scheme. Lu Feifan shook his head. Do you wish for me to clash with the Wujizong? Very well. Let us render you powerless. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Feifan commanded the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, whose unwavering obedience faltered for the second time today at his behest. It is important to note that this was indeed the territory of the Wujizong. To incapacitate one of their disciples right from the outset was audacious, especially when their own King Qin had not even partaken of wine. Chapter 14. The burden of 5 centuries of taxation, a cacophony of cracking sounds accompanied by anguished cries reverberated through the air. Ultimately, though it seemed that their prince had succumbed to madness, the imperative to execute orders was ingrained in their very beings, even if such a command was tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, Zhao Yuanhao was rendered powerless. He had indeed attempted to resist, but along with his numerous fellow disciples, their efforts were in vain. Yet, the directive given to the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was merely to incapacitate Zhao Yuanhao. Therefore, out of respect for the Wujizong, they exhibited restraint. The remaining individuals were simply repelled. How dare you? How dare you? Zhao Yuanhao collapsed helplessly to the ground, disbelief etched upon his features. He had indeed sought to incite discord between Lu Feifan and the sect. However, his expectation was that Lu Feifan would boldly confront the situation, prompting a reaction from the sect's higher echelons, thus igniting a conflict. In his mind, the Qin Wang was merely a blusterer. This was Wujizong, and he surely possessed the self-awareness to refrain from any reckless actions. Yet, he had never anticipated being so thoroughly incapacitated right from the outset. As he assessed his condition, a pallor of despair clouded his countenance. The devastation was complete. The loss of his limbs was secondary, but the obliteration of his Qi Si and Dantian was catastrophic. Stripped of all his cultivation, this predicament meant that unless he could procure one of those legendary elixirs, he would be doomed to remain a cripple for all eternity. Yet, even as a member of the Zhao family and a disciple of Wujizong, he lacked the qualifications to access such treasures. Being merely a junior, those coveted items would be consumed by the elder practitioners themselves. At this juncture, the fate of the Qin Wang became irrelevant, for Zhao Yuanhao was utterly finished, completely and irrevocably. In his current state of disgrace, he could no longer remain within the sect, and the prospect of returning to the Zhao family was equally grim. Even within his own clan, numerous individuals harbored resentment towards him. Those who had previously been unable to challenge him would now relish the opportunity to see him fall. One could only imagine the grim fate that awaited him. He remained perplexed, unable to fathom how the Qin Wang could exhibit such unbridled arrogance. This was Wujizong, not the imperial capital of the Daxia. To so brazenly render a disciple of Wujizong powerless was surreal, and despite the reality of the situation, he felt ensnared in a dreamlike state. It was not only he who felt this way. all disciples of Wujizong, including those women being escorted back to the capital for assignment to the imperial brothel, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Indeed, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had decisively routed the forces of the White Lotus sect. However, in their eyes, the White Lotus sect had been reduced to a mere rabble following their defeat. While the spectacle was still impressive, it held little significance beyond that. To them, the White Lotus sect was hardly a formidable force. Moreover, the contingent that the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had vanquished was merely a minor faction within the White Lotus sect. Under such circumstances, though the victory was still astonishing, it did not elevate the perception of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry to invincibility. Yet, the current demeanor of the Qin Wang suggested he genuinely believed his Black Ice Heavy Cavalry to be invincible. Had Zhao Yuanhao known of the Qin Wang's ruthlessness beforehand, he would never have dared to take such a bold stance. His overconfidence had led to his downfall. Regrettably, there was no room for what-ifs. Now, he has become a mere waste. Ascend the mountain, Lu Feifan spoke calmly. The iron hooves of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry advanced slowly, accompanied by the heavy, crunching sound. It seemed that, at this moment, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was also infected by Lu Feifan's imposing aura, as they instinctively urged their steeds to exert more force, amplifying the sense of pressure. You, descendant of the Lu family, have overstepped your bounds. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. Even if your elders from the Lu family were present, they must adhere to the rules. Out of respect for the old ones, let today's matter end here. Withdraw. Before the white jade pillars, standing like the southern heaven gate amidst the white mist, an elder with white hair and beard sat majestically. Upon the arrival of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, he opened his eyes and cast a disdainful glance before speaking. As he did, an overwhelming pressure descended. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, which had pierced through 30,000 White Lotus sect troops, found their mounts, the crimson blood dragon horses, uncontrollably retreating. The horses neighed, and for the first time since receiving Lu Feifan, the 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry fell into disarray. Having met the king, why do you not bow? Lu Feifan intoned coolly. The elder regarded Lu Feifan with surprise. It was not the words themselves that astonished him, but rather the fact that the young man could maintain his composure under such immense pressure. Most notably, not only he was unfazed, even the maidens within the carriage, resembling a small palace, remained unaffected. Considering the rumors he had heard, it made sense that this Qin Wang was viewed as the promising future successor, likely possessing some treasure. Young one, you are merely a king. Come speak this to me again when you become an emperor. The elder responded. To be frank, if it were not for the rumors of him potentially being the future heir, he would have acted by now. The Great Xia still held considerable weight. Even in the face of impending collapse, many factions would share in the downfall. Thus he was reluctant to incite unnecessary conflict at such a critical juncture. Lu Feifan felt somewhat surprised. He had heard that the Four Saints sect no longer regarded the court with any esteem, not even granting much respect to the emperor himself. He had already incapacitated one of their disciples and severely beaten several others at the foot of the mountain. Yet this old man had not exploded in fury. Perhaps the assertion that the court held no authority was not entirely accurate after all. I have come today with pressing matters. Your Wuji sect has been in arrears with the court's taxes for 500 years. I am here to collect the full amount today, Lu Feifan declared. The elder scrutinized Lu Feifan deeply. He was perplexed as to whether this young prince was genuinely naive or possessed some hidden strength. Upon reflection, it seemed more likely that he was indeed naive. The emperor of Great Xia had become increasingly abstract. This future heir, so foolish, suggested that the fate of this generation was nearing its end. Wu Yang, there is no need to engage in lengthy discourse with a junior. Your temper is too lenient. You are overthinking. Youngster, while I remain calm, I advise you to leave at once. An elderly man with crimson hair emerged, casting a cold glance at Lu Feifan. This was the norm, which Lu Feifan found rather appealing. Otherwise, it would be challenging to take action. Lu Feifan considered himself a reasonable individual. After speaking, he noticed that Lu Feifan remained unresponsive, prompting the old man to snort disdainfully before extending his hand to strike forward. The elder in white robes, observing this, chuckled and shook his head, showing no intent to intervene. "Kill," commanded the leader of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, forcefully stabilizing his stance as an imposing aura erupted from him, with his spear pointed ahead. "Kill," echoed the voices of 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, resounding with a chilling intent. The atmosphere around them was extraordinarily tense. The mere presence of the two elders exerted immense pressure upon them, a sensation they had not experienced even in the face of 30,000 troops from the White Lotus sect. The formidable aura they exuded undoubtedly marked them as celestial beings of the land. Chapter 15. The land of mortals swept away by a tide, a group of inconsequential ants, scoffed the crimson-haired elder. Indeed, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was elite, possessing the strength to contend against land immortals. However, this was only true if they were a complete force of Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Frankly, he was already astonished that 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry could pierce through 30,000 troops of the Black Lotus sect, but that was the extent of it. Ultimately, lacking the realm of land immortals, they remained unable to shed their essence as mere ants. As a land immortal, he alone could quell armies. The audacity of 800 heavy cavalry charging at him was nothing short of an affront. Crack! How could this be possible? The crimson-haired elder had initially been brimming with confidence. Yet, the moment his attack made contact with the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, an overwhelming force surged forth, leaving him shaken to his core. His power shattered, truly shattered. In that instant, it felt as though the strength within him had transformed into a fragile mirror, struck by a heavy hammer, splintering into shards with a resounding crack, reduced to nothingness. The crimson-haired elder found himself in a state of utter disbelief. He was a land immortal, the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Great Xia. Even when facing an opponent stronger than himself, he could typically endure dozens of exchanges before revealing any signs of defeat. Yet now, merely in a fleeting clash of power with a swarm of ants, his strength had been obliterated. He could not accept this. He refused to believe that a mere gathering of Black Ice Heavy Cavalry could wield such might. If 800 of them could achieve this, the Great Xia would not have fallen so low. Then it dawned on him. He recognized the source of this oppressive force. It emanated from the young Qin Wang. But how could this be? If this were true, it would be even more incredible. Just days ago, he had been unfamiliar with the Qin Wang. However, over the past few days, news of the Qin Wang's brutality had spread far and wide. He had heard whispers of this young ruler. He knew the boy was merely 18 years old. At such a tender age, even the most venerable sect, the Wujizong, could only boast of grandmasters at their pinnacle. Even so, achieving the status of a grandmaster at that age was already remarkable. Presently, those who could be deemed prodigies among the grandmasters of the Wujizong were typically around 50 years old when they reached such heights. At 18, attaining the rank of grandmaster would allow entry into the inner circle of the Wujizong, earning recognition as a prodigy in any faction. Even a former martial emperor had not surpassed such accomplishments. However, if his senses were not deceiving him, the Qin Wang before him had likely already stepped into the realm of land immortals, and not just any land immortal. Most crucially, according to the traditions of the Great Xia, the imperial lineage practiced the celestial emperor's art. The terror associated with this technique was evident in the way the martial emperor had dominated the world, silencing dissenters with the mere threat of severing the pinnacle of land immortals. It was worth noting that during the reign of the martial emperor, the four holy sects, while formidable, were not the most elite of factions. It was precisely because those two eminent sects opposed the martial emperor that they were utterly annihilated, with 5 peak earth immortals among them being ruthlessly slain. Furthermore, the Northern Wolf clan was single-handedly decimated by the martial emperor. The sheer dominance of the celestial emperor's decree is truly terrifying. If such a young individual has attained this level, then the Great Xia cannot perish. Rather, it may usher in another golden age, and he is merely 18 years old. Such talent far surpasses even that of the martial emperor. Observing the composed youth before him, the crimson-haired elder was filled with profound dread. Yet, he could not utter a word before the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry surged through him. 800 riders charged, their long spears piercing his body repeatedly until he was utterly shattered beyond the realm of death. Silence enveloped the scene. The disciples of the Wuji sect, who had initially lingered in the distance to witness the arrogant Qin Wang being soundly reprimanded by their elders, were now wide-eyed with disbelief. Particularly, Zhao Yuanhao, who had been carried forth, blinked fervently, suspecting he was hallucinating. If he was not mistaken, the one reduced to fragments should have been their sect's elder at the Earth Immortal level. Was this some sort of jest? That was an Earth Immortal, one of the most distinguished figures in the Great Xia, capable of navigating through the throngs of 1,000,000 soldiers with ease. In essence, this represented an unparalleled realm. He had initially anticipated that the adversary would deliver a few resounding slaps to the detestable Qin Wang. However, now, the Qin Wang remained unscathed while their own elder lay deceased. It was simply absurd. At this moment, not only were they stunned, but even the black ice heavy cavalry, who had launched the attack, were bewildered. When had they become this formidable? A single charge had felled an Earth Immortal. Previously, they had regarded death with indifference, especially the commander of the black ice cavalry, who was filled with even more thoughts. The sensation just experienced bore a striking resemblance to their assault on the White Lotus Sect's army. That power stemmed from. He abruptly turned, his heart racing as a bold thought surfaced in his mind. Yet it seemed implausible. His lower realm limited his understanding, leaving him unaware of the underlying issue. Primarily, the realm of Lu Feifan was far too elevated. His command of power was nothing short of divine, leaving those of lesser realms completely oblivious. This was also the reason why the Black Eyes cavalry had previously penetrated the White Lotus army. Although they had felt somewhat dreamlike, they had not contemplated it any further. However, this time was markedly different. They were facing a genuine Earth Immortal, and the significance of that was far greater in their minds than that of 30,000 White Lotus soldiers. Thus, when they witnessed their foe being reduced to nothingness without resistance, they immediately sensed something was amiss. He began to suspect that perhaps their lord was in peril. Yet, how old was their lord? Only 18. In the realm of ordinary individuals, this was considered adulthood, but in the world of the strong, it merely marked the beginning. Do not speak of the current royal family. Even during the reign of the martial emperor, when royal resources were bountiful to the utmost degree, such an outrageous situation had never arisen. At this moment, among the living witnesses present, the only one who could definitively identify the perpetrator was the elder in white robes. A gentle breeze stirred, causing his once mountainous hand to tremble slightly. It was terrifying, exceedingly so. Even he, a terrestrial deity, felt a shiver of fear. Just moments ago, he had indeed sensed something amiss. He contemplated intervening, but merely lifted his hand before letting it fall. In that instant, it felt as though a sharp sword hovered above his head, imparting the ominous sensation that any movement on his part would lead to his demise. In that fleeting moment, his heart raced with utmost alarm. The tolling of a warning bell echoed within him, stirring waves of dread. It was also in that instant that he discerned the truth. That young King Qin, merely 18 years of age, had until then been shrouded in obscurity. He was the very source of terror. Chapter 16. The decision of the Supreme Sect, a terrestrial immortal, undoubtedly a terrestrial immortal. Moreover, it is unlikely that he is merely at the initial stage. He is at least in the mid-stage, if not at the pinnacle. The speculation arises primarily from the formidable power of the Celestial Emperor's Sutra, as it has been quite some time since anyone in the royal lineage has reached the mid-stage. Each generation of emperors has merely attained the initial stage through the transmission of secret techniques. Nevertheless, even at that level, few can contend with them within the Great Xia. Moreover, it is said that the Celestial Emperor's Sutra requires one to be at the peak to unleash its true potential. Otherwise, it could be even more terrifying. Though it seems incredulous, the elder in white robes believes that the Qin Wang before him has most likely reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, having cultivated the Celestial Emperor's Sutra to this extent. If that is indeed the case, it can only be said that this young man is extraordinarily formidable. Is it possible that the fate of the Great Xia is not yet sealed? Could destiny still reside with the Great Xia? It is important to note that the prevailing belief among various factions is that the Great Xia is on the verge of collapse. This sentiment arises not only from the declining lifespans of the emperors, which have worsened with each generation, but also from a rumor that the royal family's current plight is tied to the very sutra that once bestowed them power. The royal decree states that only the emperor's line is permitted to cultivate the celestial emperor sutra. Thus, after failing to secure the throne, the next generation resorts to different techniques. This is primarily due to the extreme difficulty of mastering the celestial emperor sutra. The royal family ensures that each emperor at least possesses the initial stage of terrestrial immortality, a reality rooted in their secret methods of power transmission, the specifics of which are known only to the royal family. However, there are whispers that this secret technique demands a significant price from its practitioners, which may explain the shortening lifespans of the emperors. Although such rumors abound, most find them plausible. According to calculations, after the current sovereign Guangzhou, the royal lineage of strength will no longer be passed down. Coupled with the accumulated flaws over 8,000 years, many believe that the Great Xia is destined for demise. Yet now, at this critical juncture, an 18-year-old Qin Wang has independently cultivated the Celestial Emperor's Sutra to attain the realm of terrestrial immortality, without relying on ancestral inheritance. Is this not the embodiment of divine destiny? He now comprehends why the Qin Wang is so audacious and why the 30,000 troops of the White Lotus sect were so easily vanquished. He also understands why he shows no mercy to those powerful clans. This mirrors the actions taken during the reign of the martial emperor. All of this stems from a profound confidence in one's own strength. And now, the Qin Wang possesses that very confidence in his own abilities. It is amusing that he previously thought the royal lineage was in decline, not only in terms of cultivation, but also in intellect. Yet, it turns out he was the true fool. 500 years of taxes, the supreme sect has paid. The elder in white struggled to speak. Having lost a friend at the terrestrial immortal level, he felt a surge of anger, yet he could only harbor it within. The circumstances were beyond his control. The strength of the Qin Wang has already elucidated a significant truth. In the forthcoming era, it shall remain the epoch of the illustrious Liu family of the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia is poised to embrace a millennium of splendor, perhaps even more potent than before. After all, the young Qin Wang is but 18 years of age. At this juncture, the Wuji sect must adopt a posture of humility and obedience. Otherwise, during the reign of the martial emperor, the two premier sects that faced annihilation of their doctrines would be the fate of Wuji sect as well. It is precisely this that has enabled the Wuji sect to rise. 500 years have passed, yet you have resisted taxation. Now, it is 2,000 years. Lu Feifan remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, your disrespect towards the imperial court incurs an additional 1,000 years of taxation. Lu Feifan further elaborated. Thank you for your grace, Prince. The elderly man in white clasped his fists and bowed. Indeed, this was a grace, for at least their entire Wuji sect was not extinguished. Although the reputation of the Qin Wang has only recently begun to circulate, it is evident that he is not one to be trifled with. He is a ruler of unparalleled brutality, capable of enacting extermination. Such circumstances left the disciples of Wuji sect utterly dumbfounded. They were to pay a singular tax equivalent to 3,000 years, not incrementally, but all at once, a grievous burden indeed. Yet despite this, their elders still felt compelled to express gratitude. This is the Wuji sect, renowned for its dominion over the Great Xia. Yet it exists within the realm of the four holy sects. Furthermore, they had just witnessed an elder of earthly immortal status shattered into fragments before their mountain gate by the imperial court. This would be a profound humiliation for any faction. And yet, the Wuji sect has bowed its head. The death of their elder is disregarded, and they are even required to submit resources. It should be noted that, despite the loss of an earthly immortal elder, the Wuji sect, which boasts the title of four holy sects and can defy imperial authority, possesses a staggering 18 elders of earthly immortal status, including 3 of mid-level prowess. Rumors suggest that they still have ancestors at the pinnacle of earthly immortal existence alive in this world. Moreover, the four holy sects maintain a relationship of alliance, enabling them to unite in critical moments. Such formidable strength should not yield to the swift degradation of their dignity. even if they have lost an elder of earthly immortal caliber. Though the circumstances of their elder's demise remain a mystery, they instinctively speculate that it is merely a manifestation of the imperial lineage's latent strategies. While the Great Xia royal family may be in decline, possessing some vestiges of heritage is hardly an anomaly. However, that is where it ends. Such latent strategies are not employed frivolously. They believe that the sect should not cower in fear. Sadly, regardless of how stifled the ordinary disciples felt, the higher echelons of Wuji's sect dared not to slacken their efforts in resource mobilization. In truth, following the demise of the crimson-haired elder, the elite within Wuji's sect had already been stirred. They were filled with ire. The white-robed elder communicated promptly to provide clarity. Their anger subsided as they tacitly accepted the elder's actions. It took 3 days to gather the resources, leaving Wuji's sect greatly diminished. After all, the taxes imposed by the imperial court are no trifling matter. Indeed, if the contribution were to occur annually, it would not amount to much for the Wujizong. However, the current obligation spans an astonishing 3 millennia. Even though the Wujizong boasts significant resources, the consumption is equally substantial. Therefore, a commitment of 3,000 years truly signifies a depletion of their reserves. Yet, they dare not express their anger. Instead, they proactively dispatch disciples to escort these resources alongside Lu Feifan back to the imperial capital. Instructions are given to the disciples. This matter must remain confidential. Effective immediately, the mountain shall be sealed for a year, and no information, no matter how trivial, shall be allowed to escape. Once Lu Feifan and his entourage depart, the higher-ups of the Wujizong promptly issue their orders. It is noteworthy that the disciples sent for escort are entirely unaware of the circumstances, having been gathered and isolated from the outside world for 3 days. They remain oblivious to the events that have transpired within the Wujizong during this period, only aware that they are tasked with transportation. The upper echelons of the Wujizong have acted in perfect harmony for this singular purpose, to prevent any information from leaking. This time, the Wujizong has suffered a significant loss, injuring their vitality. Such a setback cannot be borne solely by the Wujizong, otherwise they risk falling behind. Chapter 17. When is consent necessary? A single entity suffers losses, and it is a genuine misfortune. However, if all parties endure losses, it equates to an absence of significant detriment. Thus, when viewed from a different perspective, one could argue that there has been no substantial loss at all. Consequently, only the upper echelons of the Wuji sect are privy to the true circumstances surrounding Lu Feifan. While the disciples of the sect engage in rampant speculation regarding the reasons for their apparent capitulation, no high-ranking official has divulged any specific information. The turmoil surrounding the Wuji sect has indeed escalated significantly. However, under the stringent control of its leadership, no whispers of dissent have emerged. The formidable members of the Wuji sect eagerly anticipate that other factions will stumble as they have, perhaps even suffering more grievously, particularly the other 3 major holy sections. Although they are allied, it is often said that they share a common fate. In reality, they are rivals vying for supremacy. With the current situation irretrievably altered, their greatest desire is for the other 3 holy sects to encounter similar, if not worse, predicaments. As they set forth again, the women captured and awaiting their grim fate in the Ministry of Education have now fallen silent. The 800 black ice heavy cavalry have reached a zenith of power and intimidation. The precise manner in which that earthly immortal met his demise remains a mystery to them. Similarly, the reasons behind Wuji sect's rapid submission elude their understanding. Yet this does not diminish their confidence. Throughout their journey, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry has obliterated numerous aristocratic families and sections. News of their path has spread, causing noble families and various smaller sects to hastily abandon their possessions at the first hint of their approach. They have already heard of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry's impressive victories and harbor no intentions of resistance. Frankly, even the White Lotus sect's rebel forces have never driven them to this extent. While the White Lotus sect is no paragon of virtue, they at least engage in rational discourse and negotiation. In contrast, the words of King Qin carry no sense of reason. They understand that daring to bargain with him entails an even greater cost, and even the slightest act of defiance invites annihilation. There have been instances of factions uniting in an attempt to ambush the young King Qin, hoping to impart a lesson that being a prince does not grant one the license to act with impunity. Alas, those allied forces were utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Originally, should they have marched directly to the imperial capital, they would have arrived in about 8 days. However, now, after more than half a month, they have barely traversed half the distance. During this time, the imperial capital has become a gathering place for princes. In the wake of hearing news about their brother, they are left utterly astonished, particularly upon learning that the opposing force has plundered vast resources along their route. There are even rumors that the Wuji sect has paid their taxes. Witnesses claim to have seen disciples of the Wuji sect tasked with escorting the convoy, a notion so incredulous that it defies belief. This formidable 14th prince, whom I nearly forgot existed, has suddenly re-emerged with such ferocity. In previous years, he scarcely attended royal banquets, remaining quietly in the shadows. How has he become so formidable? Public sentiment has even led some to audaciously compare him to the martial emperor himself. At present, the individuals most preoccupied with news concerning Lu Feifan are his brothers. This time, summoned back to the capital, they could surmise the reason behind it. Under normal circumstances, pondering whether one could ascend to the throne of the Great Xia would be a straightforward matter. However, the current situation is anything but normal. Those who fail in the struggle for succession face dire consequences. Thus, the supreme position is not merely a matter of unrivaled power, but also intricately linked to their lives and fortunes. Regardless of the outcome, they must exert every effort. While everyone was generally aware of their brother's circumstances and had identified the formidable competitors, they had devised appropriate strategies to vie for the position. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the emergence of a brother they had previously overlooked, who now appeared with unexpected vigor. Although his actions seemed reckless and foolish, he nonetheless succeeded. The noble families had warned them that their subordinates were formidable and troublesome to deal with. In retrospect, they appeared to be nothing more than ineffectual. Fearful of authority, yet dismissive of virtue, the royal family had been overly lenient towards them. The 14th brother had indeed illuminated an alternative path for them. Regardless of who among them ultimately prevails, the situation crafted by the 14th brother can be regarded as a valuable lesson. To those illustrious families, a more assertive approach is warranted. A few severed heads would surely compel them to comply. Prince Lu Bowu, seated by the window with a wine jug, poured himself a drink. In response to his brother's criticisms of the previously inconspicuous 14th brother, he suddenly spoke. The 800 black ice cavalry shattered those noble families. They are not the monoliths we imagined, merely making a ruckus with their words. This statement prompted thoughtful nods from those in the room. A realization dawned upon them, and some eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. The melodious strains of a zither resonated, crisp and delightful, akin to water droplets cascading into a flowing river, producing a rhythmic harmony. Amidst the gentle rain, between the lotus pavilions, a figure in white robes emerged through the mist, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens to perform a solo on earth. The black ice heavy cavalry moved forward with a rhythmic clatter. Upon reaching this point, even their ironclad resolve softened, and they slowed their advance. Inside the carriage, Lu Feifan glanced up, a smile flickering across his face. Please invite that young lady inside for a conversation. The attendant, Xian, trembled slightly as she poured the tea upon hearing those words. Her lord had always been focused solely on his cultivation, indifferent to all, regardless of gender. This was the first time she had witnessed him extend an invitation to someone. Furthermore, the young lady in the lotus pavilion, though veiled in delicate gauze and appearing ethereal amidst the fine mist, was undeniably a paragon of beauty. Having turned 18, her lord had recently begun to act in ways markedly different from his usual demeanor, exhibiting a certain carefree spirit. It would be entirely unsurprising if he were to entertain thoughts befitting an adult. This was something she eagerly anticipated, yet the object of his affections was not her. She sighed inwardly, realizing that she was merely a maid, and her aspirations were perhaps too lofty. Adjusting herself, Xian concealed her emotions and gracefully alighted from the carriage, heading to the riverside pavilion for a meeting. "Your Highness," she stated, "one must not entertain poor attitudes when seeking assistance." Moments later, Xian returned and, after a courteous bow, continued, "It is evident that the so-called attitude requires Lu Feifan to approach personally. When has it ever been necessary for her to consent?" After sipping his tea, Lu Feifan replied nonchalantly. Xian was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? Even as a confidant, she found herself at a loss at this moment. Wasn't her lord in high spirits? His words seemed to suggest a more forceful approach. Although her lord was indeed domineering, she sensed that he was not the type to resort to such measures in this regard. Chapter 18. Seeking guidance though perplexed, Xian executed her orders with remarkable efficiency. The woman in the white dress was brought forth. "What do you intend to do? Are you trying to forcibly abduct a respectable woman?" spoke the maid of the white-dressed lady, clad in green and with hair styled in dual spirals, her words brimming with audacity, a demeanor not typical of an ordinary servant. "If I were to abduct her, what could you possibly do about it?" Lu Feifan replied nonchalantly. "A woman as beautiful as your mistress, performing alone in this place, is merely inviting a fateful encounter, is she not? You speak nonsense." The green-clad maid was momentarily taken aback by his words, which seemed quite reasonable, but she quickly regained her composure. "Regardless of your intentions, your actions have led to this outcome." Lu Feifan did not take offense at the maid's insolence, nor did he feel anger. His temperament was typically quite amiable. "However, my dear lady, you are fortunate to have encountered me. I harbor no ill will towards you. I am merely intrigued by the piece you played. Might you enlighten me on it?" Lu Feifan was earnest in his request. His summoning of the woman in the white dress was not merely a whimsical endeavor driven by a nebulous sense of divinity. He was genuinely captivated by her performance. Possessing an extraordinary aptitude for comprehension and insight, Lu Feifan discerned that the melody she had just played was far from ordinary, imbued with profound willpower. This was evident, as even the ironclad black ice cavalry had slowed their pace, softened by the emotional resonance of her music. From this, it was clear that the woman was no ordinary individual. Perhaps she was here specifically awaiting his arrival, the King of Qin. Given his actions thus far, any forces approaching him for probing or assassination would be a deviation from the norm. Nevertheless, for Lu Feifan, such matters were trivial. His absolute strength endowed him with unwavering confidence. Any plots against him were inconsequential in the face of his power. He need not concern himself with the schemes directed at him. There were undoubtedly countless such intrigues at play. For Lu Feifan, it sufficed to observe quietly. Should anyone dare to emerge, he could swiftly deal with them. With the Emperor of Martial Arts, the celestial Emperor Huangzhu, at the 15th level, standing at the pinnacle of earthly immortals, one could dominate an era, with none daring to challenge him. It is worth noting that during that time, the martial spirit within the Great Xia was at its zenith, and the power of the noble clans was equally formidable. Many earthly immortals existed at the pinnacle during that era. In contrast, in the present age, the most formidable individuals among the major powers are typically at the mid-level of earthly immortals, while those at the pinnacle are regarded as legendary ancestors within various sections. The question of whether they still live remains uncertain even among the elite of these factions. When the martial emperor reigned, the martial prowess across the realm was so robust that he could sweep through it effortlessly. Yet now, the overall strength of the Great Xia pales in comparison to that bygone era. Lu Feifan had already cultivated the heavenly emperor's art to an unprecedented 17th level. With such formidable prowess, what could he possibly fear? It is noteworthy that since the reign of the Great Xia's martial emperor, the strength of the emperors has largely relied on lineage, with each generation proving weaker than the last, and their cultivation of the heavenly emperor's art yielding little progress. Yet, the Great Xia endures, primarily due to the relative weakness of the surrounding forces. This situation stems from the martial emperor's merciless actions during his rule. To the imperial family, the martial emperor is a sacred sovereign, a paragon for every successive emperor. However, to the various factions across the realm, he is regarded as a tyrant. The dread of the martial emperor lingers even to this day, instilling fear even among those who merely peruse historical texts. The Great Xia and its neighboring powers have only begun to regain their vitality after millennia of oppression, a legacy of the martial emperor's relentless purges. During his thousand-year reign, he spent the majority of his time either exterminating clans or on military campaigns. Those formidable beings who attempted to hide were inevitably discovered and silenced. The resources and secret cultivation techniques of the various factions were systematically appropriated into the imperial treasury. Frankly speaking, whatever heritage the factions possessed, the imperial treasury held as well. And what they lacked, the treasury possessed in abundance. All of this was acquired during the era of the martial emperor. It can be said that in the span of 8,000 years, the name of the martial emperor eclipses even that of the great ancestor. In truth, while the great ancestor established the realm, he did not cleanse it thoroughly. Numerous sects and noble families, brimming with power and ambition, emerged from the chaos. And the turbulence of the realm has never truly ceased. After the great ancestor's time, the stability of the Great Xia wavered until the martial emperor eradicated opposition, shattering the backbone of those noble houses and sections. However, after all these years, with the decline of the Great Xia royal family, it is evident that they are beginning to stir once more. "Can you play a tune, my lord?" The voice of the woman in the white dress was cold and devoid of emotion. "Not yet, but I can learn," Lu Feifan replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the woman's face, veiled by delicate gauze, curved into a slight smile. Although she could not play a tune, she found his music intriguing and desired to learn, a rather unrefined method of flirtation. She could already predict the next step. He would take a short time to learn, then invite her to accompany him for further instruction. Amen. It seems this task is hardly challenging. Indeed, the art of persuasion need not be overly complex. A straightforward approach often suffices. "Since you wish to learn, I shall not refuse." The woman in white bowed gracefully. "Bring me your zither," Lu Feifan instructed Xian. Once everything was in place, Lu Feifan and the woman in white sat facing each other. "Please, young lady." Lu Feifan gestured invitingly. With a soft strum, the woman caressed the zither strings. The sound resonated through the misty rain, its clarity summoning a response from the celestial cranes. Lu Feifan followed suit, but his own playing seemed somewhat solemn. The woman's brows furrowed slightly. It is not that Lu Feifan plays poorly, but rather, although the performances of both seem worlds apart, only she knows that this particular note is one of the transformations within his piece. It is inconceivable, in this world, she should be the sole possessor of this melody. Moreover, the transformation he employs is intended for confrontation. Yet, where are the adversaries here? As her thoughts turned in this direction, the woman in the white dress felt a sudden stir within her spirit. Her gaze swiftly shifted to the lake. Not far away, following the sound of a zither, a series of bubbling noises emerged, as if something were leaking air. "Continue, young lady." Before she could ponder further, Lu Feifan, with a smile upon his face, spoke. A multitude of thoughts swirled in her mind. However, it was clear that this was not the moment for deep contemplation. The woman in the white dress steadied her heart, and once more placed her fingers upon the strings of the zither. Chapter 19. Misunderstanding the sound of a zither resonated, blending soft melodies with iron will, intertwining in the air, causing the gentle rain to produce a series of metallic clangs upon its descent. At that moment, the rain seemed imbued with a force of intent. This was an ancient path of the Qingdao. On one side stood towering mountains, shrouded in mist for miles beyond sight, while on the other lay a vast lake, its waves surging, invigorated by the gentle breeze of the drizzling season. However, those traversing this landscape felt as though they were enduring 1,000 cuts. In the lake and among the mountains, a group of individuals clad in crimson garments lay in ambush. Initially, they were perfectly concealed, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. Even their breath seemingly non-existent, like stubborn rocks in the mountains, like flowing water in the lake. Yet, as the zither's melody filled the air, each of them, regardless of their cultivation level, suddenly felt as if a great mountain had been forcefully pressed upon their hearts. Some of the weaker practitioners were even crushed to death by the overwhelming pressure. The The melody continued, slicing through them like knives. Those hidden in the mountains perceived the descending rain as a barrage of blades, incessantly carving into their flesh. To them, it truly felt as if the heavens rained down daggers. Meanwhile, those in the water sensed the flowing current transforming into piranhas, gnawing at their bodies bit by bit. As the final note of the composition faded, they pressed onward. Feifan waved his hand, urging the group to continue their journey. In their wake, the lake where they had paused erupted with bubbling sounds, soon tainted crimson as the blood and shattered flesh attracted schools of fish. Yet they lingered at a distance, hesitant to approach. The ominous aura in the air was palpable enough to instill a primal sense of unease even in the fish. Meanwhile, the mist in the mountains had taken on a sinister red hue, rendering the landscape particularly terrifying. They were all dead, every last one of them, and it appeared they had remained in a state of concealment without making a move. After a while, several figures descended from the sky. Upon surveying the scene, their expressions shifted dramatically. The killing melody. This was the technique of that little demoness from the White Lotus sect. She was responsible for this. How audacious of the White Lotus sect to act against us in such a manner. Do they truly believe themselves to be the paramount sect of the world? One man, wielding a folding fan, leapt down. After a thorough examination of the surroundings, he reached a conclusion, his jade fan whirring as he waved it, his eyes gleaming with malice. It was certain that if any members of the White Lotus sect were present now, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. Calm down, second brother. Even if that little demoness from the White Lotus sect harbors such intentions, her strength is inadequate. 10 grandmasters have perished, and the rest are all at the master level. These individuals didn't even have a chance to act before meeting their demise. Do you truly believe that little demoness possesses the capability to accomplish this? Clearly, she does not. Just as the man with the jade fan was on the brink of seeking out a few members of the White Lotus sect to vent his fury. Among their ranks, a young scholar adorned with a jade mask surveyed the surroundings before speaking. Even if it is not that little enchantress, this affair undoubtedly bears her influence. The rumors circulating from the White Lotus sect assert that only she possesses the deadly melody. Yet, whether that is true remains a mystery known only to them. I suspect that this method is certainly within the repertoire of some old-timer from the White Lotus sect. The irritable middle-aged man, fanning himself with a jade fan, interjected. He was resolute in his belief that the White Lotus sect deserved condemnation. Observing his demeanor, it was clear that his ire stemmed not only from this incident, but also from a long-standing enmity with the sect. The second brother is correct. This technique is undoubtedly linked to the White Lotus sect. However, what puzzles me is why they would choose to assist that king of Qin. Another individual raised a question. Not long ago, their forces were decimated by the king of Qin, and in the southeastern territories, they had laid numerous traps that were also disrupted by him. Logically, they should harbor the greatest animosity towards the king. This indeed warranted suspicion. The White Lotus sect should, in theory, despise the king of Qin more than anyone else. Yet, they now appear to be defending him, which defies reason. Regardless of the motives, the White Lotus sect must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, do they think they can bully our blood slaughter sect? As for the king of Qin, we must gather more allies. He must perish. The heir of the Great Xia? The middle-aged man, still fanning himself, remained firm in his belief that the White Lotus sect deserved punishment. Yet, he understood that now was not the time to settle scores with them. Eliminating the heir of the Great Xia was the priority. Why has the leader suddenly taken an interest in this mere king of Qin? Could it be due to the rumors surrounding him being the heir of the Great Xia? The middle-aged scholar pondered, perplexed. According to the leader's previous sentiments, the fate of the Great Xia is sealed. However, even so, the struggle of a cornered beast can be perilous. We should exercise caution and wait for their internal collapse. As for the emperor or the heir, they cannot alter the outcome. The young scholar, adorned with a jade mask, expressed his confusion. This matter is the leader's intent, and we shall comply. There must be a reason behind his actions. Leading them was an elder who, despite the fervent debates of his subordinates, had remained silent, quietly observing the surroundings. However, regardless of who was intervening to protect that king of Qin, The situation had grown complex, indicating that a formidable presence from the realm of terrestrial immortals was at play. I will personally investigate the situation. You all wait here, and we shall discuss it later. If possible, I will directly eliminate that prince. If not, we will devise another plan. To personally slay a prince would indeed be a commendable feat, the elder mused for a moment. One hand clasped behind his back while the other stroked his long beard, a confident expression on his face. With an elder taking action, the demise of the king of Qin was assured. No matter who sought to protect him, it would be futile. Indeed, with the elder's intervention, his power knows no bounds. Upon hearing the elder's intention to act, those who followed him were instantly invigorated. Primarily, given the current circumstances, it is evident that the cause of such a scene is undeniably linked to the formidable beings of the land immortal realm. Among them, only their elder brother is an actual land immortal, while the rest are merely at the pinnacle of grandmaster status. Under ordinary circumstances, this would suffice. Accompanying their elder brother, they would not fear even when facing a land immortal, for their role would merely be to assist in combat. However, the situation with the Qin king is markedly different. Regardless of their outward disdain for him, there is one undeniable fact they are acutely aware of. The black ice-heavy cavalry under the Qin king's command has decisively pierced through the ranks of the 30,000 White Lotus army. Although the White Lotus sect is largely composed of a disorganized multitude, it does possess elite forces. Otherwise, how could they have ever laid siege and plundered? The intelligence they have gathered indicates that those elite forces were swiftly eliminated in one fell swoop. Consequently, they hold a significant apprehension towards the black ice-heavy cavalry. Chapter 20. Underestimation. If their elder brother were to become entangled with the realm of terrestrial immortals, they would inevitably bear the responsibility for the assassination of the Qin king, confronting the formidable black ice-heavy cavalry head-on. This prospect filled them with trepidation. It was precisely for this reason that they had initially orchestrated the assassination through their subordinates, refraining from direct involvement. Now, with their elder brother personally undertaking the task, they were naturally relieved and hopeful for his swift success. As they watched the elder leave, the jade-faced scholar spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. Should their elder brother succeed, their participation would no longer be necessary. However, glancing at the scene of devastation, unease flickered across some faces among them. Fortunately, their elder brother had been preoccupied, allowing them to dispatch men to confront the Qin king. They had laid an ambush along this route for several days, but the Qin king had moved at a sluggish pace, only arriving today. Their elder brother had completed his business and then joined them. Who could have known he would arrive just a moment too late? Had he come sooner, a confrontation with the Qin king would have been inevitable. While their elder brother would likely emerge unscathed, their own fates remained uncertain. As it stood, this task was perfectly suited for their elder brother, a situation most favorable for them. How could you play the death melody? The army advanced steadily, with a mobile palace drawn by horse-drawn carriages. At that moment, Bailiuli felt an icy chill envelop her spirit. Initially, she had thought this mission would be unremarkable, especially when Lu Feifan had sent someone to invite her into the carriage. At that moment, her thoughts were filled with the notion that all men were the same, particularly when the invitation was so forcefully extended, rendering it all the more base. However, the moment the death melody resonated, she instantly realized her grave misjudgment. The Qin king had evidently discerned her true identity at a glance. But that was impossible. The 8 Extremes demon suppression melody was what she had revealed, merely the death melody. The love song she had previously played had never graced the ears of the martial world. There were no rumors regarding it. The people of the martial realm only recognized her death melody and were unaware that she possessed the 8 Extremes demon suppression melody. Yet just moments ago, she had played the love song, only for him to respond with the death melody, sending her heart into a state of sheer terror. More crucially, the Qin king's rendition of the death melody. Bailiuli felt a bone-chilling dread. She sensed that assassins were lurking in her vicinity. It is worth noting that even she had been oblivious to their presence initially. Clearly, they were professionals equipped with specialized methods. concealing themselves so deeply that even those of higher cultivation could not detect them while remaining still. Nevertheless, if her instincts were correct, those assassins should have ceased to exist by now. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. In that moment, a bold hypothesis formed in her mind. The previous setbacks faced by the holy sect, including the loss of an elder from the terrestrial immortal realm, were not merely the result of hidden royal stratagems, as they had speculated, but rather the work of the Qin king standing before her. At this critical juncture, the Great Xia is beset by such a terrifying presence. This signifies that the destiny of the Great Xia still endures. It is imperative that this news be relayed back. The holy sect must remain in hiding, for the time is not yet ripe. Liuli composed herself with great effort. She must survive to convey this horrifying intelligence. If the information is accurate, the figure before her, the king of Qin, has only just turned 18. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal. This is something she had never heard of before. Even the martial emperor had not achieved such a feat. The royal lineage of the Great Xia has produced an existence more formidable than the martial emperor. If this is indeed true, even in hiding the holy sect this time, it is vital to remember that during the era of the martial emperor, the holy sect suffered near annihilation, with only a few feeble practitioners managing to survive in obscurity. It was only now, as the Great Xia has weakened, that they have begun to recover some vitality. Should they face this threat again, there may be no opportunity left for them. Hiding is not a simple matter. The hardships involved are akin to a history of blood and tears chronicled in the sacred texts of the holy sect. He is likely only at the beginning stages of the terrestrial immortal realm. Thus, could she seize this moment to decisively vanquish him? Contemplating the arduous path of concealment and the struggles that brought the holy sect to this point, Liuli conceived a bold idea. Primarily, she believed that the king of Qin, even if he has indeed reached the realm of the terrestrial immortals, is merely a novice. Although he presents a terrifying demeanor, one must remember that the martial emperor was also at the pinnacle of the terrestrial immortal realm, able to command respect from all practitioners under heaven. Therefore, she surmised that Lu Feifan's terror stems from his cultivation of the celestial emperor's art. After all, an 18-year-old terrestrial immortal is already sufficiently fearsome. That is beyond her imagination. If he is merely at the initial stage of the terrestrial immortal realm, then the cost could potentially be addressed. All of this must be accomplished before he enters the imperial capital. This means she must disseminate the news, urging the holy sect to unite with all parties and spare no effort to eliminate him before the king of Qin steps into the capital. Otherwise, should the Great Xia produce another martial emperor, the holy sect would be utterly doomed. After all, the nature of the king of Qin is evident from previous reports. He resembles the martial emperor in temperament, a man prone to exterminating entire families at a whim. Should news of him spread, all forces across the realm would undoubtedly rally to suppress him. Although the current aristocratic families owe their existence to the martial emperor, who eradicated numerous formidable factions, allowing them to rise, they are filled with dread rather than gratitude. Those once mighty powers have turned to dust. Should it come to that again, the same fate may befall them. Yet another fool seeks death. Just as Liuli pondered how to relay this message, she noticed the man, who to her seemed no different from a demon, break into a faint smile. She then witnessed him glide his hand across the strings of his instrument, zhang, accompanied by the melodious strains of the zither. An invisible force surged forth, resembling a crescent moon in its graceful arc. Almost simultaneously, a shadow darted out, colliding perfectly with the crescent formed by the music. Then, silence ensued. In the distance, amidst the hazy drizzle, a mist of crimson blood scattered, creating a uniquely beautiful tableau. Gulp! Liuli found no beauty in this scene. The fleeting shadow evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Could it possibly be the infamous figure from the Blood Butcher sect? It seemed implausible, utterly impossible. She struggled to believe it. Even if one practiced the Celestial Emperor's secret technique to an extraordinary degree, that individual was merely at the initial realm of a terrestrial immortal. Such a swift and decisive kill seemed beyond reason. Yet, upon further contemplation, She pondered the true might of the Celestial Emperor's secret technique. Her understanding was limited to the analyses gleaned from ancient texts regarding the exploits of the martial emperor. Reflecting on the martial emperor's ability to wash the world in blood, she realized that perhaps her imagination had faltered, ultimately underestimating the overwhelming power of the Celestial Emperor's technique. Chapter 21. The elder brother shattered the opposition with utter ease. It is no wonder that the martial emperor of the Great Xia could sweep the world with bloodshed. In the face of such formidable power, adversaries of the same realm are scarcely more than mere ants. Of course, experience can still provide a means to resist. Although since the era of the Great Xia's martial emperor, no emperor has succeeded in cultivating the Celestial Emperor's art to the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm. Many have attained the earthly immortal status through inherited power, with some reaching the mid-tier of that realm. These emperors, while possessing a degree of authority, have been limited in their influence. Various factions may regard them with caution, yet they do not harbor outright fear. Should they unite, even those of such elevated stature could be contested. According to various reports, as long as one has not attained the 15th level of the Celestial Emperor's art, the possibility of opposing the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm remains. Nevertheless, it is imperative to resolve this swiftly. Achieving the earthly immortal status at the tender age of 18, particularly through the cultivation of the Celestial Emperor's art, instilled in by Liuli a profound sense of urgency. She harbored no doubts that given sufficient time, the opponent would undoubtedly cultivate the Celestial Emperor's art to the 15th level and attain the earthly immortal status, rendering them truly invincible across the land. As she gazed at the receding blood mist, myriad thoughts swirled within her mind. What she had initially perceived as a straightforward task had shattered her worldview. This nebulous drizzle seemed to mirror the uncertain future of the sacred sect, devoid of clear direction. "My elder brother shall return shortly. We must prepare," she declared. Conveniently, there stood a pavilion nearby. "Let us procure some game and prepare a fine wine. When he returns, we shall celebrate his triumph." Previously, within the Lotus Pavilion whereby Liuli had played, several figures sat in contemplation. In a moment of boredom, one suggested this seems fitting. The group unanimously concurred with the proposal. They swiftly set about their tasks. Some ascended the mountain for game, others ventured into the water to catch fish, while yet others fashioned a stone pot over a fire, and some retrieved wine gored from behind them. The atmosphere was imbued with a sense of artistic flair. The middle-aged man, resembling a scholarly figure, sighed in appreciation. "We await our elder brother's glorious return." They felt fortunate to be in the company of such a leader. Each time a task proved slightly challenging, there was no need for their assistance. Their elder brother managed it effortlessly. This time, the demise of King Qin had yielded substantial rewards, and they had exerted no effort, which left them feeling quite pleased, despite the loss of numerous subordinates. After all, subordinates could be replenished. Their own well-being was paramount. However, as time passed, hours slipped by, and despite their attempts to remain patient, the figure of their elder brother remained elusive, though they had endeavored to slow their pace. The food in the stone pot and the meat roasting over the fire inevitably began to cook. The savory aroma wafted through the air, yet their initial enthusiasm waned, leaving them devoid of appetite. "Is something amiss?" The scholarly middle-aged man furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. "It cannot be. It is absolutely inconceivable. Our elder brother is a figure of the earthly immortal realm." He shook his head, fanning himself with his jade fan. "With the prowess and assassination skills of our elder brother, eliminating an 18-year-old youth, even with the protection of a land immortal, would pose no challenge at all. Moreover, even if the attempt were unsuccessful, our elder brother's strength would allow for a swift escape. The 800 black ice heavy cavalry could be disregarded. Could the land immortal truly pose a threat to him?" Upon hearing these words, the group's tension began to ease somewhat. However, a lingering anxiety remained, intensifying as time progressed. As darkness enveloped the sky, their foreboding feelings grew ever stronger. Could something truly have gone amiss? The middle-aged man, dressed like a scholarly gentleman, spoke up. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." This must be our elder brother seeking an opportunity. The land immortal protecting that Qin Wang is formidable, and our brother has yet to find the right moment. After all, this was the Qin Wang, rumored to be the crown prince, making the assassination inherently challenging, remarked the man with the jade fan. His confidence in his elder brother was unwavering. Yet, even he could not suppress the increasing frequency of his fan's movement, betraying his own unease. Shall we follow closely and observe? Someone proposed. Agreed, but we must maintain our distance. I sense something amiss with that Qin Wang, nodded the scholarly gentleman. Cautiously, they proceeded. Suddenly, the man with the jade fan cried out, "This is a fragment of our elder brother's silver armor." He had unearthed a small piece from amidst the tall grass by the lakeside, his body trembling. At his words, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Clearly, their fears were beginning to materialize. Search! They leaped into the lake, moving like fish within the water. After a while, as they regrouped, each possessed a shard from diverse locations, and one even held a small piece of flesh, marked unmistakably by a dark mole. "This is the mole on our elder brother's neck," the one with the flesh asserted confidently. The fragments, coupled with the distinct mark, made it undeniable. An ironclad truth lay before them. Their elder brother had been shattered. Someone gasped, their voice trembling. Their elder brother had fought alongside them for over 2 centuries. Most importantly, they had aided him in acquiring an extraordinary opportunity, allowing him to ascend to the realm of the land immortal. He had always been loyal, supporting his band of brothers. Because of him, their standing surpassed that of ordinary grandmasters. Yet now, their elder brother was gone, reduced to fragments. Their pillar of strength had vanished. The most alarming realization was that their elder brother, a land immortal, had perished, leaving behind only remnants of his armor. They could scarcely fathom the force capable of inflicting such devastation upon him. "What shall we do? Should we persist in our attempt to assassinate the Qin Wang?" inquired the man with the jade fan. A group of individuals cast a bewildered glance at him. Their elder brother was a being of terrestrial celestial status, and even when he sought out the king of Qin, he was utterly obliterated, without even a chance to escape. Under such circumstances, how could they contemplate assassination? It was as if they were courting death, setting aside the formidable adversary who had slain their elder brother. The Black Eye's heavy cavalry had suffered immense losses in this endeavor, and with their terrestrial celestial elder brother gone, they were left with nothing but a futile endeavor. "I merely wish to avenge our brother." The middle-aged man with the jade fan realized he had misspoken and hastily attempted to clarify. The others, upon hearing this, wore expressions of profound indignation. Yet, once their anger subsided, they were left with a stark reality. No matter how great their desire for vengeance, they had to confront the truth of their own inadequacy. "Let us send a message to the sect, exaggerating the threat posed by the king of Qin, so that we may leverage the sect's resources to eliminate him. The king of Qin must perish. Only then could we find solace for our elder brother's spirit in the heavens." Chapter 22. The royal family under siege by Liuli after a daring venture. Seize the opportune moment to employ a method comprehensible solely to the formidable members of the White Lotus sect, leaving behind a hidden signal. The intent was clear. The Qin Wang must be subdued without fail, for the revival of the Holy Church hinged upon it. Having dispatched the signal, Bai Liuli felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now, all eyes were on the Holy Church. One could only hope for their earnest consideration. However, just as Bai Liuli was silently congratulating herself, Lu Feifan, engrossed in his study of the scriptures, suddenly looked up and spoke. The moment those words escaped his lips, Bai Liuli's heart tightened. Evidently, her covert actions had not gone unnoticed. Yet, in this precarious situation, why did he refrain from intervening? Observing Lu Feifan's confident demeanor, an uneasy sensation gripped Bai Liuli. Her instincts warned her that trouble might be looming. Could this be a trap set by the royal family? A bold hypothesis took shape in her mind. Perhaps the royal family had anticipated everything, intending to ensnare the Holy Church in one fell swoop. "Your imagination is quite vivid." Lu Feifan chuckled, shaking his head. "Miss Bai, please perform the pieces you are familiar with." Upon hearing this, Bai Liuli suspected that Lu Feifan was mocking her. For after she played a piece, he could replicate it flawlessly, even surpassing her own rendition, leaving her with the impression that he was instructing her instead. Most perplexing, however, was the fact that he had mastered her unique 8 extremes demon-suppressing melody, a realization that eluded her comprehension. This was her exclusive opportunity, and even now, she could not fathom how Feifan had acquired such knowledge. She had entertained the notion that perhaps his talent was exceptionally acute, allowing him to grasp it after merely one hearing. Yet, such a suspicion seemed far-fetched and utterly implausible. After all, her compositions were not mere melodies. They entailed the intricate application of power, steeped in profound mystery. Crucially, she had only performed the emotional melody of her 8 extremes demon-suppressing tune. Surely, he could not have deduced the entirety of her 8 extremes from such a limited exposure. Could he? The very thought felt impossible to her. Meanwhile, in a secluded stronghold of the White Lotus sect, a gathering of formidable individuals convened. The message from the saintess echoed: the Qin Wang must perish. His potential was too great, possessing the makings of a martial emperor. The mother of the White Lotus spoke from her elevated position. Martial emperor potential. What a jest. Is the saintess too young to understand the implications? Does she even grasp what it means to possess such potential? How can a mere Qin Wang be deemed worthy of martial emperor status? Voices of skepticism emerged, dismissing the news as untrustworthy. While the Qin Wang's recent notoriety was undeniable, prior to this, he had been virtually unheard of, had it not been for the collaboration with their sect, urging them to ensure the Qin Wang's demise amidst the chaos. They might not have ever realized that such a figure existed within the Great Xia. His low profile had rendered him obscure. So few were aware of his fiefdom. Qin Chuan. The Qin Wang Fu had not made a significant impression in recent years. Thus, when such a prince suddenly proclaimed that the other party possessed the potential of a martial emperor, disbelief was inevitable. If the information was accurate, the Qin Wang had already transcended into the realm of terrestrial immortals. The Holy Mother of White Lotus cast a fleeting glance at the speaker before addressing the assembly. Silence. Her words plunged the gathering into a profound stillness. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal? Was this a jest? Finally, someone spoke, their incredulity palpable. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal was something they had never previously encountered. The Holy Maiden would not disseminate false information. Upon receiving this news, the Holy Mother herself found it hard to believe. Yet, reflecting upon the recent exploits of the Qin Wang, it began to seem plausible. The fact that he had not yet met his demise was already a perplexing matter. The actions he had undertaken would have surely drawn the ire of the noble families and sections. Yet, he remained unscathed. She could not accept that these families were merely cautious of the court and had resigned themselves to fate. Those factions were not so easily appeased. After all, they understood that permitting the royal family to act with impunity would ultimately harm themselves. This momentum must be suppressed. From this perspective, if the Qin Wang truly were a terrestrial immortal, it began to make sense. Until now, no one had considered this possibility. Thus, the dispatch personnel had been merely ordinary terrestrial immortals. Consequently, they had achieved no success. If this were indeed the case, then the destiny of the Great Xia still lingered. Achieving success would be exceedingly difficult. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal, the hearts of the people across the land would surely tremble upon hearing their Holy Mother's declaration. Some felt a surge of anxiety. It was no surprise that their composure wavered. The gravity of the situation was simply too staggering. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal, given time, could attain unimaginable heights. This was unparalleled in the 8 millennia of the Great Xia. Should this prove true, the terror of the Qin Wang would be unprecedented. Even if he were an 18-year-old terrestrial immortal, I suspect he is not cultivating the Celestial Emperor's art. The Celestial Emperor's art is renowned as the most arduous technique to master. Attaining the realm of terrestrial immortality by 18 is already astonishing. If he were practicing the Celestial Emperor's art, it would not merely be a jest, but a fanciful tale. As long as he is not cultivating the Celestial Emperor's art, even if he reaches the realm of terrestrial immortality at 18, he alone cannot save the Great Xia. He cannot alter the course of events. On the contrary, he would hasten the demise of the Great Xia. The people would not permit another martial emperor to arise. The actions of the previous martial emperor, despite the passage of years, would not be forgotten by those powers. Previously, they may have hesitated, preferring to observe the unfolding situation and support the victor. However, now that they learned the royal family might produce another martial emperor, they too felt urgency. At that point, the royal family would be truly besieged from all sides. Discontented murmurs arose, voices expressing differing opinions. The 18-year-old terrestrial immortal is indeed formidable, with an immeasurable future ahead. However, as long as he is not invincible, there is no need for excessive fear. Celestial prodigy? I have dispatched many such prodigies. As long as he is not invincible, there are numerous ways to eliminate him. The demise of the Great Xia is assured, I declare it, and even fate cannot obstruct this. The speaker is the left protector of the White Lotus sect. Listening to his resolute words, filled with absolute confidence, a group of high-ranking members of the White Lotus sect contemplated and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is as he states. The 18-year-old terrestrial immortal had momentarily stunned them, leaving them perplexed. Now, upon the left protector's assertion, they suddenly displayed expressions of realization. After all, the left protector's reasoning is quite sound. While the major powers of the world remain largely inactive during this vulnerable time for the Great Xia, is not due to a lack of interest, but rather a desire to conserve their strength, awaiting the moment to support the victor. However, should news spread that the imperial family is about to unveil another martial emperor, the situation would change drastically. No one would remain idle. We must reach out to the major powers, with the Qin King being so extraordinary. This matter transcends the confines of our White Lotus sect alone. Chapter 23. The aggrieved second prince within the shadowy confines of a grand estate. A youthful-looking man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the letter in his hand. His complexion flushes visibly with indignation. Why? Why has he attained the status of a terrestrial immortal while I remain merely a grandmaster at the age of 50? We share the same father. Though he appears to be but a youth, he is, in truth, over 50 years old. His princely status and the abundance of treasures he possesses, coupled with his formidable cultivation, lend him an air of youthfulness. At this moment, he is consumed by rage. For years, he has meticulously plotted his ascent. In his eyes, his elder brother is a complete fool, and while a few of his younger siblings show promise, he was confident that his years of scheming would secure his triumph over them. Just a month prior, he was certain that the throne was rightfully his, without a hint of doubt. All that awaited was for his father to pass away, after which he would seize power. He harbored grand ambitions and had been laying the groundwork for them, convinced that once he ascended the throne, he could rectify the current plight of the Great Xia. However, fate has a way of thwarting even the most meticulous plans. At the height of his confidence, he learned that his father had long since favored another candidate for the throne. All the years of nurturing, affection, and purported support he believed he had received were nothing but illusions, designed to place him in the spotlight to face the onslaught of adversaries. He had treaded carefully for years, especially after the old emperor's health began to decline, as his brothers grew increasingly eager for his demise. Yet, this perilous situation only fueled his pride, convincing him that such animosity was a testament to his father's favoritism. Recently, however, a revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. The foolish ruler. Even now, in solitude, he finds himself cursing aloud in frustration. For years, his father had indulged in pleasures, delegating all responsibilities to him. He had to shoulder countless burdens, and though he lacked the emperor's power, the tasks remained unrelenting. This relentless toil had hindered his cultivation efforts. Yet, in the past, despite the exhaustion, he found solace in believing that his father's attention was a sign of his importance and training. It was only recently that he realized the old man merely sought a lackey to handle his duties, never contemplating him as a candidate for heir apparent. The name of his 14th brother was one he had almost forgotten, absent from the royal sphere since the tender age of 5, without any notable news. It seemed he had become estranged from the royal family. Little did he know that this brother was his father's favored choice and the intended successor. The moment he received this news, he nearly lost his mind. And now, an even more maddening revelation has emerged. His younger brother has achieved the status of a terrestrial immortal. No wonder, no wonder. He now comprehends why this suddenly reappearing sibling has been chosen as the heir. However, to attain such a lofty status at the tender age of 18 requires not only exceptional talent, but also ample resources to support such advancement. Upon contemplating this, he felt a surge of resentment. It was evident that over the years, that foolish monarch had procured countless treasures from the royal treasury for the 14th brother. Now, he understood. The strategy was to distance the 14th brother, rendering him almost invisible, as though the royal family had forgotten his existence. This was the scheme of his father, aimed at providing resources for the 14th brother to focus solely on his cultivation. Look at him, achieving the status of celestial being by the age of 18. And what about him, who ostensibly received more attention? Over the years, he had been preoccupied with various tasks. His aptitude was not lacking. Had he been given the same resources as the 14th brother, perhaps reaching the celestial status at 18 would have been challenging, but at 50, he certainly might have had a chance. However, after years of toil, as for the resources, he had exerted immense effort to procure them, yet most have been offered to his father for enjoyment. Reflecting on it now, those resources likely found their way to his younger brother. It felt like feeding a dog. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Under normal circumstances, he might have accepted the situation, harboring resentment toward the celestial brother, but recognizing the necessity of strength in the current realm of the Great Xia. However, in recent generations, failure in the struggle for succession had led to fatal outcomes. Thus, regardless of how monstrous the 14th brother might be, he felt compelled to fight. It was a battle of life and death, with no option for retreat. At least for him, it was so. The Zhao and Feng families had already formed enmity with the 14th brother. Had he been ordinary, they would not have been overly concerned. After all, the royal family had long held disdain for these prominent families. Their continued existence was not due to the benevolence of his father, but rather because they were simply too formidable to eliminate. Therefore, while the ascension of his younger brother might irk the Zhao and Feng families, if he were unremarkable, their opposition would be moderate. However, if they were to learn that their adversary was a celestial being, sleepless nights would ensue for them. The 14th brother, after all, was still young. He shook his head, unable to comprehend why his younger brother had endured for so long, now merely a step away from success. Once he reached the imperial capital, all that was left was for the foolish emperor to perish so that his brother could ascend smoothly. Yet he had been low-key for over a decade, fading into obscurity, only to become reckless upon leaving Qin Chuan. Along the journey, he had wreaked havoc, offending countless factions which had inevitably raised their vigilance against him. This was sheer foolishness. One could only wonder how he managed to conceal his true self for 18 years, maintaining such a low profile that even he had overlooked this brother. Fortunately, it seemed the young man had finally reached his breaking point after 18 years of restraint. Before taking that final step, his true nature had already been revealed. Perhaps he believed that achieving martial prowess would secure his position, freeing him from the need for further restraint. Little did he know, martial prowess did not equate to invincibility. Foolish monarch, I shall make you comprehend that your choice is erroneous. I am the one most suited for this. As he spoke, the paper in his hand was crumpled into fragments, ultimately igniting with a sudden flare, reducing to mere ashes. The news of Lu Feifan possibly attaining the realm of a terrestrial immortal swiftly circulated among the powerful factions. Although the veracity of this information remained uncertain, Lu Feifan's ruthless journey had undeniably struck a chord within them, evoking memories of their clan's historical accounts of the martial emperor. Undoubtedly, he was a figure comparable to the martial emperor. For the formidable powers, this was the very scenario they wished to avoid. They were acutely aware of the current state of the Great Xia. Should the royal family produce another martial emperor, the potential ramifications were all too imaginable. Therefore, the Qin king must perish. Even if he were a terrestrial immortal, it would be unacceptable. Chapter 24. The creation of the great sun by bare hands in this capricious season. Mere days ago, the heat was unbearable. Yet now, without donning a few extra layers, ordinary people shiver with cold. Snowflakes even dance in the air. Do you recognize it? Lu Feifan pinched a snowflake between his fingers, gazing at Bai Lioli. I recognize it. It's a snowflake. Bai Lioli nodded, seemingly oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Lu Feifan's words. Over the years, apart from cultivating, I have scarcely attended to other matters. However, I have perused numerous texts and diverse literature. It is said that the snow domain, sacred land, once eradicated by the martial emperor, had within it powerful beings capable of commanding the forces of nature, freezing vast expanses of land. In this season, such erratic weather is not unusual, but snowfall is undoubtedly abnormal. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, the snow falls over a mere 1,000 miles. The descendants of the snow domain sacred sect are lacking in ambition. Lu Feifan remarked casually. Prince Qin, you are truly erudite. You seem to know everything. Bai Lioli observed, not detecting any concern on Lu Feifan's face, which left her somewhat disheartened. In the days they had spent together, all she had seen in this man was confidence, a calm assurance that everything was within his grasp. It seemed that, regardless of what transpired, he remained unfazed. I have heard that the snow domain sacred land has now mingled with the White Lotus sect. I wonder if there is any truth to that. Lu Feifan chuckled again. I come from humble beginnings and have never been exposed to such matters. I apologize for my inability to enlighten you, Your Highness. Bai Lioli bowed respectfully. Not important. I merely spoke in passing. This snow is indeed quite lovely, but a reversal of seasons could bring great misfortune to the people. While the scenery is enchanting, it should align with the time of year. Perhaps it would be best if it ceased to fall. Lu Feifan casually seized the copper stove ignited by the servant maid nearby. In an instant, the pure copper stove was crushed in his palm, its temperature soaring until it blazed like fire. Moments later, Lu Feifan hurled it skyward. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. In the blink of an eye, the temperature around them began to rise steadily. The falling snowflakes were swiftly dissolved into nothingness. At that moment, it appeared as though a great sun was rising from the ground, ascending ever higher. With its ascent, the warmth radiating from the sun intensified. In an instant, the snow covering 1,000 miles vanished without a trace. Finally, with a resounding boom, the great sun reached its zenith in the heavens and erupted in a magnificent display. Bai Lioli stood speechless, her white veil falling unnoticed from her face. In that moment, she felt her very spirit tremble. Even achieving the status of a terrestrial immortal through the cultivation of the Celestial Emperor's art would not yield such an absurd spectacle. It is worth noting that she was aware that the snow domain sacred land could freeze 1,000 miles not merely due to strength, but also required a unique treasure belonging to the snow domain sacred sect to complement it. The current snow domain sacred land's limitation to a mere 1,000 miles stemmed not only from a decline in power compared to its peak, but also from other factors. During the time when the Emperor Wu eradicated the clan, the sacred land of the snowy region fought valiantly in resistance, even shattering their treasured artifacts in the process. Now, the treasures they have managed to create are the result of many years of immense effort and sacrifice. Yet, employing such a technique requires the collaboration of at least 3 terrestrial immortals. However, what they have unveiled thus far from the sacred land of the snowy region was swiftly dismantled, and all of this was accomplished with merely the use of a single furnace. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Bai Lioli would have scoffed at anyone who suggested such a thing. Yet, the events unfolded right before her, and she bore witness to it all. This led her to a profound realization. She might have misjudged the situation. The Qin Wang was far from being a mere initial stage terrestrial immortal. If one could attain such strength merely by practicing the initial stages of the Celestial Emperor's art, the Great Xia would not be in such decline. The emperors of successive generations, inheriting the power of the Celestial Emperor's art, would have been formidable. Although it is said that such inherited powers are not as potent as those cultivated through personal effort, the disparity is not insubstantial. Moreover, there are indeed those who have managed to cultivate the Celestial Emperor's art to the initial or even mid-stage of terrestrial immortality through their own endeavors. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, is not unreasonable. Those emperors who successfully reach the mid-stage of the celestial emperor's art indeed wield greater authority, leading to diminished descent and a more stable realm. Yet that is merely the extent of it. Those rulers have not shied away from harsh measures. Yet they remain powerless against the plight of the Great Xia. In other words, even if one were to cultivate the celestial emperor's art to the mid-stage, it could hardly be deemed invincible. Otherwise, given the ruthless nature of the royal family of Great Xia, they would not have shown any mercy. However, the Qin Wang before by Liuli exuded an aura of invincibility. She harbored deep suspicions that he had reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, having perfected the celestial emperor's art to its utmost limits. How else could such an absurdity be explained? Yet he is merely 18 years old. Merely 18. To attain terrestrial immortality at such a young age is already extraordinary, let alone mastering the celestial emperor's art at that level. If her previous conjectures were not sufficiently audacious, and he truly is at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, Bai Liuli felt as though the sky were about to collapse. If that were the case, the White Lotus sect, having allied with so many forces, would be utterly swept away. In such an event, those factions would dare not unleash their wrath upon him, but rather the White Lotus sect, the bearer of the message, would undoubtedly face their wrath in a most brutal manner. Contemplating such dire consequences, Bai Liuli's delicate cheeks turned pale, reflecting an especially striking contrast under the blazing sun. Yet, she could not blame herself. She resolutely believed that Lu Feifan had attained the realm of terrestrial immortality, rather than employing some secret royal technique. This hypothesis was already exceedingly bold. Who could have imagined that he would be a powerhouse at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality? In just a few days, her worldview had been consistently shattered. Now, her thoughts were so tumultuous that she could hardly think coherently. It was overwhelmingly terrifying. Observing the current situation, it indeed seemed that the Great Xia was destined by heaven. As Bai Liuli found himself engulfed in terror, there existed another soul who was even more engulfed in fear. Upon the summit of a mountain, miles away, a group of men and women draped in white cloaks had already succumbed to the ground, surrounded by utter chaos, as if they had just endured a tempest of colossal waves. Viewed from above, one would discern that their location marked the very epicenter of the blazing sun in the firmament. In other regions, the aftermath of such a cataclysmic explosion resembled the rejuvenation of spring. However, here it appeared as though the sun had plummeted to the earth. Within mere moments, the mountaintop had been rendered barren, the soil swiftly transforming into dust. As the wind swept by, the particles danced, shrouding the fallen figures in a veil of debris. Chapter 25. Enlightenment. How could this be possible? What kind of power is this? At this moment, only 3 individuals remained on the ground, 2 men and 1 woman. The speaker was an elderly man who gazed up at the blazing sun in the sky, his eyes devoid of color. The terror of that fleeting moment had utterly shattered his spirit. The sacred treasure of their holy land, painstakingly reconstructed over millennia through the efforts of countless generations, had been obliterated in an instant. It was known from the tales of their ancestors that even during the assault on the snowy domain by the martial emperor, it had taken 3 days to breach their sacred treasure. Yet this time, it had been destroyed in the blink of an eye, though it was acknowledged that this newly crafted treasure was undoubtedly weaker than the original, which was said to have originated from an ancient lineage. Such a rapid demise was inconceivable. The sheer intensity of that moment was terrifying. Who could it be? Who possesses such extraordinary might? Is there truly such an entity in the Great Xia? The other surviving middle-aged man coughed up blood repeatedly, bitterness etched on his face. He could not fathom the existence of such power within the Great Xia. They had prided themselves on being among the elite in the Great Xia. Even if there were those stronger than them, they would at least be able to escape or endure for several hundred or even 1,000 exchanges. Each of them could command respect anywhere in the Great Xia. Yet now, with a single strike, they hadn't even glimpsed their opponent before being rendered powerless. How could they accept this? Just moments ago, amidst the sun's blaze, a figure stood with hands behind his back. I have seen the portrait of the Great Xia's Qin Wang. It was he. The beautiful woman who spoke last still held disbelief in her eyes. Even now, as she voiced her thoughts, she found it hard to believe. The Great Xia's Qin Wang was their target this time. Although they had received intelligence from the White Lotus sect, suggesting he had likely attained the realm of a land-based immortal. Could such a display of power truly be wielded by one at the initial stage of that realm? Even the peak martial emperor of the land-based immortals would not have been capable of such. Is that really the Qin Wang? The other two, having witnessed the figure's fleeting glance before the sun's explosion, were left in shock. However, as they had not seen the Qin Wang's portrait, they were unaware of his identity. Upon hearing their companion identify him as the Great Xia as Qin Wang, they were utterly astounded. The Qin Wang is merely 18 years old. Initially, when they heard from the White Lotus sect that he had achieved the status of a land-based immortal at 18, they were skeptical. Nevertheless, the martial emperor had nearly eradicated their snowy domain's lineage in the past, a grudge passed down through generations. They had come with the intent of avenging their ancestors, believing that if the Qin Wang were indeed a land-based immortal, they could extinguish the hopes of the Great Xia. Yet, they never anticipated that in their quest for vengeance, they would be the ones facing annihilation. This was a situation they had never contemplated before their arrival. It is essential to remember that they were 3 terrestrial deities, accompanied by a group of experts from the sacred land of snow, armed with a newly forged treasure. Their primary concern had been the possibility of failing to personally eliminate the King of Qin of the Great Xia. In such a case, they would retreat temporarily and ally with other forces. Yet now, the opportunity had vanished. No, they must leave behind a message, informing Hauer and the others that seeking vengeance on their behalf was futile, as the mandate still resided with the Great Xia. This was not the time for retribution. The sacred land of snow must continue to bide its time. The elder spoke, feeling the life force within him swiftly ebbing away. He understood that his life was nearing its end. Despite his unwillingness, there was no room for redemption. At this moment, they needed to convey a message to the remaining members of the sacred land, signifying that they could not continue the confrontation with the Great Xia, nor could they dwell on revenge. The mandate of the Great Xia still prevailed. The King of Qin of the Great Xia, what a formidable figure he was. The army passed through, and the grand carriage moved slowly, reminiscent of a royal procession. Balioli raised her gaze towards the starkly different towering mountains. Bare and devoid of life, the entire landscape had turned to sand. The blazing sun was no longer visible in other places, yet a small orb still hovered atop that mountain, and even from a distance, she could feel its searing heat. More importantly, just moments ago, there had clearly been cries filled with resentment. A bold supposition emerged in her mind. She glanced at Lu Feifan, whose entire being trembled. She harbored doubts about whether he was even human. At that moment, she began to grasp the meaning behind Lu Feifan's earlier words, that there was no need for subtlety in their actions. They could be overt and direct. He had mentioned that it was of no consequence. Now she understood. It truly was inconsequential. Such terrifying power rendered any scheme or alliance utterly futile in the face of his force. Hibernation was their only path forward. Even if this road was fraught with hardship, and they were passively confronting death, it was the only route that held even the slightest glimmer of hope. Everyone was acutely aware of the Great Xia's weakness. However, they were even more cognizant of one fact. Should the Great Xia produce another figure akin to a martial emperor, the situation would instantly shift. The various forces were well aware of this. The emergence of such a figure would render a sweeping purge unavoidable. The royal family needed to exert tighter control over the realm of Great Xia. If the King of Qin did not ascend, even if he were merely at the initial stage of a terrestrial deity, all factions would unite against him, unwilling to yield easily. However, if he were to reach the pinnacle of terrestrial deities, any alliance would be tantamount to inviting disaster. No wonder she finally comprehended why such a gifted King of Qin had remained shrouded in secrecy for 18 years, why he had managed to maintain a low profile for so long, only to suddenly emerge in the spotlight without disguise at this juncture. It turned out that it was not youthful impatience. Rather, he had already attained the peak of terrestrial deities, possessing the strength of a martial emperor. He could indeed afford to be high profile. Bai Liuli experienced a moment of profound realization. At the age of 18, the earthly immortal reaches his zenith. At 18, the Emperor of the Celestial Realm masters the 15th layer of his divine decree. 18. The Great Xia is not merely destined for survival. It aspires to forge yet another era of brilliance, and perhaps ascend to an even loftier realm. The White Lotus sect may find themselves bereft of opportunity. With the age and cunning of the Qin king, the sect is likely to face total eradication. Within just a few days, she has witnessed the profound and ruthless nature of the Qin king's thoughts, and even more terrifying is the strength he wields. Your Highness, I, a humble maiden, can serve you faithfully for eternity, never to betray, if only you would grant me one request. After a torrent of thoughts, Bai Liuli resolutely bit her lip and, with a thud, knelt upon the ground. After contemplating, she concluded that there was but one path left to pursue. Chapter 26. Reduced to ashes, Bai Liuli knelt, feeling that the holy sect had become overly audacious this time. Regardless of the actions taken, a cleansing was now inevitable. With the formidable power of the Qin king and the ruthless methods she had witnessed in recent days, it was foreseeable how the holy sect would face slaughter. Even if they were aware of the Qin king's might, resistance was futile, a stark disparity in absolute strength. After much contemplation, Bai Liuli concluded that only by sacrificing herself could she hope for survival. She needed to secure a sliver of hope for the holy sect. Miss, Bai Liuli's maid, Xiao Qing, felt incredulous. How could their proud saintess suddenly kneel? Hadn't they come to confront the Qin king? Yet now, it seemed as though their saintess was inclined to submit. Her expression shifted dramatically, caught in a dilemma. What did this mean for Bai Liuli? Lu Feifan chuckled lightly as he turned his teacup. Your Highness, I am guilty. Bai Liuli bowed deeply. Xiao Qing's complexion changed wildly. It seemed their saintess had truly lost her mind. Her hands clenched involuntarily. Speak on, Lu Feifan replied nonchalantly. I hail from the White Lotus sect. With that declaration, Bai Liuli's maid could no longer contain herself and suddenly struck out. Not at Bai Liuli, but at Lu Feifan. Xiao Qing. No. Had the saintess truly lost her senses? She was attacking the Qin king, and yet urged her not to intervene. The saintess was not as formidable as she claimed. She had once boasted that all men would bow at her feet, but clearly she was mistaken. At such a critical moment, they should have united against the Qin king, yet she had chosen to attack her instead. How absurd. Such a person was unworthy of being the holy sect saintess. In mere moments, she had aligned herself with the vile man. But no sooner had her thoughts crystallized than a wave of terror washed over her. She felt a chilling gaze from the Qin king, and with a single glance, she was plunged into an abyss of darkness, her body seemingly frozen in time. Then, her consciousness thawed, and she watched helplessly as if a small stone had struck her, shattering her form with a crack. In that instant, she realized the truth. The saintess's plea was for the Qin king to spare her life. Alas, it was too late for such realizations. As her mind fractured, she succumbed to eternal darkness. Witnessing her maid's destruction, she saw Xiao Qing gradually disintegrate into dust, swept away by the wind, scattering into the vastness of the world. While it seemed to unfold slowly, in reality, everything transpired in a mere instant, from the moment the maid struck to the moment she shattered, coinciding perfectly with Bai Liuli's desperate plea. Within the carriage, the absence of one individual altered nothing, as if such a person had never existed in the vast expanse of the world. Even the diligent maidens with their heads bowed, and the guards stationed outside, remained oblivious to this sudden transformation. It was only the formidable warriors of the Black Ice Cavalry who sensed something amiss. However, by the time they reacted, assuming an assassin sought to breach the prince's safety, they discovered no issue at all. What they beheld was merely Bai Liuli kneeling on the ground, her countenance filled with terror and dismay. This prompted them to hastily offer their apologies, as the situation resembled that of their lord preparing to take decisive action, and their response had undeniably dampened the mood. Ziyuan had merely stepped away for a moment to attend to some matters. Upon her return, she was met with this peculiar scene. her expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Although she had only recently encountered the White Maiden, it was evident that she possessed an air of cool aloofness. Even upon learning of her lord's status, she had maintained her composure. Yet, the sudden act of kneeling was perplexing. Had her lord managed to instill such understanding in her during Ziyuan's brief absence? This was indeed astonishing, for even without royal lineage, few could rival her lord's charisma in this world. Continue, Miss Bai. Lu Feifan reclined languidly in his chair, engrossed in a book, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, displaying no excessive gestures or expressions. Whether it was by Liuli's prostration or the sudden action of Shao Qing, they seemed to him mere trifles of little consequence. Bai Liuli felt a chill settle in her heart. Had Lu Feifan shown even a modicum of mercy upon hearing her call, she might have retained confidence in her own allure. Instead, he had exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Her maid had become but a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things, and it was evident that the Prince of Qin did not regard her with much importance. If she could not safeguard her maid, how could she hope to protect the formidable sacred sect of the Daxia? Yet, faced with the overwhelming might of the Prince of Qin, she had no alternative but to speak. I, a humble woman from the White Lotus sect, approach your highness with ulterior motives. Her thoughts raced, but at this juncture, there was no opportunity to retract her words, and thus, Bai Liuli continued. Upon hearing this declaration, Ziyuan's expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly drew her soft sword. Calm yourself. Do you not see she is kneeling to speak? Lu Feifan gestured dismissively towards Ziyuan. Your highness, do not underestimate her. The White Lotus sorceress is notoriously cunning. Ziyuan obediently sheathed her sword. Her vigilance towards Bai Liuli remained undiminished, ever ready to act. Bai Liuli cast a cold glance at Ziyuan. Although she had knelt before Lu Feifan in fear, it was solely in regard to him. Your highness, the White Lotus sect is willing to serve you, to be at your beck and call, merely asking that you overlook our previous transgressions and forgive the great disrespect shown by the White Lotus sect. At this point, Bai Liuli hesitated momentarily. I too belong to your highness, she declared, her teeth clenched. A peculiar expression flickered in Xian's eyes. She harbored suspicions that Bai Liuli had originally intended to assassinate their lord. However, the interactions during this period had evidently caused her to become infatuated with their prince. In a bid to win his favor, she contemplated betraying the White Lotus sect. It was not surprising that Xian thought this way. She genuinely believed that her prince was worthy of such devotion. Were she in Bai Liuli's position, she would undoubtedly act similarly. Regardless of one's status within the White Lotus sect, one's prowess ultimately reflects only oneself and cannot represent the sect as a whole. Lu Feifan cast a nonchalant glance at Bai Liuli and remarked, Your Highness, I can persuade her to return. Your Highness, the White Lotus sect is immensely powerful. If they were to submit, they could become your sharp blade in conquering the world. Bai Liuli hastily asserted. It matters not. Chapter 27. The ambush, is it unimportant? Once, when Bai Liuli heard such words, she dismissed them as mere arrogance from the Qin king. Yet now, having surmised that the Qin king might have reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality and mastered the celestial emperor's art, her perception of those words transformed entirely. She found herself in agreement with the Qin king. For one of his formidable prowess, indeed, it was trivial. If he so wished, the world would come to know of his might, and as long as he could secure his own absolution, countless factions would willingly become his subservients. In the era of the martial emperor, there were still those who dared to contemplate rebellion. However, the consequences had become abundantly clear. The martial world had been severed. It was for this reason that even when the royal family experienced moments of weakness, the various factions, having failed to recuperate their strength, were left without the capacity to resist. Thus, at present, if becoming a loyal hound could ensure their survival, these factions would not hesitate. At least Bai Liuli did not wish to. She looked to the Qin king, hoping for an opportunity. With determination, Bai Liuli prostrated herself heavily upon the ground, perhaps with too much fervor, causing the veil upon her face and the outer robe upon her body to fall away. Xian's gaze sharpened. This was indeed a captivating enchantress. However, from the perspective of her lord's interests, she believed her master ought to acquiesce. Should they gain the support of the White Lotus sect and achieve the merit of subduing it, her lord's prospects of ascending the throne would be greatly enhanced. Yet her lord seemed indifferent to this matter. Over the years, she had contemplated exerting herself. Alas, the meager power she had mustered was dismissed by her lord as mere child's play, and it could scarcely make a significant impact. It amounted to little more than gathering information from the outside world. Primarily, she had underestimated the time she had to strategize for her lord. Who could have anticipated that the Guangzhou, having reigned for merely over 20 years, would soon face demise? The royal family had become astonishingly short-lived. Even ordinary mortals would not meet such a fate. Contemplating this left her deeply troubled. Even if her lord were to successfully contend for the throne, how long could he possibly reign? Nevertheless, that was a concern for another time. She had already dispatched forces beyond the Great Xia to seek treasures that could prolong life. If no solutions could be found within the Great Xia, perhaps they could be discovered outside its borders. This was the only avenue through which she could assist her lord. Though the outcome remained uncertain, one must strive earnestly. My lord may perhaps place his trust in Miss by just this once. Xian's thoughts swirled as she could not help but voice her sentiments. Bai Liuli, looking up, cast a surprised glance at Xian. She could sense the woman's considerable disapproval of her presence beside the Qin king. It was unmistakable. As for the reason, Bai Liuli understood it well. Her own excellence had incited feelings of threat within that woman. Yet, she did not expect that in such circumstances, the woman would still advocate on her behalf. That was indeed a rare feat, even if her initial intentions were for her own master. It was no small endeavor. However, did this woman not realize just how formidable her master truly was? Given the prowess of her master, it is needless to say that not only could the White Lotus sect be subdued, even the four sacred clans would find themselves at her mercy, should she choose to demand their submission. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Bai Liuli's heart swelled with gratitude at the thought that, in a moment of crisis, her adversary would speak on her behalf. Suddenly, as this thought crossed her mind, a resounding roar erupted from the front of the procession. The path ahead was abruptly severed. In fact, both the front and rear were cut off, with massive boulders cascading from above. Yet, upon their descent, these stones seemed to explode outward, as if an invisible force had intervened to shield the entire company. This location was not a critical stronghold, given the size of the tumbling boulders. One would expect no ambush could be orchestrated here. Yet, they had succeeded against all odds. It was evident that the force behind this assault was formidable. The air filled with cries of battle as banners were raised upon the peaks. Xian, who had initially intended to persuade her lord to allow Bai Liuli to speak, cast a fierce glare at Bai Liuli upon seeing the banners. These flags represented the White Lotus sect, specifically the elite 5 Elements banner. Clearly, the recent display of power was a signature move of the Earth Yellow banner, one of the 5 Elements. It remained a mystery why the descending boulders had been thwarted. Had they not been, even the elite Black Ice cavalry would have faced dire consequences. However, something was amiss. The Qin King's forces appeared entirely unscathed, showing no signs of having endured a severe blow. Was it not the White Lotus sect that claimed the sacred land of snow was poised to attack? Furthermore, why had the assault from the 5 Elements banner yielded no results? Were they merely toying with them? At this moment, atop the mountains flanking the path, a gathering of formidable individuals convened. With the 5 Elements banner's attempt proving ineffective, their doubts surfaced. We are equally unclear about the situation on the sacred land of snow's side. Communication has been cut off, and we cannot ascertain why the 5 Elements banner's offensive failed. The Qin King, the heir apparent, had already ascended to the realm of earthly immortals, poised to become the next emperor of the Great Xia. It was only natural that he would be accompanied by powerful allies and possess formidable secret techniques. The Great Xia was merely in decline, not obliterated. Could they truly be so easily subdued? If the 5 Elements banner could achieve victory on its own, what purpose would our intervention serve? Although the White Lotus sect's warriors shared their perplexity, they nonetheless responded with disdain to their allies' doubts. You have a point. Yet, the White Lotus sect's retort held some validity, which garnered the approval of other formidable beings. Regardless, This time we are acting in concert. No matter how many tricks the Qin king possesses, this is merely a fraction of royal power at play, not the imperial capital. Today, he shall meet his end. In response, all the powerful figures exchanged glances, and each nodded in agreement. Indeed, with their current assembly, they could not conceive of a scenario in which they would fail. Even if the sacred land of snow does not impose any constraints on the Qin king, it is hardly a significant concern. Meanwhile, within the carriage, a sense of urgency enveloped by Lioli. No, Qin king, allow me to reason with them. Halt this reckless course. Her mind felt as if it were about to explode. First, it was her own maid, and now, the 5 elements banner of the White Lotus sect. Before she could even explain, these individuals were recklessly courting disaster. Lioli was in a state of distress. If the 5 elements banner were to perish, she would find herself utterly powerless to dissuade the holy sect from its misguided path. The 5 elements banner represented the elite forces of the White Lotus sect. Most crucially, the members within were interconnected with the ordinary disciples. Should they come to harm, it would be exceedingly difficult for the sect to pivot. The hatred once suppressed by the martial emperor had, in their generation, largely devolved into mere slogans. In truth, few of the disciples genuinely bore this sentiment in their hearts. Yet, if the 5 elements banner were to face calamity, the situation would become starkly different. The enmity would become palpable and undeniable. It would not suffice, not even for a saintess, to intervene. Even the most revered figure would find their influence diminished. Let's observe the esteem of the young lady within the White Lotus sect, remarked Feifan, non-committally. For him, whether the White Lotus sect submitted was merely a matter to be subdued. Naturally, it was primarily the formidable individuals that warranted suppression. He remained remarkably composed. Unlike the martial emperor, whose approach was one of total annihilation without exception, leaving no trace, even sparing none related to the adversaries. Truthfully, the emergence of remnants from the martial emperor's era only underscored the resilience of these factions. Their roots were indeed deep, and the sweeping purges had not eradicated them entirely. However, Feifan was unfazed by this reality. His innate talent was exceptional. While the martial emperor could reign for merely a millennium, his own potential could span 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even longer. These so-called great powers were but mere dust adrift in the mortal realm to him. Ever since surpassing the limits of the celestial emperor's art and reaching an unprecedented realm, Feifan consistently experiences profound insights into the principles of heaven and earth. This state, one might say, transcends the mundane world, touching upon the essence of immortality. Chapter 28. Take action, halt, all of you, retreat at once. Upon receiving Feifan's approval, Lioli did not dare to delay. She soared into the air, standing suspended in space, channeling her energy to her dantian. Her voice resonated throughout the region, echoing in the ears of all present. Who dares to question me? A mere peak master demands we withdraw? Have the younger generations become so audacious? A group of formidable figures from various factions had initially prepared for confrontation. However, they were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Lioli. Isn't this the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect? Some recognized her identity. Indeed, it is our sect's holy maiden. She was the one to relay the news of the Qin Wang. A powerful figure from the White Lotus sect acknowledged. You White Lotus sect are quite amusing. You claim that the Qin Wang possesses the potential of an emperor, and yet you lead the charge against him, only to now demand a halt. One strong individual scoffed. The Holy Maiden does not represent the White Lotus sect, nor did she declare a ceasefire. Another retorted coldly. Holy Maiden, may I ask why you obstruct our path? At this moment, the assembly of strong warriors had already ascended into the air, most ignored by Lioli, with only those from the White Lotus sect voicing their dissent. I have already negotiated with the Qin Wang. The holy sect shall submit to the court, and the Qin Wang will consider granting our sect a chance for survival. Lioli proclaimed. As for why she refrained from disclosing the Qin Wang's true strength, it was because she had sensed a critical matter. The fact remained that the Qin Wang's prowess had never been revealed. With his capabilities, returning to the imperial palace would take him less than a day. Yet, the news of his strength remained undisclosed. It was only through her keen observations that some information had reached outsiders. However, it now appeared that she harbored doubts. This seemed to be a deliberate strategy on the part of the Qinhuang. He was, in fact, fishing for those with dissenting views. Throughout their journey, he had leisurely traversed with the black ice-heavy cavalry for this very reason. This indicated that the Qinhuang did not desire his true strength to be exposed. He used himself as bait to lure out opposing forces, intending to capture them all in one fell swoop. In such circumstances, if she were to explicitly reveal the truth, it would undermine the Qinhuang's intricate plans. With such a revelation, how could they discuss submission? Therefore, she chose not to divulge the crucial details from the outset. Nevertheless, she sensed impending trouble. It seemed that the White Lotus sect had allied with various factions for this endeavor, without a compelling reason. Convincing the White Lotus sect's warriors to retreat would prove exceedingly difficult. Even if she claimed that the Qinhuang had reached the pinnacle of earthly immortality, they might not believe her in this context. They could even suspect that she had been compromised by the Qinhuang. You White Lotus sect wish to submit to the Qinhuang? As soon as Liuli's words left her lips, the expressions of the assembled warriors turned hostile towards the White Lotus sect. It was important to note that they had come at the invitation of the White Lotus sect. If the sect had indeed reached an agreement with the Qinhuang, what would that make them? These formidable individuals maintained a cautious distance from the White Lotus sect. Some even chose silence, retreating behind the crowd, skillfully concealing their presence to vanish into the void and swiftly escape unnoticed. Only Lu Feifan took note of this, finding the others' cleverness amusing and thus refraining from intervening. After all, with his strength, if he so desired, no one could evade him at that moment. Absolutely not. Liuli, have you lost your mind? I instructed you to seduce the Qin king. Yet here you are, being seduced instead. This predicament left the White Lotus sect's experts feeling quite disgraced. Although the Saintess held a prestigious position, to these seasoned individuals, their respect was contingent upon their mood. When displeased, they would not hesitate to voice their grievances. Upon hearing the elder's words, Liuli's complexion darkened. She had anticipated that they would not heed her advice. But she did not expect such harsh reproach, and so crude at that. It is not I who has lost my senses. Trust me this once. Despite her anger, she recognized that such vitriol only represented the speaker's sentiments, and not the entire sect. It was implausible that Bai Linglong would disregard the sect's well-being simply because of one person's outburst. Trust you? I might as well believe that I am the martial emperor returned from the dead, scoffed the elder, who was convinced that Bai Liuli had taken a fancy to the Qin king. In his view, women were inherently unreliable, often committing the most bewildering acts in the name of so-called true love. This woman, in her folly, not only embarrassed herself, but also threatened the honor of the White Lotus sect. Upon returning, he would ensure this matter was raised, advocating for the revocation of her title as Saintess. In truth, one of his juniors had been qualified to become a Saintess, but ultimately, the Holy Mother had rejected that candidacy, bestowing it upon Bai Liuli instead. He had long harbored discontent regarding this. Now, with her mind evidently clouded, he saw an opportune moment to act. Whatever internal strife the White Lotus sect may face can wait. We must first deal with the Qin king to prevent any unforeseen complications. Although the turmoil within the sect appeared to be a spectacle, not everyone was inclined to watch. Some simply wished to resolve the issue swiftly. Elder Zhou, Elder Zhang, heed my words. Do not involve yourselves in this matter. It is for the sake of the sect. As they prepared for confrontation, Bai Liuli, in desperation, turned to the two elders she was familiar with. Saintess, do not act out. This is not the time for romantic entanglements. Saintess, have you forgotten that as the Saintess of the White Lotus sect, you must not indulge in personal emotions? At this moment, the two elders also began to agree with the earlier speaker. Bai Liuli had clearly lost her composure, swayed by the Qin king at such a critical juncture. Otherwise, how could she utter words that suggested the sect should submit to the court? Did she think this was merely child's play? Let it be known, even if a Saintess were to make such a decision, by the next day, she would no longer hold that title. Though they are elders aligned with the Holy Mother, it is not the case that they will acquiesce to every absurdity. Very well. Holy Maiden, go play aside. Your matter shall be addressed upon our return to the White Lotus sect. For now, let us first deal with the king of Qin. The elder of the White Lotus sect, who had spoken earlier, felt a sense of satisfaction upon seeing the elders from the Holy Mother's side aligning with him, and nodded affirmatively. Forgive us, esteemed guests, for the spectacle you have witnessed. Such rebellion within the sect is indeed alarming. Now, let us unite and unveil the true nature of this rebellious figure, who is rumored to possess the prowess of a martial emperor. As he spoke, he unleashed his formidable aura, forcefully pushing Bai Liuli away. His gaze then turned towards the regal carriage at the heart of the military formation, exclaiming, "The royalty truly revels in excessive extravagance. Cursed be it." With that, he took the initiative to strike. Chapter 29. Why do you not bow upon seeing this king? Although aware that Feifan had attained the realm of a terrestrial immortal and practiced the celestial emperor's secret art, he felt no trepidation. Rather, he was eager to engage. His own cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the terrestrial immortal realm. Furthermore, the presence of formidable warriors from various major factions heightened his confidence. With so many terrestrial immortals converging to besiege a single individual, it was only conceivable that the presence of an emperor would alter the outcome. Otherwise, they were uncertain of how they might fail. Thus, he felt assured to take action. More importantly, the Qin king undoubtedly had terrestrial immortals guarding him. Any offensive move would likely be met with their resistance, presenting him with worthy adversaries. The Qin king could be entrusted to others. Under such pressure, the 8 white black ice heavy cavalry still dared to raise their spears, though a sense of tragic valor began to swell within them. Not to mention the group of terrestrial immortals exuding overwhelming aura. Even the elite forces of the 5 Elements banner from the White Lotus sect were beyond the capabilities of their 800 black ice heavy cavalry. This was not comparable to the horde of 30,000 disorganized followers they had previously vanquished. These were the elite forces of the White Lotus sect, with innumerable strong individuals among them. Perhaps only the full contingent of black ice heavy cavalry could stand a chance against them. 800 was insufficient. As for the disciples of the Wuji sect, escorting the cargo, and the various families preparing to send their women to the Bureau of Music, they were entirely disregarded by the black ice heavy cavalry. In this echelon of combat, they were scarcely regarded as human. To be candid, even they could not comprehend the situation. Had these individuals gone mad? For merely a prince of Qin to gather such a multitude of powerful beings for his assassination was utterly perplexing. They had never heard of anyone receiving such treatment. What could possibly justify the Qin king's position? Of course, pondering such matters held little significance for them now. Their only option was to fight to the death. Let him in. Just as they prepared to confront the advancing elder, a calm voice resonated in their ears. It was the voice of the Qin king. Most notably, this voice seemed imbued with a certain profound essence, evoking an inexplicable sense of submission. They found themselves compelled to obey instantly. Thus, the elder from the White Lotus sect encountered no hindrance as he soared into the carriage. He beheld Feifan leisurely savoring his tea, seemingly unfazed by the imminent threat posed by such formidable opponents. Quite the hedonist, still drinking while death approaches. The elder found himself surprised by the ease of his entrance. He had anticipated resistance from the terrestrial immortals of the court. Regarding the rumors of Feifan having reached the realm of a terrestrial immortal and practicing the celestial emperor's secret art, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Upon seeing this king, why do you not bow? The teacup in Feifan's hand spun, a droplet leaping forth, tracing an exquisite arc through the air. Your confidence stems from believing in your lord's identity, does it not? Utterly absurd. We are rebels, the kind that would annihilate your entire family, your highness. Such a laughable identity. This is your death warrant. The elder of the White Lotus sect coldly snorted. It seems you do not accept the proposal of your family as saintess. Feifan was not the least bit angered by his disrespectful words. After all, he tended to be quite lenient towards those facing death. As for your consort, do you truly believe that her mere status as a saintess grants her the power to control our White Lotus sect? What strength does she possess? Is she worthy? The elder of the White Lotus sect spoke with disdain, being quite direct. As a top-tier powerhouse of the White Lotus sect, He possessed undeniable strength and felt no need to hide it. Is your confidence derived from those outsiders? Lu Feifan's teacup quivered even more violently. So what if it is? There are over 28 earthly immortals here. Killing you would be more than sufficient. Can you truly escape? The elder of the White Lotus sect did not conceal this fact. After all, if the opponent were indeed at the initial stage of earthly immortality and practiced the sovereign of the heavens technique, merely relying on his words would not suffice to subdue the opponent. However, the situation was different now. Here, experts were abundant. To be frank, this was all thanks to your consort, who claimed you possessed the potential of a martial emperor. The fear of a martial emperor is something that sends shivers through the great powers of the world. I'm also quite surprised that in such a short span of time, so many powerful individuals have joined. You likely never expected this, did you? Those masked figures are all from the esteemed families of court. They even desire your demise more than we so-called traitors. The elder of the White Lotus sect mocked. It matters not. Lu Feifan shook his head. Since they are your source of confidence, I am quite curious to see what you will become without such a foundation. The elder of the White Lotus sect's forehead was marked with a question. He did not quite understand the meaning of this statement. Then, in the next moment, he witnessed the king of Qin across from him suddenly jostle his teacup, causing all the tea within to spill forth in a thunderous eruption. The elder's gaze instinctively followed the splattering tea. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed. Before him, 23 earthly immortals in midair met their demise as effortlessly as tofu against crashing waves, reduced to mere fragments, so thoroughly obliterated that no flesh could be discerned. Buzzing. Such a scene momentarily shattered the elder of the White Lotus sect's mind. There are 23. Wait, why are there only 23? Excluding himself and the 3 from the snowy domain. There should have been 24. Of course, this thought merely flickered through his chaotic mind. At this moment, he trembled uncontrollably, his very soul feeling as though it were on the verge of unraveling. It must be noted that these were 23 earthly immortals, not just any random individuals. Every terrestrial immortal possesses the capability to single-handedly command an army. They are figures of immense power, reigning as elder authorities within their respective factions. With but a single utterance, they can dictate the fate of countless beings. They stand among the pinnacle of the Great Xia. Yet now, they lie shattered and in such a casual manner. They scarcely had the time to react to the sudden onslaught. Even in death, it seems they never comprehended the nature of their demise. The witnesses present remained oblivious to the specifics of the occurrence. Only the elder of the White Lotus sect, who observed the entire event, along with Xian, who stood beside Lu Feifan, discerned the underlying issue. Meanwhile, Bai Liuli, who had been sent flying by the elder, was hastening back. Upon witnessing the broken bodies of those formidable beings, she understood. It was the work of King Qin. In that instant, her heart felt as though it had skipped a beat. Ultimately, she realized she had been powerless to effect any change. Chapter 30. Kneeling, the elder of the White Lotus sect trembled, his heart quaking in fear. It was utterly terrifying. In his lifetime, he had never encountered anything so frightful. Even during times when his strength was insufficient, he had never been so shaken. This just had gone too far. Even the formidable martial emperor seemed insignificant in comparison. Cursed be Bai Liuli, who claimed that the Qin Wang possessed the potential of a martial emperor. This was the true manifestation of a martial emperor in the world. His mind felt as though it would explode. The horror was overwhelming. At that moment, he began to understand why Bai Liuli insisted on submitting to the Qin Wang and urged them to retreat hastily. If the Qin Wang was this powerful, why had they not been informed sooner? While the elder of the White Lotus sect continued to tremble, a voice, seemingly calm, yet resonating in his mind like the whisper of a demon, echoed in his ears. Before he could react, Lu Feifan waved his hand. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, and the colossal boulders that had been struck down by the earth-toned flags soared into the air. Upon reaching a certain height, they plummeted towards the White Lotus disciples on the mountain. At that moment, everything transpired too rapidly for the White Lotus disciples to comprehend. Many of them believed that the powerful figures had already made their move, their speed so swift that their vision could not keep pace. However, Before they could witness the prowess of these warriors, they were met with the sight of boulders crashing down like meteors. This sudden turn of events left them utterly panicked. They wished to flee, but alas, it was far too late. Even the grandmasters found themselves ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to escape. Moreover, compared to the ordinary disciples, the stronger ones were acutely aware of the dire situation. They realized that the formidable beings standing in the void had seemingly been struck by some immense power, reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Upon recognizing this, they even doubted their own eyes and perceptions. After all, these were earthly immortals. They could not fathom what kind of power could obliterate them so swiftly and in unison. Yet before they could confirm the veracity of their observations, the boulders descended from the sky like meteorites. At this juncture, they harbored no other thoughts, only the desperate desire to survive. Unfortunately, this was merely a futile wish. For their strength, escaping from that place in an instant felt as though they were bound by an invisible force. They could only helplessly witness their demise beneath the falling rocks. Thus, the elite force of the White Lotus sect, the Five Elements flag, was obliterated. This scene caused the elder of the White Lotus sect to tremble uncontrollably. Though he was a mid-stage, earthly immortal, at this moment he felt utterly powerless, incapable of any action. It was terrifying beyond measure. The power exhibited by the Qin Wang transcended humanity. The so-called earthly immortal was merely a being of the mundane world. In contrast, the Qin Wang's methods were akin to the will of heaven and earth itself. Such tactics are reminiscent of celestial being wandering amidst the mundane world. Thud! The elder of the White Lotus sect fell to his knees. With diminished confidence, he realized the truth of the matter. Lu Feifan nodded in acknowledgement. He was no longer concerned about the mockery directed at him. A wave of regret washed over him. He should have heeded Lioli's advice to retreat. Had he followed her counsel, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. And now, Holy Maiden, please plead for mercy from His Highness the Qin Wang. I was wrong. I am willing to submit. I am willing. Lioli, her face ashen, had just returned to the carriage when the elder of the White Lotus sect looked upon her as though she were a savior. Too late, Lioli lamented, shaking her head. You wretched woman, it is all your fault. If it were not for you, how could matters have escalated to this point? You are the sinner of the sacred sect. The elder vented his frustrations upon Lioli, unable to contain his indignation. If it were not for you, the sacred sect would not have undertaken this mission. Knowing full well the might of the Qin Wang, you should have simply informed us. We could have retreated. His words left Lioli utterly speechless. At this juncture, she bore a significant share of the blame. Yet, who could have anticipated that the 18-year-old Qin Wang would possess such terrifying power? Previously, she had thought it bold to assume he had merely attained the initial realm of terrestrial immortals. Alas, she had misjudged. He was right to call her the sinner of the sacred sect. It seems your standing within the White Lotus sect is not as high as you believed. Holy Maiden. A mere title. Lu Feifan shook his head in disappointment. Lioli clenched her teeth in frustration. She found herself incapable of countering his assertions. The title of Holy Maiden held great prestige among ordinary followers, but among the elders of the realm of terrestrial immortals, it carried little weight. Qin Wang, my status in the White Lotus sect is substantial. I am not merely a figurehead. As the first elder, if given the opportunity, I can seize it. Qin Wang, spare my life. I assure you, I will ensure the White Lotus sect submits. The elder banged his head against the ground repeatedly. For someone of his standing, such an act was a disgrace, yet at this moment, he could no longer concern himself with honor. His only thought was survival. Lu Feifan shook his head. Qin Wang, I speak the truth. Within the White Lotus sect, not even the Holy Maiden's words carry as much weight as mine. The sect essentially follows my lead now. Those surrounding the Holy Mother are my people. If I so choose, I could bring about her demise at any moment. The entire White Lotus sect would be mine. No, it would belong to you, Qin Wang. The elder, sensing Lu Feifan's skepticism, fervently declared his loyalty and even divulged a series of schemes he had orchestrated within the sect. Yin Chao, you are driven by ambition. Lioli gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. She had not realized the extent of his machinations within the sacred sect. If what he claimed were true, the sect might indeed change hands due to his mere word. It is no wonder that her mother lamented the decision to make her the saintess of the White Lotus sect. Evidently, her mother sensed that something was amiss. Your Highness, the Qin Wang, I am truly invaluable. My cultivation is on the verge of a breakthrough, and soon I shall ascend to the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality. At that time, I will be able to assist you in conquering the world. There are numerous rebels in the Great Xia, as well as those surrounding it, who could greatly benefit from my prowess. Yin Shao disregarded by Liuli's presence and continued to emphasize his significance to Lu Feifan. You are mistaken. It is not that I lack faith in you. Rather, both your words and your very being are inconsequential. The last drop of tea in Lu Feifan's hand danced precariously at his fingertips, causing Yin Shao to feel a surge of trepidation. He had long harbored doubts that that final drop of tea was intended for him. Thus, upon witnessing that drop of tea shoot forth, he instinctively prepared to unleash his full force in response. Chapter 31, Doubt Boom. The elder of the White Lotus sect was merely a precursor in the next moment. His body disintegrated, scattering into dust like the remnants of a forgotten memory. A figure once poised at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality was thus extinguished. Despite having witnessed Lu Feifan's prowess on numerous occasions, Liuli's heart trembled with profound unease. She cast a complex gaze toward Lu Feifan. The demise of several elders was secondary, even though they constituted the very core of the holy sect. Their refusal to heed counsel rendered them deserving of their fate. However, the thought of those disciples of the five elements flag weighed heavily on her heart. The mere contemplation of those buried beneath the boulders, their very existence now obscured, caused her immense sorrow. In that moment, she lamented her prior hesitance, wishing she had spoken out sooner. Perhaps then, those disciples might have had a chance to survive. Yet now there were no what-ifs. Those disciples were irrevocably gone. Meanwhile, Ziyuan had become numb. She had never anticipated Lu Feifan's strength to reach such heights. Though she had always been by his side, she remained oblivious to the extent of her lord's power. It was no wonder he exuded such unwavering confidence. Throughout their journey, a sense of unease had lingered, and now everything fell into place. All of this was due to her lord. The army continued its march as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the hearts of many were in turmoil. Among the living, apart from Ziyuan and Liuli, no one knew that it was Lu Feifan who had struck. However, the overwhelming force of the White Lotus sect's elite, a cadre of terrestrial immortals, had been utterly vanquished before their eyes. They speculated about the caliber of the formidable figure standing beside the king of Qin, capable of such feats. The most despairing were the women from powerful families, like the Zhao clan, who had been taken captive after Lu Feifan raided their homes, destined for the Bureau of Rights. With the king of Qin wielding such formidable power, the question remained whether their families had the means to rescue them upon their arrival in the imperial capital. Throughout this journey, they had witnessed the might and ruthlessness of the king of Qin. Days after the assassination attempt, as Lu Feifan neared the imperial capital, a piece of news spread rapidly across the realm. The White Lotus sect had allied with the king of Qin, colluding with the court to slay over 20 powerful figures at the terrestrial immortality level from various factions. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the land. Initially, most dismissed it as an absurd rumor, for the White Lotus sect was a staunch adversary of the court, with an enmity that could scarcely be counted. Furthermore, the attempt on the king of Qin's life had originated from the White Lotus sect. The notion of their alliance seemed increasingly abstract, especially to the larger factions. However, as various powers began to declare their intent to hold the White Lotus sect accountable, even those who had previously maintained ambiguous ties with the sect abruptly turned against them. In regions where the White Lotus sect had thrived, a sweeping campaign to eradicate them was abruptly unleashed, disrupting the court stability. Undoubtedly, this indicates that the seemingly absurd rumor may indeed hold a kernel of truth. This time, with so many formidable individuals mobilized, only one from the Wang family has returned alive. Yet he dares to claim that our holy cult conspired with the Qin king to annihilate the powerful members of various factions. Are those factions comprised of fools? Our own strong practitioners from the White Lotus cult have yet to return, and even the Five Elements flag has gone silent. The Holy Mother of the White Lotus cult is furious. For us, this is nothing short of a thunderclap on a clear day. Who would have imagined that an attempt to encircle the Qin king would lead to such an overwhelming influx of powerful beings? Initially, they were quite pleased, regardless of whether the factions feared the emergence of another martial emperor. Externally, they could boast of the immense allure of our White Lotus cult. They had even begun to strategize for an assault on the Qin king, planning for further grand maneuvers thereafter. Alas, before they could finalize their thoughts, a calamity struck. Aside from the earthly immortal from the Wang family, none of the others who participated in the encirclement have returned. Their fates remain uncertain. They have scoured the site of the ambush, but uncovered no leads, as if everyone had simply vanished into thin air. The sole survivor, the earthly immortal from the Wang family, adamantly asserts that our holy maiden conspired with the Qin king to ensnare those powerful individuals. This is nothing short of absurdity. The greatest loss from this ordeal has befallen our holy cult. The core force of the Five Elements flag has been utterly decimated, with 3 elders perishing. And those who had deep collaborations with us have also been lost, now turning against us. They are indeed at the forefront of opposition against the court. How could they possibly be in collusion with it? Those factions must have lost their wits. It is clear that only the divine warrior of the Wang family remains alive. Yet he is the one under the most suspicion. Why then do they so readily trust his words and cast doubt upon our White Lotus cult? Holy Mother, it has come to my attention that the Wang family possesses evidence captured on a recording stone, which has persuaded the various factions. I presume the Holy Mother has also received this information, as it was said by the Holy Maiden that our White Lotus cult has already submitted to the Qin king. Is it possible that the Holy Mother is completely unaware of this? At this moment, an elder within the cult spoke up. Upon hearing these words, many powerful practitioners cast peculiar glances at their Holy Mother. The members of the cult are well aware that the bond between the Holy Mother and the Holy Maiden is extraordinary, with rumors suggesting that the Holy Maiden is her daughter. Thus, it is difficult to ascertain whether the Holy Maiden's remarks were indeed initiated by the Holy Mother. Most importantly, among those who perished was the elder who posed the greatest threat to the Holy Mother, although 2 other elders are aligned with her. And considering the losses incurred by the Five Elements flag, this situation appears rather tenuous. However, when a woman is in charge, it is not uncommon for abstract matters to arise. Therefore, even they maintain an attitude of skepticism. Even if the recording stone exists, it may not encompass the entirety of the events. The Holy Maiden's statements could harbor ulterior motives. Despite my conflicts with the Yin dynasty, I would never stoop to this level. The Holy Mother's gaze was sharp and direct. Very well now. We must find a way to contact the saintess and ascertain what exactly transpired. Furthermore, it would be prudent for the devotees in various regions to exercise caution and temper their actions for the time being. The Holy Mother then spoke, pondering the enigmatic actions of Lioli. After making the necessary arrangements and waiting for those below to depart, she could not help but mutter to herself. In truth, even she harbored doubts that her own daughter might have played a pivotal role in this incident. However, regardless of the circumstances, she could never admit it. What perplexed her the most was why her daughter would behave in such a manner. Could the rumors be true? As thoughts of a certain gossip from the martial world crossed her mind, a fleeting pain crossed the Holy Mother's visage. If this were indeed the case, her daughter might be destined to follow in her footsteps. Chapter 32. The shadow looming over the royal family the White Lotus sect has submitted to my younger brother. Is it possible that this time the White Lotus sect has colluded with other powerful factions to orchestrate a trap, resulting in the demise of those formidable figures? Upon receiving this news, the second prince could only feel a sense of absurdity. It was as if he were the butt of a cruel joke. After all, he had been involved in state affairs for many years. Even if his father had not truly relinquished power, he had at least utilized his intellect. Moreover, he had nominally served as the regent for a significant duration, commanding a substantial number of capable subordinates. From the gathered intelligence, it appeared that no forces had been mobilized from various regions. His inept father remained secluded, nursing his injuries, and had not yet emerged. It seemed improbable that he was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Furthermore, given the current state of the Great Xia, It was unlikely that such a grand scheme could be executed. Nevertheless, those factions had indeed suffered losses among their ranks. Could it truly be that the White Lotus sect had capitulated? After much contemplation, this seemed the only plausible explanation. His younger brother must have utilized the power of the White Lotus sect to orchestrate the downfall of those strong figures. While it seemed somewhat outrageous that so many could be eliminated, there was at least a semblance of possibility to this theory. In fact, this was also the reasoning held by many of the major factions, which contributed to their suspicions regarding the White Lotus sect. However, even if his brother had indeed attained the realm of an earthly immortal, it was hard to believe that the White Lotus sect would have so readily knelt, voluntarily becoming cannon fodder. Unless the second prince entertained a new possibility. Perhaps there was a scheme devised by his foolish father at play. Although his father might be somewhat dim-witted, it was undeniable that he possessed a certain cunning. Everything is bestowed upon the 14th brother. While I remain in ignorance of these happenings, the second prince's frustration grew with each passing thought. He contemplated storming into the royal forbidden ground to drag his father from his meditative retreat and deliver a deserved reprimand. How could the disparity in treatment between siblings be so vast? It seemed there was no way to prevent this younger brother from returning. After a moment of anger, he ultimately sighed. The forces that had attempted to obstruct the return were so formidable that they had been entirely eradicated. He could not conceive of any means to impede his 14th brother's return to the imperial capital. At least, he himself was incapable of doing so. Has His Highness the second prince already given up? Merely a few earthly immortals have perished. It is hardly a matter of great consequence. If His Highness the second prince is willing to collaborate with us, we can assist you in resolving this issue. Just as the second prince was lamenting the futility of competition, a peculiar laughter suddenly echoed around him. Who? Step forth. The second prince's expression changed dramatically. It was crucial to note that he was alone at that moment, with even his closest confidants barred from approaching. The realization that someone had been lurking nearby was a significant shock for him. Do not be alarmed, second prince. I harbor no ill intentions. A shadow emerged from the lotus pond. In that instant, even the most seasoned gaze of the second prince narrowed in astonishment. What has emerged cannot be referred to as human. It resembles a malevolent spirit, shrouded in swirling black smoke, as if it has traversed from the depths of hell. The second prince would be wise to refrain from calling out. Do you not wish to resolve the matter concerning your younger brother? Witnessing the bizarre apparition, the second prince had initially intended to summon help. However, upon hearing the words of the entity before him, he restrained himself. Who are you? And what means do you possess to deal with my 14th brother? The second prince spoke in a low voice. Let us engage in a transaction. I shall assist you in disposing of your brother, and in return, you will perform a task for me. What say you? The shadow proposed. You claim you can eliminate my brother, yet I am to assist you in what endeavor? The second prince furrowed his brow. Fear not. The task I require of you is one that you can accomplish. I ask you only this. Do you accept this deal? The shadow was evidently no benign entity. Collaborating with it felt akin to making a pact with a demon. Yet for the second prince, choices had dwindled to nothing. Once his brother entered the imperial city, the feckless and slothful emperor would surely meet his demise, allowing his brother to ascend to the throne. Based on the pattern of recent generations, it would signify his own untimely end. Thus, regardless of the entity's nature, he felt compelled to take the risk. Very well. As long as my brother cannot return to the imperial city, I shall assist you this once. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Second prince, a sagacious choice. Await my good news. The shadow emitted a sinister laugh before blending once more into the darkness, vanishing from the second prince's sight. What manner of creature is this? Moments later, the second prince arrived at the spot where the specter had disappeared, scrutinizing the area, yet finding no further signs. Truth be told, had there been any possibility that his brother's ascension to the throne would not threaten his life, he would never have considered collaborating with such a malevolent force. Yet, he found himself bereft of options. Second prince, calamity has struck. The first prince has perished at home. At that moment, a distant voice reached him. This was the second prince's custom. When he desired solitude, his subordinates were forbidden from approaching him, even in the face of a monumental event. Messages could only be conveyed from afar. Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, the second prince's expression shifted dramatically. What? My elder brother has died? Is this some jest? In an instant, he appeared before the messenger, his countenance grave. Indeed, this news just arrived from the first prince's residence, the messenger stammered. Lost in contemplation regarding his younger brother, the second prince felt as if his mind were about to explode. Perished. Such a familiar phrase. It is known that in recent generations, when a new emperor ascended, his brothers would often meet untimely ends, much like the first prince. Yet the critical issue was that their inept father had not yet passed, and the throne had not been transferred. The news left him profoundly shaken. This situation is amiss. Either some formidable force has besieged the residence of their elder brother, fabricating the illusion of a sudden demise, or the circumstances leading to the royal family's misfortune have been hastened. After all, many factions are well aware of the tribulations faced by the royal lineage over the generations, and the notion of an untimely death possesses a certain persuasive weight. Alternatively, should it be the latter, the second prince is filled with dread. For the royal family, this particular matter has long been a source of trepidation. He must go to the imperial clan court and summon the powerful members of the royal family to address this incident, as well as urge the emperor to emerge from his seclusion post-haste. Once the attendants have departed, a question lingers in the air. What is truly happening? The second prince raises his gaze towards the heavens, sensing an invisible pair of hands manipulating the fate of the Great Xia royal family above. Chapter 33. The Sacred Clan. The Zhang family of Fengmen Mountain has endured through the annals of time for millennia. However, their longevity does not equate to remarkable strength. Their prowess remains rather unremarkable. Their ability to persist through the ages hinges solely on their avoidance of conflict. The resources available to their lineage are scarce, and the younger generation seldom engages in substantial enterprises. Their endeavors are consistently below their potential, ensuring a level of absolute control. The consequence of this approach is that while the family maintains its safety, their power diminishes with each generation, as does the wealth of resources they can acquire. Nevertheless, the Zhang family fares better than most. Such cautiousness, if applied to typical factions, would lead to their demise within 2 or 3 generations. In the realm of cultivators, the absence of ambition and resources translates to a lack of survival space. Furthermore, this does not guarantee absolute security. Unforeseen events could easily disrupt their existence. The younger family members, brimming with their own aspirations, may inadvertently stir trouble if not properly guided. The larger the family, the more challenging it becomes to remain inconspicuous. Yet, the Zhang family has indeed maintained a low profile for millennia. Of course, it is not to say that the youth of the Zhang family are devoid of ambition. Nearly every generation witnesses this youthful fervor. However, once they venture beyond their ancestral grounds, they often transform, becoming indistinguishable from their elders. Thus, the Zhang family has persisted through the ages. On this particular day, the once tranquil Zhang family of Fengmen Mountain welcomed a group of unexpected visitors, cloaked in black robes. These figures paid no heed to the inquiries of the Zhang descendants and ascended the mountain with unwavering intent. The Zhang family, naturally, was incensed by such disregard. First, the ordinary disciples confronted them, followed by the core heirs, then the esteemed elders, and finally, the patriarchs of the family. By the time the robed figures reached the ancestral hall, the Zhang family had already been thoroughly penetrated. With a mere flick of their hands, the intruders forced the Zhang family to muster all their strength in defense. Inside the ancestral hall, a group of formidable Zhang clan members lay on ground, pallid and clutching their chests in defeat. Bewildered, they pondered how their low-key existence, devoid of treasures worthy of a strong man's attention, had led to such an unprovoked calamity. Esteemed guests, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Zhang family? Please, feel free to express your needs. We shall do our utmost to accommodate. The patriarch of the Zhang family implored. He surveyed the room. Despite the family being breached, none of their kin had been slain, which indicated the intruders harbored no intent to kill. This suggested that they sought something from the Zhang family. This was the most favorable outcome. As long as they remained of use, there existed a glimmer of hope. The true terror lay in being deemed useless, for that would spell their ultimate end. However, the conduct of these intruders was utterly unacceptable. If they had matters to discuss, they should state them directly. The Zhang family had always been perceptive and would surely acquiesce upon witnessing their strength. Instead, they were met with a brutal onslaught, and given the severity of their injuries, it was uncertain how many medicinal pills would be required for recovery. Originally, he believed he had the opportunity to break through, but now such thoughts seem utterly futile. Has the Zhang family truly fallen to such a state of disgrace? The leading figure in the black robe scoffed derisively. What nonsense is this? Hasn't the Zhang family always been inept? What do they mean by now? No, the Zhang family, according to whispers that can only be passed down through certain levels of achievement, was quite formidable 8,000 years ago, long before the Great Xia held dominion over the realm. However, following the downfall of the previous dynasty, they could only cling to survival, losing all vestiges of their former glory. In fact, in the beginning, they even changed their surname, only daring to reclaim it once the storm had passed. Who are you? The voice of the Zhang family's ancestor trembled with unease. The Zhang family's once great secret had been revealed, even to the descendants, who were unaware of it. The revelation made him anxious. It is important to note that despite the current Great Xia having erased all vestiges of the previous dynasty, he alone knew that the royal family of the Great Xia had long harbored a hidden force seeking them out. Even after 8 millennia, the royal Lu family had never ceased their pursuit. Does this ring a bell? The leading figure in black cast forth a token, the holy fire token. Upon sight of this emblem, the Zhang family's ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of terror flashing across his countenance. He understood the secrets of his family all too well. To put it plainly, the Zhang family was a remnant of the previous dynasty. Though not royal, they could be considered half so, having once shared the world with the royal lineage. However, the current Great Xia operates under royal decree, unlike the past. In the era of the Great Jin, the royal Sima family and the Zhang family were merely the visible rulers, overshadowed by a terrifying holy lineage. Truth be told, despite their former splendor, the Zhang family lived in a state of oppression, with their ancestors instilling in them the imperative to break free from the bloodline control of the Holy Family. This was the reason behind their low profile for so many years. Their ancestors had long since discovered methods to counter this control. In the past, they refrained from employing these methods due to the lengthy time required and the constraints imposed by the Holy Family's dominance. It was only after the Great Xia vanquished the holy lineage and established itself that they dared to act. Unfortunately, by that time, they were no longer a top-tier clan. With limited resources at their disposal, relying solely on time as a cumbersome means to achieve their goals. Little did they expect that just as they were on the cusp of success, the Holy Fire token would emerge. Undoubtedly, at this critical juncture, the return of the holy lineage was imminent. Although the assistance of the Holy Family could restore the Zhang family's former glory, the implications were fraught with complexity. However, from the ancient texts passed down by their ancestors, these glories are of no interest to him. More importantly, as long as the Zhang family alters the contingency plans set by the sacred clan, they can still utilize the advantageous circumstances that their family once established, enabling them to soar once more. Yet now, with the resurgence of the sacred clan, it seems their plans are doomed to failure. Otherwise, with the means at the disposal of the sacred clan, their demise would be most gruesome. Cursed be those who are utterly useless. A voice emerged from the shadows of a black robe. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Zhang family's expression changed drastically. Although he had no desire to serve beneath the sacred clan, the accounts in the ancestral records were clear. The sacred clan is not to be trifled with. As long as the Zhang family proves useful, all is well. However, if deemed useless, the consequences would be dire. Why must these wretches seek them out upon returning to the Great Xia? Was their former ancestor so invaluable? After 8,000 years, they still cannot forget them. Truly a herd of beasts. If they are so formidable, why not recruit more subordinates instead of fixating solely on the Zhang family? And upon arrival, they dare to criticize their capabilities. they ought to consider who currently reigns over this realm. Surviving these past 8 millennia has been no small feat for them. The elder of the Zhang family felt a surge of anger within, yet he wore a facade of flattery. There was no choice. The situation was beyond his control. No matter, they could make do. Fortunately, it was the black-robed figure who spoke next, allowing the elder to breathe a sigh of relief. Very well, I offer you a choice: annihilation or the chance to serve once more as dogs of the sacred clan. This is not a matter of choice. The Zhang family is willing to once again pledge allegiance to the sacred clan. The elder of the Zhang family bowed his head in submission. Excellent, a wise choice. Naturally, it is wise. Otherwise, one would be dead. I, the high priest of the sacred clan, foretell that the fortunes of the Liu family in the Great Xia are nearing their end. However, the Liu family possesses a treasure capable of defying fate. The Liu family must face extinction. Their continuation is not permitted, the black-robed figure proclaimed. Thus, your task is to sever the Liu family's hope of altering their destiny. The elder of the Zhang family stood there, dumbfounded. At this stage of their lineage, his cultivation was merely that of a grandmaster. Do these imbeciles of the sacred clan comprehend the gravity of their words? To ask them to thwart the Liu family's chance of defying fate is either an overestimation of their capabilities or a gross underestimation of the royal Liu family. In the entirety of the Great Xia, any first-rate power could accomplish this task with greater reliability than they could with the strength of the Zhang family. This endeavor would simply be an act of folly. The expressions of the Zhang family's strong men also darkened at this moment. Previously, they could not fully grasp the implications of what the black-robed figure had discussed with their elder, as they were unaware of their family's past. However, they understood the final directive to confront the royal family. In essence, they were being tasked with becoming rebels and, crucially, to serve as pawns. This is a path towards certain death. No matter how weakened the royal family may be, they are not a foe to be trifled with. If the royal family could even attempt to challenge the Zhang clan, the kingdom would have perished long ago. How could it possibly endure to this day? Especially when each generation seems weaker than the last. This is akin to consigning them to be mere cannon fodder. No, with the strength of the Zhang family, they are not even worthy of such a role. Rest assured, when entrusted with tasks, there will naturally be the capacity to fulfill them. To serve the Holy Clan is a blessing bestowed upon you by your ancestors' cultivation. You wretches should be content. Aside from the elder of the Zhang clan, who possesses some insider knowledge, the remaining members are wide-eyed with astonishment. They initially believed they were destined to be mere beasts of burden, but it now appears they may graze freely. These dark-robed figures, exuding an air of superiority, declare their intention to confront the royal family of the Great Xia, and they refer to themselves as the Holy Clan. The name alone suggests a formidable and benevolent lineage. Instantly, they prostrate themselves, expressing their willingness to serve. The elder of the Zhang clan lets out a sigh. Ultimately, their lineage cannot escape its fate. They must tread the path of their ancestors once more. However, if evasion is impossible, then let it be repeated. At the very least, they can maintain a facade of splendor. Chapter 34. Remnants of the former dynasty ending city. The gateway to the imperial capital of the Great Xia. It lies merely a day's journey from the capital. Following the failed assault by the White Lotus sect and various significant factions, they ceased their advance in confusion. Consequently, this route has become considerably more tranquil, though not necessarily faster. After all, even if ambushed, it does not impede progress. For Liu Feifan, the presence of troublemakers is of little consequence. During this period, the name of the Prince of Qin has resounded throughout the realm. Today, it is widely proclaimed that the Prince of Qin is the heir apparent and the chosen successor to the throne. More importantly, rumors abound regarding his potential as a martial emperor. Should the former be true, it would not be particularly alarming to the various factions. In recent years, emperors have ascended and fallen with alarming rapidity. Even if one were to rise, their demise would likely follow closely behind. Thus, emperors have lost much of their significance to these factions. However, the potential of a martial emperor is a different matter entirely. Regardless of the challenges currently facing the royal family, should the prince truly attain the level of a martial emperor, all problems would be resolvable. Hence, the Prince of Qin is perceived differently in their eyes. Although the emergence of another martial emperor within the Great Xia is unwelcome to most factions, they find themselves compelled to accept this reality. Given the current circumstances, the royal family must already be aware of the prince's extraordinary talents. He possesses numerous protective measures, evidenced by the slaughter of over 20 land deities. All factions are observing closely, hoping for another faction to reveal the prince's hidden cards. Unfortunately, the recent loss of so many land deities has instilled sufficient dread, preventing anyone from taking the initiative. Once they pass through Ending City, the prince will soon enter the imperial capital, where opportunities for confrontation will be nearly non-existent. The royal family has cultivated their power for 8 millennia, amassing an incalculable depth of resources. The prince's potential as a martial emperor is of utmost importance to the current royal family. It is certain that they will spare no effort to protect the prince until he has cultivated the celestial emperor's secret art to its 15th level. Thus, Ending City represents their final opportunity. As a result, the powerful observers from various factions, unable to contain themselves, once again gathered in tacit agreement. The royal family must not be allowed to produce another martial emperor. This is absolutely imperative. An elder commenced the discussion, and all present nodded in unison, acknowledging the purpose of their congregation. Yet, the specific nature of the prince's hidden strengths remains shrouded in mystery. Without clarity, and without arranging appropriate countermeasures, this poses a significant danger to them all. As these words echoed, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. While everyone understood the rationale, the question of who would dare to test the waters became a daunting challenge. It is understood that the prince has the means to slay so many land deities, suggesting he possesses some form of hidden depth from the Great Xia royal family that they have yet to comprehend. To take that risk would likely spell disaster, leaving none willing to step forward in such perilous circumstances. Today a decision must be made. The Qin king will depart from Ending City for the imperial capital tomorrow. And after that, there will be no opportunity. Someone spoke up. However, no one could respond to this statement. They had found themselves in a dead end. To ascertain the Qin king's capabilities, it was essential that one among them took action. Ordinary subordinates sent forth would likely meet their demise. Yet, should they take action themselves, the probability of their own extinction loomed large. Naturally, no one was inclined to be the scapegoat. The terrestrial immortals were not grand masters. Coercion was beyond their means. We have a solution to this matter. Just as a group of powerful individuals found themselves in a quandary, a contingent of individuals clad in black robes suddenly appeared. Who are you? It must be noted that those gathered here were all acquainted and had invited one another. It was not a gathering for just anyone. After all, they had to remain wary of the court. Now, with the unexpected arrival of several individuals not included in their invitations and appearing furtive, they were understandably on high alert. It was known that the court had previously colluded with the White Lotus sect to massacre over 20 terrestrial immortals. The court's ruthlessness necessitated their caution. You need not concern yourselves with who we are. The leader of the black-clad figures spoke in a hushed tone. Get lost, you sneaky vermin. You dare not even reveal your identity. And if you do not leave at once, we shall eliminate you. A hot-tempered strongman retorted. They could not possibly collaborate with unknown entities. This was no trivial matter. One misstep could cost them their lives. At this juncture, to engage in such antics only warranted their expulsion. Had it not been for the formidable aura they displayed, some might have already resorted to violence. We are the Zhang family of Fengmen Mountain. Faced with the situation, several of the arriving figures in black robes reluctantly revealed their identities. What Zhang family of Fengmen Mountain? I have not heard of such a name. From which obscure corner do you hail? The announcement of their name drew forth derision. The countenance of the Zhang family members visibly darkened. However, the assertion was accurate. In the past, the Zhang family had indeed been a minor player, lacking even the qualification to attend such a gathering. Yet, the circumstances were different now. They were aware of their lineage, the Zhang family, once renowned in the previous dynasty as the ones who shared the world. Coupled with the patronage of the Holy Clan, their strength was now formidable. Contemplating this, they regained their confidence. Have you heard of the Zhang family of the Great Xia dynasty? That is us. The The Zhang family members proudly stood tall. Initially, they had intended to keep a low profile, but it was evident that without a credible identity, they could not integrate among these individuals. Fabricating a story was also impractical. These were all powerful figures from the top echelons of the Great Xia. Any concocted tale would fail to earn their trust. Hence, they could only speak the truth, having prepared for such revelations before their arrival. From the moment they were sought after by the Holy Clan, their fate was sealed. They were destined to confront the illustrious Liu dynasty of the Great Xia once more. The Zhang family of the Great Jin? What a trivial matter. Does such a dynasty even exist? 8 millennia have elapsed. With the Great Xia's deliberate suppression, many have become oblivious to the very existence of the Great Jin. The Great Jin, mere remnants of a fallen dynasty. Naturally, those present were predominantly powerful figures. Among them, some were indifferent to these matters, wholly devoted to their cultivation and unfamiliar with the Great Jin, yet the majority were still aware. The Zhang family. Are they not the ones who claim dominion over the world alongside the steed? Those well-versed in the history of the fallen dynasty were even more enlightened. Indeed, it is the Zhang family that once aspired to govern the realm. Upon uttering these words, the attendees finally regarded the newly emerged members of the Zhang family with a measure of respect. Although the Zhang family had been silent for 8,000 years, it is only natural for a lineage that once held sway over half the kingdom to possess deep-rooted heritage. You assert that you are remnants of a fallen dynasty. Where is your proof? Despite the Zhang family's revelation of their identity, it did not entirely convince the formidable beings gathered there. The leader of the Zhang family cast a cold glance at the questioning figure. While skepticism was to be expected, the repeated reference to them as remnants of a fallen dynasty was irksome. This is proof. The Zhang family produced an artifact. Chapter 35. The Land of Misfortune, Your Highness. We are nearing the imperial capital. Why must we linger here for another night? In the governor's residence within the city of Anding, Lu Feifan reclined in a chair, one hand cradling a cup of hot tea, while the other meticulously examined an ancient tome. Beside him, Ziyuan was visibly perplexed. It seemed illogical that they should tarry when the imperial city was nearly within reach. I have observed the celestial signs. This place harbors ominous portents, Lu Feifan remarked, casting a glance at the heavens above. His words left Zin momentarily stunned. If this location indeed bore such malevolence, why would the prince not depart immediately? Instead, he chose to remain. Was he seeking thrill in idle peril? Prince Qin, you possess knowledge of divination? Bai Liuli, who had been quietly listening, could not contain her astonishment. At this moment, she felt utterly bewildered. Recent events had stripped her of her identity as the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect. She was now a target of assassination orders, labeled a traitor for allegedly orchestrating the demise of over 20 terrestrial deities. In truth, while her connection to these occurrences was undeniable, she bore no guilt for them. Who could have foreseen the absurdity of Prince Qin's actions? Moreover, even without her involvement, he would have ultimately sought to eradicate them all. Death was inevitable, whether sooner or later. Now, the blame had inexplicably fallen upon her. It was one thing for others to pursue her, but even the sect she had pledged her loyalty to was now hunting her down. In this vast world, she found herself without refuge, and only by Lu Feifan's side did she feel a semblance of safety. These esoteric arts I have occasionally explored during my cultivation. I possess a modicum of understanding, Lu Feifan humbly stated, his words left Bai Liuli speechless. With his formidable cultivation at the tender age of 18, it was nearly impossible for any prodigy to attain such heights without dedicating their entirety to the pursuit of martial prowess, forsaking all else. Yet here he was, not only excelling in cultivation, but also possessing the leisure to delve into diverse studies. Had anyone else made such a claim, Bai Liuli would have dismissed it outright. Yet, knowing that Prince Qin had mastered her own 8 extremities demonic suppression melody, and that he wielded it with greater finesse than she, was a revelation she could scarcely comprehend. Lu Feifan's implication was clear. He had learned from her. But after merely performing a single piece of sentimental music, he was able to reconstruct the entire 8 extremities melody. Bai Liuli found this notion utterly incredulous. It had taken her years of relentless effort to cultivate the 8 extremities melody. And if Prince Qin could simply absorb it by listening to one composition, what did that render her years of toil? Nevertheless, even if Prince Qin had indeed grasped the essence of the eight extremities melody, achieving such terrifying mastery while simultaneously perfecting this secret art was a feat worthy of awe. As she delved deeper into understanding him during this time, she could not help but reflect on how laughable her previous notions of prodigious talent had been. She simply could not fathom how one individual could possess such extraordinary capabilities. If it were merely a matter of cultivation, it would have sufficed. Moreover, she has cultivated numerous esoteric skills. The levels she has attained in her training are so formidable that any one of them is beyond the reach of an ordinary genius. Who would spend a lifetime striving to achieve such heights? In the past, she believed that the Qin king possessed the potential of an emperor of martial arts, which was, in truth, a profound insult to him. Even if the emperor were alive, he would be utterly insignificant in the presence of the Qin king. The only aspect in which he might surpass the Qin king is in seniority. Had the Qin king revealed his talents in his youth, the world would have been thrown into chaos, and the major powers would have exerted every effort to extinguish him. However, after lying in wait for 18 years, the Qin king has now reached a level of cultivation that no force can impede. With his extraordinary gifts, at just 18 years of age, he has attained the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm and has cultivated the celestial emperor's scripture to the 15th tier. In the future, opportunities for further advancement may arise. And undoubtedly, the Great Xia will flourish even more than during the reign of the Emperor of Martial Arts. Currently, the factions within Great Xia that harbor treacherous intentions must be feeling quite anxious. The so-called dire omen for Ending City is likely directed towards the Qin king. If the royal family had produced a figure of the Qin king's caliber years ago, there might have been room for negotiation. However, during the tumultuous years marked by frequent changes in the imperial throne and the exposure of their weaknesses, those factions have already begun to assert themselves, creating irreconcilable conflicts with the royal family, akin to the White Lotus Society raising a rebellion. Under such circumstances, not only would a figure like the Qin king be a threat, but even the emergence of someone of the Emperor of Martial Arts caliber would be intolerable to the royal family. It is only natural for those powerful factions to feel a sense of urgency. At present, the outside world remains unaware of the Qin king's true situation. They still believe there is an opportunity and are likely preparing for a final desperate attempt in Ending City. This time, their amassed forces will undoubtedly be stronger than before, and it is even possible that formidable figures at the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm may intervene. These ancient masters have not shown themselves for many years. Currently, the power in Great Xia is in the hands of those at the mid-level of the earthly immortal realm. There are even numerous rumors suggesting that many of these ancient figures have perished. However, this is certainly not the case. Bai Liuli is aware of at least 2 families with peak earthly immortal masters still alive. As for other forces, they undoubtedly still exist as well. These ancient masters are likely the most fearful of the emergence of another emperor of martial arts, considering that the original emperor was responsible for the deaths of many of them, severing their ranks. It is merely that the forces beyond Great Xia were unable to respond in time. Had they known that the royal family might produce another emperor of martial arts, they certainly would have sent their strongest to intervene. After all, in the past, those surrounding forces suffered catastrophic losses, resulting in them venerating Great Xia as their suzerain for 8,000 years, traditionally paying tribute annually. It is only due to the weakening of Great Xia that they have become estranged, and over the years, they have developed ambitions towards the realm. This is primarily because the land of Great Xia is rich in resources, while the surrounding areas are predominantly desolate. Their desire for Great Xia has long been established, and in recent years, they have even engaged in numerous conflicts with it. This has only served to further constrain the power of the royal family. One can easily envision the turmoil that would ensue should another martial emperor emerge from the Great Xia. Indeed, if the royal family were to produce yet another martial emperor, it would undoubtedly incite chaos throughout the realm. Alas, they remain oblivious to this possibility. The current king of Qin has already established the climate. They have forfeited any chance of prevention. Regardless of the number of formidable beings that may arrive from the city of stability, it will ultimately be in vain. This place is destined to become the burial ground for those mighty warriors. If mere numbers could guarantee success, they would not have faced such ruthless slaughter at the hands of the martial emperor. These formidable beings have not lacked for unity. Their several grand counterattacks have merely resulted in the offering of heads. Even some of the stronger individuals who attempted to flee to the surrounding areas ultimately met their demise. Tonight shall witness history. Lily gazed up at the firmament. At this moment, having relinquished her relentless pursuit of a glimmer of hope for the White Lotus sect, she found herself somewhat eager for the events that were to unfold. After today, should an ample number of powerful beings arrive, the Great Xia and the terrestrial immortals may indeed face another catastrophic severance. It is worth noting that terrestrial immortals live for a millennium. Such caliber of warriors is not uncommon in the Great Xia. Seemingly every force of even modest strength possesses one. However, this is an accumulation of 1,000 years. If they were all to perish, the severance would not be a trivial matter. This is also the reason why, during the martial emperor's great slaughter of the realm, those forces took millennia to regain their vitality, with some even losing their very lineage. Perhaps such a scenario is destined to unfold once more. Chapter 36. The Secret of the Royal Family in Ding City. Oh, my 14th brother, I cannot fathom your thoughts. Returning directly to the imperial capital would have been so much wiser. Yet you linger here. The second prince gazed up at the vast sky, the moon unusually full tonight. He was well aware of the turbulence stirring in the martial world. However, he had managed to suppress the news here in the capital. Fortunately, their father was in seclusion, grappling with his injuries in a final struggle for life. Otherwise, he would have lacked the means to contain such news. Though he had allied with that enigmatic specter, the second prince did not place all his hopes upon that partner. Presently, the entire realm of Jianghu was preparing to besiege his prodigious younger brother. The odds of their success were substantial. Frankly, at this juncture, a sense of melancholy had begun to envelop him. If only his 14th brother's talent was indeed as remarkable as the rumors suggested, perhaps he truly was one who could extend the life of the Great Xia, even recreating the splendor of the martial emperor's reign. I long to be a good elder brother. He sighed and shook his head. If he were to lose the throne, he could accept it. The current state of the court could be handed over to his younger brother to manage the ensuing chaos. He would yield. Yet, the thought of his elder brother's untimely demise clenched his fists tightly. The imperial capital, this place, had been the foundation of their Great Xia for 8 millennia. Here, the royal family possessed numerous strategies and skilled experts. Under normal circumstances, not even a prince, let alone a minister of the court, should encounter such a fate. Yet, to this day, the circumstances surrounding his elder brother's sudden death remained unexplained. Regardless of who investigated, the conclusion was always the same: a sudden and severe illness. How utterly absurd! They were cultivators, having utilized countless precious resources. Even an ordinary person with a modicum of martial skill would find it difficult to suffer from such sudden afflictions. How could such a thing possibly occur within their royal lineage? Although he recognized that the likelihood of uncovering any answers was slim. After all, this was not the first occurrence. The second prince had not relinquished his pursuit of the truth. He was determined to discover the reasons behind such occurrences within their family. To be honest, if he could ascertain the cause, even if he could not inherit the throne, he might avoid a similar fate. The second prince had ceased to covet that position. Yet now, he was bereft of any leads. His elder brother had simply succumbed to a sudden illness. Time is running short. Based on the recent patterns, sudden deaths had occurred in a cascading manner. With his elder brother's demise, it was only a matter of time before his own fate followed. Therefore, by all means, he must secure the throne. 14th brother, do not resist. Dying in Ding City would indeed make you a good brother. Father, let us depart swiftly. If death is inevitable, let it be swift. The second prince could no longer wait. Following the elder prince's demise, and with no clues emerging akin to previous royal deaths, the current evidence increasingly suggested that the factors leading to their calamity had come to fruition. In that case, if he does not ascend to the throne soon, the second prince fears he may find himself overshadowed by his own dim-witted father. Ah, ah. Second prince, your time is indeed limited. However, I possess a treasure that can temporarily alleviate your predicament. Of course, it comes with certain side effects, and I wonder if you would be willing to utilize it. Just as the second prince's frustration deepened, a strange laughter echoed once more. Upon hearing this voice again, the second prince regained his composure. You claim to know a solution to the issues plaguing my royal family? A glimmer of astonishment lit up his eyes as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the sudden apparition, his expression rife with hostility. Do not look at me like that. Do you truly believe that the troubles of your royal lineage stem from my actions? If that were the case, would I even need to collaborate with you? The apparition shook its head and let out a disdainful snort. Why should I trust you? The second prince scoffed coldly. You will understand if you take a look for yourself. The apparition tossed a tome to the second prince. With skepticism, he opened it. So it is like this. The more he read, the more his heart raced with trepidation, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, he quaked in fear, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue, his spirit extinguished like a dying ember. I refuse to continue. This accursed throne, let anyone who desires it take it. Aha! The second prince tore the book in half and cast it aside, emitting a laugh that bordered on madness. Previously, even under immense pressure, even with the prospect of fratricide or patricide, he seemed unhesitant. It appeared that no matter how chaotic the current situation became, he could turn the tide in his favor. Yet now, he appeared utterly broken, devoid of hope. His laughter resonated throughout the palace. Subordinates rushed in upon hearing the commotion, but were met with the sight of their prince, behaving erratically, alternating between laughter and tears, mumbling about how the throne was worthless and princely status was mere refuse. The guards exchanged glances, at a loss for how to respond. Get out, just get out. The second prince began to curse, prompting them to retreat. None could fathom why the second prince had suddenly descended into madness. Perhaps the death of the first prince had deeply disturbed him, stirring fraternal bonds that left him disoriented. Some speculated. Of course, they merely voiced idle conjecture, wary of delving too deeply into the matter. Enough already. If you have had your fill, calm yourself. If you cannot, I can find another partner. After the guards departed, the apparition, which had vanished upon their arrival, reappeared. Seek whoever you wish. I am done. The second prince declared resolutely. It seemed that the information imparted by the apparition had utterly shattered his composure. Are you certain that I possess a definitive solution? Are you truly uninterested? The apparition began to fade into an ethereal form. What? The second prince, who had been prepared to abandon all hope, felt a sudden jolt of energy upon hearing these words. You truly have a way. He fixated intently on the shadowy figure. I can spare you from an untimely demise for now. When your third brother perishes, you shall discern the veracity of my words. The specter emitted a chilling laughter. However, at that moment, the second prince was beyond caring. The laughter resonated in his ears, enchanting in its malevolence. If you truly possess the means to resolve this, we shall collaborate. The second prince, who previously seemed to be teetering on the brink of madness, suddenly felt invigorated, as though he had grasped a lifeline. There is no need for deceit. If you cannot provide a solution, seeking you would indeed be futile. The shadowy figure cackled once more. The second prince nodded. Previously, he harbored the belief that this figure was no ally and decidedly untrustworthy. Deep down, he wished to avoid any entanglement with it, even contemplating seeking assistance from royal warriors to eliminate this threat. Yet, upon uncovering the truth behind his own impending doom and realizing that the shadowy figure possessed the means to remedy it, he recognized that, from this moment forth, it was his most advantageous ally, an irreplaceable one at that. Very well, now await my message. Your 14th brother shall not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Chapter 37. The siege begins in the dark of night. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the ancient city of Anqing. Even the chirping of insects had grown sparse. Tonight, vigilance must be heightened. No one shall rest, and all must remain alert. The Prince of Qin is present, and there must be no missteps. The governor of Anqing personally conducted inspections throughout the city, frequently glancing around with a sense of unease. His hand remained poised on the hilt of his sword. Although the current state of the Great Xia is tumultuous, and the imperial edict to become nearly ineffective, loyalty to the royal family is dwindling. Yet Anqing, as the gateway to the imperial capital, is governed by staunch supporters of the monarchy. Otherwise, he would not hold this position. Their family's influence is modest, reliant on the royal lineage for survival. While the prosperity of the Great Xia may not necessarily enhance their standing, should the empire falter, their family would surely perish. In an effort to gain the emperor's trust, they have undertaken numerous tasks for the royal family, incurring the ire of many. The governor understands well the significance of the Prince of Qin to the current dynasty. The revival of the royal family hinges upon him. Thus, when the prince arrived in Anqing, the governor went out to greet him, wishing to escort him safely into the capital. However, it was unexpected that, despite his remarkable talents, the prince's judgment faltered. Instead of returning promptly to the capital during this critical time, he chose to linger in Anqing. Although the governor earnestly attempted to persuade him, articulating the gravity of the situation, the prince remained resolute in his decision, leaving the governor bewildered. Despite his confusion, the governor could not forcibly remove the prince. Consequently, he dispatched 12 urgent letters seeking aid to the capital. Logically speaking, given the prince's importance to the royal family, even without those 12 missives, a cadre of formidable individuals should have been dispatched to greet him. Yet, the reality was disheartening. There was no response whatsoever, not even a single ordinary soldier. Having navigated the intricacies of court life, Li Yuzhu discerned that there may be those in the capital who opposed the prince's return. This realization left him pondering the intellect of the influential figures in the capital. What is wrong with them? The current state of the Great Xia is dire. Even the common folk sense the impending crisis. A figure like the Prince of Qin, endowed with the potential of a martial emperor, should be embraced. Yet they chose to engage in such petty schemes. It is utterly foolish. Nevertheless, while those schemers may seek their own demise, the Li family has no desire to perish alongside them. Regardless of the insignificance of his efforts, Li Yuzhu is determined to safeguard the prince. He will send yet another missive to the capital, reaching out to every official, every member of the clan, and all who can be contacted. The atmosphere within Anqing revealed to Li Yuzhu that the forces plotting to assassinate the prince were likely already in motion. The strength within Anqing alone was insufficient to counter such threats. Thus, he could only place his hopes on the capital, praying that those with questionable judgment would come to their senses. They are truly mad. The individuals over in the imperial capital possess minds akin to swine. Even King Qin is lacking in intellect. Li Yuzhu feels utterly helpless. He sees clearly and thinks logically, yet regrettably, his power and influence are insufficient, leaving him in a state of anxious frustration. Lord, His Highness King Qin requests your presence to enjoy a performance. As Li Yuzhu anxiously makes arrangements, a subordinate approaches with this announcement. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuzhu feels as though his mind might explode. At such a critical juncture, King Qin still wishes to indulge in theatrics. Is he truly oblivious to the danger, or does he possess some form of assurance? Even if he has some form of backing, it is unwise to be so carefree. If things go awry, it could cost lives. King Qin likely remains unaware of the sensitivity surrounding the royal family's emergence of yet another martial emperor. The magnitude of the current peril is such that it would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire realm could rise up against them. Nevertheless, regardless of his inner turmoil, he cannot refuse the king's invitation. Before long, Li Yuzhu is escorted to a tall tower that overlooks the entire city of Anding. As he surveys his surroundings, he finds no performers present. King Qin sits by the window, one hand continuously rubbing a solid piece of bronze, while the other delicately rotates a cup of tea. Li Yuzhu is perplexed. Wasn't he summoned to witness a performance? What is happening? However, he dares not inquire further and remains silently at his post. As midnight approaches, most individuals have already retired for the evening. Even cultivators typically engage in quiet meditation at this hour. The entire city of Anding has fallen into an eerie silence, as if enveloped in slumber. Li Yuzhu, standing to the side, feels an unsettling atmosphere. He yearns to descend and make necessary arrangements, but alas, King Qin has summoned him here without revealing his intentions. Though it was said to be a performance, not a single performer is in sight. They are merely gazing at the air. Each time he attempts to speak, he is met with reassurances to remain calm, with promises that the stage is set and the performers will soon be in place. King Qin's composure borders on excessive. He feels compelled to inform the king that he possesses the potential to become a martial emperor, but he is not yet one, and such overconfidence could lead to disaster. It is now evident that the realm's strongest have gathered here. Regardless of their original intentions, should they perceive an opportunity, they will undoubtedly act without hesitation. This means that King Qin may very well face an onslaught from the world's mightiest. Among them could even be individuals of peak terrestrial immortality. In such circumstances, unless a martial emperor is present, there is no chance of survival. One must ponder what depths of power King Qin possesses to inspire such confidence. Li Yuzhu finds himself in a state of torment. At last, an upheaval disrupts the tranquility of Anding City. It is apparent that someone has finally lost their restraint. This turn of events sends Li Yuzhu's heart racing. In truth, had no force taken the lead, all factions would have remained cautious. With the rumors of the Qin king having conspired with the White Lotus sect to slay over 20 terrestrial deities, various factions, while waiting for another to take the initiative, might indeed endure until nothing transpires. These forces, after all, are not of a single lineage. Each party harbors the desire for others to gauge the Qin king's true intentions, none wishing to be the first to fall victim. This belief represents what Li Yuzhu perceives as the sole opportunity of the day. However, it is evident that with the first to succumb to impatience, this opportunity has vanished. What they sought was a catalyst. The winds have begun to stir. The entire city of Anding is suffused with a thick, metallic scent. The very fabric of the void seems to ripple as three colossal figures, each nearly 3 meters tall, materialize above Anding City. The stench emanates from their very forms. Their expressions are unnaturally rigid, their eyes a ghostly shade of gray. It is immediately apparent that they are not of normal bearing. Upon their arrival, they hesitate not, heading directly toward the tower where Lu Fei is situated. His movements remain unmasked, making him easily discernible. Chapter 38. The reenactment of the era of the martial emperor. Clearly, the one who acted first was far from an ordinary individual. This elucidates the situation. Under such circumstances, a rational person would refrain from taking the initiative. However, Li Yuzhu felt the formidable aura emanating from the three colossal figures, and his complexion grew exceedingly grave. What in the world are those entities? He had encountered puppets before, yet none could maneuver with such ease and possess such strength. This method was entirely foreign to him, and he had no inkling of its origin or the power behind it. Of course, that was of little consequence now. Your Highness, I shall take my leave. To hold the esteemed position of governor in such a significant location as Anding City, Li Yuzhu's prowess was at the initial realm of the terrestrial immortals. Scanning the surroundings, he found that he was indeed the most suited to take action. As for King Qin and the techniques at his disposal, this was merely the beginning. Should everything be exposed prematurely, there was a risk of being overwhelmed by a collective assault. Hence, it was most appropriate for him to step forward. Today, I invited you merely to witness the spectacle. Your participation is unnecessary. Lu Feifan ceased to manipulate the bronze statue in his hands. What does this mean? Is the prince truly intending to exert his full strength from the outset? Such an approach is rather unconventional. In the midst of Li Yuzhu's bewilderment, Lu Feifan casually flung the bronze statue he had just crafted, positioning it directly in the path of the advancing giants. With keen perception, Li Yuzhu noticed several fine threads, as delicate as a hair, attached to the statue. It became evident that King Qin was controlling the statue through these threads. This revelation left Li Yuzhu utterly astonished. He distinctly remembered that upon his arrival, the statue had merely been a collection of ordinary bronze pieces, which King Qin had just molded into form. He could sense that those bronze pieces were utterly mundane, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Previously, he had found King Qin's obsession with molding bronze somewhat perplexing, believing it to be an eccentric hobby. Yet, he never anticipated that the bronze statue was not a mere plaything, but a weapon for combat. Can this contraption truly be effective? A flurry of questions raced through Li Yuzhu's mind. It was essential to acknowledge that the three giants posed a genuine threat, exuding the power of terrestrial immortals. In such a scenario, King Qin shaping bronze into a statue for battle seemed utterly absurd. This was no child's play. Boom! Just as Li Yuzhu's thoughts swirled, the giants had already engaged the statue in combat. With a thunderous roar, the statue struck one of the giants on the head. The collision was akin to two mountain peaks crashing together, sending ripples through the air and causing the entire Ending city to tremble. The giant's head was sent flying, its neck spinning like a top. What a sight! Li Yuzhu stood in stunned silence, while others might speculate that the statue was some hidden royal technique or treasure. He knew better, having witnessed King Qin sculpt the bronze pieces into the statue. This meant that it was by no means a royal artifact or concealed treasure. Yet, in this very moment, a seemingly ordinary contraption managed to send the head of a giant, comparable to a terrestrial deity, spinning uncontrollably. Simultaneously, it withstood the combined assault of three giants without sustaining any damage. Li Yuzhu found this incomprehensible. It is important to note that such power belongs to the realm of terrestrial immortals. He had dedicated 3 centuries of his life, nearing its end, to attain this level of strength through fortuitous opportunities. However, after toiling for the greater part of his life, he now felt as if he were merely at the level of a statue effortlessly molded by the Qin King. Even witnessing it firsthand, Li Yuzhu began to question his own perception. Regrettably, he shook his head. For a normal person's head to be struck in such a manner, even a terrestrial immortal would instantly lose their combat ability. Without timely medical attention, they would scarcely last a moment. Yet, remarkably, the giant appeared minimally affected, continuing to fight even after losing its head. Clearly, its vulnerability did not lie in its cranium. However, compared to the giant, the statue was even more absurd. At least the statue managed to spin the giant's head with a single punch. Yet, the combined assault of the 3 giants did not leave even a trace of impact on the statue. This was entirely unreasonable. Li Yuzhu felt as though he might tear his hair out in frustration. He simply cannot comprehend it. The statue, under the Qin King's control, was as pliable as clay, indicating that it was indeed a genuine statue devoid of any other treasures. Yet, such an ordinary statue could withstand the joint force of 3 terrestrial immortals without budging. Li Yuzhu's eyes widened in realization. The Qin King. If the statue were truly ordinary, lacking any special attributes, yet possessing such formidable power, it could only point to the Qin King himself being extraordinary. If this were the case, the external rumors about the Qin King had surely underestimated his prowess. He recalled the earlier tales of over 20 terrestrial immortals being ensnared and killed. However, as the Lord of Ending City, a core force of the court, he had not heard of any significant mobilization from the authorities. Previously perplexed, he now contemplated that the supposed ambush might have been a direct suppression by the Qin King. It was entirely because they were no match for him, devoid of any intricate plots or schemes. The more he pondered this, the more plausible it seemed. If this were true, it would mean the Qin King was not merely gifted with martial prowess, but had already reached the level of a martial emperor. Achieving such heights by 18 would surpass even the martial emperor himself. If this were indeed the case, it would elucidate why, despite his clear persuasion, the Qin King nodded in acknowledgement yet chose to ignore his counsel. It was not arrogance, nor was it ignorance. Rather, it was confidence born from possessing absolute strength. If this were so, Li Yuzhu suddenly turned his gaze towards the night, where hidden currents of unrest stirred restlessly. Those forces remain oblivious to the fact that the statue was merely a fabrication of the Qin King, and they are utterly incapable of fathoming the notion that over 20 formidable masters of the earthly immortal realm were ruthlessly annihilated. Primarily, their worldview and experiences do not permit such thoughts to emerge. Even Li Yuzhu, who dared to make bold conjectures after witnessing Lu Feifan's prowess, finds it hard to grasp the reality of the situation. After all, the Qin King is merely 18 years old. Prior to this, The speculation that he had already attained the earthly immortal realm was, for most, an extreme incredibility. Many even doubted it. It is only now, with the Daxia Empire in a state of weakness and a palpable fear of another martial emperor emerging from the royal lineage, that they took action, adhering to a mindset of better to mistakenly kill than to let escape. Consequently, with the demise of more than 20 earthly immortals, all factions across the realm were genuinely shaken, prompting them to confront this matter head-on. However, they likely cannot even begin to imagine that the 18-year-old Qin king does not merely possess the potential of a martial emperor. He wields the strength of one. The catastrophic events of the martial emperor era, where the prominent forces suffered devastating losses, may be on the brink of repetition. Following this audacious speculation, a terrifying thought flashed through Li Yuzhu's mind. Chapter 39. The Annihilation of the Zhang clan after the accomplishment. Is this truly the method of the royal family? I have never witnessed such a thing. That bronze figure, which appeared rather ordinary, possesses such formidable power. It is indeed astonishing. One cannot help but wonder how much such power the royal family holds in its grasp. In the shadows, a multitude of individuals from various factions engaged in hushed discussions, marveling at the bronze figure. Surely, they could not possess many of these. Otherwise, why would the royal family remain so discreet? If they wielded an abundance of such power, they would have long since swept across the realm. The royal family is certainly no benevolent entity. Therefore, there is no need for alarm. If this is all they have, the Qin king shall be entrusted to me. Someone spoke directly, affirming, indeed, that bronze figure must have required a significant cost to create. I am far more concerned about the puppets of the Zhang clan. They appear to be forged from the essence of real individuals, specifically those of the earth immortal realm. They are indeed perilous. Upon hearing this, the earth immortal realm experts cast peculiar, ominous glances at the Zhang clan warriors. After all, they were all formidable beings of the earth immortal realm. If the Zhang clan's puppets were indeed crafted from such powerful materials, they undoubtedly posed a grave threat. Just imagine the terror if this were to snowball into something uncontrollable. The very thought sends chills down one's spine. After dispatching the Qin king, we shall turn our attention to these remnants of the fallen dynasty, seeking them out without leaving a single one behind. Agreed. It must be so. Their thoughts synchronized through their secret communications. Consequently, the Zhang clan members felt an icy chill running down their spines, though they remained unaware of the unfolding situation. The Qin king's methods have yet to be fully tested. Do you Zhang clan still possess any puppets? If so, summon a few more. Let us amass 30 in total, replicating the scene where over 20 of our comrades fell victim to the Qin king's treachery. Having resolved to eliminate the Qin king and eradicate the Zhang clan, someone boldly suggested that the Zhang clan should intensify their efforts. Ideally, they would engage in a mutual destruction with the Qin king, allowing the rest to reap the benefits. Indeed, Yu Zhang clan vowed to draw out the Qin king's tactics. What you have done thus far is insufficient. Continue to press on. At this juncture, the various factions had unified in their intentions, keen to uncover the Zhang clan's true strength. We possess merely these 3 puppets, and while we agreed to lead the charge, we never claimed we would fully expose the Qin king's trump cards. Now, the situation has become clear. That statue must represent the royal family's power. It is plausible that the royal family has more than one, and alongside the White Lotus sect's collaboration, they orchestrated the demise of those 20-plus comrades. The priority now is to collectively confront the Qin king and resolve this matter swiftly. The Zhang clan has already deployed 3 puppets and is reluctant to expend further resources. This is unfeasible. Over 20 comrades were ensnared, and the sole survivor was one who sensed the danger before engagement and managed to escape. If even Earth immortals cannot evade, their methods must indeed be perilous, and we must ascertain the truth. Someone declared, this is not an excuse, but rather a reality. Over 20 land deities were tragically slain, and after the true confrontation commenced, none managed to escape. This is exceedingly terrifying. Consequently, despite their deep-seated fears of the emergence of another martial emperor from the Great Xia, They deliberated for an extensive period without taking action. Had it not been for the Zhang family stepping forward, even after a night of discussions, they might not have acted at all. They yearned to eliminate the king of Qin. However, their unease stems from their ignorance of the methods he possesses. Yet, they could employ certain strategies, even if it meant sending forth some younger members of their factions. I am aware that outside in Ding City, each family has prepared a considerable number of personnel. This could serve as a contingency for each clan. If negotiations fail, they could collectively deploy their forces, utilizing a multitude of masters to encircle and eliminate the king of Qin. Although these younger members form the backbone of their respective powers, they have witnessed countless prodigies over the long years. Generations of exceptional talents have perished before them, leading to a certain desensitization. To them, self-interest reigns supreme, followed by the preservation of their legacies, with the younger generation coming in a distant third. Moreover, those they consider expendable are either deemed unlikely to ascend to the realm of land deities or belong to their subordinate factions. Thus, utilizing these individuals to test the waters with the king of Qin presents itself as a prudent choice. The reason they did not pursue this course of action from the outset is not due to benevolence. Rather, they understand that if the king of Qin wields formidable power, these younglings would be incapable of eliciting his hidden strengths. Additionally, some among them, who are foolishly inclined to cherish the younger generation, insisted on reserving this strategy for a last resort. Those youngsters are utterly useless. We merely utilize them as a safeguard against the imperial army. Such blatant falsehood is infuriating. The Zhang family was incensed, for they had not previously expressed such sentiments. Having had no prior dealings with these factions, they once believed that those who attained significant power must possess a certain caliber. Now, they realize that these individuals are even more shameless than they imagined. Even without puppets, do they not still possess 3 formidable figures? If your puppets have already taken stage, why not send your best to join them? Someone suddenly interjected. What do you mean by that? The Zhang family was furious. This group of scoundrels had already committed their puppets. Now they demanded their true selves to engage. Did they truly think the Zhang family was so easily intimidated? What are your intentions? Just as the Zhang family was prepared to engage in a serious discussion, they discovered that the powerful figures had encircled them. The 3 warriors from the Zhang family immediately sensed impending danger. Be sensible. We will ensure your safety. With our numbers, we will certainly shield you from any peril. However, should you remain obstinate, not only will you suffer, but the Zhang family will also face ruin. One of the powerful figures declared directly, the Zhang family, ensnared by their puppets, has resolutely sealed their fate. Their annihilation is deemed essential. Previously, the deployment of puppets was merely a tentative exploration, not a mere exercise in verbal sparring. Though the Zhang family once held prominence, that status is now but a relic of the past. Those present are all formidable powers who regard the remnants of a fallen dynasty with disdain. Absent the puppetry, there might have been room for discourse. However, with the puppets revealed, the Zhang family is perceived as already deceased in their eyes. Have you all made your decisions? This indecisiveness is tiresome. Be direct. This prolonged hesitation serves no purpose. A calm voice resonated among the assembly of mighty figures. Chapter 40. Another martial emperor? Just a brute soon enough. What is there to rush about? Someone instinctively spoke up. However, upon finishing his words, he suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his statement. It was not something a teammate would utter. A thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Then, as if recalling something, he abruptly turned to face the source of the voice behind him. They were gathered in a small courtyard. At that moment, not far away, atop the peak of a rockery, a youth, one hand holding a teacup and the other deftly manipulating a silken thread, was quietly observing them. Qin, the king. All present were formidable individuals from powerful factions. Although none had seen Lu Feifan in person, he had made fleeting appearances despite his low profile. These factions had exerted considerable effort to obtain portraits of Lu Feifan. Therefore, the instant Lu Feifan manifested, the strong one who turned around recognized him. It was none other than their target, the one reputed to possess the potential of a martial emperor. When did he arrive here? It was crucial to note that, despite their numbers as formidable beings of the earthly immortal realm, their mental faculties were capable of monitoring their surroundings at all times, particularly in the present circumstances. Although they were engaged in conversation, each mind was on high alert. They would be acutely aware not only of the presence of any outsiders, but even the movements of ants on the ground. Yet now, a living person had materialized behind them. They only became aware of this anomaly after he spoke. Moreover, even at this moment, they felt no presence in the trees. It was only visible to the eyes. This was indeed a terrifying realization. Thus, the first to notice was genuinely taken aback, abandoning silent communication for an outright exclamation. Upon hearing this, the others, who had initially intended to intimidate the Zhang family, became aware of the shift, each turning to follow the sound. The king? What are you doing here? They had never anticipated that the king would indeed appear in this location. Aren't you all searching for me? Why does it seem that upon finally encountering me, you are not particularly pleased? Lu Feifan remarked nonchalantly. The expressions of the formidable beings present became peculiar. It was true they sought Lu Feifan, yet in their minds, they were orchestrating a hunt for the king. They believed they held the reins of this confrontation. However, Lu Feifan's abrupt presence here left them utterly bewildered. How could the king dare to come here? It was worth noting that with so many earthly immortals gathered, they could easily overthrow the imperial capital, enough to disrupt the entire Great Xia. Their inaction stemmed not from a belief that they could not subdue the king, nor did they doubt their ability to contend with him. Rather, it was simply due to the earlier demise of over 20 formidable beings of the earthly immortal realm. Let them harbor concerns, fearing a confrontation that could lead to their demise at the hands of Lu Feifan's desperate retaliation. Their true dilemma lies in the question of who will make the first move. In their perspective, if one were willing to disregard all costs, the Qin king would undoubtedly perish, with no chance of survival. With so many formidable beings present, they were at a loss as to how they might falter. They believed that, regardless of the means employed, the Qin king should currently be in a state of trepidation. Even setting aside the question of how the Qin king became aware of their presence, why would he dare approach them? And how could he even do so? In an instant, they all relaxed their minds and began to survey their surroundings, yet they discovered no abnormalities. This indicated that the Qin king had truly come alone. Had he lost his senses? Even if the royal family possessed some extraordinary hidden capabilities, could they truly contend with such a multitude of powerful adversaries? Aside from a martial emperor resurrecting from his coffin, their strength was, in the realm of the Great Xia, insurmountable. Among those present, the Zhang family members were undoubtedly the most elated. With the Qin king approaching voluntarily, the need for further probing had vanished. In this manner, they had seemingly evaded a catastrophe. These despicable creatures showed no regard for martial ethics. They had already sacrificed their puppets, yet they still expected others to march to their doom. Ah, the puppets! The puppets have exploded! A cry erupted from a member of the Zhang family. At that moment, in the void above, the three puppets that had previously appeared evenly matched with a bronze statue suddenly met with its overwhelming force. In a single punch directed at each, the three puppets, which had seemed remarkably resilient, were annihilated in midair. In an instant, the three puppets were gone, leaving the Zhang family's warriors stunned. As for the other powerful entities, although Lu Feifan had diverted their attention, they were nonetheless beings of terrestrial immortality. Their awareness was sharper than their vision. Their failure to detect Lu Feifan stemmed from a disparity in strength. However, they were quick to perceive the fierce clash between the celestial puppets and the bronze statue. Witnessing the statue's sudden surge of power that obliterated the three puppets, they were taken aback. So, this was the source of your confidence. Yet, some powerful beings reacted with unexpected delight. Previously, they had been baffled by how Lu Feifan had managed to ensnare over 20 terrestrial immortals. However, after the bronze statue erupted and shattered the puppets, one such being felt a realization dawn upon him. Your strategy all along has been that bronze statue, or perhaps more than one. Earlier, those strong individuals were unaware of the statue's might, so they had engaged in a straightforward battle without contemplating retreat. The result was that several were unexpectedly slain by the sudden onslaught, and with the assistance of the White Lotus sect, along with the hidden forces of the court, over 20 comrades were ambushed. The analysis from the one who felt enlightened steadied the nerves of the originally anxious warriors, who had witnessed the puppets being instantly obliterated. Indeed, it was as they discerned. The king of Qin possesses formidable means, an eventuality that was, in truth, anticipated by them. After all, the slaughter of over 20 terrestrial deities was a stark reality. This was precisely what they had long feared. Thus, when the statue suddenly erupted, they were indeed taken aback. However, upon analysis, they swiftly realized the truth. Indeed, they had been seeking to uncover the nature of the king's capabilities, and now they had discovered that it resided within that very statue. If it were merely that, there would be no cause for excessive concern. Regardless of the number of statues, the presence of so many formidable individuals rendered it inconsequential. Moreover, the king of Qin was now right beneath their noses. His cards had been laid bare. Were he not present, requiring them to take action against him, it would have certainly given them pause. But now, he was here. How could he possibly escape unscathed? Could he be the reincarnation of a martial emperor? If he were somewhat older, they might entertain such speculation. Yet, at merely 18 years of age, it is unequivocally impossible. Another martial emperor in the Great Xia? Merely a reckless fool. Whether true or not, this ends here. Chapter 41. Intimidation. A formidable figure spoke up. Although they were indeed wary of Lu Feifan's sudden appearance, they understood that he must possess some form of confidence. Yet, this place was currently a gathering of the most powerful beings in the Great Xia. Unless the martial emperor were alive, they could hardly fathom a loss. Thus, despite their vigilance, they remained sufficiently self-assured. Consequently, they perceived Lu Feifan as courting death. This was a quintessential manifestation of a youth who, upon acquiring tremendous power, had become overly arrogant. Such youths, countless in the martial world, met their demise annually. Even though the individual in question was a prince, with an astonishingly prodigious talent, he was merely 18 years of age. Such an accomplishment at such a tender age signified an intense focus on cultivation, likely at the expense of broader experiences, a lack of discernment that was quite natural. Otherwise, his current behavior would be inexplicable. Surely, he could not truly be the reincarnation of the martial emperor. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Even the most gifted 18-year-old could not possess such extraordinary prowess. Some powerful figures even communicated telepathically to analyze the situation, garnering the consensus of the majority. Thus, the formidable display from the statue elicited unexpected delight rather than fear. This indicated that the means wielded by the Prince of Qin had been unveiled. At that moment, the Prince of Qin stood nearby, and the course of action was clear. However, with so many individuals, each belonging to different factions, everyone was hoping for others to take action. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago. Their hesitation was not due to a desire for idle chatter. Even the initially belligerent strongman had only taken a few steps forward at this juncture. As they observed the inaction, it became apparent that continuing in this manner was untenable. Finally, someone transmitted a message. A group of strong beings nodded in agreement, aware of the adage that prolonged nights breed many dreams. Therefore, upon reaching a consensus, they moved in unison to strike. Even if the Prince of Qin had puppets at his disposal, their collective strength could easily overwhelm him. No puppet, no matter how formidable, could shield him from such overwhelming force. A rabble. Lu Feifan shook his head, appearing quite disappointed. Although his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated with all present. They were not angered. Instead, they felt that the Prince of Qin had truly lost his mind. Each of them was a top-tier powerhouse from their respective factions. Any one of them could lead an army. If they were to unite, they could topple the entire Great Xia. Previously, they had diverse ambitions, with many factions preferring to maintain the status quo, which had left the Great Xia in a precarious state. Had they all harbored treasonous intentions, the Great Xia would have perished long ago. Now, fearing the emergence of another martial emperor from the Great Xia, they had united. At that moment, their collective strength instilled confidence in their ability to seize the imperial capital. Yet, the Prince of Qin dared to refer to them as a rabble. Such a sentiment could only be interpreted as madness. Did he truly believe himself to be the reincarnation of the martial emperor? No, wait. However, before they could fully process their thoughts, after Feifan concluded his remarks, a group of the most formidable warriors from the Great Xia felt as if, in that fleeting moment, the dark canopy of the heavens had been lifted. Dawn had arrived. A terrifying pressure descended upon them. In an instant, those who had already engaged in combat found themselves stripped of any capacity for resistance. They were left in awe as they gazed upon the figure of the king of Qin, who rose from the treetops, hands clasped behind his back, stepping into the void and approaching them with measured strides. That overwhelming force emanated from the king of Qin. With each step he took, it felt as though the weight of an entire mountain was added to their bodies. Their knees weakened, and despite their prowess, they felt an uncontrollable urge to kneel. The situation left their minds buzzing. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The 18-year-old king of Qin, their intended target, had subdued them all merely through his aura. How astounding this was! Were it not for their direct experience, anyone hearing such a tale would surely think it a jest. 18 years old, those who stood before him were all prodigies of their era. Yet, at 18, they had barely begun their training. Even the once feared martial emperor, at 18, had merely begun to show his potential. Yet now, the 18-year-old king of Qin had single-handedly subdued them all. This was nothing short of a nightmare for them. At that moment, many began to grasp a terrifying possibility, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. The king of Qin before them was not merely endowed with the potential of a martial emperor. He had already attained that level of mastery. In other words, at 18, he might very well have reached the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm, possibly having cultivated the celestial emperor's art to such heights. If this were true, the earlier rumors regarding the slaughter of over 20 earthly immortals by the court and the White Lotus sect would be completely unfounded. The White Lotus sect's cries of injustice would be validated. They had indeed done nothing wrong, for a single king of Qin was sufficient to resolve the matter at hand. This meant that those 20-plus earthly immortals had been vanquished by the king of Qin. The tactics they had previously imagined the royal family employing were mere figments of their imagination. Such a terrifying king of Qin needed no underhanded schemes. They were mistaken, gravely mistaken. The king of Qin had already reached his zenith. I understand now. The king of Qin was dispatched to his fief at the tender age of 5. It was then that the royal family had already recognized his extraordinary talent. They had sent him away to remain inconspicuous in order to conceal this fact. And now, his ostentatious display was a testament to his accomplishments. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. This echoed the thoughts of all present. They had been deceived. The royal family had orchestrated an elaborate scheme. They had lured them out with the intent of ensnaring them all. The royal family was ruthless. Many felt they had unraveled the truth. The king of Qin's triumphant return was why he had suddenly drawn such attention when he had previously gone unnoticed. This is the royal family orchestrating a grand spectacle, ultimately conveying to the world that the king of Qin possesses the qualities of a martial emperor, thereby drawing them in. Indeed, the royal family does not seem capable of producing another figure of such caliber as a martial emperor. Observe, as soon as they appear, thoughts of purging them arise. They desire to resist and do not intend to surrender easily. Unfortunately, they cannot even muster their strength, having been thoroughly subdued. At this moment, they appear akin to mere ants. The disparity between the two sides is so vast that it defies imagination, even though both are land deities. The difference in their minor realms is manifested in a manner far exceeding that of major realms. Even if the Grand Master might seem like an ant in their eyes, the situation should not be so dire. It is no wonder that the imperial decree of the royal family is deemed the preeminent technique in the world. It is no wonder that the martial emperor of Ur could dominate the realm. Even a mere glance at the ancient texts evokes fear. In the past, they may have harbored some doubts. Now they're utterly convinced. Chapter 42, I shall not give, you cannot demand. This is an entirely different realm. They merely witnessed the king of Qin extend his hand, and their hearts sank like lead. It felt as though he intended to extinguish their very existence. However, they soon realized that the king was not directing his attention towards them, but rather reaching for a location within the city. It became evident that someone was attempting to flee the confines of the city, indicating that a formidable presence remained concealed and had not congregated with them. Upon sensing the impending danger, the individuals sought to escape. Yet, despite the absence of any overt commotion and the considerable distance separating them, it was clear that their efforts were in vain. It was the ancestral figure of the Zhao clan, who had attained the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm 3 centuries prior, yet had not made an appearance for over a century. To their astonishment, he was still alive and had come forth this time. As Feifan made his move, the figure intent on fleeing ceased to conceal himself and unleashed his full power. In such circumstances, it did not take long for others to discern his identity. If those ancient figures were to engage alongside their own efforts, there might still be a glimmer of hope. One voice emerged, filled with anticipation. They were unaware of how many ancient beings were present this time, but their trepidation regarding the prospect of another martial emperor arising from the imperial lineage was palpable. Many had surely arrived here. Boom! Just as they entertained such thoughts, the ancestral figure of the Zhao clan, who had barely managed to escape, was obliterated. He erupted in mid-air, akin to a grand display of fireworks, sending chills through the hearts of the powerful present. Though he shared the same pinnacle status of an earthly immortal, the disparity was stark and fearsome. The Zhao clan's ancestor was dispatched in an instant, not even able to utter a sound. The faint flicker of hope they had just kindled extinguished completely. If the Zhao clan's ancestor could not withstand a single strike, it was unlikely that the few concealed elders could muster enough strength to survive. At this moment, the despair of those powerful beings from the era of martial emperors transformed from mere cold words in ancient texts into a vivid, bloody reality before their very eyes. They finally comprehended the profound helplessness experienced by those formidable individuals during the martial emperor era. Thud! Your Majesty, King Qin, I am the elder of the Feng clan. Our Feng family has been loyal to the Great Xia for generations. The elder proclaimed, kneeling and bowing fervently. I have come to understand that treasonous elements seek to harm your Majesty, hence my infiltration among them to assess the situation. I have now uncovered all their information, and among them are even remnants of the previous dynasty. As a being of the earthly immortal realm, his actions were a complete loss of face. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he deemed this his only option. At merely 500 years of age, with the lifespan of an earthly immortal, he still had 500 years remaining. His desire to live was unwavering. He had always held a position of superiority, having never encountered a force that compelled him to bow. Yet, it was abundantly clear that he had now met such a force. Observing the situation, many powerful beings stirred with anticipation. If kneeling could ensure survival, then pride could certainly be set aside. However, crack! Feifan cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling ancestor of the Feng family, and in an instant, he was obliterated. The remaining powerful figures, who had contemplated bowing down, felt a chill run down their spines. Here, kneeling bore no semblance of mercy, and death came swifter still. Moreover, the mere act of observation could lead to annihilation. The Feng family patriarch was no trivial character. He was, after all, a figure of the earthly immortal realm. Even if the pinnacle of the earthly immortals was formidable, such absurdity was unexpected. The assembled strongmen were gripped by sheer terror. They had never envisioned the Qin king being this fearsome. It felt as though he surpassed even the legendary martial emperor in his outrageousness. While the martial emperor could easily vanquish earthly immortals, it was not to the extent of causing instant destruction merely by gazing at them. However, pondering such matters was of little consequence now. Their primary concern was how to survive this day. Who among you is of the remnants of the former dynasty? Feifan spared the lives of all present for this very reason. His journey to attain such heights was undoubtedly one of fervent effort. Yet his ambitions extended beyond mere cultivation. Another passion of his was literature. Over the span of more than a decade, he had become quite the polymath. Regarding the former Great Xia dynasty, literature on the subject was scarce, not just among the common folk, but even within the royal lineage. Before turning 5, while still in the imperial capital, he had accompanied his father into the royal secret vault, where he encountered writings on this very topic. He had read in one of those texts that the Sima and Zhang families of the former dynasty posed a significant threat. These two clans possessed peculiar attributes. Moreover, the reason the founding emperor was able to topple the Great Xia was not solely due to the strength of the Zongtian Emperor's decree, but also because internal discord had arisen within the Sima and Zhang families. The royal family's deliberate concealment of information regarding the former dynasty seemed to stem from the unique nature of these clans. If such knowledge were to spread, it could incite major upheaval. Lu Feifan had gleaned this from ancient texts, which consistently emphasized the need for future generations to remain vigilant against the resurgence of these families. Thus, upon hearing of remnants from the former dynasty, Lu Feifan felt a rare inclination to inquire further. He understood that, although he had only skimmed the surface, he could discern the trepidation the founding emperor held towards the Sima and Zhang families. Even as one who practiced the Zongtian Emperor's decree, he relied on a measure of fortune to ultimately establish the Great Xia. Furthermore, the subsequent actions of the martial emperor in cleansing the martial world were influenced by this very concern, not solely for future considerations. To be candid, the eradication of the earthly immortals was merely incidental, as these factions still harbored secrets of the Great Xia. Had it not been for the martial emperor's ascension, the Great Xia would have faced peril. This was the true impetus behind his relentless slaughter. It is widely rumored that the martial emperor collected the literary works of various families. In truth, this was also incidental. What he undertook was the complete sealing of all secrets pertaining to the Great Xia. The families recognized the royal family's resolve. If they were to learn these secrets, the royal family would not rest until the entire clan was annihilated. Consequently, those factions cooperatively undertook the destruction of such knowledge. Even the formidable Emperor Wu harbored a profound apprehension towards the secrets of the Great Xia. It is evident that the Great Xia is indeed extraordinary. It is they. Upon hearing Lu Feifan's inquiry, a multitude of powerful figures turned their gaze towards the Zhang family members. Your Highness, I am willing to disclose anything you wish to know, but you must grant me mercy. Crack. One of the Zhang family members boldly proclaimed this. Yet, scarcely had he uttered his words when he was reduced to fragments. I wish to offer you a path to survival. Thus, you shall have one. Should I choose not to provide it, you must not dare to demand it, for that would displease me. Lu Feifan stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, two Zhang family members swallowed their words. How ruthless! This king of Qin is utterly inhumane. They yearned to cooperate sincerely, merely seeking a glimmer of hope. Yet they were denied even the slightest power to voice such a humble request. Chapter 43. When faced with inevitable demise, one must take a gamble. Without any promises from you, it matters not whether you speak or remain silent. Ultimately, one member of the Zhang family could no longer contain himself. However, before he could finish his words, he was abruptly silenced. For Lu Feifan, the news from the Zhang family piqued his interest, yet it was not a matter of necessity. His curiosity was but a mere flicker. The founding ancestor, the pinnacle of the earthly deities, was able to establish the Great Xia. As for him, he was a celestial being amidst the mortal realm. The remnants of a fallen dynasty were hardly a cause for concern. Only I remain of the Qin dynasty. If you wish to hear my words, you must release me. The last surviving member of the Zhang family exclaimed. He felt a surge of fear when one companion fell. But upon the demise of two, a sense of twisted joy emerged within him. With all others gone, he was assuredly in a position to negotiate. At the very least, he required a promise for his survival. Although there was a cautionary tale to heed, the ruthlessness of the Qin king left him distrustful. Without presenting a condition beforehand, he could not find solace. It was the kind of desperation that compelled one to speak even in the face of death. Enough. I have spoken. I shall not yield. And you cannot demand. The principle of your so-called honesty holds little significance for me. At last, the final member of the Zhang clan fell into Lu Feifan's grasp. Listening to his indifferent words, the Zhang family member's eyes widened in shock. The intent of his adversary was unmistakable. An unprecedented wave of terror washed over him. Before he could utter another word, he too was annihilated. Witnessing the effortless demise of three members of the Zhang family left a profound impression on the gathered strongmen. The martial emperor, without a doubt, was a figure of immense power, perhaps even surpassing the brutality of the past. Although they had only read of the former martial emperor's ferocity in ancient texts, at least he had the capacity for interrogation. Unlike this Qin king, who would not entertain even the slightest negotiation. The last Zhang family member, clearly on the verge of speaking, was deprived of the opportunity. Such savagery was unparalleled. His father was merely a foolish monarch, while this successor was undoubtedly a tyrant. The fate awaiting their faction was all too predictable. Regrettably, they found themselves powerless, as their adversary had risen to a level beyond their capacity to confront. Qin King, I shall not propose any conditions. I merely wish to serve as your dog, accepting your every command without question. Under this immense pressure, someone finally succumbed. With a wealth of experience and a thick skin, even those at the realm of earthly deities were willing to kneel. Although the patriarch of the Feng family had long ceased to plead for mercy, his demeanor seemed more akin to seeking favor, casting doubts upon his sincerity. Those present could see through the facade. It was all too transparent, and the Qin king certainly recognized it. This individual was evidently not one to engage in pretense. Thus, he had swiftly dealt with the patriarch of the Feng family. In contrast, this one openly pledged loyalty, even declaring a desire to serve as a dog. In such circumstances, there should be a chance for survival. Indeed, Lu Feifan nodded. The powerful individual who had willingly knelt felt a surge of joy in his heart. Unexpectedly, it had truly come to fruition. As long as life could be preserved, embarrassment held little significance. Moreover, those present today knew that if they wished to avoid shame, survival was unattainable. Those who chose to forsake their dignity would certainly remain silent. Thus, this matter would not spread beyond these confines. At that moment, upon noticing Lu Feifan's nod, some individuals displayed expressions of conflict, while others were ready to kneel. I now command you to die. However, before those individuals could submit, Lu Feifan addressed the kneeling warrior, who had declared his willingness to do anything with a calm demeanor. The once exuberant expression of the shameless warrior froze upon his face. Although he had professed his readiness for any task, it was merely a desperate utterance to seek survival. To truly take his own life was an affront to his very essence. Having been unfamiliar with King Qin prior, even if he had been intimidated by his prowess, it was implausible to pledge unwavering loyalty based solely on that. Crack! After a mere moment of hesitation, the warrior was no more. The sight sent tremors through the legs of the surrounding powerful figures. The individual had not even refused. He hesitated for only a second before meeting his demise. Such madness! Your Highness King Qin, I am willing to perish, even if it means my death. At this juncture, another warrior stepped forward. Lu Feifan smiled at him. The implication clear: demonstrate your willingness to die. With resolve, the speaking warrior bit his lip and struck his own crown with an open palm. With a thunderous sound, half of his head exploded, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. It was too gruesome. I find it distasteful. Lu Feifan raised his hand. No, as if sensing an impending fate, the corpse, missing half its head, suddenly stirred, attempting to rise, emitting a terrified scream. Alas! It could muster only a single cry before its entire being disintegrated, scattered by the night wind. Cursed be that treacherous King Qin. He never intended for us to live. Some warriors could no longer endure the situation. It was evident now. There was no defeating him, no escaping, no revealing secrets, no pleading for mercy, no reasoning. None of it mattered. King Qin was indeed ruthlessly brutal, having resolved to extinguish their lives. Under such duress, some powerful figures, driven to madness, erupted in curses. You are astute. Your words ring true. Lu Feifan cast an appreciative glance at the warrior who had spoken. Then, in a cacophony of cracking, he was reduced to mere fragments, just as those before him had been. We cannot await our demise. We are doomed regardless. Let's fight to the end. To the esteemed elders hidden in the shadows, you may also take action. We shall cooperate with all our strength. With King Qin's formidable might, your concealment will not endure. If we perish, your chances shall dwindle even further. A warrior declared, for he was no ordinary individual. having cultivated to the realm of earthly immortals. The disparity between them was insurmountable, yet Feifan refrained from eliminating them at the first opportunity, allowing a flicker of hope to linger in their hearts as they contemplated the possibility of negotiation. However, the current situation could not be more evident. Today, the king of Qin was resolute in his intention to annihilate them. Though he had not yet acted directly, he seemed to derive amusement from their plight, subjecting them to humiliation. Such indignity was intolerable. Under these circumstances, they had no choice but to fight back, for resistance might still offer a glimmer of hope. Inaction would surely lead to their demise. Several formidable figures at the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm were covertly present. Upon hearing this, they weighed the situation and found common ground. The demise of the Zhao family patriarch, coupled with the overwhelming power displayed by Feifan, made them realize that their concealment was futile. In this dire context, as one of their younger members had asserted, only through rebellion could they seize a chance for survival. Thus, after one among them spoke up, the several earthly immortals in the shadows reached a unanimous decision and, with a resounding roar, launched their attack with unwavering resolve. Chapter 44. Why me? 4. There are 4 predecessors. We still have a chance. As 4 powerful auras rose from several directions of Ending City, a group of formidable beings from various factions felt an unexpected thrill. They had initially believed that only 2 or 3 peak Earth immortals would arrive this time. However, the elder from the Zhao family, sensing the danger, attempted to flee but was swiftly annihilated. In such circumstances, if only 1 or 2 peak Earth immortals were present, their chances would have been exceedingly slim. Now, however, there were 4 in total. Yet, even so, the prospect of defeating the king of Qin seemed implausible. Nevertheless, with these few predecessors simultaneously intervening, they had a chance to escape. As for the earlier notion of collaboratively besieging the king of Qin, that was merely talk. The king was too terrifying, a true martial emperor in the flesh. A mere glance from an ordinary Earth immortal could obliterate someone. Even a peak Earth immortal would be dispatched in a single move. Under such circumstances, they could hardly conceive of a victory. Their only desire was to find an opportunity to flee. Some, gripped by fear, had already resolved that staying in the Great Xia was no longer viable. If they could survive this encounter, they would run as far as possible away from Great Xia, the farther the better. Unexpectedly, Great Xia still harbored hidden talents. Feifan cast a glance at the 4 figures soaring into the sky. Although it was said that Earth immortals had become mere legends. As the king of Qin of Great Xia, Feifan was privy to certain insider information. This knowledge stemmed from when he was 5 years old, listening to his father in the royal palace. The royal family actually possessed 3 peak Earth immortals. It seemed the royal power was not to be underestimated. However, the royal family had to contend with both internal and external pressures. Of the 3 peak Earth immortals, 2 were stationed at the borders, leaving only 1 to guard the southern region. Even the imperial capital lacked a peak Earth immortal. Nevertheless, the imperial capital boasted deep-rooted imperial heritage, coupled with the emperor, who had inherited powerful abilities. Although his strength was only at the initial stage of an Earth immortal, he could still hold his own against peak Earth immortals. With the royal family's support, even peak Earth immortals dared not act recklessly. This was why, despite the royal family's apparent weakness, they could still endure. As for the number of peak Earth immortals within the martial world, Feifan was uncertain. Now, with the addition of the Zhao family elder, 5 had appeared in total. Feifan finally grasped why it was said that Great Xia was doomed. It was not merely a matter of the emperor's short lifespan or the collapse of inherited powers. With so many powerful beings emerging in Great Xia, they and their respective families, possessing strength, would naturally seize more resources. Much of what was seized belonged to the interests of the court and the royal family. The issues with inherited powers, combined with the advanced age of several peak Earth immortals and the excessive benefits taken by prominent families, had led to a significant depletion of resources, hindering the cultivation of the next generation's strength. This was a recipe for disaster. However, it was not entirely fair to blame the royal family for their ineffectiveness. The primary issue lay in the astonishing longevity of Earth immortals, who could live for a millennium. After the reign of the martial emperor, the successive rulers of the Great Xia dynasty, though few in number, managed to suppress various formidable factions, albeit merely to a limited extent. Under such circumstances, it is hardly surprising that they have amassed considerable power over the course of 8 millennia. As for the royal family, it is not solely the issue of their lineage's brevity. In truth, every royal member suffers from a relatively short lifespan, though not to the extent of an abrupt demise. Even those formidable beings at the earthly immortal level generally do not enjoy longevity. If that were not the case, various factions would have quietly flourished and accumulated strength, risking suppression at any moment. Meanwhile, the royal family enjoyed dominion over the realm's resources and openly enhanced their power. Had the royal family maintained a more stable demeanor, their current plight would likely be less dire. Historically, each generation of the royal family has produced exceptionally gifted individuals. Regrettably, there has always been an insufficiency of such talents. Even to this day, despite the presence of peak earthly immortal experts, the core region of the Great Xia, particularly in the south, remains precarious. Observing the few peak earthly immortal beings, one can discern the extent of terror emanating from their respective factions. It is no wonder these noble families refrain from publicizing their strength, nor does the royal family dare to unveil the truth. After all, if everything were to be exposed, the authority of a monarchy would surely diminish. It is thus understandable why they exude such confidence. Feifan nodded thoughtfully. With a casual gesture, he plucked several fallen leaves from the treetop, allowing the green leaves to flutter and spin at his fingertips. He ambled forward, sending a green leaf darting from his hand. Although the leaf appeared to move slowly, every pair of eyes present could easily follow its trajectory. As it sliced through the air, it trailed a shimmering tail of light, reminiscent of starlight cascading down to earth, dazzlingly beautiful. Its target was none other than the supreme elder of the Diamond Sect, a sect renowned for its unparalleled defensive prowess. It was said that few could breach their defenses in combat at the same realm. Legend has it that this lineage traces back to the era of the martial emperor and the inheritance of the Prajna Temple. Notably, the only expert to withstand 3 strikes from the martial emperor without succumbing hailed from the Prajna Temple. It was due to this individual that the Prajna Temple emerged as the sole survivor after the martial emperor's visit, with rumors of an escapee persisting, which suffices as validation of their strength. As those formidable beings observed the green leaf soar toward its target, a radiant light flickered in response. Some instantly recognized the identity of the peak earthly immortal being under attack and the faction from which they hailed, causing a ripple of shock among them. After all, the Prajna Temple, sharing a common origin with the Diamond Sect, had previously endured 3 strikes from the martial emperor without faltering. Moreover, tales of survival from sects facing the martial emperor's onslaught further fueled their hopes. Undoubtedly, this presented an opportunity. If the Diamond Sect's expert could withstand a few strikes, allowing King Qin to unleash his full power, even for just a fleeting moment, the forces suppressing them would surely wane. At that juncture, they could seize the chance to flee. With their combined strength, a few moments of concentrated effort would suffice to escape Ending City. Given the number of individuals present, if they all dispersed, their chances of survival would increase significantly. Even the 3 other peak experts of the terrestrial immortals, who had been rushing towards Feifan at full speed, suddenly found themselves slowing down. It was evident that they shared the same apprehension. The methods employed by King Qin instilled a deeper fear in them than that felt by ordinary terrestrial immortals. The higher their realm, the more acutely they could perceive the terrifying prowess of King Qin. Particularly, the instantaneous defeat of the ancestor of the Zhao family left them utterly breathless. They were all too aware of the ancestor's formidable strength. Even among their ranks, he was considered a formidable contender. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming power, he could only let out a desperate cry before vanishing. While they might have wished to flee, their outward decisiveness was merely a facade. For inwardly, they were consumed by trepidation. Why is it me? Among them, the one who felt the greatest anguish was the supreme of the Diamond Sect. His mental state was shattered, leaving him in a state of profound distress. Chapter 45. despair, the supreme elder of the Diamond Sect could not fathom why he was the first to be targeted. Most troubling of all was the inaction of his companions. "What are you all doing? Are you planning to be taken down one by one?" His heart brimmed with indignation. They had agreed to confront the enemy together, yet upon witnessing him singled out, they stood frozen. This betrayal was enough to shatter his spirit. Had they all attacked in unison, he might have had a chance at survival. However, facing the foe alone, he could not help but think of the fate that had befallen the ancestral elder of the Zhao clan. His doom was all but certain, though he possessed some resilience. It was of little use against a powerhouse of Qin Huang's caliber. At best, he might achieve a fate akin to that of the formidable beings of the former Prajna Temple, who had fought valiantly to secure a fleeting chance for their disciples to escape. Yet those warriors had fought for their successors, while he had no desire to procure a glimmer of hope for these wretched creatures. Yet to refrain from resistance was not an option. Thus, he found himself in a state of utter frustration. As he beheld this seemingly leisurely approach of the green leaf, he contemplated evasion. However, he soon discerned a horrifying truth. That leaf, while appearing slow, had already locked onto him, leaving no avenue for escape. The sensation sent chills down his spine. He briefly entertained the thought of surrendering, resigning himself to a shared demise. Yet this notion was fleeting. In an instant, he unleashed his full power. With a resounding hum, his form radiated with golden divine light, resembling a sun suspended in the night sky. The searing energy transformed the air of Ending City into a sweltering furnace. The reason the land immortals were deemed as such stemmed from their inherent power, which embodied a divine strength beyond the mundane imagination. The land immortals slain by Lu Feifan had failed to exhibit this aspect, not due to lesser strength compared to the supreme elder of the Diamond Sect. The difference was merely one of minor realms, far less significant than one might presume. The reality was that they had been dispatched before they could reveal their capabilities. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Diamond Sect was the sole individual to fully unleash his potential. This was not due to Lu Feifan intentionally holding back. In truth, he had yet to exert his full strength against any of his opponents thus far. The power he wielded was merely that of a peak land immortal. To put it another way, the intensity of his strength was equivalent to the 15th tier of the Celestial Emperor's art. Yet even so, those so-called land immortals have been swiftly vanquished, unable to mount any form of resistance, including the ancestral elder of the Zhao clan. As for the supreme elder of the Diamond Sect, he was the only one to break free from Lu Feifan's overwhelming aura and successfully unleash his full power. In that moment, he revealed the entirety of his strength, belonging to the realm of land immortals. The atmosphere of Ending City grew palpably oppressive. This night was anything but tranquil, though most remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding around them. Consequently, as the supreme elder of the Diamond Sect erupted with power, the onlookers were left utterly terrified. Many individuals were initially immersed in a delightful nightlife, only to find their happiness seemingly evaporating in an instant. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, they dared not voice their fears. All that remained was an endless trepidation. With a resounding crash, a verdant leaf, having erupted from the apex of the Diamond Sect, gracefully approached the figure of the sect's leader. There was no thunderous explosion, nor was there any violent collision. The leaf effortlessly cleaved through the golden light and entered the body of the Diamond Sect's leader as if a knife were slicing through tofu. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief, the radiance emanating from him dimming at a visibly rapid pace, akin to a deflating balloon. How could this be? He was incredulous. He had failed to withstand even a single strike, although he had never harbored the illusion of being able to contend against King Qin. The predecessors of the Prajna Temple had, at the very least, managed to withstand 3 blows, creating considerable commotion. Yet this time, he had not been able to block even one strike, and it had been done so quietly, without a sound. That single green leaf was as sharp as the most formidable weapon imaginable. It seemed there was nothing in this world that it could not penetrate. This diminutive leaf had breached the defenses he had once taken pride in, defenses that no one in the vast Xia dynasty could overcome. Moreover, it had done so with a mere gentle touch, devoid of any ostentation. The disparity between their powers was staggering. Yet, he could discern that the opponent's strength was merely at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals. If that were the case, what did that make him? Within the same realm of cultivation, he felt like an insignificant ant. Such a gap was utterly despairing. To say that those individuals did not attack in unison was irrelevant. Even if they had, they would have amounted to nothing more than refuse. Renowned for his defense, he had failed to block even a single blow. Consequently, the so-called opportunity for those individuals to escape was non-existent. Perhaps this was his only solace. At least everyone would meet their demise. The fate of those individuals was all but predictable. After expressing his unwillingness to accept this outcome, the Diamond Sect's leader plummeted from the void, his eyes wide open. It was not that he could not close them, but rather that he yearned to witness how those scoundrels would meet their end. In his final moments, he harbored not a grudge against Feifan, but rather against those who had hesitated at a critical juncture, seeking to seize the opportunity to flee. Regrettably, as his body descended through the void, it began to dissolve, akin to snowflakes encountering a fierce blaze. Before reaching the ground, he had already turned to dust, dissipating into the ether. Silence. Observing the tragic fate of the Diamond Sect's leader, all the powerful figures around were rendered speechless. At that moment, they could scarcely perceive any glimmer of hope. It was terrifying. Though the warriors of the Prajna Temple had once withstood 3 strikes from the martial emperor, the Diamond Sect's leader, hailed as surpassing his predecessors, had not managed to endure even a single blow, let alone creating an opportunity for them to escape. Even a moment's respite was beyond reach. It remains uncertain whether it is due to the inadequacy of the supreme master of the Diamond Sect in his cultivation or the sheer terror exuded by the Qin king. Initially, upon witnessing the presence of 4 elders at the Earth Immortal Realm, those formidable beings felt a glimmer of hope that escape was still a possibility. However, when the so-called invincible supreme master of the Diamond Sect, renowned for his unparalleled defenses within the Great Xia, was effortlessly vanquished by a mere falling leaf, their hopes of fleeing dissipated entirely. An atmosphere of profound despair began to envelop them. It is worth noting that they are among the elite of the Great Xia, individuals whose words could determine the fate of countless lives. Once, it was they who instilled terror and despair in others. Yet now, terror and despair have risen within their own hearts, even as they unite to confront a single adversary. As they observe the green leaf dancing and twirling between the fingers of their opponent, it appears to them, in this moment, as the scythe of death itself. Chapter 46. The realm illuminated by sun and moon, the solitary figure, effortlessly suspended in midair, instilled a profound tremor within their beings, rendering their knees weak. Had kneeling borne any efficacy, hesitation would have been absent among them at this juncture. Alas, they were bereft of choices. This was a dead end. Your Majesty, grant me a chance. I yearn to serve as a loyal minister of the Great Xia. Allow me to venture to the borders, to expend my last drop of blood in defense of our realm. From Feifan's grasp, another verdant leaf soared forth, eliciting a tremulous plea from the targeted power. With the grim fate of the supreme elder of the Diamond Sect etched in their minds, they possessed no faith in the seemingly serene green leaf. Even the once cooperative powers, who had vowed to strike in unison, now quaked in inaction. Though they understood that pleas for mercy were futile, they found themselves devoid of alternatives. Regrettably, at the borders, I stand as the king. The Great Xia knows no borders. Wherever the sun and moon cast their light, there lies the domain of the Great Xia. There is no need for guardianship. As Feifan's words echoed, the green leaf pierced through the flesh of the power. Despite a desperate struggle to resist, he fell short of even the prowess of the Diamond Sect's supreme elder. O tyrant, even upon ascending the throne, you shall remain a tyrant. The Great Xia shall ultimately be consumed by your own deeds. I curse you to meet an untimely demise in your twilight years, much like your royal ancestors. I curse the Great Xia, that after you, the royal lineage shall perish, leaving no one behind. Your dynasty shall face retribution. Faced with the green leaf, the power, aware that pleas for mercy were futile and escape impossible, unleashed a curse. Moreover, it was not mere bluster. A black tome manifested in his hands. exuding ominous energy. Once he completed his incantation, the book ignited spontaneously, and black smoke billowed from within him, as if he were offering his very essence in a bizarre sacrificial act. I shall be eternal, unyielding through the ages, sharing longevity with the heavens and earth. Your paltry curse is utterly laughable. I shall endure, and the Great Xia shall thrive. A divine light suddenly ignited in Lu Feifan's eyes. In an instant, the void was pierced, truly penetrated. Following this, flames erupted at the location of the self-immolating power, accompanied by piercing wails of despair as a ghastly specter, in its final throes, was reduced to nothingness. In a fleeting moment, only Lu Feifan remained, standing at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals. When they had been united, they had not been granted an opportunity. How much less so now? The path of escape had been chosen by the Zhao family's ancestor from the outset, proving futile. Those who sought mercy and wished to serve the Great Xia found their efforts in vain. Clearly, in the eyes of the king, even the peak of terrestrial immortals held little significance. Even curses were rendered impotent. The king effortlessly incinerated the very essence of the curse from the void. What a terrifying display of power! Is this the might of the celestial emperor's edict? Your Majesty, I come forth of my own volition. I am willing to take my own life. May my family remain unscathed. The last peak terrestrial immortal spoke, offering his own life, having resolved to resist no longer. For a pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, gazing at the tumult of the Great Xia from above, and perceiving oneself as invincible, the choice he makes reveals the depths of his despair. Even the faintest glimmer of hope would render such a decision inconceivable. Whether you choose to take your own life or not makes no difference. The outcome remains unchanged. The last leaf in Lu Feifan's hand drifts toward the final terrestrial immortal peak. At this moment, silence envelopes the scene. 4 simple green leaves signify the lives of 4 powerful beings at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, harvested in an instant. Despite their formidable strength, only the Supreme Master of the Diamond Sect managed to stir the air slightly. At this juncture, they find themselves at a loss, unable to fight back, escape, plead for mercy, or summon the courage to end their own lives. Every minute and second becomes a torment. They even begin to envy those who have long since perished. At least those souls have closed their eyes and know nothing of this agony. They wish to display some bravado, yet even the act of struggling against their fate eludes them. Merely the suppression of their vital energy leaves them paralyzed. Your Highness, why must you be so harsh? We acknowledge our wrongdoing in confronting you, but does your royal family bear no fault? Had it not been for your family's irascibility during the martial emperor's era, leading to the calamity of the celestial martial arts, would we have dared to act against you simply because of your potential as a martial emperor? If only you had revealed your true strength sooner, we would not have misjudged you. Had we known of your capabilities, we would have been loyal subjects of the Great Xia. How could such a tragedy have befallen us? A female warrior at the realm of terrestrial immortality spoke up. Though she understood that such words could be her demise, the current situation rendered silence equally fatal. It was better to voice her thoughts before meeting her end. Previously, she had refrained from speaking, hoping for a chance at redemption. The clarity of the present moment revealed that such a chance was lost. In her heart, she felt that the greatest fault lay with the prince. Had he unveiled his power earlier, the world would have been stabilized, and all would have remained loyal, free from treachery. Everyone believed he acted solely because of his potential as a martial emperor, seeking to eliminate him. Yet who could have foreseen that he had already attained such mastery at the tender age of 18? The realm of terrestrial immortality. Among those present, who could reach such heights in their era, if not the most extraordinary talents? However, for any of them to break through to the realm of terrestrial immortality took centuries of dedication. This realization had prompted their initial suspicion of the prince. Though they never anticipated the truth, they thought that his potential as a martial emperor had garnered him the royal family's favor and resources. After all, the royal family had ruled the Great Xia for many years, and it was understandable that they possessed some extraordinary means. Yet, they could never have imagined that the true terror lay within the prince himself. a mere 18-year-old lad who had ascended to a height beyond their reach. Right or wrong holds no significance. Whether the Great Xia possesses loyal subjects is likewise inconsequential. Lu Feifan shook his head gently. Upon hearing these words, the formidable speaker displayed a look of astonishment, for she did not quite comprehend the meaning behind Lu Feifan's statement. As you have asserted, knowing my strength, you will all be loyal subjects. Likewise, even in your absence, as long as I remain, the Great Xia will be abundant with loyalists. This indeed makes a compelling argument, and it is precisely the case. Once they are aware of the Qin King's might, they will obediently comply, harboring no ulterior motives. At least this holds true while the Qin King is present. Very well, let's put an end to this. Lu Feifan extended his hand and pressed down. Those powerful beings seemed to understand the implications of his gesture, each one exhausting their own strength, as if attempting a final struggle. However, it proved futile. The ground beneath them was forcefully suppressed, erasing their figures and all traces from the world. Have you seen enough? After taking action, Lu Feifan's gaze shifted suddenly to a certain void. Chapter 47. Lu Qianquan, can you perceive my presence? A voice, rasping like a wailing specter, echoed in Lu Feifan's ears. In the void that Lu Feifan's gaze was drawn to, a shadowy figure emerged, shrouded in darkness, its body engulfed in demonic flames. From its core, a palpable aura of dread seemed to envelop the entire Ending city, spreading like the roots of a colossal tree. It was the dead of night, and the force lingered within the void, rendering it undetectable to all. Yet at that moment, the inhabitants of Ending city were gripped by an inexplicable sense of unease and terror. They had been roused from slumber by the earlier commotion, but now it felt as though they were trapped in a nightmare, haunted by the relentless visage of a malevolent spirit. Is it truly strange that you cannot perceive me? Lu Feifan smiled softly. Even the legendary Lu Qianquan, had I remained still, would have failed to notice my presence. The sinister specter replied ominously. Lu Qianquan, a forebear of Lu Feifan, was the martial emperor who had decimated the powers within the Great Xia and its neighboring realms. His name, echoing through the annals of history for millennia, became synonymous with terror. Thus, upon hearing of Lu Feifan's martial prowess, countless formidable beings converged to hunt him down. The martial emperor's might and ruthlessness had been unparalleled, and even now, most of the prevailing forces in Great Xia thrived only because the martial emperor had cleared the path for them. They owed their rise to his legacy. Yet the dread he instilled ran deep within their bones, a fear that had persisted through generations. The thought of another martial emperor arising from the royal lineage was intolerable to them. One could only imagine the magnitude of terror the martial emperor commanded. Such an overwhelming force could remain undetected even when standing directly before an adversary, a testament to the arrogance of the shadowy figure. Do you seem to doubt my words? The specter's voice grew more chilling, as though it were poised to strike. It sensed Lu Feifan's unwavering demeanor. I do believe you, Lu Feifan nodded. Yet you appear utterly unfazed. The specter snarled, its countenance becoming increasingly grotesque. Why should I fear you? Because you have lived long? After all this time, you still lurk in the shadows. What use are you? Lu Feifan retorted disdainfully. A worthless entity like you thinks I should tremble in fear? Upon hearing this, the shadow's root-like power surged violently, as if it had been struck at its core. I am merely injured. Otherwise, your Lu family would stand no chance against me. The figure in the void expressed its indignation. You are fortunate that the ancestor of the Lu family did not perceive you. But now that I have laid eyes upon you, your fortune ends here. I can sense your intense hostility towards me, as if you have come specifically for me. Is it possible that our royal family has encountered misfortune due to your machinations? Lu Feifan advanced steadily, each step as graceful as a blooming lotus. The blooming lotus melds into the void, dissolving or perhaps devouring the shadowy power that envelopes the entirety of Anping City. A ghostly wail emanates from the shadows within the void, its piercing sound enveloping the entire city. However, this sound merely reverberates in midair. As the lotus beneath Lu Feifan blossoms, the void bursts forth with glimmers of light, Neither the demonic flames nor the sound can penetrate this radiant barrier. In that moment, the once anxious inhabitants of Anping City find an unexpected tranquility, as if a divine light has descended upon them. The haunting specters that plague their minds dissipate, and even the injuries sustained from the disturbances caused by the supreme elder of the Diamond Sect heal, with some even finding relief from long-standing afflictions. What is this? The Celestial Emperor's decree is not supposed to manifest this way. The anguished specter cries out in confusion. This is merely a trivial skill I have been researching in my leisure, nameless. Lu Feifan responds, though the ghost remains unconvinced. Research? The opponent is merely 18, yet possesses such formidable power. Who would believe such a claim? The specter realizes it has miscalculated. It originally thought that a casual display of power would suffice to conclude matters. Yet the young King Qin proves to be far more terrifying than anticipated. Previously, witnessing the opponent crush the earthly immortal realm like mere insects had alerted the specter to the gravity of the situation. It is fortunate that it had not acted hastily. However, it never expected the King Qin to perceive its presence. It must be noted that, compared to millennia past, the specter has regained much of its strength. Thousands of years ago, even Lu Qinquan could not detect its existence. Yet this 18-year-old from the Lu family can sense it at a glance, instilling a fear even greater than that evoked by Lu Qinquan. This time, the specter fears it may have to pay a heavy price, as centuries of cultivation risk becoming futile. More critically, the emergence of such a formidable figure from the Lu family during this pivotal moment is alarming. It must be dealt with swiftly, lest it become a significant threat. At merely 18, surpassing even Lu Qinquan, this prodigious talent, even without further cultivation techniques, could likely advance further. The Lu family is indeed fortunate. At every critical juncture, extraordinary individuals seem to arise. It is nothing short of a miracle that the Daxia, a land unshackled by any force, has existed for 8,000 years. However, this may very well be where it ends. It seems you are reluctant to answer my question. Lu Feifan states, extending a hand from behind his back. Your family's short lifespan is of no concern to us. It is a problem of your own making. The specter retorts, I have indeed come for you, but I do not seek conflict. It is your brother's request. The specter continues, it was your third brother's intention. Attempting to buy time, the specter speaks, but Lu Feifan shakes his head. Next time we meet, I shall end you. The specter, aware of its true purpose, continues to stall for time in this moment. His power erupted suddenly. The black demonic energy, concealed within the void like the roots of a great tree, exploded with a thunderous roar. At that moment, even his body was detonated. Simultaneously, a swirl of black mist vanished into the abyss, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The little one, after all, was still rather inexperienced. In such a situation, instead of confronting me directly, he chose to babble. How could the methods of my kind be fathomed by the self-righteous human race? Even if another Lu Qinquan were to arise, what of it? Today is not like any other day. Our race is poised to return once more, and at this juncture, a single Lu Qinquan cannot alter the course of events. The shadow that slipped into the void emitted a sinister cackle. This time was perilous, yet fortunately, just as before, he managed to escape once again. Is that so? Chapter 48. Returned to the capital, the eerie laughter of the ghost shadow abruptly ceased. He had utilized the unique abilities of his clan to flee, and in the blink of an eye, he had not only exited Ding City, but was nearing the imperial capital. However, why did that junior from the Lu family persistently linger? The ghost shadow had no time for contemplation. He felt an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis enveloping him, as if flames were igniting from within. With no time to ponder, a singular thought consumed him, burning himself to accelerate, to hasten, to push himself even further. Alas, at a certain moment, he managed to regain a fragment of his consciousness amidst the frenzy of accelerated thoughts. Yet, it was precisely at that instant that he realized the utter futility of his situation. In that fleeting moment of clarity, he exploded in fury and subsequently vanished into the void. His final thought lingered. that King Qin was far more formidable than merely a peak earthly immortal. Even if one were to cultivate the celestial emperor's scripture to the pinnacle of earthly immortal, it would be impossible to eliminate him so easily. He was not comparable to those pathetic human earthly immortals. Were it not for his injured state, even the former Lu Qianquan would not command his respect. Though currently incapacitated, he should not have been subdued so effortlessly. In his last moments, a shocking possibility flashed through his mind. Regrettably, it was but a fleeting thought. This revelation would never reach the world, leaving no trace in the void, as if he had never existed. In Ding City, Lu Feifan averted his gaze from the void and slowly returned to the high building where he had previously been. At that moment, a cup of tea on the table where he had sat still emitted swirling steam. This indicated that while dealing with those earthly immortals, including the ghost shadow, it seemed to take a long time. In reality, the tea had not even cooled. Gulp! It was not until Lu Feifan's return that Li Yuzhu regained his senses, involuntarily swallowing hard. It was utterly astonishing. He had not anticipated that so many powerful figures would converge to encircle and kill King Qin. Among them were even those peak earthly immortals who had long been absent from the martial world. He had foolishly thought about protecting King Qin as much as possible. Now, it appeared that his concerns were entirely unnecessary. With such overwhelming power, for one of his caliber, this task was merely a fanciful notion. Initially, upon following King Qin's trail and discovering the multitude of strong adversaries, he had thought that today would be the end. However, he never imagined that events could take such a turn. King Qin, the 18-year-old King Qin, possessed not only the potential of a martial emperor, he had already become a force of nature, a new martial emperor for the Great Xia. Thus, in this tumultuous time, the Great Xia would find stability once more. Solid as a fortress. Look how all those formidable foes had been crushed by King Qin as if they were mere insects. Even witnessing it firsthand, he felt as though he were in a dream, the reality too surreal to comprehend. It was then that he understood why King Qin had summoned him to witness this spectacle. It has become evident why the King of Qin chose not to leave in Ding City. This is not merely a manifestation of insanity. Rather, it reflects an unwavering confidence in his own capabilities. It is ironic that he had previously offered counsel, which now appears superfluous. The King of Qin possesses a profound understanding of all matters at hand. However, as he himself has stated, it is inconsequential. Indeed, it is of no significance. Regardless of the number of formidable adversaries that may arrive, and notwithstanding the perilous atmosphere, all of it is irrelevant. For the King of Qin wields absolute power to command everything. Rumors circulate in the martial world that the White Lotus sect has allied with the King of Qin, employing despicable tactics to eliminate over 20 celestial beings. Even he harbors doubts regarding this matter, having temporarily relaxed his scrutiny of the White Lotus sect. Yet, in retrospect, such rumors merely serve to inflate the reputation of the sect. Given the King of Qin's immense strength, it is inconceivable that he would require the allegiance of such treacherous miscreants. Numerous powerful figures have already been subdued by him, rendering the fate of those 20-odd celestial beings inconsequential. For the King of Qin, the notion of employing such methods against them is nothing short of an affront. Those individuals are unworthy of his attention. Li Yuzhu has also come to grasp the reason behind the King of Qin's formidable reputation. Throughout this journey, he must have acted more than once, yet no information has leaked. Indeed, the King of Qin strikes with astonishing swiftness, dispatching these celestial beings effortlessly. Throughout the entire ordeal, apart from the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect, there has been little commotion, even when a group of celestial beings was eradicated, leaving behind a vast pit. The disturbance was so minimal that it did not affect the surrounding area, nor did it produce any noticeable sounds. Had it not been for Li Yuzhu's summoned presence to witness everything, those within the city would likely remain oblivious to the specifics of the events that transpired. Everything unfolded too rapidly. Aside from the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect, there was scarcely any noise. After the Grandmaster did make a commotion, the atmosphere was such that those of slightly lesser cultivation dared not approach. The overwhelming aura was lethal to the touch. Consequently, with so many powerful figures perished. And such a significant event having occurred, the only impact on Ending City was the tremor caused by the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect. The inhabitants remained utterly ignorant of what had transpired. They would never know that, within such a brief period, a multitude of powerful beings, accumulated over a millennium in the Great Xia, had been annihilated, vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Xian and Bailioli, who were somewhat aware of Lu Feifan's circumstances, remained utterly astonished. They recognized Lu Feifan's strength, but had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Bailioli lets out a sigh, having come to the realization that the White Lotus sect has indeed lost all hope. With the King of Qin in power, the Great Xia is assured of at least another millennium of survival. Given the King of Qin's ruthlessness, the calamity of Tianwu may very well be on the horizon once more. No, it is already upon us. After this wave, the number of formidable figures among the various forces in the realm has significantly dwindled. The era of absolute control by the Lu royal family is poised to return. She found herself disinterested in contemplating how to connect with the White Lotus sect or how to prove her innocence. It seemed futile. At least in this epoch, it holds no significance. Given the terror of the Qin king, any gestures of resistance appear utterly laughable. As the Qin king aptly stated, it is inconsequential. As dawn broke, the city of Anding gradually transformed into a bustling hub, with citizens engaging in discussions about the bizarre occurrences of the previous night. Having been swept by a force akin to divine light, their hearts no longer bore any remnants of fear, allowing for a normal discourse regarding the events of last night. No one possessed knowledge of the specifics. They could only weave together random speculations, perhaps alluding to a battle among formidable beings. Yet, within their worldview, they would likely never conceive the truth. Just yesterday, a host of earthly immortals had been crushed like ants in a matter of moments. As the morning light illuminated the scene, the eastern gate of Anding City echoed with the rhythmic clatter of armored hooves as the black ice-heavy cavalry slowly emerged from the city. It was time to return to the imperial capital, a place not seen in 13 years. Chapter 49. News from the palace come out. The second prince exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. According to the information I received, my dear brother is returning today. Did you not instruct me to await good news? Is this what you deem good news? In the depths of the serene courtyard, atop the lotus pavilion, the second prince's ire was palpable. Calm down. I'm still unclear about the specifics, but rest assured, the Qin king will not return to the capital. Furthermore, let us clarify our relationship. We are partners in this endeavor. Next time, do show some respect, or I shall not hesitate to seek another ally. Your father has sired many. From the shadows, a sinister presence emerged, its voice chilling. The second prince furrowed his brow, feeling as though this malevolent specter might pounce at any moment, preying upon him. This sensation was unsettling. Once he dealt with his brother and discerned a solution for the royal family's affliction, he must summon a formidable expert from the royal lineage to eliminate this threat. He could not afford to leave it unchecked. As the second prince and future sovereign of the dynasty, he must not be intimidated. However, at present, he needed the strength of this very specter to eliminate his brother. I hope you do not disappoint me. My brother has already departed from Anding City. You must act swiftly, or he will arrive in the capital tonight. The second prince urged. Those noble families are utterly useless. The mere thought ignited his fury. It was essential to understand that this specter was merely a contingency plan for him. Given the reputation of his 14th brother, he believed the noble families would not remain indifferent. They would surely exhaust their efforts to eliminate his brother, who possessed the potential of a martial emperor. He had already cooperated extensively. In the capital, he had employed various means to sever the flow of information regarding the royal family. It was only due to his father's seclusion, having virtually governed the state for nearly a decade, that he could achieve such a feat, yet despite his cooperation, these inept factions had failed to accomplish their task. In his view, it was evident that these powerful factions were mired in mutual suspicion, which had led to this state of affairs. The thought alone was infuriating. Even at this critical juncture, they hesitated to act first, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. It appeared that the resurgence of the heavenly martial era had lingered too long. and these factions had forgotten, or perhaps never experienced, the terror of despair. Even among the royal family, he had to concede that their martial emperor ancestor was indeed ruthless, particularly towards those at the earth immortal realm. To them, he was akin to a celestial harbinger of death. Ordinary cultivators, provided they were not disciples of the great factions, had little to fear. The true peril lay with those powerful individuals at the earth immortal level and the influential factions. For common cultivators, the martial emperor was rather benevolent, or rather, indifferent to their existence. During the martial emperor's reign, it was the earth immortals who posed the greatest threat. Any excuse would suffice to eliminate them, and without reason. There was no such thing as a lack of reason. Even those who secluded themselves and did nothing would be scrutinized for their very breaths. In that era, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the calamity. He believes that all the terrestrial immortals, without exception, should aspire to eliminate their own younger brother. Although his brother's reputation was previously obscure, recent rumors suggest he possesses the aura of the ancient martial emperor. His murderous intent is palpable, and he is quick to annihilate any opposition. If he indeed wields the martial emperor's strength, various signs indicate that the calamity of the celestial martial arts may very well return once more. Of course, the calamity is a term used by the common folk. The royal family refers to it as the resurgence of the celestial martial arts. Regardless, upon learning that his younger brother has left the city of ending, the second prince finds himself profoundly unsettled. His prior belief was that there would be no need for him to directly intervene. As long as he suppressed the news and prevented the royal family's influence from meddling, there would be plenty eager to eliminate his beloved brother. However, it appears he has overestimated those ineffectual beings. He casts a lingering glance at the dissipating specter, now awaiting to see whether this entity truly possesses the strength it claims. Initially, he held little regard for this matter. His agreement to collaborate stemmed solely from the other party's knowledge of their royal family secrets. He sought to ascertain whether they indeed had the means to resolve the issue of their family's potential demise. Yet, given the current circumstances, with the prominent clans proving unreliable, he can only hope that this specter can indeed bring about the end of his 14th brother. Nevertheless, all indications suggest that his younger brother wields formidable power. Should this specter succeed in eliminating his 14th brother, it may prove challenging for him to exert control over it in the future. This is precisely why his thoughts are so tumultuous. He desires the other party to possess the strength to eliminate his younger brother, yet fears that such power may ultimately spiral beyond his control. Primarily, he harbors a wariness of the specter, suspecting ulterior motives towards their royal family. Were it not for the other party's knowledge of how to avert their family's untimely demise, he would have acted long ago. One day, just one more day, the second prince gazes deeply into the distance, as if piercing through the very fabric of space to glimpse beyond the imperial capital. At this moment, his emotions surge with intensity. As the final hours dwindle, he wonders whether he will receive the news he so desperately desires. "Your Highness, there is news from the palace." At that instant, a voice calls from afar. The second prince's eyes sharpen with sudden focus. The thoroughfare from Anding City to the imperial capital is notably expansive, paved entirely with adamant rock. The hooves of the black ice-heavy cavalry's crimson-blooded steeds echo crisply upon it. Anding City serves as the gateway to the imperial capital, bustling with traffic along this route. Merchants and martial artists traverse it incessantly, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Yet, despite the commotion, Feifan's convoy moves unimpeded, free from any obstruction, even as his carriage resembles a miniature palace. The royal banners and those of Prince Qin are raised high, causing the crowds to part in reverence. Although the Great Xia stands on shaky ground, with the royal family's influence waning, their authority remains unchallenged within the capital. Furthermore, the name of Feifan, the king of Qin, has spread far and wide along his journey, becoming a household name in the capital. Even with efforts to suppress his reputation, it has inevitably seeped through. Although the banner of the king of Qin may be unfamiliar, the populace is literate and well-informed. They are aware that the king of Qin is set to return to the capital, and it is evidently today. Amidst the throngs of people, There are those with ulterior motives. They observe the black ice heavy cavalry stirring with anticipation. What is the matter with the elders? Has no message been conveyed yet? Will they take action or not? If they delay any longer, the king of Qin will have returned to the imperial city. Are they truly contemplating a forceful assault then? Their confusion is palpable. Clearly, they have been summoned to resolve matters completely before the king of Qin's arrival in the capital. Yet as they wait, no word of action has reached them, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 50. The emperor's inquiry disciples from various clans found themselves unable to reach their respective elders. It appeared as though these elders had simply vanished. They could only watch helplessly as the iron cavalry departed. Within the carriage, Lu Feifan consumed the purple fruit that Xian fed him, his gaze languidly sweeping outside. He could naturally sense the lurking malice, yet it was too feeble. Lu Feifan shook his head. The hidden adversaries were simply lacking in strength. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to eradicate them. Their inadequacy rendered him uninterested in taking action unless they made a move first. Without power, they lacked even the qualification to become his fallen souls. To earn the right to perish at his hands, they must return and train harder. Should they encounter him again with greater strength and still exhibit murderous intent, he would certainly dispatch them without a second thought. Of course, if they remained as weak as they were now, it would depend on his mood. Suddenly, Lu Feifan's spirit stirred as he raised his eyes to the front. He noticed several figures slicing through the void. However, just as they approached his party, they abruptly halted and descended. A group of eunuchs clad in black robes, adorned with tall hats and wielding feather dusters, approached the entourage with small, measured steps. "Your Highness, the Emperor has issued a decree," one of the approaching eunuchs announced. "What is it?" Lu Feifan replied directly. "The customs of the Great Xia dictate that proclamations such as these, akin to the Emperor's personal presence, apply only to outsiders. For members of the royal family, there is no such stipulation. Eunuchs are mere servants, and even when conveying the Emperor's edicts, royal descendants need not show them respect. My lord, the Emperor states that for the final leg of your journey back to the imperial capital, it is best for you to return alone. This time, the old servant has brought someone to replace you in the entourage." The eunuch conveyed this message in a discreet whisper. "Your Highness, the Emperor is already aware of your arduous journey back to the capital, suppressing the White Lotus and intimidating those who disrespect the court. Preparations for a grand welcome have been made within the city. However, due to the Emperor's prior seclusion, these arrangements were made hastily, so His Majesty hopes you will proceed with caution." Meanwhile, the lead eunuch unfurled the decree and began to read it aloud with great solemnity. "I understand." Lu Feifan nodded. "My lord, you." Just then, a shadow attempted to slip inside, but found itself colliding with an invisible barrier. The lead eunuch was momentarily taken aback, a question mark flashing across his forehead. The Qin Wang had acknowledged the message, yet why was there a lack of cooperation? "I comprehend my father's intentions, but it is unnecessary." Lu Feifan did not even employ telepathy. "My lord, it is truly perilous. Experts from various clans are present, and there are dangers beyond your imagination that may strike at you. Even if His Majesty were to dispatch all the masters from the imperial capital, your safety cannot be guaranteed. Only within the capital, with the royal family support, can those threats be kept at bay." The leading eunuch hastily urged, "Enough. I have already spoken. There is no need." Lu Feifan waved his hand dismissively. "Continue on our journey." He then turned his gaze towards the commander of the black ice-heavy cavalry. The anxious eunuch spun in place, perplexed by the character of the Qin Wang. He had stated that the final stretch back was perilous, yet seemed to fall on deaf ears. Unfortunately, he could not resort to force. After a moment's thought, he could only hasten back with his men, hoping for the sovereign's decree. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, the second prince knelt on the ground. Before him, upon the dragon throne, sat an aged figure, resembling a frail old man nearing the end of life, feebly occupying the throne. Why must it be this way? The occupant of the throne was none other than the current Guang emperor. Though he appeared decrepit, on the verge of the grave, his eyes remained piercing, fixed intently on his kneeling son. Does father not understand? I undertake these actions for my own salvation. and such salvation inevitably leads to fratricide. Father, I have managed state affairs on your behalf for a decade. You are well aware of my performance over these 10 years. I have never erred, and my talent for cultivation is equally commendable. Is a decade not sufficient to prove my worth? Throughout these years, I have been diligent, never daring to slacken. What have you accomplished since your ascension? You know well the disarray you have wrought upon the Great Xia. For years, I have strived to stabilize the situation, cleaning up your mess. Is my effort not enough? Yet you wish to pass the throne to the Qin Wang. Do you comprehend the implications of this? You know everything. Suddenly, the second prince raised his head, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, seemingly poised to unleash the burdens of the years and the grievance of knowing he was not the crown prince. I ask you, why this course? Your 14th brother may be excused, but what of my other brothers? They possess no chance of inheriting the throne. The emperor on the throne abruptly stood. Why this? Ha ha ha. Father, when you ascended, I was 18, fully aware of everything. Do you not understand how you came to occupy this throne? Then, should grandfather not inquire of you why? Can you enlighten grandfather on this matter? Can you? The second prince suddenly rose, his pent-up frustration erupting. You have done so much. Yet grandfather still bestowed the throne upon you. What you can achieve, why can't I? If I am in error, then pray tell, your majesty, what of you? Have our Liu royal family not endured in this manner for years? When has success or failure ever prompted the question of why? When has there been a need for right or wrong? In the silence of the aged emperor, the second prince continued. I know, father, you have emerged from seclusion, but my affairs remain unresolved. I have no more opportunities. I am doomed, whether you choose to kill me now or allow me to return and await death. The decision is yours. This position you may bestow upon whomever you like, but I fear that the 14th brother may not have a chance either. He shone with brilliance. Even if I refrained from taking action, there would be others who sought his demise. Moreover, aside from the 14th brother, any misfortune that befell my other siblings bears no relation to me. Recently, a spectral being approached me, aware of the affliction plaguing our royal lineage. After uttering these words, the second prince disregarded any potential reactions from the old emperor and turned away resolutely. The old emperor gazed blankly at his son, departing the grand hall, the flickering lights within casting a profoundly sorrowful hue upon his countenance. Have those spectral entities emerged as well? Has the Liu family truly reached its end? Once the figure of the second prince vanished completely, the old emperor abruptly slumped upon the dragon throne, releasing a deep sigh. To be honest, it was indeed surprising to see that son endowed with such talent. Yet, it was ultimately too late. There is no more time to wait. Chapter 51. A smile observing your demeanor. It appears as though your heart has grown cold. Are you not inclined to continue the struggle? In the depths of the secluded courtyard, the second prince, having returned to his estate, found solace in the lotus pavilion, his favored retreat. Rarely inclined to indulge in alcohol, he now clutched a flask of strong liquor, consuming it greedily without any dilution from his cultivation. As the intoxicating haze began to envelop him, the ghostly figure reappeared, laced with mockery. How dreary, how tiresome. The voice of the second prince resonated with a profound ennui. Over the years, he had always treaded carefully in the presence of his father, the emperor. Yet today, in a fit of catharsis, he felt an exhilarating sense of liberation, as if he had relinquished all burdens accumulated over the years, leaving him in a state of emptiness. You're not dead yet. There is still hope. If your brothers were to perish, who else would claim the throne but you? The ghostly figure cackled. My father has emerged from seclusion. Though he is a foolish ruler, he is never lacking in cunning. While he was secluded, I could still wield some influence within the capital. Now that he has returned, the empire will once again fall under his command. My brothers, unless they were to succumb to sudden illness, will not meet their end. The second prince shook his head. What does it matter if the 14th brother is dead? The throne will not pass to me. His every endeavor hinged upon securing his plans before his father's return. He needed to set matters in motion, solidifying his ambitions before the emperor's influence reasserted itself, much like his father's own initial rise. Regrettably, he had failed to achieve this. rendering his aspirations futile. The second prince was acutely aware of this reality. He understood his father's character all too well. It was somewhat surprising that he had not met his demise today. One could only conclude that the old man had not only grown frail in body, but also in spirit, showing an unexpected softness. Your father's grasp over the realm? You overestimate him. Rest assured, no other brothers will survive. The throne shall ultimately be yours. Let begin with your 14th brother, the Prince of Qin. Meanwhile, Lu Feifan, though not departing from the ranks, adhered to the imperial decree by instructing the team to slow their pace. This journey felt reminiscent of fishing, which piqued his interest. Upon their return to the capital, it would be time to reel in the line, thus a slower pace was advantageous. Although he had dealt with most of the formidable foes yesterday, he could not help but wonder if any had slipped through the net. Regrettably, throughout the journey, he sensed no trace of powerful adversaries. He could not ascertain whether they had truly been eliminated or if they had sensed the shifting atmosphere and dared not approach. Just as Lu Feifan began to feel a twinge of boredom, he suddenly perceived a dense, ominous aura ahead, emanating like tendrils of darkness, spreading in all directions. This sight was eerily familiar. A smile broke across Lu Feifan's face, captivating Xian, who gazed at her lord's smile in awe. Indeed, her prince's smile was truly enchanting. Regrettably, the prince seldom smiles, maintaining an air of calm detachment as if untouched by the world around him. One wonders what could elicit a genuine smile from him. How delightful it would be if he could smile more often. Lioli, observing from the side, sensed that the prince's smile concealed an enigmatic depth, hinting that misfortune awaited someone. She glanced at the throngs lining the road. The lively atmosphere was undoubtedly due to the proximity to the imperial capital's main thoroughfare. Yet, it was more than that. Among these people lurked numerous individuals harboring intentions to target the Qin prince. However, Lioli shook her head. Given the number of formidable warriors who perished yesterday, those present would stand no chance should they attempt to attack. A new and glorious chapter for the Lu royal family was about to unfold. She couldn't help but look at the Qin prince. This formidable and fearsome man instilled in her a sense that the Great Xia would flourish even more than after the reign of Emperor Wu. The more time she spent with him, the stronger this feeling grew. Yet, she noticed that at this moment, the Qin prince's gaze had lifted, seemingly penetrating the carriage's barrier to gaze at the vast sky beyond, as if something in that realm had captured his attention. Following Lu Feifan's line of sight, Lioli saw nothing unusual. Meanwhile, just beyond her line of sight, a sinister specter emerged from the void. It observed Lu Feifan, a malevolent grin twisting its features, while dark, tentacle-like miasma coiled toward the carriage where Lu Feifan sat. What is happening? But soon, it realized something was amiss. Its power could not infiltrate the carriage. An invisible barrier seemed to repel its dark energy. Because you are too weak. Just as this thought crossed its mind, a whisper brushed against its ear, as if someone were speaking directly beside it, sending a chill through its being. Typically, it prided itself on instilling fear in others, yet at this moment, it found itself startled, nearly materializing from the void in surprise. Such an eerie experience was not new to it, but this was the first time it had felt such fear. However, it quickly regained composure. Its dark miasma, swirling and intertwining as it sought to ascertain the source of the disturbance. Who are you? It demanded into the void. Aren't you here to find me? Upon hearing this, the specter's gaze shifted abruptly to the carriage. In an instant, it locked eyes with a pair of starry orbs. The other party wore a faint smile, as if they had stumbled upon something valuable. The specter was acutely aware of its own appearance, fully understanding it bore no resemblance to anything desirable, and thus felt a deep sense of unease from that gaze. You can see me? The specter's voice was piercing, reminiscent of a wailing ghost. Last night, there was another like you who posed the same question. Lu Feifan replied nonchalantly. Qingming? What has happened to him? The spectral figure paused, its flickering aura instinctively retracting slightly. A sense of unease washed over it. Prior to its arrival, it was aware that Qingming had previously come to confront King Qin. However, no news had been relayed back. This was precisely why it had hesitated to strike immediately upon arrival. Yet, to its astonishment, the human before it had encountered Qingming. This revelation suggested that something was amiss. He feared me and fled, running so far that he exhausted himself. Lu Feifan declared earnestly. Exhausted? The figure scoffed at the absurdity of the human's words. Given their kind's peculiar nature, how could exhaustion ever be a possibility? Even if a night had passed, or even if a year or a decade had elapsed, such an outcome was inconceivable. You seem skeptical, it continued. Very well, allow me to grant you a taste of that experience. Chapter 52. The Return of the Qin King. As Lu Feifan's words faded, snow lotuses blossomed in the void. The dark, malevolent energy that enveloped the surroundings swayed in the emptiness, devouring anything that dared to approach. The ghostly shadows emitted wails of despair, hauntingly sorrowful. In that fleeting moment, he understood why Qingming had fled. This Qin king was far from a mere terrestrial immortal of the initial realm as rumored. Moreover, his powers were precisely tailored to counter their lineage. What kind of force was this? He could not fathom it. However, he recognized that this was not the time for contemplation. He must run, and the farther, the better. Even a moment's hesitation could spell his doom. It was utterly terrifying. This young man was merely 18, yet possessed such formidable strength. Fortunately, although he was not as powerful as Qingming, he had not sustained severe injuries, allowing his clan's secret techniques to be deployed instantaneously. Qingming's demise was undoubtedly due to this very reason. Having suffered grave wounds, he was unable to unleash a sudden burst of power. But he was different. The instant he sensed something amiss, boom, his magical energy, akin to the roots of a great tree, erupted explosively, including his very being. Subsequently, a mass of black mist slipped into the void, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Thank goodness I am not Qingming. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief. That was close. Had he been in a state of serious injury, he could not have achieved such an instantaneous surge. He would have met a fate similar to Qingming's. This Qin king was exceedingly enigmatic. Such raw power could annihilate them. He could only wonder at the nature of such abilities. The message must be relayed back. This Qin king must die at any cost. The Lu clan had grown increasingly peculiar. At every crucial moment, a figure emerged to alter the tide. Previously, it was due to the magical powers of their kind being hindered. Yet in this era, what difference did it make if the Lu clan was odd? Could it be more peculiar than our demonic lineage? The grievances of today would be repaid by tomorrow. Their lineage's talent, when unleashed, could come at the expense of their vitality, potentially leading to a bleak future. Look at Qingming. He was his predecessor, granted special opportunities, lived for so long, and now was reduced to a mere shell of himself. This was the consequence of a prior outburst of his talent, leaving him severely crippled. One could only imagine the dire repercussions of such an explosive display of ability. The Qin king had forced him to this juncture, and the animosity had escalated tremendously. Without immediate action against the Qin king, he would find no peace. However, now was not the time. Their clan's intervention would come at a price. Yet, when it came to dealing with the unpredictable Qin king, any price would undoubtedly be worth it. This individual was truly inscrutable. At merely 18 years of age, he had already become this formidable. Thankfully, he was born in this era. Had he been born 1,000 or 1,800 years earlier, the implications were unimaginable. Perhaps their demonic lineage would have truly suffered significant losses at this young man's hands. But for now, at the age of 18, he had already lost any chance of reprieve. Insufficient time remains. The prodigy, after all, is merely a prodigy and not a formidable force capable of turning the tides. Even if he were to cultivate the celestial emperor's scripture to the 15th layer, what of it? Even upon reaching the pinnacle of earthly immortality, he remains impotent to effect any change. Retreating into the void, the specter, now feeling secure, muttered to himself, his voice laced with venomous resentment. Driven to this desperate juncture, he seethed with fury, wishing for the demise of that human. Is it so? Just as he prepared to disengage from his explosive state, a calm whisper echoed in his ear. It was akin to a devil's murmur. Though soft, it detonated within the depths of his soul. At that moment, he felt an icy chill surge through his very essence. The innate talents of his lineage, when unleashed, possessed and unimaginable swiftness. Not to mention the same realm, even though stronger could find no recourse against them. Yet now, this insidious voice clung to him like a persistent curse, making him feel as though his soul might shatter. How could this junior from the Liu family pursue him so relentlessly? Initially intending to halt, he accelerated once more, igniting his talents to their utmost. Faster, ever faster. He urged himself. The whisper lingered, and the one most adept at instilling fear found himself on the brink of terror. He continued to hasten, yet the murmuring would not dissipate. At a certain moment, he felt as though his very essence had been consumed by his own gifts, leaving him utterly depleted. It was then that he finally grasped the meaning behind the words of the Qin king. He understood why it was said that Qin Ming was worn to death. Now, he was treading the same path as his predecessor. No, as he came to a halt, he sensed something within him had ignited, as if a bomb had been triggered. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen prey to the Qin king's machinations, compelled to keep moving, and at a frantic pace. Should he cease, he would be detonated. In these final moments of life, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, recalling the first glance exchanged, the glimmer in the other's starry eyes. He comprehended that, at that instant, he had already been ensnared by the other's stratagem. Thus, merely a fleeting glance had sealed his fate. Amidst his despair and reluctance, his soul was abruptly shattered, dissolving into the void, leaving no trace behind. The carriage continued its journey without pause, as if nothing had transpired. The following day unfolded with no further incidents. Those from the great powers, unable to reach their elders, ultimately withdrew without taking action. The malevolent force behind the shadowy specter seemed to find no understanding in Liu Feifan, choosing not to pursue further, as if waiting patiently for the opportune moment. Nonetheless, even so, the caravan did not reach their destination until the following morning, primarily due to the previous messages from the palace, urging them to slow their pace. The Black Ice heavy cavalry had naturally pushed their speed to the limit, taking a journey that should have lasted a single day until the light of the second day. The imperial capital, this ancient city, is more venerable than the Great Xia, which has boasted a legacy for 8 millennia. It is a city that has stood for 10,000 years. Before the establishment of the Great Xia, this place served as the imperial capital of the preceding dynasty. In truth, the location of the imperial capital is not particularly advantageous, lacking in abundant resources and not deemed a strategic stronghold to command the realm. When the Great Xia was founded, many prominent ministers proposed relocating the capital, and similar suggestions arose in subsequent times. However, the royal family remained steadfast. It can be said that the emperors of each generation never wavered. Even if they entertained such thoughts during their time as crown princes, they would ultimately change their minds upon ascending to the throne. The ancient city, steeped in an air of antiquity and desolation, resembles a slumbering primordial beast, poised to awaken and consume the heavens and the earth. As Liu Feifan's entourage made their entrance into the city, a sudden and resounding horn echoed throughout, accompanied by the thundering sound of drums reverberating across the entire city. King Qin, Liu Feifan, having journeyed to Qinchuan and diligently honed his skills for a decade, has now achieved remarkable mastery, vanquished the White Lotus, and struck down the disloyal, returning triumphantly to the court. Chapter 53. The prince's disappointment. A battalion of armored guards raised their weapons and cheered. Today, the entire imperial capital was abuzz, with all citizens gathering to line the streets in eager welcome. They participated of their own volition, though the reasons for such willingness remained shrouded in ambiguity. Regardless, on this day, every inhabitant of the capital, irrespective of status or cultivation level, even those from prestigious families and prominent sects, were present. Whether their enthusiasm was genuine or coerced was of little consequence. What mattered was their display of fervor. High above, a cadre of black-clad guards surveyed the crowd with hawk-like eyes. While they might not remember those who performed well, they would certainly notice those who faltered. It is no surprise that, although difficult to admit, the emperor has indeed become somewhat deluded. Such spectacles, only the current sovereign could orchestrate among all the rulers of the Great Xia dynasty. The realm is in disarray, yet within the imperial capital, there is no hint of turmoil. Here, festivities abound, with the populace occasionally emerging to express their excitement. Even the noble families are not exempt. The emperor relishes such displays. In years past, his indulgences were even more extravagant, but a decline in health has tempered his excesses somewhat. The emperor wields 3 forces under his direct command, with the black-clad guards having spent recent years enforcing his will within the capital. Moreover, their ranks have steadily grown due to necessity. To what extent their power has expanded remains a mystery, known perhaps only to the emperor himself. Beyond the capital, his control may wane, but within its walls, he is fully aware of the movements of not only ordinary cultivators, but also the influential families and sections. While not absolute, the emperor is attuned to any shifts within the capital. Feifan mused that his father's actions resembled someone reveling in solitude. The state of affairs elsewhere mattered little. As long as he could bask in the imperial experience within the capital, all was well. In this regard, the emperor truly knows how to enjoy himself. He recalls that a few years prior, his father had even sent letters boasting of his exploits in this regard, subtly urging him to adopt a more relaxed perspective and learn from his example. It seemed then that the emperor was hinting at a lesson in ruling as a final monarch. After all, did the 14th prince not eradicate a few White Lotus cultists and vanquish some minor families and sects? The treatment bestowed upon him by the emperor might lead the uninformed to believe he had single-handedly saved the nation, vanquishing the White Lotus sect and subjugating the noble houses. At the forefront of the welcoming procession stood a group of youthful nobles, their expressions decidedly grim amidst the general excitement. Their disdainful demeanor starkly contrasted with the fervor surrounding them. Yet the hawk-eyed, black-clad guards appeared oblivious, as if they had collectively turned a blind eye. If such minimal achievements could warrant such treatment, surely anyone could aspire to it. Previously, I held a skeptical stance regarding the emperor's intention to designate the 14th prince as the heir apparent. The rumors seemed far-fetched, as the 14th prince was almost a forgotten figure, like someone who had suddenly emerged from obscurity. However, I find myself compelled to believe it now. Just look, the second brother is so incensed that he hasn't even shown up. Speaking of which, the second brother is indeed in a pitiful situation. After toiling for so many years, he has been reduced to merely running errands. I feel quite aggrieved on his behalf. Normally quite assertive, why has he suddenly shrunk back this time? If it were me, I would have taken decisive action. The emperor's behavior is rather hurtful to him. This group of youths, all princes, engage in their discussions with reckless abandon. They have little to fear, after all. They are acutely aware of their father's health. The position of heir apparent is imminent. Just a couple of days ago, their eldest brother met an untimely demise. This nearly foreshadows their own fate. Thus, their palpable discomfort at this moment is understandable. With the situation as it stands, there is no longer any pretense to maintain. Even if their father were present, they would still voice their grievances, and some might even have the audacity to confront him directly. As for the once inconspicuous 14th prince, they harbor a deep-seated envy. Should the heir be the second prince, they might find some solace in that. After all, over the years, they have recognized that their second brother possesses certain merits. However, the 14th prince is a name they have scarcely heard of before. Even if he has recently gained notoriety, they believe it is merely due to their father's support. The visible advantages, like the black ice-heavy cavalry, are something they have yet to experience. The disparity in treatment is far too stark. Regrettably, no matter their dissatisfaction, the outcome appears irrevocable. Originally, they intended to come and witness their second brother stirring up trouble. Yet, they were taken aback to find that the usually formidable second brother had become so timid that he did not even make an appearance. This has left them quite disappointed. It has been rumored that the powerful families have considered taking action. In the past, they have shown disdain towards the court, thinking themselves quite formidable. But it turns out they cannot even handle a mere 14th prince. These powerful families are nothing more than paper tigers. If the 14th prince were to rise and eliminate them, it would indeed be a form of retribution. These princes endure humiliation from both the emperor and their brothers in the capital, feeling quite uncomfortable, and even outside the capital. They must contend with the disdain of those powerful families. They can tolerate the emperor, as he is their father. However, Their animosity towards those powerful families is palpable. If given the opportunity, they would genuinely desire to take action against them. Deep down, they believe that their brother, Lu Feifan, is justified in his actions. Were it not for the loss of the throne, their very lives at stake, they could unite as brothers to confront those powerful families. Yet, such hypotheticals are futile. The position of heir apparent is a matter of life and death for them. In reality, the suppression of information in the capital only facilitates the powerful families in their maneuvers against Lu Feifan. Apart from his second prince, they too have clandestinely exerted their influence. Their calculations were astute. Should the noble family succeed, their own 14th brother would face ruin. Consequently, the second prince, a principal participant, might fall victim to their father's wrath, or, at the very least, be stripped of his status as heir apparent, thereby presenting them with an opportunity. Regrettably, their elder brother indeed possesses a certain audacity, daring to act despite the evident risks. Yet, those noble families, who generally appear increasingly dismissive of the court, have shown signs of trepidation. Various indicators suggest they are poised to take action. However, behold, their 14th emperor has returned to the capital unscathed. Clearly, those noble families ultimately did not succeed. They may have attempted to strike, yet they hesitated to exert their full strength. Such behavior is utterly beneath consideration. Chapter 54. The despondency of the 8th prince observing his brother's return to the imperial capital. Not a single prince felt elated. Rather, they were engulfed in disappointment. Had they known? Someone let out a soft sigh. They had initially believed that with the news of their youngest brother possessing the potential of a martial emperor, the powerful families would be thrown into a frenzy. They simply had to bide their time. At the very least, there was their second brother. However, now that Lu Feifan had returned to the capital, neither the aristocratic families nor their second brother had gained anything. In their eyes, it was evident that the strength of their brother was not the issue. It was merely the reluctance of those noble families to exert themselves. If only the 14th brother truly had the potential of a martial emperor, he could eradicate those aristocratic families, and even if he perished, they would find solace. Those families had long held disdain for them. One prince lamented. It was likely just a rumor propagated by their second brother. All of this was fabricated. He must have sought to utilize these individuals to eliminate the 14th brother. Perhaps the noble families had caught on to this, combined with the various measures their father had bestowed upon the 14th brother, leading them to withdraw. I have heard that yesterday, several commanders of the Imperial Secret Guard ventured outside the city to greet the 14th brother. They are all formidable experts of the terrestrial realm. One of the princes scoffed. 8th brother, you seem to be well informed about the movements of the Imperial Secret Guard. It appears you have been quietly strategizing over the years. A prince cast a peculiar glance at the speaking 8th prince. So what if I have? It does not change the fact that we have failed to comprehend that our father's primary concern lies with the 14th brother. We overlooked this. The 8th prince sighed. At this juncture, he no longer wished to feign indifference. These years had been exhausting for him. Yet, he had been vigilantly observing their second brother. For he believed that the second brother held the most promise for ascension. He possessed the means to eliminate the second brother. However, their father, this foolish monarch, played by no established rules. Even he had not sensed that his father cared most for the 14th brother. Now, it was he who had been outmaneuvered. From the news within the palace, it seemed that their father had only recently made his decision. It was all too late. Once their 14th brother ascended to the throne, their own downfall would be imminent. Thus, he no longer pondered in silence as he once did. This time he spoke his mind openly, acknowledging the schemes he had devised over the years. Why don't we brothers collaborate, at least to ensure the 14th brother is sidelined, allowing us all a fighting chance? One prince's eyes flickered with intrigue. It would be futile. Within the capital, our father commands the royal lineage, rendering him invincible. As long as he draws breath, our efforts will be in vain. The 8th prince sighed, for he was aware of many truths. He understood that from the moment their brother returned to the capital, everything had been set in stone. The claims of those noble families uniting to conquer the capital were but the delusions of the ignorant, lacking the strength to act. The foundation of the Great Xia was not so easily toppled. As long as the emperor remains, the imperial capital shall remain impervious to any siege. However, that day approaches swiftly. Once the emperor of the Great Xia is no more, the realm will descend into chaos. To the Great Xia, the emperor is not merely a title. If it were up to me, perhaps I could devise a solution. Yet alas, my father forbids it. The 8th prince sighed heavily. You keep your secrets so closely. How can you claim to know what our father allows? A fellow prince scoffed, clearly displeased by the sudden emergence of the 8th prince. Little did they know, there was not only the 14th brother and the 2nd brother present. There was another who concealed his true self quite adeptly. How can you be so certain that I do not? The 8th prince retorted, revealing his frustrations. Over the years, he had shared his plans and strategies with the emperor, only to be met with dismissal. My father is utterly blind, he finally exclaimed, his resentment boiling over. He felt an overwhelming urge to prove his capabilities, to demonstrate that he could lead the imperial family out of its dire straits. Yet, the old fool had cast him aside. Beneath his calm exterior, a tempest brewed. He knew his 2nd brother all too well. Typically, he would be the first to rise in defense of their father's words. Yet this time, he remained conspicuously absent. One could only imagine the turmoil within him. Yesterday, the 2nd brother had been summoned to the palace, daring to challenge their father, a clear testament to his despair. Even the 8th prince felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Over the years, their foolish father had sought to relish the pleasures of rule while grappling with the aftermath of discord. It was indeed a formidable task. This father of theirs acted solely according to his whims. Had he possessed even a modicum of reason, opportunities might have arisen. Amidst the prince's murmurs, Lu Feifan's entourage arrived. As the carriage curtain lifted, Lu Feifan cast a sweeping glance over his brethren. Though they appeared youthful, the eldest among them was already in his 50s, while the youngest merely 7 or 8. The imperial lineage had a peculiar trait, predominantly male offspring. Only in cases of diluted bloodlines could female infants emerge. Each of them possessed formidable cultivation. Yet to Lu Feifan, it was a trivial matter. They were brothers, after all. Despite knowing their intentions might be lethal, it mattered little to him. Many harbored desires for his demise. As long as they refrained from open confrontation, he remained unperturbed. Among the princes, he could recognize the older ones, while the others were identified by their attire and positioning, indicating their familial ties. It had been 13 years since his last visit. Due to his reticence, none of his brothers had thought to seek him out. They were akin to familiar strangers. 14th brother, I cannot believe you have returned alive. One brother exclaimed with a sigh. It seems my survival brings you little joy, Lu Feifan replied, the truth evident in his words. There could only be one heir to the throne, a matter of life and death. Only upon Lu Feifan's demise could they seize their opportunity. Regardless of the circumstances, 14th brother, this is the culmination of my endeavors over the years, and my aspirations for the future are encapsulated within. Here, take it. I sincerely hope it proves beneficial to you. The 8th prince presented a precious brocade box, reverently placing it into Lu Feifan's hands. Many of my associates will heed only my command. Should I no longer be present, I urge you to monitor them closely, and if they prove disobedient, take measures to eliminate them promptly to avoid calamity. The 8th prince continued. Previously, rumors circulated that you had attained the realm of a land-bound celestial being. I had dismissed this as mere fabrication by 2nd brother, yet it now appears there may be truth to it. Perhaps you truly possess the potential to restore the glory of the Great Xia. Alas, I fear I shall not live to witness that day. A note of melancholy tinged the 8th prince's voice. At this moment, the other princes seemed to be stirred by an emotional tide, their expressions shifting to one of deep sorrow. The youngest among them, barely 7 or 8 years old, began to weep softly, though he understood everything. Chapter 55. The secret of the Lu family's sudden demise. There was little to reminisce about with a group of brothers, although the welcoming ceremony in the city was grand. For Lu Feifan, it was merely a trivial affair. He had never placed much value on such superficialities. After exchanging greetings with his brothers, he made his way directly to the imperial palace. The emperor's current condition was exceedingly poor. He could barely maintain his presence within the palace, and his frailty was palpable. Your son, Lu Feifan, pays his respects to Father Emperor. Within the Hall of Heavenly Sovereignty, the guards had been dismissed. Recently returned to the capital, Lu Feifan was summoned for a private audience with the emperor. It truly resembles him. The old emperor scrutinized Lu Feifan closely. Yet his expression bore no trace of longing, only nostalgia. Perched upon the dragon throne, he appeared to be straining to remain upright, as if the slightest release of effort would cause him to collapse. It was difficult for Lu Feifan to reconcile this aged figure with the formidable emperor he remembered from over a decade ago. Merely a span of 10 years. For cultivators, this was not an extensive period, and even for ordinary mortals, it was hardly a lifetime. Yet now, the emperor seemed to have lived an entire existence. He recalled the year he left the palace. The emperor was still in his prime, vibrant with life. But now he had undeniably aged, seemingly just a breath away from his final moments. A monarch who had reached the initial stage of earthly immortal should have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Yet now, he was nearing the end before even reaching a century. This was unfathomable for any ordinary power. It was known that his father, after ascending the throne, had never left the palace, living in luxury without experiencing the trials of life and death, making such a decline truly absurd. A complex expression flickered in Lu Feifan's eyes. Why has Father Emperor become this way? Have there been hidden enemies targeting our royal family? He inquired directly, for now his strength was sufficient, and he desired to uncover these secrets to understand. Previously, he had to remain discreet due to his lack of power, but now, he felt no such need. Our royal family indeed has powerful enemies. However, my current state is unrelated to them. It is a matter of our own making. The old emperor replied gravely, "This position will soon be yours. You have the right to know everything." With a resounding clang, the ground beneath the old emperor's throne suddenly opened, revealing a subterranean passage, and his throne began to float in the air. "Follow me." Upon uttering these words, the throne glided into the passage, and Lu Feifan promptly followed. They entered an underground chamber adorned with portraits, each accompanied by incense offerings. A swift glance revealed to Lu Feifan that these were the likenesses of past emperors. "Soon, I too shall be among them." The old emperor sighed heavily. As he spoke, he approached the portrait at the center, which honored the founding ancestor. After bowing deeply, the old emperor retrieved a seal from above. This is the Azure Heaven Seal, the true essence of our Lu family. Within the imperial capital, our Lu family stands unparalleled, owing to this very seal. Our family's martial arts, the Azure Heaven Emperor's art, also originates from it. The old emperor spoke, his gaze fixed upon the seal, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Our royal lineage is short-lived, and this is the reason. Lu Feifan's expression shifted. He had previously believed that the royal family was under threat from some terrifying entity. He had not anticipated this cause. Each generation of our royal family, even if they do not cultivate the Azure Heaven Emperor's art to the 13th level or transcend to the initial realm of terrestrial immortals, invariably ascends to the initial realm of terrestrial immortals upon their coronation. The external rumors of power inheritance stem from this fact. Lu family emperors, upon their ascension, are always terrestrial immortals. Even with the frequent changes in the throne in recent generations, this remains true. Hence, it is common knowledge that the Lu family's power can be inherited, though the specifics of the inheritance remain obscure, solely known to the emperor. The Azure Heaven Seal and the Azure Heaven Emperor's art represent both the fortune and the calamity of our Lu family. Our family's general inability to achieve longevity is a consequence of the drawbacks left by the inheritance of the Azure Heaven Emperor's art. This explains why, despite the unparalleled dominance of the Azure Heaven Emperor's art, our family primarily practices this art. As time progresses, the latent dangers intensify, manifesting more rapidly, and the power inherited within the bloodline grows stronger. The reason each emperor from our main lineage bears numerous offspring, even when aware that their sons may perish, is that having more children allows the latent dangers in the bloodline to gradually diminish. In other words, the younger the offspring, the weaker the latent dangers within their bodies. Although the mitigation may be minimal, it serves as a tenuous means of preservation. At this juncture, the old emperor sighed, pondering that, were it not for this reason, the royal family would not have endured the burden of producing so many heirs. When the latent dangers erupt completely, it leads to sudden demise. Initially, if one does not reach the innate level, the risk of sudden death is present. Subsequently, it affects grandmasters and great-grandmasters. Presently, if one does not cultivate the Azure Heaven Emperor's art to the realm of terrestrial immortals by a certain age, sudden death becomes inevitable. This elucidates why princes who do not inherit the imperial position meet with consecutive untimely deaths. Imperial physicians diagnose that our royal descendants suffer from sudden ailments, which, to a certain extent, is indeed accurate. The closer they are to our main bloodline, the shorter their lifespans, and this is the reason. Now that you are 18, during your cultivation, you should have sensed moments of inexplicable irritability, which is the manifestation of the latent dangers of the Azure Heaven Emperor's art. The old emperor continued. Lu Feifan blinked. Not at all. He felt completely at ease. He had never been irritable. After some reflection, it dawned on him that perhaps his cultivation of the Azure Heaven Emperor's art to an unprecedented 17th level had alleviated the latent dangers. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, it made no sense. Not so, Father. If you assert that it is the power derived from the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor's decree that has led to this predicament, then why not refrain from utilizing this inherited power altogether? It would suffice to reserve it for critical moments. Lu Feifan discerned a flaw in his father's reasoning. The implication was that the very essence of the Celestial Emperor's decree was responsible for the degradation of their main lineage. If that were the case, then by simply engaging in regular cultivation and resorting to the inherited power only when absolutely necessary, they should be able to manage just as effectively. After all, in times of yore, the royal family was not devoid of formidable experts. Even in the present, the royal lineage remains remarkably potent. Otherwise, the various factions would not be so duplicitous. One must recognize that the profound heritage of the Great Xia royal family is indeed a source of envy for those factions. Should the constraints imposed upon them dissipate, they would undoubtedly rise to action. As it stands, the Great Xia remains under the aegis of the Lu family, still a royal entity. Thus their power continues to be formidable. The royal lineage encompasses not only the main branch. After 8 millennia, the strength of the imperial clan is equally formidable. If only matters were so straightforward. The old emperor let out a sigh. Indeed, as Lu Feifan had just posed his question, he quickly realized the truth. The royal family, having endured for 8,000 years, surely possesses astute minds. If he could ponder this issue, it stands to reason that each successive emperor would have contemplated it as well. Their reluctance to pursue such a course must surely be rooted in unavoidable circumstances. This, then, appears to be the true crisis facing the Lu family. Chapter 56. The decision of the old emperor, the founding emperor overthrew the Great Xia and established the Great Xia, relying on the celestial seal. In the beginning, the Great Xia was ruled by Zhang and Ma together. However, both the Sima and Zhang families were merely superficial figures in this realm. Behind the Sima family lurked the demonic clan, while the Zhang family was backed by the Holy Clan. The old emperor began to reveal to Lu Feifan the profound secrets of this world. The land of Great Xia was once a fragment of the world's core, a battleground for myriad races. Eventually, the core was shattered, scattering its pieces across the land. This territory, originally belonging to the human race, became a source of sustenance for both the holy and demonic clans, who exploited humanity for their cultivation. The Sima and Zhang families, acting in defiance of their kin, allied with these factions. The founding emperor, a man of great fortune, obtained the celestial seal and inherited its legacy. At that time, a fierce conflict erupted between the holy and demonic clans due to unknown reasons, and ultimately, the founding emperor seized the opportunity to eradicate them. The reason for choosing this location as the capital was that it was a place of significant investment for the holy and demonic clans, containing passageways to the abyss of demons and the holy realm, which could only be suppressed with the celestial seal. To activate the celestial seal, one must cultivate the celestial emperor's art and reach at least the initial realm of terrestrial immortals. The old emperor explained to Feifan, I have encountered beings that are normally invisible, yet exude overwhelming demonic energy. Are they part of the demonic clan? Feifan recalled the two individuals he had vanquished with his gaze. It must have been them. I never expected you could eliminate even them. The old emperor's eyes brightened momentarily as if he had glimpsed hope, but soon a sigh escaped his lips as the light of hope extinguished. They have managed to escape, which implies that the passageway to the abyss of demons has weakened. Feifan pressed on. Not quite. The old emperor shook his head. Both the holy and demonic clans have remnants that once resided in Great Xia. They suffered grave injuries during the Holy Demonic War and were subsequently suppressed by the martial ancestor, leading them to remain in a dormant state. At the dawn of the Great Xia, many of them fled, and after the passing of the founding emperor, they have been causing disturbances. Eventually, the martial emperor ascended to the throne, rapidly advancing his cultivation to the peak of terrestrial immortals. The founding emperor reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals through the legacy of the celestial seal, but the martial emperor achieved this through his own relentless efforts, becoming the only one to reach such heights in the 8,000 years of Great Xia. In truth, he was the sole individual to cultivate the celestial emperor's art and ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals without the aid of the celestial seal. All previous emperors relied on the seal for their breakthroughs. To transcend to the realm of terrestrial immortals solely through the celestial emperor's art is exceedingly arduous. It is also due to the martial emperor's influence that our bloodline's affliction has been alleviated. Otherwise, according to estimations, our Liu family would only endure for 5,000 years. While the strength of inherited power is formidable, it indeed comes at a great cost. The old emperor spoke, his eyes reflecting reverence and yearning. It seemed he too longed to embody the grandeur of the martial emperor. In truth, when he first ascended the throne, he was not as muddled, still eager to accomplish great deeds. However, in the end, perhaps realizing his limitations, he chose to abandon his efforts. The martial emperor, in his fierce conquests, primarily sought to eradicate the saint and demon clans, and his brutal campaigns against surrounding powers were similarly motivated. Thus, the rumors suggesting that the martial emperor decimated the martial world and its formidable practitioners are somewhat exaggerated. Feifan inquired. Not quite, the old emperor replied, his expression peculiar. When the martial emperor pursued the saint and demon clans, he inadvertently dealt with those powerful individuals as well, primarily because they were, to some extent, entangled with the clans. Feifan sensed that the martial emperor simply relished the act of slaying. Yet, regrettably, even amidst such fervor, some from those two clans managed to escape. With the decline of the Great Xia's fortune over the years, they must have largely recovered from their injuries and might soon resurface with renewed vigor. Moreover, the power of the celestial seal has been significantly depleted over the years and is nearing its limit. Without the celestial seal, even with the martial emperor alive, the pathways of the saint and demon clans cannot be sealed. The old emperor gazed at Feifan, his eyes filled with lament. His son indeed possessed the potential of the martial emperor, yet he was born in the wrong era, lacking the conditions that favored the martial emperor's time. Back then, the strength of the celestial seal was at its zenith, enabling the martial emperor to traverse beyond the palace without constant support, effortlessly suppressing the pathways of the saint and demon clans. However, since his ascension, he has not once left the imperial capital, not from a lack of desire, but rather from the inability to do so. If he were to step outside, the pathways to the saint and demon realms would inevitably be opened, leading to the downfall of the Great Xia. Most critically, the saint and demon clans harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Liu family, and it is certain they would pursue them from the very roots of their bloodline. Thus, the imperial family finds itself at a perilous juncture, one from which even the martial emperor could scarcely salvage. It is indeed true that the Great Xia, having endured for 8 millennia, has reached its twilight. There is no hope or future for the Great Xia. The imperial family's fate is sealed, and any struggle is futile. Once you ascend the throne, You need not continue to suppress the pathways to the saint and demon realms. Take the celestial seal and depart. The primary purpose of the celestial seal is not merely to seal the pathways to the saint and demon realms, a misuse of such grand potential. Were it not for this issue, the Liu family could reach even greater heights with the celestial seal. You have cultivated the celestial emperor's decree to the 15th level. Despite still bearing the scars of your bloodline, you should face no issues for at least a century or two. During this time, with the celestial seal and your remarkable talents, you may ascend to even loftier realms. Liu Feifan cast a surprised glance at his father. He had not anticipated that his father would not demand he fortify the pathways to the saint and demon realms, but rather instruct him to flee. This foolish emperor truly is remarkable in his own way. The realm of the empire may have contemplated the matter, albeit not extensively. Liu Feifan believed that had he achieved the realm of the earthly immortal through his own cultivation rather than relying on inherited power, he would have long since fled. His current persistence is purely due to the fact that, relying on inherited strength, the act of fleeing would yield little difference. Indeed, the reputation of a foolish ruler is not misplaced. His father has truly become negligent. Yet, one must also acknowledge the inevitability of the situation. In the present day, the Great Xia sees no glimmer of hope. If escape were possible, it would undoubtedly be the preferred course of action, for remaining would scarcely sustain them for years to come. Given the circumstances, had it not been for his exceptional talent leading him to a breakthrough, he would undoubtedly be the last emperor of a fallen Great Xia. However, that is merely a hypothetical. The reality is that his achievements extend beyond merely breaking through to the 15th level of the celestial emperor's art. He has ascended to the 17th level, becoming a transcendent being amidst the mundane. With his presence, the emergence of the sacred and demonic clans is not merely an issue of their inability to emerge. It is a matter of Liu Feifan's intention to dismantle these two factions. With him in the Great Xia, the sacred and demonic clans pose no threat, or at least that is Liu Feifan's conviction. The old emperor, however, holds a differing perspective. Even if his son were to truly ascend to the 13th or even the 15th level of the celestial emperor's art, in his eyes, such accomplishments would bear little significance. This is not the era of 8,000 years past when the power of the celestial seal was at its zenith. In the absence of the celestial seal, even attaining the 15th level of the celestial emperor's art cannot prevent the impending arrival of the sacred and demonic clans. In truth, there exists another significant reason for choosing you as heir, one that is connected to your mother. The old emperor's eyes glittered with nostalgia. Chapter 57. The princes doubt your mother's origins are shrouded in mystery, and most importantly, her talents are quite exceptional. She must be the daughter of a powerful faction from outside. Somewhat naive, the old emperor began. Are you my mother-in-law? A daughter of a great power falling in love with the last emperor of a fallen dynasty. This suggests that my foolish father possesses a modicum of charm. No, the old emperor's expression turned peculiar. Your mother initially looked down upon me. He confessed. This revelation was rather significant. Otherwise, how could one label her as naive? With her esteemed lineage and exceptional abilities, such matters ought not to be disclosed casually, yet she flaunted them. Perhaps she believed that the Great Xia posed no real threat to her. The old emperor shook his head. Well, Liu Feifan began to comprehend. His mother's talents had caught the attention of others. Back when your grandfather ruled, he saw in your mother the hope for the revival of the Great Xia. Possessing the celestial seal, the emperor of the imperial capital was indeed invincible. The power he wielded was beyond the imagination of the ignorant. Consequently, after he took action, this marriage was arranged. Shortly thereafter, your grandfather passed away. At this point, the old emperor sighed. Initially, he thought his father was being excessive, somewhat dismissive. In the preceding 2 years, he believed he could resolve the issues of the Great Xia entirely on his own merit. Reality proved he had overestimated himself. Ultimately, he realized that his father possessed a sharp eye and foresight. Liu Feifan felt somewhat speechless. His lineage was indeed explosive. I arranged a marriage for you with Han Zi of the Han family. Her talent is remarkable. However, That girl is quite disobedient. While I was in seclusion, she ran off to the borders. Originally, I intended for the secret guard to bring her back. But given your unique circumstances, let that matter rest. The old emperor continued. It turns out that the arrangement of the marriage was not merely based on the Han family's influence, but rather on her talent. At this moment, Lu Feifan could not help but doubt that every empress of their Lu family must possess something extraordinary. If that is the case, then whoever becomes emperor is likely predetermined. After all, the situation of the Lu family is exceptional. They are born princes. If not, then they bear the mark of infidelity. It seems that the poor reputation of the Great Xia royal family cannot be entirely blamed on the martial emperor. It is merely that the actions of the martial emperor attracted too much attention. However, once your strength increases, you must return here. Whether or not to re-establish the Great Xia will depend on your own inclinations. The crux is that there lies a great secret here. The founding ancestor received the inheritance of the celestial seal in this very place. And as for the holy and demon clans with their strength, they should not be so fixated on the Great Xia. Yet they persistently plot here, which must be the reason. As for the nature of this secret, I am unaware. You will need to uncover it yourself. Within this underground chamber, the old emperor imparted everything he knew to Lu Feifan. The more he spoke, the more his body weakened. Observing the situation, it seemed he could collapse at any moment. Lu Feifan gazed upon the portraits of emperors from generations past. Here, over the span of 8 millennia, every emperor of the Lu family must have embraced this legacy with similar reverence. However, father, I believe you could still occupy this position for a while longer. My 14th brother has already begun his ascension to the throne. Did you not claim he would not return? Such grandiloquent proclamations are utterly futile. In the depths of the mansion, amidst the lotus pavilion, the second prince scoffed. Although he possessed nothing, he was certain that the specter lingered. Your brother poses a problem. Furthermore, I suspect that your father may be secretly safeguarding him. The ghostly figure manifested, its tone now devoid of arrogance. If he were truly untroubled, he would undoubtedly be back by now. As for my father remaining in the palace, how could he possibly offer clandestine protection when he appears so close to his demise? Suspecting my father of shielding him is far less plausible than believing my esteemed brother has already become the current martial emperor. The second prince was now belatedly aware of the gravity of his circumstances. The specter ceased speaking. According to the information he had received, disciples from a Wuji sect had accompanied them this time, bringing with them a substantial amount of resources seemingly owed to the court as unpaid taxes. This detail illuminated a significant issue. However, this was merely a routine report from his subordinates. Although he had adopted a laissez-faire attitude, his followers remained active. In truth, the second prince had grown indifferent, as all matters had seemingly settled. Moreover, he had gleaned the reasons behind the untimely deaths of royal offspring from the specter. Although the ghostly figure claimed they had solutions, the second prince harbored doubts. If their family's situation could be so easily remedied, the ancestors of the royal lineage would not have stood by for 8 millennia, witnessing the deterioration of their circumstances. Now, it had become irreparable. Previously, he had believed it was simply a matter of pride, a desire to contend. Yet now, that pride dissipated after a confrontation with his father in the celestial hall. I require your assistance. The ghostly figure spoke. You have yet to accomplish anything, and you still seek my help? Go amuse yourself. The second prince retorted coldly. At this moment, he felt a peculiar sense of liberation in his resignation to fate. He had lived too exhaustively in the past. If you refuse, the news of your collaboration with us, the specter threatened, tell whoever you wish, it matters not. I have already clarified everything with my father. The second prince was truly unafraid of threats, as he was already facing death. Furthermore, he had already confided in his foolish father regarding the specter's affairs. Are all members of the Lu family mentally deficient? The specter was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such candor. Moreover, to have disclosed everything and still maintain an air of indifference was indeed remarkable. This is simply how we, the Lu family, operate. We only concern ourselves with outcomes. Does the process matter? Does the identity of one's collaborators hold significance? The second prince felt no shame whatsoever, even if it meant turning against his own kin. The Liu family acted with utmost integrity. Had it not been for his lack of strength, his father would have been dethroned long ago. Do you wish to throw your life away? The specter was at a loss, pondering the situation. Why must it be me? The second prince suddenly exclaimed. What? The specter was caught off guard by the inquiry, unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind the prince's words at that moment. I ask, why must it always be me? You have mentioned numerous times that if it comes to the worst, you could simply choose another. I have many brothers. Yet, based on the current circumstances, you have consistently chosen only me. Despite my plight, you have not sought an alternative. Although I have lost a few brothers, there remains a sufficient number to choose from. The second prince spoke in a melancholic tone. Until now, he had not noticed this predicament. He had resigned himself to fate, awaiting death. Yet, the specter had still not put an end to his life. Even after he confessed the truth to his father, this ethereal creature did not turn against him. Undoubtedly, there was something amiss. The specter's determination to seek him out was not founded on unwavering loyalty. Chapter 58. The unfathomable shadows of the Shadow Demon clan. Upon hearing the words of the second prince, the ghostly figure of the Shadow Demon emitted a low, sinister chuckle, exuding an unsettling aura. Well, it seems your mind has finally returned to its rightful state. Young one, are you aware of the former dynasty of the Jin? Zhongmai unified the realm, and your lineage, indeed, traces back to the Sima family, the Shadow Demon proclaimed. The second prince was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Do you truly believe you are formidable? After all you have accomplished over the years, do you think you are capable of restoring the Great Xia? Do you consider yourself impressive? The second prince could not help but nod, for he indeed harbored such thoughts. This was the reason behind his fierce reaction to his father's decision to bestow the throne upon his younger brother, the 14th prince. Although the realm remained tumultuous, with the White Lotus sect even raising a rebellion, it was a matter of comparison. The twilight of the Great Xia was no jest. Particularly in the decade preceding his father's reign, the empire had been nearly driven to ruin. Yet, during his own decade of overseeing the court, he felt he had truly salvaged the Great Xia from the brink of collapse, resolving numerous issues. He believed that had his father fully relinquished power, he could have achieved even greater feats, perhaps even quelling the White Lotus insurrection. However, the Shadow Demon's tone suggested a different narrative. Who do you think you are? Strategizing from the comfort of your chamber, calculating grand plans? You must be dreaming. It is utterly laughable. Without strength, who would heed your commands? Lacking power, who would pay attention to your misguided and foolish notions? The Shadow Demon declared mercilessly. You imbecile, it continued. Let me enlighten you. Your current achievements are merely the result of our clan as covert assistants, aimed at facilitating your ascension to power. Unfortunately, despite your impressive performance, that old fool still regards you with disdain, treating you like a mere rag, to be used and discarded. How tragically wasted our efforts have been, but then again, you are indeed quite useless. This declaration struck the second prince like a thunderbolt. He had always regarded himself as formidable, yet he had never anticipated such a revelation. His adept handling of state affairs now appeared to be the result of infernal aid. Already in a state of despondency, the weight of this new information made him feel as though he might collapse on the spot. No, that cannot be true, he protested. Although he sensed some of the peculiarities from recent years aligning with this assertion, he was unwilling to accept it. If this were indeed the case, would it not validate his father's choice of successor? He could not bear to confront such a reality. Your faltering voice betrays your inner turmoil. It seems you already possess the answer. The Shadow Demon's tone sharpened. The bloodline of the Sima family is inherently destined to serve our Shadow Demon clan. Now that you are aware of your true identity, why do you not kneel? Kneel? Who do you think you are? What is Sima bloodline? I too possess the royal blood of the Liu clan. How dare you expect me to bow before you? The second prince, previously disheartened, felt a jolt of fury upon hearing the command to kneel, which ignited a fierce rebellion within him. In the illustrious Liu family, they bow only before their imperial father. No one else warrants such submission. He unleashed his power, directing his wrath towards the elusive specter. Although he was acutely aware of the specter's formidable strength and recognized the likelihood of being outmatched. It mattered little to him. Facing death was an inconsequential concern for one who had mere days to live. The specter, who sought to invoke the bloodline of the Xia family within the second prince to instill fear, was taken aback when it instead provoked a furious response. The bloodline of the Lu family was unnaturally potent. The specter perceived the predicament. By attempting to awaken the Xia lineage, he inadvertently amplified the power of the Lu bloodline, igniting the second prince's rage. This was characteristic of the Lu clan, unyielding and quick to erupt. To the specter, the second prince was akin to an insignificant insect, easily manipulated into submission through various means. However, this was contingent upon the prince being outside the imperial city, for within its confines, even the specter dared not act. The foundation of the Lu family was too formidable. Any aggressive move, especially against a member of the royal bloodline, would alert the latent power of the Lu family. To date, they had yet to comprehend the true depths of the Lu family's strength. All they discerned was a gradual diminishment of that power, which allowed them entry into the imperial city. Had it been several millennia prior, they would not have dared to show their faces. Yet, this was the extent of their progress. They could enter, but to act within the city would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, when the second prince retaliated, although consumed by anger, he ultimately had no choice but to retreat. Something was amiss. In a shadowy courtyard of the imperial city, the specter descended into a deep well after departing from the second prince, addressing a group of companions. What is wrong? His companions were perplexed by his statement upon his return. The Xia bloodline we invested so much in is fundamentally flawed. The strength of the Lu lineage has suppressed it, rendering our efforts futile. He expressed his frustration, acutely aware that the Lu family possessed means to assess bloodlines. Their investment in the Xia bloodline was not merely strategic, but came at a significant cost. Yet it appeared that their endeavors had been in vain. The potency of the Lu bloodline was so overwhelming that even the Xia lineage, which had been transformed over many years by the Spectre-esque clan, was easily subdued. This was utterly unreasonable. It should not be so. 8,000 years prior, the Lu family was merely a collection of commoners, devoid of any extraordinary traits. It was only through Lu Chongba's fortunate encounters that the current Lu family emerged in its present form. And merely 8 millennia had passed. How could their bloodline have acquired such strength? Some specters were baffled. They were well aware of the Lu family's history. Had it not been for the discord between the holy and demon clans, the insignificant Lu family would never have had the opportunity to rise. They had initially believed that even if the Lu family temporarily ascended, it would only be a fleeting moment. Unexpectedly, a perverse figure named Lu Qianquan emerged. They had endured the calamity of the celestial martial era and witnessed the terror of Lu Qianquan. Had it not been for their clan's unique talents, they would have been obliterated by him. The Lu family, a lineage of despicable wretches, has forcefully sustained their reign for 8 millennia. Although the emperors of the Lu dynasty could not perceive us directly, they possessed an uncanny ability to sense our general location and launch indiscriminate assaults. This peculiarity is quite bewildering. It is well known that their clan possesses extraordinary gifts, allowing them to reveal themselves to whomever they wish. Conversely, should they desire concealment, only a significant disparity in strength could betray them. Otherwise, upon entering a state of shadowy concealment, they remain undetectable. Yet, Lu Qianquan, or rather, the emperors of the Lu dynasty throughout the ages, can perceive their existence. Interestingly, apart from the earlier Lu Chongba and the current Lu Qianquan, the remaining emperors could only achieve this awareness within the imperial capital. Something is amiss. I suddenly feel a chilling sensation akin to that which enveloped me when Lu Qianquan had locked onto my presence. Suddenly, a ghostly apparition spoke. Chapter 59, Father, you are still alive? Within the imperial palace, the aged emperor, with a complexion flushed with vitality, wore an expression of disbelief. As he felt the resurgence of his own life force, he initially suspected it to be a mere illusion. The inherent flaws of the Lu family's bloodline, coupled with the ancient celestial emperor's legacy, had rendered all attempts to alleviate his condition futile, despite the might of an entire nation. Neither miraculous treasures for healing nor those that could prolong life had proven effective. Yet his son had merely exerted a slight effort, restoring a measure of his vitality. Though not entirely, a few more years of endurance seemed entirely plausible. Though merely a span of years may seem insignificant, this small step represented a monumental leap forward. It indicated that the ailments plaguing their bloodline were not insurmountable. The emperor gazed incredulously at his son, puzzled as to how he had acquired such capabilities. Could it be that the fusion of the Liu bloodline with that of his mother had bestowed these benefits? Upon this realization, the emperor felt a twinge of regret. He should never have consented to only have one child and allowed her to return. Had he fathered several, their family could have soared to unimaginable heights. No, wait, my son, your prowess. Surely you do not possess merely the beginnings of an earthly immortal. The emperor suddenly came to a realization. Feifan nodded in affirmation. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he had initially dismissed the rumors of his son as martial emperor potential as mere fabrications spread by his wayward second son. However, as he gathered further intelligence, he began to entertain the possibility that it might indeed be true. He hastily dispatched skilled individuals to assist, anticipating a grand confrontation, only to find that nothing transpired. There had been gatherings of disciples from noble families, yet they seemed content merely to observe the spectacle. Previously, he had found the entire situation peculiar. However, with his son's return, he had ceased to ponder further. Now, he suddenly grasped a crucial truth. Those noble families had likely already taken action. Yet, the rumors circulating in the outside world were misleading. His son was not merely a potential martial emperor, but had, in fact, become one in the flesh. Moreover, the abilities he exhibited felt superior to those described in the tales of the original martial emperor. After all, that emperor had been powerless against the intricacies of their bloodline as strength. He inhaled sharply once more, followed by a wave of chagrin. The emperor lamented the lost opportunity. Had he acted sooner, the opponent's bloodline was so formidable that producing 10 or 8 offspring would have posed no challenge to the sacred and demonic clans. If word of this reached his ancestors, particularly his father, he would surely face severe repercussions. Once the other party departed, he would have no further opportunities. At the very least, she would undoubtedly recognize the terror of the Great Xia imperial capital and would never return. However, if she did not come, he could still send his son in her stead. With such a powerful family lineage, he could devise a strategy for a formidable alliance. The emperor's mind raced with possibilities. Primarily, he had always believed that the other party merely possessed exceptional talent and superior aptitude. However, he never anticipated that the son he bore would be so outrageous. Just as the old emperor was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted. What was that rebellious child doing here? If this were a time of succession, he would have paid no heed. Yet now, circumstances were different. His life had been prolonged, granting him a few more years to live. These matters could be addressed later. If his second son wished to approach, let's go and see. The old emperor departed the underground chamber with Feifan. Upon reaching the Tsangtian Hall and sealing the secret chamber, he commanded, "Let him enter." His authoritative voice resonated. "What brings you here at this time?" Upon seeing him, the old emperor's countenance darkened. Previously, he had merely observed as the throne was poised to be passed down, with his eldest son having perished prematurely. The second son, too, appeared to have little time left, and thus, after a furious outburst, he had refrained from imposing further punishment, not even house arrest. After all, he had believed that once he passed away, his second son would soon follow. He had thought that there would be no further opportunity for them to meet. Unexpectedly, this fellow had returned. To the old emperor, this was merely a sign of the second son's unwillingness to relinquish the throne. "My father, you are still alive," the second prince exclaimed, astonished at the sight of his father. He had indeed come to see the emperor, but his intention was to seek the new emperor. Today marked the day of the succession. According to the traditions of the Liu family, the ascension of the new emperor and the passing of the old emperor were not merely about the title of emperor, but also the essence of the royal lineage. The emperor and the royal heritage were inextricably linked. Upon succession, it signified both the rise of the new sovereign and the demise of the old. Impudent. The old emperor's ire was ignited. He knew his second son well. He was typically measured in speech and possessed a composed demeanor. Such seditious words escaping his lips caused the old emperor to suspect it was deliberate. In truth, the old emperor's suspicions were not unfounded. Although the second prince felt a sense of futility in everything, upon seeing his father, feelings of grievance and anger surged within him. He recognized the impropriety of his words. Yet he yearned to speak his mind, unwilling to hold back any longer. He had endured enough over the years, treated like a mere pawn. The foolish ruler had never considered him for succession, relegating him to menial tasks while pretending to have high hopes for his future. Each time he appeared unusually frail, as if he were on the verge of passing the throne to him, fueling his determination to work tirelessly. Reflecting on these matters made the second prince feel stifled. He was nothing more than a free laborer. No, rather, a contributor who paid to work. To win his father's favor, he sent every good fortune straight to the palace, never daring to indulge himself. The thought of it brought tears to his eyes. Feifan glanced at his second brother. Compared to over a decade ago, there was little change in his appearance. Yet Feifan could still recognize him from memory. Even in the land of Qin Chuan, the reputation of the other party is often heard. He has always been regarded as the crown prince, universally acknowledged as the heir of the next generation, with a formidable backing. At this moment, it is evident that he harbors deep resentment and discontent over the loss of his claim to succession. What is it that you wish to convey? Speak. Perhaps buoyed by a glimmer of hope, the old emperor's mood remains relatively amiable, allowing him to overlook the second prince's insubordinate remarks. That wretched entity has approached me once more, claiming that I possess the bloodline of the Sima family. It seems they have orchestrated quite a few schemes within the palace. I have come to warn my 14th brother to be cautious, the second prince declared directly. Infuriated by that malevolent specter, he was incensed that the plan had faltered, failing to eliminate his own 14th brother, while still daring to threaten him. In any case, he is destined to perish. We might as well meet our demise together. Let's explode in unison. Thus, after driving away the ghostly shadow and consuming several jars of wine, the increasingly agitated second prince made his way into the palace. Chapter 60. The radiance of divine light. The old emperor was taken aback by the bloodline of the second prince from the Sima family. The possession of the celestial seal, a symbol of the royal Lu lineage, is not something that just any woman can qualify to merge with. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. After the second prince had disclosed the situation, the old emperor dismissed him, leaving Feifan and himself in solitary company. The secrets of the royal family have always been the sole domain of the emperor, although he could still live for a while longer. And the throne need not be passed on just yet. In the old emperor's eyes, Feifan was undoubtedly the singular heir. Thus, the distinction was negligible. Even if he trusted his other sons, such matters were not for them to meddle in. This was the tradition of the Lu family. Now, those rascals had become audacious enough to roam the imperial capital without restraint. However, this time, they would meet their misfortune. The old emperor cast his gaze upon Feifan. The celestial seal could locate them. The shadow demon clan was peculiar, capable of concealing themselves from even the martial emperor. Yet the celestial seal could be employed to trace their approximate whereabouts. After a deep and contemplative look at the celestial seal, the old emperor passed it to Feifan. Father, you should take your time to recuperate. You may retain the royal legacy, Feifan stated. It was not a matter of sentimentality on Feifan's part. The royal legacy was intrinsically linked to the emperor's life, accepting it would signify the impending demise of his father. Rest assured, the imperial legacy of the celestial seal can be preserved. When my time comes, I can relinquish the power back to you. The old emperor chuckled. Upon hearing this, Feifan accepted the celestial seal. Whether for detecting bloodline talents or seeking out those elusive entities, the celestial seal was capable of both, and this merely represented a fraction of its potential. The martial emperor had once harnessed part of its power. Successive emperors had allowed its might to languish. Now, passing it to you allows it to manifest the strength it was destined to wield. The old emperor sighed with a sense of nostalgia. Their Lu family acquiring the celestial seal was a stroke of divine fortune. Despite the subsequent bloodline issues, this was a minor concern in comparison to the benefits gained. After all, an 8,000-year dynasty had been passed down. Moreover, it was the inadequacy of their own kin. If only more could cultivate the celestial emperor's techniques to the 15th level, the Lu family could bask in eternal glory. Alas, the capabilities of the celestial seal had been excessively depleted. Otherwise, in your hands, it might have been able to revive the splendor of the martial emperor's era. Upon Lu Feifan receiving the celestial seal, and with the old emperor's guidance, it swiftly became an official inheritance through the bloodline connection. In an instant, he achieved a fundamental understanding of the celestial seal. These insights were not derived from the seal itself, but from the accumulated wisdom of the emperors throughout Lu family history. In that fleeting moment, Lu Feifan discerned how to utilize the celestial seal to locate the shadow demon clan. With the activation of his power, a resonant hum echoed forth. At this moment, it is indeed daytime. However, the weather today is somewhat gloomy, casting a shadow over the ancient imperial capital. Yet in an instant, two radiant suns appeared in the sky, illuminating the world with divine light. Though not blazing, they exuded an unparalleled majesty. But these were not suns at all. They seemed to be a pair of eyes. Powerful cultivators sensed something amiss. What hung high above the capital was not merely a celestial body, but rather a terrifying entity gazing down upon the mortal realm. Some among them, possessing formidable strength, could vaguely feel that behind the radiant gaze of those twin suns loomed an ethereal figure. At this moment, that spectral presence stood with arms crossed, surrounded by a resplendent aura, as if a sovereign of the heavens surveying the sins of humanity. Simultaneously, within a dark courtyard of the imperial capital, the shadow demon clan sensed an unsettling shift. It felt as though, in an instant, they had been targeted. No, this time, the sensation was far more terrifying than that of Lu Qinquan. Previously, Lu Qinquan could not see them. He merely discerned their general location and struck indiscriminately. This time, they felt as if they were being watched. Someone had seen them. It is crucial to note that they had gathered together for a meeting, all having activated their innate abilities. Unless they chose otherwise, none outside their circle could perceive them. Yet now, they were acutely aware of being singled out. Today marks the day of the Lu family's imperial succession. That ineffectual old man should be no more. Now, a new emperor ascends the throne, the Qin Wang Lu Feifan, the ruler of the Great Xia. No, this is dire. Qing Ming and He Yao, whom I dispatched to assassinate the Qin Wang, have yet to return. There is something amiss with the Qin Wang. Perhaps the legends are true. The shadow demon, who had previously quarreled with the second prince, suddenly spoke up as if struck by a realization. Why didn't you say this sooner? The remaining shadow demons were taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation, and in an instant, they began to dart away. Upon stepping outside, they looked up and felt as if their souls were about to shatter from fear. Terror, immense terror. This was a dread they had not encountered even when facing Lu Qinquan. Moreover, the moment they emerged, they distinctly felt the divine light above converging upon them. They quickly understood. It was a pair of eyes. They had been marked. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation. When confronted by Lu Qinquan, their clan had not fled immediately, thinking their numbers could withstand the challenge. But then, a multitude of shadow demons perished, ultimately pursued and slaughtered by Lu Qinquan. Only those among them with considerable strength managed to ignite their innate abilities to survive. Yet even so, thousands of years have passed, and their wounds have yet to fully heal. The damage to their innate powers was too severe, compounded by the fact that their environment was unsuitable for recovery. The previous Lu Qinquan had already inflicted such devastation upon them. Now, a new terror has emerged. It is merely a feeling. They have entirely lost the heart to give it a try. The only thought occupying their minds is to flee, to escape as far as possible. They have been thoroughly intimidated by the former martial emperor. Consequently, during their years of returning to the Great Xia, they have only covertly nurtured their strength for nefarious purposes. However, as their understanding of the situation in the Great Xia deepens, and through gradual probing, they find themselves able to enter the imperial capital without encountering any issues. Their courage grows bolder, and they increasingly believe that the Great Xia is undeniably doomed. Yet, just when they thought they had regained their confidence, a sudden blow strikes them. It appears that an existence even more terrifying than Lu Qinquan has emerged in the Great Xia. It feels as though they're the subject of a cruel jest. Nonetheless, no matter how incredulous they may be, their foremost priority is to escape. Thus, upon sensing the imminent threat, each one of them unleashes their latent talents in a desperate bid for survival. Chapter 61. It is imperative that the Qin king recognizes his own inadequacies. However, upon their eruption, they felt as though time and space had been confined. They could not escape into the void. This was an unprecedented situation for them. Even during the era of Lu Qinquan, they had been forced to utilize their talents. And those of lesser strength could not evade his perceptive grasp and were subsequently hunted down. Those among them with considerable power had distanced themselves from the Great Xia, taking millennia to recuperate. The sacrifices made for this were immense. Otherwise, even their shadow demon clan would not have endured to this day. The cost had been grievous back then, yet at least they had managed to escape. Now, however, they found themselves unable to flee even when unleashing their talents, which was truly terrifying. Their thoughts frozen in disbelief, they could scarcely accept that this was indeed reality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a figure emerge from the humble Great Xia? Even now, they struggled to believe in the authenticity of the situation. What was once deemed impossible had been rendered feasible by the appearance of this king. A calm voice resonated in response. Above, in the heavens, radiant divine light coalesced, and a spectral figure traversed the void in an instant. Qin Wang, one of the shadow demons, gasped as he beheld the apparition. Although they had never laid eyes on Lu Feifan, they were familiar with his likeness. They were aware of his significance. Even though they had previously acknowledged the Qin king's exceptional nature, upon witnessing the resplendent divine light and the instantaneous freezing of time and space, they instinctively believed this to be a powerful being from beyond. In their minds, the Great Xia could not possibly harbor such an extraordinary entity. Even if the Qin king possessed the potential of a martial emperor, he was merely 18 years of age. A mere youth of 18, regardless of how prodigious his talents, must surely have limitations. The realm of earthly immortals was already the extent of their previous conjectures, and they had even harbored doubts about it. Consequently, when Qing Ming and He Yao encountered difficulties, they lacked the necessary vigilance. They had subconsciously assumed that it was an old royal figure who had transported the royal lineage to safeguard his heir. They had never contemplated the possibility that an 18-year-old could vanquish Qing Ming and He Yao. To them, that was an inconceivable feat, yet now they discovered that the unimaginable had seemingly materialized. This Qin Wang was a prodigy beyond defiance, an entity at 18, already more formidable than a peak martial emperor. This defied logic, yet it was a tangible reality before their eyes. The mere descent of the ethereal figure, coupled with a dispassionate glance cast upon them, was enough to make them feel as though their very souls were on the verge of shattering. The Great Xia's Lu clan was exceedingly peculiar. There was something amiss, something profoundly troubling. 8 millennia ago, the Lu clan of the Great Xia had merely been regarded as a lowly breed in their eyes. The rise of Lu Zhongba had already taken them by surprise. However, at that time, they had not deemed the Lu family worthy of their attention. After a temporary reconciliation with the Holy Clan, they initially planned to retaliate, intending to annihilate the Lu family with a thunderous strike. Little did they know, a formidable figure named Lu Qinquan emerged, nearly obliterating them entirely. After enduring 8 millennia, their injuries healed, and they sensed that the Lu family's resources were nearly exhausted. They believed the opportunity had arrived. However, just as they began to prepare for their schemes, another terrifying individual from the Lu family appeared. It truly felt as if the Lu clan was destined by fate. What kind of monster are you? Even the Shadow Demon clan fell silent. They were frightened, despite not being human themselves. Yet now, they sensed that their adversaries were even less human. Even with their extensive experience, they had never heard of such an outrageous scenario. Lu Feifan's ethereal presence cast a cold glance upon them. King Qin, with such talent, You are worthy of collaborating with our shadow demon clan. Violence is not the answer. The shadow demon who had previously met with the second prince spoke. This world is vast, far beyond your imagination. The Great Xia is but a drop in the ocean. Our shadow demon clan stands as one of the premier factions in this realm. Collaborating with us will not lead to your detriment. Rather, you will reap immeasurable benefits. His voice was laced with temptation. The Great Xia is ultimately too small. With your extraordinary talent, remaining in such a confined place is a waste. You should venture into broader horizons. Only then can you travel further and ascend higher. In the Great Xia, no matter how monstrous your talent may be, you will not go far. Regardless of how prodigious you are, a millennium later you will be but dust. Only by stepping beyond this realm can you, after millennia, still gaze upon the tumult of the world. That is your rightful destiny. He continued, his voice rising in fervor, as if a grand world were poised to burst forth from his lips. It seemed that if Feifan were to ally with them, he could ascend on the spot. A group of incompetents, unable to emerge from the abyss of demons, dare to claim superiority. How dare you attempt to deceive this king? As for cultivation, only the mediocre are concerned with their surroundings. This king seeks to transcend. Neither heaven nor earth shall hinder me, nor shall the world confine me. The Great Xia is small, but with this king here, wherever the sun and moon shine shall ultimately belong to the Great Xia, and this king shall become invincible. Feifan replied nonchalantly. With a mere glance at the shadow demon who spoke, Feifan ignited his soul in an instant, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail as his essence rapidly diminished, slowly succumbing to eternal darkness. The shadow demon, sensing the approach of death, was on the verge of explosion. This King Qin, with such talent, had become arrogant, looking down upon their shadow demon clan and all other factions. To claim that heaven and earth could not impede his ascent and that the future would belong to the Great Xia. Was he out of his mind? Such inflated arrogance stemming from talent. The key was that if this individual continued in his hubris, their demise was imminent. No, it was he who was about to meet his end. Therefore, suppression was imperative, harsh and relentless suppression was necessary. Thus, the soul-exploding shadow demon lamented while speaking. Our race, the shadow demons, permeates every corner of the universe. You, the Great Xia, are but a mere fragment of our power. Otherwise, how could your Great Xia possibly withstand the encroachment of the entire abyss? Even with the most formidable of fortuities, it is inconceivable that you could succeed. The might of our shadow demon lineage is beyond your imagination. This vast world is teeming with extraordinary talents from myriad races, although you may be a prodigy. In the presence of the true elites from other races, you are nothing of consequence. What he stated earlier about the Great Xia being merely one faction of their power is indeed correct. However, his subsequent claim that Feifan's talent is insignificant is nothing short of sheer nonsense. Now, he must instill a sense of inferiority in his opponent, persuading them to avoid arrogance and recognize their own worthlessness. Only then can they engage in meaningful discourse. Chapter 62. The Coalition of Five Nations. Regrettably, he articulated his thoughts eloquently, harboring much more to convey, having meticulously devised a strategy to render his adversary utterly worthless. Yet, he was afforded no opportunity to express it. For Feifan showed no inclination to relent. His very soul was seared clean from within, completely dissolving into nothingness, erasing all traces of his existence in this world. The other shadow demons observed with trembling souls, fully aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the grim fate of their companion would soon mirror their own. King Qin, I am of the core bloodline of the shadow demon clan. Dare you slay? He vanished. This monarch delights only in toasts. Threats make me exceedingly displeased. Feifan remarked coolly. King Qin, you are formidable, the most extraordinary prodigy in this realm, unparalleled through the ages. King Qin, we can collaborate, with you at the helm. One shadow demon, witnessing the unfolding situation, hastily shifted his stance. What are you, to propose collaboration with me? Such insolence is an affront. Amid the fearful murmurs of the shadow demons, Feifan cast a piercing glare. This King Qin was a veritable fiend, surpassing even their previous adversary, Lu Qinquan. At least Lu Qinquan had granted them a swift end. This one seemed intent on instilling terror before their demise. They had previously assumed that his reluctance to eliminate them outright was due to an inquiry he wished to make. However, it appeared that this individual desired them to perish in a state of horror and despair. Damn the Lu family, you shall pay. We can sense that your family's reserves are nearly depleted. Soon, our clan's powerful beings shall descend upon you. We shall annihilate your bloodline. Our clan possesses secret arts that will locate and eradicate you, no matter where you flee. You Lu family are finished, destined for extinction. King Qin, your talents are indeed impressive, but what of it? A prodigy remains merely a prodigy. Time is not on your side for growth. Nor does the environment of the Great Xia afford you the opportunity to elevate your prowess. Do you not comprehend that, in the eyes of those stronger than you, you are but a mere insect? No matter how fearsome you may be at the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm, the more of my kin you slay, the more malevolent energy will taint your soul. Our ancestors will be aware of your misdeeds, condemning your spirit to eternal damnation. In this dire circumstance, a shadow demon commenced a litany of threats, growing increasingly fervent and sinister with each utterance. Are you finished? Once you have delivered your final words, you may proceed to your demise. Lu Feifan quietly awaited the conclusion of his tirade. No, I still have more to say. The halted shadow demon, hearing the implication of imminent death, anxiously prepared to continue. However, in an instant, a searing power ignited within his soul, incinerating him and erasing him from existence. The remaining shadow demons, sensing a glimmer of hope that by merely speaking they could preserve their lives, were prepared to discourse until the end of days. Qin, as the shadow demon caught the gaze of Lu Feifan, it was about to speak but was silenced by a piercing glare. I have no desire to hear any nonsense. Lu Feifan's lips curled into a light smile. It became evident that this individual was merely toying with them. I wish to know the locations of the other shadow demons scattered across the realm. Only one among you has the opportunity to answer this question. Lu Feifan continued. There are quite a few, but among the 5 neighboring nations, all of Daxia are present here. It is blood calamity that summoned us to deliberate on pressing matters. One of the shadow demons hastily interjected, seemingly anxious to speak before being interrupted. Unfazed by the furious glares from the others, survival was his only concern. Why are you shadow demons so spineless? Lu Feifan shook his head. We demons operate this way. As long as we can survive, that is enough. Otherwise, how can we be called demons? The eager shadow demon wore a fawning expression, appearing utterly unashamed. Your Highness, I have answered the question. Does this mean I shall be released? He inquired with palpable anticipation. I mentioned that only one demon among you has the chance to respond, and that is all. The interjecting shadow demon was taken aback. Without any reward, what was the point of his response? Damn it, you tricked me. The shadow demon's demeanor shifted instantly. However, he soon let out a wretched cry akin to that of a tormented spirit. Following this, Lu Feifan ceased any further conversation and swiftly dealt with the remaining shadow demons. His inquiry was singular in nature. Of course, whether they deceived him was of little consequence. He intended to cleanse this world thoroughly. Asking was merely a formality. In the land of Zhangzhou, far removed from the imperial capital and a severe area of turmoil instigated by the White Lotus, the Zhang family had followed the Holy Clan to this place. The gates of various cities in Zhangzhou were tightly shut, emanating a thick stench of blood, while resentment soared to the heavens. Vultures, drawn by the scent, circled above but dared not enter the cities, as if some great terror awaited within. Inside one of the cities, a group of Zhang family members wailed in despair, shackled amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Chains and the ground bore intricate engravings, pulsating with a sinister crimson glow, and from time to time, a member of the Zhang family would explode in death. The odds of survival are exceedingly low. Above the sea of blood, several powerful figures of the Holy Clan, shrouded in dark robes, observed the scene below with dissatisfaction. These fools of the Zhang family have tainted their bloodline, and they should have sacrificed their own kin for greater efficacy. Now, with so few Zhang family members. Resorting to this method is bound to yield subpar results. One of the Holy Clan members remarked with indifference. According to the reports, the Qin king has returned to the imperial capital, and the assassination attempt has failed. That Qin king appears to be quite formidable. If the royal family catches wind of our commotion, it will spell trouble for us. Another Holy Clan figure cautioned. We must proceed with caution. The gradual pursuit of the unattainable is futile. The significance of the High Priestess is paramount. The treasures of the Liu family must be secured, and the information must remain concealed from the Shadow Demon clan. Those individuals have already exhibited signs of their intentions. We must seize the advantage and acquire the Liu family's assets before they do. As for the Liu family's awareness of this information, they will likely be preoccupied with their own affairs. The neighboring 5 kingdoms have formed a coalition, and within mere days, their formidable forces shall descend upon us. The emergence of a martial emperor from the Liu family instills considerable trepidation within them. The legacy of Liu Qianquan remains indelibly etched in their memory, despite the numerous changes in their court. For them, the Liu family must not wield such formidable power. This is of utmost significance. They have been in disarray for millennia. All thanks to Liu Qianquan, the weakened Xia dynasty presents them with a prime opportunity for alliance. Chapter 63, Grand General of Heavenly Strategy. The edict states, I, the Emperor, ordained by the heavens, govern the vast realms, illuminating the universe, garnering the praises of the populace, a fortune for the realm. The King of Qin, extraordinary in nature, my cherished son, a paragon among the royal lineage, has vanquished the White Lotus and quelled the disloyal. He possesses unparalleled talents to strategize for the stability of the state and has the power to maintain peace across the lands. Thus, I hereby elevate you to the esteemed rank of Grand General of Heavenly Strategy, positioned above all ministers with the authority to govern the military of the empire. Oversee the imperial martial guards and adjudicate matters of the realm to eradicate treachery, ensuring the permanence of the imperial foundation. Thus decreed. The following day, the ministers, having awaited in vain for news of the emperor's demise and the ascension of the new sovereign, were struck by the emperor's unexpected decree. The customary protocols seemed amiss. The succession of the Great Xia dynasty had never been so convoluted. According to the traditions upheld for 8 millennia, it was customary for the ailing emperor to summon the heir into the palace and pass down the royal legacy. Upon the old emperor's death, the new sovereign would ascend, and as long as the royal legacy was bequeathed, the emperor would be invincible in the imperial capital, with no one daring to question his legitimacy. Even lacking a prior foundation would pose no obstacle, for the royal family would extend their full support to the new emperor. This was the time-honored process of succession in the Great Xia. However, the current situation, where the old emperor appeared to be on the brink of death yet had not yet named a successor, was already unexpected. The sudden bestowal of numerous titles upon the King of Qin was utterly confounding. The power wielded by the King of Qin had, in a sense, rendered him a second emperor, particularly with regard to the 3 imperial guards, an authority traditionally reserved for emperors alone, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, the Secret Martial Guard, and the Black Row Guard. Was it possible that the ailing monarch, still clinging to life, hoped to endure just one more day? Such a notion seemed plausible to some ministers, who began to speculate on the precarious future of the Great Xia. Historically, the imperial succession had always been conducted in advance, never waiting until the last moment. It was evident that the emperor's reluctance was not mere whimsy. Rather, there were potential complications surrounding the transfer of power. In these turbulent times for the Great Xia, should the royal legacy encounter further issues, the consequences could be dire. The court officials remained indifferent, as they represented various powerful families. The downfall of the Great Xia royal lineage would not spell their own doom. With strength, they could potentially rise further. However, the representatives of the royal family, who typically refrained from political involvement, grew increasingly anxious. Before anyone could voice their concerns, the resonant chimes of the bell echoed 5 times, each toll more urgent than the last. Reports flooded in. A swift eagle from the northern borders announced the gathering of 500,000 elite troops from the Wolf tribe heading towards the Jade Gate. Another messenger from the South Sea reported that the moon worshippers' fleet was approaching. A third herald from the Guanning defensive line declared an emergency, with 300,000 elite forces from the Jin kingdom breaching the gates. A fourth report from Black Mountain Pass warned that the Chongshan clan was advancing with 400,000 troops. Lastly, a distress signal from Snow Domain City indicated that 200,000 troops from the Snow Tribe were also advancing. These 5 urgent reports from the borderlands shattered the court's composure. All 5 kingdoms were simultaneously invading, clearly a premeditated coordination. And yet, the tumult had not subsided. A commander from the Black Robe Guard entered, presenting a secret missive. Such audacity! Treasonous ministers and rebellious traitors must be punished. The emperor, upon reading the letter, was filled with rage, causing his entire crown to tremble. At the old emperor's signal, the secret letter was handed to Lu Feifan. Upon receiving it, he quickly comprehended the reason behind his father's fury. The invasion of the 5 nations had breached all but 2 strongholds, the Guanning defense line, overseen by General Han Tian, and the Jade Gate, guarded by royal family elites. The other 3 locations had already fallen. The enemy's ferocity was undeniable, compounded by the cowardice of the defending generals who fled without engaging in battle. The armies of the 3 nations swept through the land as if it were uninhabited, with the noble families and sects offering no resistance, fleeing at remarkable speed, and even seizing the opportunity to create chaos. The White Lotus sect stirred the tempest at this juncture. After perusing the letter, Lu Feifan maintained a calm demeanor, though a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. The exodus of the noble families was not solely to preserve their strength. It also related to their inability to contact their own formidable warriors. In a conflict of this magnitude, the absence of divine guardians rendered the situation almost absurd. After all, without the presence of adept masters, the swift decapitation of leadership would lead to the collapse of even the most elite armies. As for the masters of these factions, they found themselves resting in Ending City. Thus, at this moment, the Great Xia was indeed at its most vulnerable. The expertise amassed over millennia had not been entirely eradicated, but it was undeniably scarce. The invading forces were not comparable to the disorganized rabble of the White Lotus sect. They represented the true elite of the nation, a distinction of utmost significance. The black ice heavy cavalry, unimpeded by powerful adversaries, could trample the disarrayed ranks of the White Lotus sect. However, when faced with the elite forces of the nation, even they would suffer tremendous losses. Hence, the noble families fled with such alacrity in the absence of a strong deterrent. They understood that if a divine warrior were present to intimidate, even in the face of overwhelming armies, negotiations could still be entertained, and perhaps the forces would grant them a reprieve. Once their vulnerability was laid bare, they would become a mere resource for the advancing armies. Thus, fleeing was their only option. This predicament plunged the Great Xia into unprecedented chaos, as if the entire nation were on the brink of collapse. "My son, what shall we do?" The old emperor gazed at his beloved son, acutely aware of the gravity of their plight. Even if he were in his prime, this dilemma would render him powerless. At best, he could rely on the celestial seal to safeguard the imperial capital. "Father, do not panic. With your son here, these mere rabble shall pose no threat." Lu Feifan spoke with a measured calm. The courtiers within the hall exchanged bewildered glances at Lu Feifan. Could it be that the Prince of Qin had lost his senses? Had he not merely dispatched a few thousand disorganized members of the White Lotus sect with the Black Eyes heavy cavalry? Was his confidence truly swelling to such an extent? Defeating the White Lotus sect was a far cry from engaging in a genuine national war. Those chaotic elements of the White Lotus sect, if given the chance, could be dealt with effectively. The destruction of a fraction of the White Lotus sect held little significance. It was not the annihilation of the entire sect. Now they find themselves confronted by the elite forces of 5 nations, where even a mere 100,000 are incomparable to the chaotic multitude of 1,000,000. The king of Qin brazenly dismissed them as a rabble. The youth truly remain oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. However, they are reluctant to voice their thoughts any longer. The Great Xia dynasty is on the brink of collapse, and they must return to devise a careful plan. When the ship of Great Xia is destined to sink, one must naturally seek a new vessel. They possess considerable adaptability. With you, my son, I am at ease. The old emperor nodded. Times have changed. Just days prior, he would have deemed the Great Xia doomed. Yet, in the present circumstances, his ire is directed solely at the incompetence of the station generals and the great clans. Nevertheless, he harbors no concerns. The scene from yesterday still vividly lingers in his mind. His own son wielding the seal of heaven seemed to truly embody the essence of the heavens. This feat surpasses even that of the martial emperor. With such a son, what is there for him to fear? Clearly, there is none. Chapter 64. Too impoverished. How can I serve as the Grand Minister of the Great Xia? What are these two father and son doing? Rest assured, the Great Xia is on the brink of collapse. They display not a shred of urgency. It is imperative to conclude the court session swiftly. They must return home and prepare for flight. The imperial domain is the bastion of the royal family, while their formidable influences lie within the provinces. The coalition of the 5 nations advances with intentions directed at the royal lineage. They have no desire to accompany the royals to their grave. Upon hearing the news of the 5-nation army's incursion, the officials have lost all inclination to attend court. Had it been during the peak of the Great Xia, they would have surely convened to deliberate on how to contribute their efforts. After all, those foreign invaders pose a threat to their own interests as well. However, the situation is markedly different now. The Great Xia stands at its most vulnerable juncture. The arrival of the 5-nation coalition will undoubtedly serve as the final straw that breaks the camel's back. The Great Xia is doomed, utterly irretrievable. Father, in order to repel external threats, we must first secure our internal stability. The swift entry of the foreign coalition is attributable to the incompetence of the local commanders, compounded by the indulgence of the influential families, while the esteemed ministers in the court are largely products of these very families. I must question them rigorously. Although many of these powerful families have fled, a significant portion of their retreat stems from the absence of elevated forces. The cause of this absence is clear to Feifan. Nevertheless, he is not one to introspect deeply regarding his own issues. As he gazes at the Qinhuang, the ministers in the court feel a chill run down their spines. Despite the sweltering heat within the palace, an inexplicable cold envelopes them. Surely, the Qinhuang's piercing gaze is not aimed at them with ill intent. An ominous premonition suddenly engulfs them. Reports suggest that the Qinhuang possesses a temperament that is somewhat unhinged and brutal. Yet in such dire times, would he dare to wield his blade against them? Shouldn't he be seeking to reassure them instead? I am weary. I entrust the affairs here to you, my son. The old emperor nodded and departed without further ado. Feifan ascended to the throne, standing before the imperial seat. With a mere wave of his hand, the palace gates were sealed by the black-clad guards. The guards were astute. Feifan nodded in satisfaction. Observing this display, the ministers felt an increasing sense of foreboding. Some are already drenched in cold sweat, glancing towards the shuttered palace doors, contemplating the possibility of escape. Your Highness, with the foreign forces invading, stabilizing the realm is of utmost priority. We should deliberate on how to deploy the armies from various regions. A minister, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily interjected. Yes, indeed. The other ministers nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the discordant atmosphere permeating the air. In this moment, they finally recalled that the Liu family often exhibited eccentricities in their reasoning, rarely adhering to conventional norms. Thus, they found themselves in a perilous predicament. Before the royal family's demise, it is conceivable that they might drag them down together. Therefore, it is imperative to placate this potentially volatile Qinhuang. The court has placed its trust in you, granting immense autonomy to the influential families across the regions. Yet now, with the foreign forces encroaching, you have failed to fulfill your duty of resistance. Such eloquent words indeed. The power wielded in local governance seems almost as though it were bestowed by royal decree. Yet, it is merely the result of their own strength and endeavors. Had it been in the era of Emperor Wu, such audacity would have led to the annihilation of entire clans. The conduct of the Liu family royal lineage is utterly lacking in propriety. While the ministers have much to say regarding this opening remark, it is evident that they lack the courage to voice their thoughts. As for the king of Qin, We shall investigate the matter thoroughly and hold accountable any dereliction of duty, ensuring they are brought to the capital for justice. One minister declared, currently, their primary desire is to exit the situation, and they are willing to make any promises necessary. It matters not, Lu Feifan interjected, leaving a group of ministers momentarily stunned. What significance does it hold for them to utter such words? You all should possess hidden reserves. If you know of them, speak. If not, providing a clue will suffice. It will serve as atonement for your negligence. Lu Feifan stated directly. With a wave of his hand, the guards in black began distributing papers, urging the ministers to record their hidden reserves. Those who had ascended to high office were all core figures of their respective families, well aware of their clan's affairs. After all, in the Great Xia, it is inconceivable to entrust a position of power to just anyone. Upon hearing this, a group of ministers appeared bewildered. Even at this juncture, they did not anticipate that the king of Qin was concerned with their resources rather than imploring or threatening them to confront external threats. How absurd! They could not possibly disclose their secrets. Even if they did, given the current circumstances of the Great Xia, would it be of any use? These hidden reserves were not located within the capital, but rather concealed within their respective domains. What unwilling! Lu Feifan cast a cold glance at the ministers below. Naturally, they would not be inclined to comply. They sought to engage in a facade of cooperation without revealing their true depths. Regarding the fabrication of a problem, they knew the royal family would discern the ruse. Thus they refrained from such thoughts. Elders, you should set an example. Lu Feifan directed his gaze toward the three elders standing at the forefront. The three elders of the Great Xia included one from the four holy sects and the other two from the 8 great clans. Your Majesty, in this time of national mourning, our Zhao family is willing to contribute 10,000 taels of gold. As for hidden reserves, the Zhao family is loyal to the nation, and our resources are perpetually exhausted, even burdened with debt. There is no such thing as hidden reserves. One elder spoke, a look of melancholy gracing his features. As he mentioned the 10,000 taels, a fleeting expression of reluctance crossed his face. Had the king of Qin not been somewhat intimidating, he would have been fortunate to offer even 10 taels. Excellent. I have granted you an opportunity, yet you prove ineffectual. Lu Feifan nodded. The Zhao elder's expression froze. Perplexed by this remark, what did it mean to say he had been given an opportunity, yet failed to seize it? And you? Lu Feifan turned his gaze to the other two elders. Since the Zhao elder had already made his offer, I too shall contribute 10,000 taels. One declared, I shall do the same. Another echoed, although Lu Feifan's expression remained inscrutable. The two elder officials suspected that he might be acting out of anger, and adhering to the principle of mutual advancement and retreat, they spoke up. Very well. Since we are all in such dire straits, let's eliminate the waste. With such a grand enterprise, to have fallen to this state, worse than an ordinary merchant, is utterly disgraceful. Such refuse cannot serve as elder officials of the Great Xia. Lu Feifan waved his hand. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, a group of black-clad guards advanced, surrounding the three elders. Confusion flickered across their foreheads. During the height of the royal family's power, confiscating properties and annihilating clans was a common occurrence. Countless family sects had been eradicated by the Great Xia royal family. It was only in recent years that such actions had become less frequent. The emperors of the Great Xia had seldom exterminated clans. The rationale behind this was often that the families were excessively wealthy, engaging in corrupt practices. However, experiencing a situation where one could be executed for being too impoverished was a first for them. Chapter 65. Submission. What is this absurdity? King Qin, how can you act in such a manner? Is there truly a principle of punishing the impoverished? Such a notion has never existed. Those who can serve as ministers are undoubtedly formidable beings. The three of them are all at the realm of the earthly immortals. At this moment, they erupted in a direct confrontation. Although their assailants were also several leaders from the Blackguards, each at the earthly immortal level, they were momentarily unable to subdue them. This has never happened before. Yet today, you shall witness it. Lu Feifan spoke calmly. As he cast his gaze, the three ministers, who had initially contemplated resistance, suddenly felt as if struck by lightning. as if the weight of the heavens bore down upon them. With their prowess, they were utterly helpless to resist, and, with a thud, knelt before the might of the blackguards, who then seized them and dragged them to the side of the blood dragon pool in the Great Hall. This pool was established by the martial emperor in the past. During court meetings, should anyone offend him, they would be taken there and executed for the assembled ministers to witness. Subsequent emperors, though using it less frequently with each generation, had allowed it to fall into disuse. Yet it remained preserved here. Today it was once again summoned into service. The three ministers had not anticipated that Feifan would act with such seriousness. They were earthly immortals, representing the pinnacle of noble families and sections. Given the current state of the Great Xia, was he truly prepared to draw blood against them? Moreover, there was a more terrifying aspect, the sense of powerlessness they experienced just moments ago. Though they were aware of the astonishing strength of the imperial family in the capital, that feeling seemed not merely a consequence of royal heritage, but rather the pressure emanating from King Qin's gaze. Yet, they were earthly immortals. Even if King Qin were indeed as formidable as the rumor suggested, having reached the earthly immortal realm, such terror should not be within his grasp. Of course, for them, pondering such matters was futile. Preserving their lives was of utmost importance. They were earthly immortals with hundreds of years of life ahead of them. To perish in such a manner was intolerable. This King Qin has gone mad. To dare to act against them at such a critical juncture is utterly surreal. King Qin, you must reconsider. My Zhao family is the foremost clan in Great Xia. My ancestor, Zhao Zhengji, is still alive and at the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm. To kill me is tantamount to declaring war against the Zhao family. At this moment, King Qin, you must think carefully. The restrained elder Zhao struggled, shaking his head as he looked towards Feifan in the Grand Hall. In the city of Anding, the deaths of those experts had occurred with alarming swiftness and without much commotion. Consequently, until now, although each family had yet to reach out to their own powerful members, they were unaware of the severity of the situation due to the lack of communication. Time was simply too brief. Therefore, Elder Zhao boldly invoked the threat of his ancestor. The ancestor of the Zhao family? You shall see him shortly. Feifan nodded. Elder Zhao was momentarily taken aback. What could that possibly imply? He had no time to ponder, and with a resounding thud, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the headless corpse kneeling on the ground. He was dead, truly dead, having been struck down without mercy. The king of Qin was not jesting. How audacious of him! He was a venerable elder of the Daxia, a patriarch of the Zhao family, and a formidable figure of divine martial prowess, bolstered by the support of the Zhao family's ancestral powerhouse. A being of the terrestrial immortal realm. Despite the current tumultuous state of Daxia, it was unthinkable that any emperor would dare to harm him, so long as it was not the era of the founding ancestor or the martial emperor. Historically, even emperors who had executed ministers would not have dared to target someone of his stature, aside from those two exceptional figures. Yet now, the king of Qin had indeed beheaded him. It was a genuine execution. His head had already fallen. As a being of the terrestrial immortal realm, even after decapitation, unless one's consciousness was obliterated by superior force, one could survive a mere beheading, especially if the head were reattached in time. Such was the might of the terrestrial immortal realm, far beyond the realm of mortal comprehension. In that moment, Elder Zhao, gazing at the blood-splattered corpse, felt a buzzing in his mind as his thoughts struggled to coalesce. His threats had proven utterly futile. The king of Qin had still executed him. Did he not fear the repercussions from the Zhao family? And what did it signify that he could see the Zhao family's ancestor? King Qin, I am willing to increase my tribute, 100,000 taels of gold, no, 1,000,000. The death of Elder Zhao sent a shiver down the spines of the remaining two elders, who had yet to meet the same fate. The elder pressed upon the blood dragon pool hastily spoke up, realizing that Elder Zhao's invocation of the ancestral name had availed him nothing. His head had rolled. Clearly, the king of Qin was not a man to reason with. Thus, turning back was not an option. They had to pay in blood. Just moments ago, you claimed to be impoverished, attempting to deceive me. I am displeased. With a mere wave of his hand, Feifan signaled the same fate for the elder who had just sought to appease him. As the head of the fallen elder landed, He looked at his own lifeless body and then at Elder Zhao's, utterly bewildered. Was poverty a death sentence? Was wealth equally fatal? At that moment, the third elder, pressed onto the blood dragon pool, felt as though his very soul was slipping away. With two already slain, his own demise seemed inevitable. The king of Qin was indeed ruthless, untroubled by the consequences of his actions. Such brutality! While the emperor was merely in a stupor, his son was undoubtedly a tyrant. Even the martial emperor had not executed ministers in such a manner. Moreover, the martial emperor possessed unmatched strength, allowing him to act with impunity. But what was the state of Daxia now? Smoke and fire were rampant, foreign invaders threatened, and the nation was on the brink of collapse. The influential ministers were the representatives of significant powers, and the three elders were paramount among them. Even in the emperor's presence, should their interests be threatened, no leniency would be afforded. Yet now, the king of Qin dared to strike them down without hesitation. Such lawlessness was unprecedented, a complete disregard for royal authority. Your Highness, the king of Qin, I am impoverished, exceedingly so. Yet, the Li family possesses a hidden treasure passed down from our ancestors, and I am privy to its secrets. I shall inscribe them. Though my heart brims with fury, yearning to unleash a torrent of invective upon the deranged king of Qin, the glint of the black-clad guard's blades compels me to submit. The elder, now apprehended and brought to the blood dragon pool, resolved to choose the path of acquiescence. He reassures himself that with the impending doom of the Great Xia, the exposure of the hidden treasure would pose little consequence. At worst, upon returning, the family could relocate to a different site. The foremost priority now is to preserve his life. After receiving a nod from Lu Feifan, the elder kneels and delineates the location of the treasure. Once the black-clad guards present the information, Lu Feifan nods in satisfaction. Had you complied sooner, matters would have been resolved. Who could have anticipated your willingness to wield a sword? The elder, having secured his life, exhales in relief, grateful for his survival. Observing his continued existence, the two heads on the ground, still retaining some semblance of consciousness, vigorously strike the floor, yearning for cooperation. Alas, Lu Feifan does not deign to glance their way. Having met their fate, they are denied any further opportunity for redemption. Chapter 66. The Fall of the Great Xia. What of you? Do the clans and sects behind you possess any hidden treasures? If not, you may as well queue up. Lu Feifan's gaze shifted towards the ministers within the hall. Each minister, upon being scrutinized, felt a chill run down their spine. This Qin Wang is exceedingly ruthless. Even before ascending the throne, he has already revealed the traits of a tyrant. Thankfully, the Great Xia is on the brink of demise. Otherwise, one can only imagine the havoc he would wreak upon them. Among them, each one possessed formidable backing, yet in the face of the impending downfall of the Great Xia, they had begun to look down upon the royal family. However, at this moment, none dared to broach the subject of their affiliations. After all, the first to speak on such matters, Elder Zhao, was now left trembling, his lifeblood nearly drained. Soon, even if he were an immortal, there would be no salvation for him. Being a member of the Zhao family and a powerful figure at the pinnacle of strength, his plight served as a dire warning to the others. Thus, speaking up at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. Embracing the notion that wise men do not suffer immediate losses, they reluctantly detailed the locations of their hidden treasures. Like the last elder, they shared the sentiment that since the Great Xia was destined for ruin, they might as well write it down and relocate afterward. Yet, beneath their calm exteriors, a simmering anger brewed. They dared not express it, for the Qin Wang's brutality was well known. He could indiscriminately slay even the elders. Unlike any previous emperors of the Great Xia, save for the martial emperor, the question of whether the Qin Wang possessed the potential of the martial emperor remained uncertain. However, his cruelty was undoubtedly inherited. Fortunately, he was still young, merely 18 years of age, where he afforded time to achieve the strength of the martial emperor. The consequences would be unfathomable. The noble families and sects would surely face annihilation. Thus, they concluded that in comparison, this realm could no longer belong to the Great Xia. It was better suited to the foreign tribes. Such brutality warranted the fall of the Great Xia. Regardless of their inner thoughts. They ultimately complied and disclosed the locations of their hidden treasures. Of course, some officials remained hesitant to put pen to paper. Your Highness, my standing in the Tang family is not high enough. I truly do not know of any hidden treasures. May I perhaps exchange my years of salary instead? One official lamented. Among the court, apart from the elite, many officials held positions of significance within their own factions but did not ascend to the upper echelons. Thus, they found themselves in a precarious situation. What nonsense is this? Salaries are remuneration from the Liu royal family for your services. Once given, how can they be reclaimed? Do you expect our royal family to allow you to work for free? The officials felt their resolve weakening at these words. They hoped the Qin Wang would accept their plea. If he refused, fear gripped them. Your Highness, we are willing to work for free. We simply enjoy the feeling of being productive, they proclaimed directly. To this, Lu Feifan paid no mind. Once those of notable standing had inscribed their hidden treasures, he ordered the execution of those who complied. With a wave of his hand, legions of black-clad guards sprang into action. Why, O King of Qin, have we complied so thoroughly only to face such a fate? The officials were utterly taken aback. Despite their complete cooperation, the king still sought their lives. Truly preposterous. I never stated that compliance would guarantee their safety. Their lack of initiative, filled with resentment and bitterness, rendered them expendable. By the blood dragon pool, the first head to fall among the previously compliant ministers was that of a venerable elder. As his head tumbled, his eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this was the ultimate outcome. After complying, he had breathed a sigh of relief, convinced he had secured his life. Little did he anticipate that he would still meet his end at the hands of the king. To his dying breath, he could not comprehend such treachery. Each courtier harbored considerable power, representing the various formidable factions within the realm. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Great Xia dared to strike them with a heavy hand. Even in their compliance, no mercy was offered. It was as though they were being compelled to rise in rebellion against the crown. Previously, a flicker of hope remained for the Great Xia. After all, the royal lineage possessed substantial heritage. If they could negotiate with these powerful factions, perhaps, once the forces of several nations withdrew, they might still be recognized as the legitimate authority. However, that opportunity has vanished. Even if the armies of the 5 nations were to retreat now, the factions would inevitably turn against them. In the past, despite their mistrust, a semblance of mutual respect was maintained. Now, with the king's reckless actions, there was no room for negotiation. The previous checks and balances among the factions had dissipated. The Great Xia was doomed. O King of Qin, I await you in the underworld. The last elder, before his thoughts succumbed to darkness, unleashed a final, anguished wail filled with boundless resentment. The underworld? If it truly exists, I shall visit, but only when the banner of the Great Xia is planted there, replied Lu Feifan coolly. Upon hearing these words, the elder's mouth fell agape, his consciousness on the verge of fading. He was uncertain whether he wished to speak or was merely astonished. From the king, he sensed an unparalleled confidence, as if the realm of the underworld might indeed become the territory of the Great Xia. He even entertained the peculiar notion that, should time permit, he might once again share a cauldron with the king in the afterlife. Within the Tai Chi Hall, the scent of blood permeated the air, a potent aura of resentment surging forth and spilling beyond the palace, suffusing the imperial city. Lu Feifan merely scoffed, dissipating all lingering malice. As for the stench of blood, he paid it no mind. Such a scent could serve to intimidate the untrustworthy. I have chosen to spare you because I see potential in your abilities, Lu Feifan remarked, casting his gaze upon those lesser officials, some of whom were oblivious even to the hidden resources of their own clans. The words he spoke were met with disbelief. These officials surely thought that the king spared them solely because of their weakness and the feeble backing they possessed, deeming them unnecessary to eliminate. Yet in this world, someone must undertake the tasks at hand. Such matters are well understood by them, for similar events transpired during the reign of Emperor Wu. The present powerful factions are indeed the very instruments employed by Emperor Wu to execute his will. Should the King of Qin truly be the reincarnation of Emperor Wu, this circumstance would present a golden opportunity for them. With the formidable powers being purged, it would be their turn to ascend. If this were the case, their laughter would be inevitable. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the current situation is vastly different. The Emperor Wu of Your possessed the ability to suppress all dissent. His words were akin to divine decrees, and none dared to challenge him. For he alone could quell the world. Thus, he was able to dismantle the dominant factions, allowing the lesser powers to rise to prominence. Yet, the present king of Qin is merely 18 years of age. Even if he possesses the requisite qualities, time is not on his side for his development. At this moment, the coalition of 5 nations has already invaded the Great Xia, and the king of Qin has executed the leaders of the major factions, thereby irrevocably severing ties. This signifies the impending demise of the Great Xia. Consequently, any prospects for ascension have become a mere farce. The battered vessel of the Great Xia no longer holds any necessity or value for those aboard. The fate of the Great Xia is sealed. No miracle shall unfold. This time is fundamentally distinct from the era of Emperor Wu. This is the final frenzy. Chapter 67. The first battle is the decisive battle. The battlefield has been established in Jiading City. 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry stand ready for confrontation. Once the internal issues were resolved and a unified mindset achieved, Lu Feifan gazed at the map and made his decision. The wisdom of King Qin is indisputable. A minister immediately spoke up in praise. The specifics of his wisdom are inconsequential. It is sufficient to extol him for the moment. Lu Feifan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is wise. Choosing Jiading City as the battleground was a straightforward decision for Lu Feifan. It is a convergence point for several armies. The first battle will be the decisive one, and victory is assured. The ministers wore serious expressions, their faces brimming with confidence in response to Lu Feifan's words. Though their ranks were modest, those who stood in this grand hall understood emotional regulation better than many high-ranking officials. Regardless of their private thoughts, they were determined to outwardly support King Qin. The blood in the blood dragon pool had grown cold. They had no desire to rekindle it. Lu Feifan surveyed them, satisfied with their reactions. He was not overly concerned with their genuine allegiance. As long as they projected compliance, that sufficed. He was a man who valued outward appearances over inner truths. After all, if the exterior was unappealing, he would not trust the inner essence. Following the decision, the 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry began to assemble swiftly. This represented the entirety of their formidable force. The next day, the gates of the Eastern Wu Gate in the imperial capital swung wide open, accompanied by the sounds of drums and horns. The 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry, amidst the rhythmic clatter, emerged at a measured pace. Foreign invaders threaten our land. King Qin leads the expedition on behalf of the emperor. General Tian Su, clad in armor, brandishes his spear, with his sharp blade safeguarding the realm, his unparalleled might commanding the heavens. With King Qin at the helm, all foreign entities shall be vanquished. Upon the city walls, the surviving officials of the Ministry of Rights fervently extolled King Qin. Lu Feifan, seated within his carriage, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. These officials understand the significance of imperial authority. Admittedly, their enthusiasm is somewhat feigned at present. However, once the foreign forces are annihilated, their fervor will become genuine. The invading nations had forged alliances with remarkable speed upon receiving news of King Qin's martial prowess. For 8,000 years, the Daxia has stood, yet the neighboring nations, at most, have history spanning 3,000 years. For millennia prior, they had endured relentless turmoil. The source of this upheaval was none other than the martial emperor, whose ferocity was unmatched. While he displayed restraint against powerful factions within Daxia, he showed no mercy to those outside its borders, eliminating any potential threats with ruthless efficiency. Following these purges, he dispatched the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry to dismantle their secret archives and ruthlessly plunder their treasures. Had it not been for the upheaval experienced during the martial emperor's reign, Daxia would have faced numerous internal challenges. After extensive bloodshed, a period of recuperation was needed, and the martial emperor had little interest in additional territories, as Daxia was already vast enough to manage effectively. Nevertheless, it was not entirely neglected. During the reign of the martial emperor, the position of the garrison commander was established, tasked specifically with the extraction of resources from various territories and suppressing any emerging powers. Even after the martial emperor's time, the garrison commanders continued to operate for an extended period. However, as time progressed, they became increasingly unwieldy. Those garrison commanders, having remained in their respective regions for too long, began to heed commands selectively. Eventually, as the influence of the Great Xia royal family waned, these regions fell into complete neglect. The absence of the Great Xia ushered in a prolonged era of chaos, characterized by frequent shifts in power, ultimately resulting in the present-day landscape. Consequently, the martial emperor, who had instigated centuries of turmoil, instilled a deep-seated fear within them. The prospect of another martial emperor emerging from the Great Xia ignited far greater excitement among them than any other power within the Great Xia's realm. After all, the actions of the martial emperor back in his day were far from trivial. He nearly obliterated their existence. The thought of another martial emperor was simply unfathomable. It goes without saying that these high-ranking cultivators would face dire consequences. Thus, when their own lives and fortunes were at stake, they quickly united. The five nations mobilized their elite forces to simultaneously assault the Great Xia with unparalleled speed. To their astonishment, the task proved to be more straightforward than anticipated. However, after deliberation, they reasoned that it was not a cunning ploy by the Great Xia. According to their think tank's analysis, the noble families and sects within the Great Xia were equally fearful of the emergence of another martial emperor, thus collaborating with them. Their military campaign was also aimed at the Prince of Qin of the Great Xia. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not find peace as long as he remained alive, feeling he could ascend to the status of martial emperor at any moment. Hence, they were pressed for time, deploying 3 armies to swiftly penetrate the heart of the Great Xia. As long as they faced no resistance, they would not cease their advance. With swift steeds, they raced forward. This time, the forces they mustered were comprised of their finest warriors, all cultivators, and to ensure speed, they rode exceptional mounts capable of covering over 1,000 miles in a day. Even with the constraints of a large army on the move, they could still traverse several hundred miles daily. In a mere 5 days, 3 armies totaling 800,000 elite troops gathered at the city of Jiading. In fact, the fastest among them, the Crescent Moon sect, could have arrived in 3 days, but clearly they wished to avoid exerting themselves alone, thus slowing their pace to synchronize with the other 2 armies. The convergence of 800,000 troops outside Jiading City was a sight to behold. Banners fluttered, and their imposing presence altered the very atmosphere. Within 100 miles of Jiading City lay a vast encampment that had been established. The 3 factions, having clashed numerous times over the years, despite not sharing adjacent territories, were fiercely competitive in their pursuit of resources and opportunities, which were not limited by geographical boundaries but determined by the availability of desired assets. Consequently, their initial meeting was charged with tension, and a cacophony of heated exchanges erupted, revealing the volatility of their alliance, as the formidable forces outside contrasted sharply with the disarray among the powerful figures within their command tents. Very well, let's set aside our grievances for today. This day is a fortuitous one. As the Great Xia dynasty approaches its demise, let us not dwell on past animosities. The royal treasures of the Great Xia await us, and partaking in them will surely satisfy all present. Therefore, any disputes can be revisited after we have brought an end to the Great Xia. With the raised hand of an elder general seated at the forefront, the tension in the air began to dissipate. Who would have thought that the Liu family would find themselves in such a predicament? They have finally shifted their focus to matters of significance. One individual spoke up, brimming with excitement. The Liu royal family is not only the pride of the Great Xia, but also the source of trepidation for surrounding powers. It is only in the past millennium or 2 that their situation has improved considerably. In earlier times, they trembled beneath the weight of the Liu royal family. The heirs of the Liu family would seek them out for training in hunting expeditions. They were truly haunted by a deep-seated fear. Chapter 68. The Qin King. A mere lad, yet to grow a single hair. Now, the Liu family royal lineage is on the brink of demise, and the mere thought of it fills them with exhilaration. Under the reign of the martial emperor, our lands were ravaged, and to this day, we have failed to restore our former vitality. Yet now, the Great Xia stands on the precipice of extinction. They possess a disciple with the potential of the martial emperor, and if nurtured, he could indeed revive the glory of the Great Xia. Alas, there is no time for him to mature. We have arrived. Once, the Great Xia wreaked havoc upon our territory, slaughtering our ancestors. Now, we shall extinguish their hopes. This is poetic justice. Their excitement only escalates. It seems they can hardly wait to reduce the rumored Qin king, endowed with the potential of a martial emperor, into mere fragments. In truth, had it not been for the news of the Liu family producing a martial emperor potential, they would never have convened. They even surmised that without such a development, their invasion would not have been so swift. Though the royal power of the Great Xia has waned, the aristocratic clans and sects remain formidable. A direct assault would incur significant losses. Their original plan was to present the advantages and disadvantages to the Great Xia's aristocracy, even persuading them to join forces. However, it is evident that no persuasion is necessary. Those noble families harbor the same dread of the royal family's resurgence of a martial emperor. Observe how they advance, as if returning to their own home. Clearly, the noble families have eased their defenses. Now, let us deliberate on how to proceed. The previous city of Jiading is different. The elite forces of the Great Xia royal family, 8,000 black ice-heavy cavalry, are stationed there, commanded personally by the rumored Qin king with the potential of a martial emperor. It appears this is the decisive battle. An elder general at the forefront speaks up, steering the conversation back on course. 8,000 black ice-heavy cavalry. Is that all? What more is there to discuss? With so many experts at our side, and with our 800,000 troops charging in unison, the small city of Jiading shall be flattened without a second thought. Clearly, no further discussion is warranted. The Great Xia royal family's oppressive actions have left them devoid of allies within the Great Xia, not even a single loyal army to their aid. That Qin king, regardless of his potential as a martial emperor, is merely 18 years old, just 18. He is nothing but a youthful whelp. What significance does he hold? We shall charge in and dismantle him piece by piece. A man, as solid as an iron tower and bearing a heavy sword, speaks, his face brimming with disdain. As for the source of his confidence, it stems from the rapid advance through the Great Xia to this point, gathering such a multitude of strong warriors. 800,000 against 8,000. He finds no reason for doubt. Although the black ice-heavy cavalry is elite, the forces they have brought are equally formidable. 800,000 to 8,000. I cannot fathom how we could possibly lose. As he speaks, laughter fills the command tent, resonating with a joyful spirit. Nonetheless, we should still exercise a modicum of caution. Although the seasoned veteran found the reasoning compelling, years of battlefield experience instilled in him an instinctive desire for rigor. In my opinion, the matter of meticulousness can be set aside for the moment. We should deliberate on how to allocate resources post the conquest of the Great Xia imperial capital. A framework must be established now, lest future disputes lead to discord among us. Some disregarded the veteran's insistence on caution and instead posed a pivotal question. This is indeed a matter that must be clarified. This sentiment garnered widespread agreement. Initially, there was skepticism regarding the existence of a successor with the potential of a martial emperor in Great Xia. Their fears prompted them to tentatively convene, resulting in an unexpected consensus. Aware of Great Xia's current fragility, they approached the situation with a mindset of cautious belief. Little did they know, they had ventured too deeply too quickly, leaving them somewhat bewildered. However, at this juncture, regardless of whether Great Xia truly harbors successor of martial emperor caliber, they resolved to eradicate this threat. It was a quest for vengeance and the acquisition of resources. The initial alliance aimed solely at eliminating the potential martial emperor successor of Great Xia. Yet, as they proceeded, their objectives evolved. The annihilation of the Great Xia royal family became a secondary consideration. Plundering Great Xia now stood as their ultimate ambition. The mere thought of the bountiful resources ahead filled them with elation. In their eyes, The Great Xia imperial capital had already become theirs. Thus, this issue invigorated their spirits. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The imperial capital has yet to be reached. First, we must deal with the king of Qin in Jiaoding City, who possesses the potential of a martial emperor. We must neutralize him to avoid future complications. The veteran, exasperated, attempted once more to redirect the conversation. These individuals, though formidable, lacked the discipline of seasoned soldiers. Their strength afforded them a voice, yet, to the veteran's mind, they were little more than a rabble. Were it not for his insufficient power to subdue them all, he would have erupted in frustration. A group of fools, already discussing resource allocation before even reaching the imperial capital. This situation filled him with an ominous premonition. Potential of a martial emperor. Previously, I harbored doubts, considering it a possibility, but he had been dispatched to the front lines. If he truly possessed such potential, would the royal family have allowed this? They would have concealed him, facilitating his escape. Instead, it appeared they were sending him to his demise. I suspect this is a clumsy ploy by the royal family to eliminate the king of Qin, utilizing the various factions to achieve this end. Though the imbecile who devised this scheme surely did not anticipate such a turn of events. The king of Qin is merely a figure of exaggeration. Thus, to quell our fury, he was sent here as a sacrificial pawn. Therefore, all of this is a deception. He may possess some talent. Yet the potential of a martial emperor is implausible. Great Xia's fate has been sealed, and miracles shall not occur. A powerful figure spoke up. Indeed, there is merit in this perspective. Many formidable individuals nodded in agreement, finding the statement quite reasonable and insightful. Naturally, aside from serving to quell our fury, the envoy might also be the martial emperor, capable of suppressing all. Yet, he is merely 18 years of age. Could this truly be the case? Upon reaching this point in the analysis, the strong warrior chuckled. The other powerful figures within the tent also found joy in his words. The atmosphere in the commander's tent elevated to a new level of merriment. Even the seasoned veterans could not help but smile knowingly, for the sentiment expressed was indeed quite astute. Suddenly, a voice broke through the revelry. Alarm. Trouble is brewing. The gates of Jiaoding have swung open. The black ice heavy cavalry is emerging, seemingly poised to charge into battle. Chapter 69. The fall of the Liu dynasty. The previously vibrant and cheerful atmosphere of the grand tent suddenly turned somber. A group of formidable warriors appeared perplexed, with dark lines etched across their foreheads. 8,000 against 800,000. Was he out his mind? What audacity fueled his courage? One warrior voiced his skepticism. Perhaps it was not merely a matter of bravery. The black ice heavy cavalry excelled in open field battles, and defending a city was not within their expertise. Thus, their decision to venture out for a decisive confrontation was, in some respects, understandable. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, to even step outside required immense valor. The seasoned veterans among them nodded in agreement, recognizing the rationale. The black ice heavy cavalry thrived on aggressive offense. A defensive stance would stifle their true potential. In the present scenario, even a defensive strategy would not yield significant advantages. It was better to take a bold risk. Upon hearing the veteran's analysis, the other warriors nodded in accord, acknowledging the validity of his reasoning. It was merely a desperate struggle for survival. If he sought his own demise, then let it be fulfilled. Esteemed comrades, I shall take the lead and slay the Qin king. However, upon entering the imperial capital, I must first receive my share of the spoils, proclaimed one warrior, rising to assert his claim. Such a trivial matter, and he already desired preferential treatment? I could do it too. I am swifter. After the analysis, the group of warriors felt that this was an opportunity for easy accolades. Although at their level, particularly in joint operations, the distinction of merit seemed inconsequential. They were aware that upon reaching the imperial capital, any accolades could yield greater rewards. In their current situation, the prospect of defeat was unfathomable. This was a free windfall. Therefore, they paid little heed to the black ice heavy cavalry's imminent charges and instead began to compete for the vanguard position. Let us not waste time. I am eager to resolve the Qin king and delve into the treasures of the Great Xia royal treasury. Amidst their heated exchanges, a cold snort interrupted. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic in the statement. Indeed, since they could not come to an agreement, it would be wiser to advance together, thus avoiding disputes over spoils later on. Ultimately, they reached a consensus, and the group of warriors, filled with anticipation for their imminent rewards, stepped out of the grand tent. The formation of the 800,000-strong army had already been established. This was an assembly of the elite from various nations. The entire force comprised cultivators, with no ordinary individuals among them. Those lacking strength were simply unqualified to be present. Moreover, unlike the White Lotus sect, they operated within a structured framework, not merely a haphazard assembly of temporarily allied individuals. The three factions were organized into numerous formations. Even within the same nation, they were divided into distinct camps. However, despite this, there was no semblance of chaos. Rather, their divisions coalesced into a cohesive strategy. Clearly, an exceptionally skilled commander was orchestrating their movements. The soaring momentum of the force melded together, forming a fierce tiger ascending through the clouds. The formidable army of 800,000 stretched endlessly for several kilometers, a magnificent spectacle of colorful armor that formed vibrant waves. The air was thick with a chilling aura, rendering even the blazing sun above to feel ominously subdued. The resounding neighs of fierce horses reverberated through the atmosphere. Outside the city of Jiading, what was once undulating terrain had been flattened. The might of the numerous strong warriors among the ranks had the power to reshape any landscape. Should the need arise, they could utterly raze Jiading to the ground, not merely as a metaphor, but in the truest sense of the word. This illustrates the terror of cultivators. Even those of the innate realm become formidable bulldozers in their own right. The sheer force unleashed by such a multitude of experts was beyond imagination. As the thunderous sounds echoed, the gates of Jiading opened, revealing 8,000 heavily armored black, ice-heavy cavalry, their steeds equally encased in armor. In the face of the 80,000-strong army, these 8,000 warriors appeared strikingly sparse, akin to a trickling stream contrasted against a raging river. Yet, neither the cavalry nor their valiant steeds harbored any semblance of fear. Instead, they exuded an indomitable spirit. The gathering momentum of the 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry resembled a soaring dragon in the skies, standing defiantly against the ferocious tiger formed by the vast army. Though the black ice heavy cavalry advanced slowly, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth, crashing like waves against the front lines. While the entirety of the 80,000 did not succumb to this force, those soldiers stationed at the forefront felt an uncontrollable dread, with many retreating slowly in response. In an instant, their previously taut formation began to unravel, even diminishing the ferocity of the looming tiger, momentarily subdued by the distant dragon. Indeed, the reputation of the black, ice-heavy cavalry was well-deserved. Among the commanding generals at the forefront, some could not help but express their astonishment. It was important to note that those positioned directly before them were also formidable elites. Their coalition had even mustered 10,000 heavy cavalry, equally skilled and not inferior to the black ice-heavy cavalry. After all, one could not serve as heavy cavalry without possessing strength. Although heavily equipped, these warriors and their steeds were exceptional, each a master of their craft, none below the rank of a grandmaster. Thus, they were capable of greater maneuverability and speed, surpassing even light cavalry. In such a scenario, it was astonishing that they had been forced back even a few steps, while they quickly regained their composure. This moment revealed the stark disparity between the two forces. Even within the same realm of cultivation, distinctions in caliber were evident. The acclaim of the black, ice-heavy cavalry was not unfounded. However, that was where the advantage lay. Those generals glanced back at the hundreds of thousands of troops behind their heavy cavalry, alongside the powerful figures rising to bolster their might in the air. They were left pondering how victory could possibly elude them in such a context. 800,000 against 8,000, all of whom are formidable elite warriors. Victory is assured with but a casual engagement. To personally oversee the annihilation of such elite forces is indeed a profound honor for us, the military. Furthermore, many commanders are eager to take part. The stronger the black ice heavy cavalry performs, the more exhilarating their eventual defeat will be for them. After all, this is an endeavor in which they will command and participate. Little did they expect that the Great Xia had weakened to such a degree. Yet the royal elite remains as formidable as ever, showing no signs of decline. Some strong individuals cannot help but lament. The Great Xia royalty, particularly this generation's emperor, appears somewhat inept. However, their forebears were never reckless. Their decline is not due to a lack of intellect, but rather a depletion of their own strength. For the powerful within the royal family have perished too swiftly. Enough of such discourse. Today, we shall eradicate the most potent elite of the Great Xia royal family and march towards the imperial capital. The Great Xia Lu clan shall be extinguished. Chapter 70. The drums sound. The entire army advances. A cadre of formidable beings, akin to terrestrial deities, stood suspended in the air, gazing at the black ice-heavy cavalry. Initially, they expressed their astonishment, only to subsequently shake their heads in disbelief. Some among them rendered a definitive judgment upon the royal family of the Great Xia. The black ice-heavy cavalry was indeed a formidable force. Even those of divine martial prowess would feel the weight of pressure in their presence. Should the numbers and realms be equal, or even if a few ordinary terrestrial deities bolstered their ranks, they would still harbor doubts about their chances of victory. However, the situation now diverged significantly. This was not merely a matter of 1 or 2 additional warriors. It was 80,000 facing off against 800,000, with a plethora of powerful beings supporting the front lines. No matter how extraordinary the black ice-heavy cavalry might be, unless they were all terrestrial deities, they would have no hope of prevailing, and it was abundantly clear they were not. Thus, even though the black ice-heavy cavalry inspired awe, their fate today was already sealed. The outcome for the Great Xia was likewise predetermined. They sought to take the initiative? One must concede, it indeed displayed audacity. But that was all it amounted to. Under the watchful eyes of these terrestrial deities, they observed the black ice-heavy cavalry surge forth from the city, advancing with increasing speed. Clearly, they bore no intention of engaging in idle chatter. They were poised to strike directly. 8,000 against 800,000 elite troops. Such boldness should evoke a sense of tragic heroism, yet the unwavering ferocity of their advance seemed to signify an inevitable victory. Amidst the spectacle, what was that carriage doing? A powerful figure in the sky voiced his bewilderment. The flag of the Qin king. Was that not the one rumored to possess the potential of a martial emperor? Upon seeing the banner atop the carriage, they quickly reached a conclusion. What sort of reasoning was this? Amidst the turmoil of battle, he chose to ride in a carriage? Was he attempting to flaunt his status? Did he believe that being the Qin king would grant him immunity? Did he think that possessing the potential of a martial emperor truly made him one? Upon witnessing the carriage and perceiving the incongruity it brought forth amidst the black ice-heavy cavalry, the assembly of terrestrial deities was rendered speechless. Even they, had they not been faced with an overwhelming advantage, would not dare to adopt such an audacious approach in a conventional military engagement. Unless one could be assured of a crushing victory, such behavior was tantamount to courting disaster. It was evident to them that the Qin king was courting his own demise. The odds of 8,000 black ice-heavy cavalry against 800,000 troops were already formidable. Yet, the Qin king remained unperturbed, riding calmly in his carriage. It was as if he feared the black ice-heavy cavalry would not collapse swiftly enough. The 18-year-old prodigy, perhaps, had been consumed by his own training, believing himself to be central to the world simply because he belonged to the royal lineage, failing to grasp the stark realities before him. One amongst the powerful drew a conclusion. Was it possible that he genuinely harbored confidence? Yet another powerful being gazed at the carriage, an inexplicable sense of foreboding welling within. It was impossible, utterly inconceivable. He was merely an 18-year-old youth. No matter how exceptional his talents, even if he surpassed the martial emperor, what of it? He is but 18 years old, a prodigy untempered by the passage of time, merely a prodigy indeed. We too once basked in our own brilliance, yet at 18, we were merely urged onward by our elders. In response to this skepticism, immediate rebuttals arose. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. Had King Qin been several years older, they too would harbor doubts regarding one another's prowess. Yet the crux of the matter remains. King Qin is but 18. No matter how extraordinary, an 18-year-old youth possesses inherent limits. Nonetheless, an unsettling feeling gnaws at me. This is my intuition. Something feels amiss, truly amiss. As the formidable black ice heavy cavalry drew nearer, the initial unease of a certain powerful individual intensified, manifesting as an overwhelming sense of impending doom. He sensed that the rapidly approaching cavalry instilled within him a suffocating dread, a sensation reserved for moments of life and death. Although he attributed this to intuition, it was, in truth, a precious artifact acquired in his youth that enabled him to sense crises, the very source of his current achievements. Thus, despite acknowledging the validity of his analysis, he remained engulfed in trepidation. Suddenly, it struck him, an important matter within his family remained unattended. With that thought, he swiftly retreated amidst the bewildered gazes of other powerful beings. Does the Snow clan have so many affairs to attend to? At such a moment, could it be that he truly fears? A member of the Moon Worshippers glanced towards the gathering of Snow clan warriors, who were equally perplexed by the unexpected actions of their compatriot. It was utterly embarrassing. Even if there were pressing matters, one would think it prudent to wait until after the battle to depart. Given the current circumstances, there was hardly any time to waste. A mere charge would conclude the engagement. Nevertheless, they resolved to disregard him. The drums sounded, and the army was ordered to advance. The Black Ice heavy cavalry's assault was imminent, and this was not the time for such discussions. They could reserve their mockery for later. Furthermore, with his departure, his share of resources would not be contributed, effectively reducing the distribution. In truth, losing one was not a significant loss. The strength of divine martial prowess is vital, yet it must be weighed against the situation. At this juncture, whether one more or one less made little difference. Nothing could alter the inevitable. From a moment the imperial family of the Great Xia was abandoned by the Great Xia clans and sects, their fate was sealed. Prior to their entrance, they had hoped for an abundance of strong allies. Now that they were truly within, they began to resent one another. After all, an additional person meant a smaller share of the spoils. In the present situation, they would be more than pleased if half of them departed. Thus, as they beheld the Black Ice heavy cavalry charging forward, they dismissed the departing warrior and issued the command to attack. With the sound of drums and the clarion call of charge echoing, 800,000 troops commenced their movement, led at the forefront by 1,000 heavy cavalry drawn from the combined forces. Although this was their first collaboration, the heavy cavalry comprised elite warriors, renowned for their strength and coordination. Should they charge against opponents of a lesser caliber, they would undoubtedly emerge victorious in a single onslaught. However, their adversaries were the Black Ice heavy cavalry, fortified by extraordinary powers. As the moment of confrontation approached, the Black Ice heavy cavalry released a resounding battle cry that echoed like thunder. While the sound was indeed formidable, seasoned warriors accustomed to the chaos of battle found it manageable. Yet amidst this roar, they perceived an ethereal resonance that penetrated their very souls, a dragon's chant that reverberated through their beings. In that fleeting instant, the heavy cavalry of the allied forces felt the tumult of the heavens and the earth, as if a divine dragon descended from the sky, intent on engulfing them. Their bodies, minds, and spirits quivered in unison. Not only them, but even the mythical beasts beneath them trembled in response. Chapter 71. The Coalition's Heavy Cavalry Swept Away Boom. The Coalition's heavy cavalry lost their composure, and the monstrous beasts beneath them grew unsteady. The Black Ice heavy cavalry charged through, effortlessly tearing and trampling everything in their path. A black torrent surged forth, sweeping everything away. In a single, devastating clash, 10,000 of the Coalition's heavy cavalry were annihilated, and the Black Ice heavy cavalry pressed on relentlessly into the midst of the 800,000 Coalition troops. Caught off guard, The light cavalry trailing behind had not anticipated the swift approach of the black tide. They believed they would merely provide support and eliminate the scattered black ice heavy cavalry. To their shock, their own heavy cavalry had been obliterated in an instant. They watched, helpless, as their frontline forces were utterly dismantled. The terror of that moment is unimaginable. It was sheer brutality. Wherever they passed, the heavy cavalry was truly torn apart. The beasts they rode were also crushed under the onslaught. Amidst the torrential downpour of blood, the black armor of the black ice heavy cavalry became stained with crimson, a dark hue under the light. Initially, the coalition forces were filled with confidence, not only among their strongest warriors, but also the ordinary soldiers, who viewed this as an opportunity to garner military achievements. 800,000 against 8,000, all of whom were elite, bolstered by a host of divine warriors. They felt no psychological pressure, save for a degree of caution when facing the first wave of 10,000 heavy cavalry. Yet, that was the extent of their trepidation. Even though the black ice heavy cavalry displayed impressive momentum, to them, it did not signify much. What they never anticipated was that their heavy cavalry would be decimated in a single wave despite their numerical superiority and strength. The onslaught was so seamless that it felt as if they were traversing a steep mountain path. Had it not been for the remnants of shattered armor strewn across the ground and the blood splattering the air, one might have believed that the 10,000 heavy cavalry were mere phantoms, victims of an illusion. Battle. As they surged past the fallen heavy cavalry, the morale of the black ice heavy cavalry soared to unprecedented heights. Though they had always been fearless and spirited, facing 800,000 elite troops, particularly with an equal number of heavy cavalry and a cadre of divine warriors, it was disingenuous to claim they felt no pressure. Yet, they could not have imagined that their charge would result in the immediate disintegration of the opposing heavy cavalry. They incurred no cost whatsoever. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Even they found it hard to believe their own prowess. However, being true veterans of countless battles, despite their bewilderment, they chose to disregard it entirely. In that moment on the battlefield, they held but one thought: to charge forward. For them, victory or death on the battlefield were their only options. At this juncture, their singular focus was to break through. The relentless assault of the 800,000 troops pierced through the enemy lines, following the shattering of their heavily armored cavalry. The fervor among their ranks intensified, elevating their spirits to a fever pitch. Thus, after demolishing the heavy cavalry, they collectively unleashed a thunderous roar, surging forward like a tiger among sheep, plunging into the ranks of light cavalry that followed. What an astonishing display! Faced with the annihilation of 10,000 heavy cavalry, it was not only the soldiers who were dumbfounded. The commanding officers and the formidable warriors stationed above were equally taken aback, their astonishment expressed solely through exclamations of disbelief. The sheer terror was overwhelming. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the heavy cavalry had been utterly decimated. A buzzing sensation filled their heads. They were aware of the formidable nature of the black ice heavy cavalry, evident from their imposing emergence from the city gates. Even among the majority of the divine warriors present, there was a palpable sense of trepidation when faced alone with them. However, none could have anticipated such a staggering display of strength. In a situation where both sides boasted equal power, the enemy's forces were obliterated in one fell swoop. Such a phenomenon was utterly absurd. Even as land immortals, they found themselves astonished. It was clear that, at this level of intensity, they would also face devastation in a direct confrontation. The assembly of land immortals felt a chill run down their spines, witnessing their own troops being slaughtered. They hesitated to descend and bolster their ranks. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the front lines experienced a rapid collapse of morale. Though they were indeed elite troops, they were not fanatical warriors. Had the Black Ice heavy cavalry exhibited even a modicum of normalcy, they might have summoned the courage to engage in battle. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that their own heavy cavalry had been completely swept away in an instant, while the Black Ice cavalry remained unscathed. Who could maintain their composure in such a scenario? This was no longer a battle. It was sheer slaughter. Though the forces were evenly matched in strength, the combat felt akin to striking through tofu. It was utterly surreal. Thus, they contemplated retreat. Regrettably, their overconfidence led them to believe that facing the city of Jiading with an army of 800,000 would be a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, the diverse factions they represented made coordination cumbersome. Consequently, on the advice of a particularly astute warrior, their formations were tightly clustered together. While this might have sufficed in a crushing offensive, it posed significant challenges in the face of a massacre. At this moment, those at the front, witnessing the horror, yearned to withdraw, while those behind remained oblivious, merely responding to the sounds of war drums and horns, pressing forward at all costs. This recklessness endangered the lives of the soldiers at the forefront. In an instant, the formation of the allied forces from the three kingdoms was thrown into utter disarray. Even some of the Grandmaster-level commanders, sensing impending doom, took to the skies, seeking to flee to safety. The scene was terrifying. The black ice-heavy cavalry seemed to bring death with a mere brush of their presence. Those formidable warriors who had taken flight in panic did not escape far before being cut down by the land immortals, who were maintaining the formation. The black ice-heavy cavalry, unable to comprehend the sheer terror they instilled, hesitated to engage directly, yet they had no qualms about eliminating these fleeing commanders. The slaughter was merciless, cold-hearted, and ruthless. Primarily, the Divine War Commander belonged to a different faction. Although they were allies at present, it was evident to all that they were not truly comrades. Thus, under the pretext of conflict, they showed no hesitation in turning against one another. This grim reality made it abundantly clear to the soldiers at the front that escaping from above was utterly impossible. Their only option was to find a way to flee over the bodies of their supposed allies. In an instant, chaos reigned supreme. The rear forces of the coalition were oblivious to the situation ahead, while those in the forefront, fully aware, were paralyzed by fear and only wished to flee. Meanwhile, the vanguard was experiencing a gruesome onslaught, a bloody massacre unfolding before them. The scene was drenched in carnage. This could not continue. If this persisted, the army would surely be pierced through by the black, ice-heavy cavalry. My comrades, we must advance. Chapter 72. The death knell of King Qin among the celestial beings of the allied forces standing beneath the vast sky. The seasoned general spoke. He discerned that, given the current circumstances, had no formidable power intervened, the black ice-heavy cavalry would have undoubtedly broken through. Primarily, they had previously underestimated their adversary, failing to anticipate the sheer terror of the black ice-heavy cavalry. Their military formations had been arrayed in a formidable manner. Yet such formations could not be effectively deployed under these conditions. In normal times, they might have fared better, but faced with the present calamity, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Had they afforded their opponent even a modicum of respect, their formations could have been more effective, preventing such a catastrophic outcome. Look at the once formidable and powerful tiger formation, now reduced to a state of disarray, nearly on the verge of collapse. However, one could hardly blame them. Who could have foreseen the true ferocity of the black ice-heavy cavalry? Undoubtedly, there was something peculiar about the black ice-heavy cavalry, which explained their initial reluctance to intervene. Yet, given the current scenario, action was imperative. This was their elite army from the three kingdoms. They had to make an effort to salvage the situation. By joining forces, perhaps they could uncover the means by which the black ice-heavy cavalry achieved such formidable strength. They had long heard of the terrifying heritage of the Great Xia, and it seemed this was one of its manifestations brought forth in this critical moment. No wonder the great clans of the Great Xia, despite their precarious situation, refrained from attacking the royal family. Their restraint was remarkable. It became clear that their smooth entry was a ploy by those factions to leverage their strength against the royal family, depleting its resources. Someone appeared to have pieced together the puzzle, analyzing the situation. Regardless, they had come too far to retreat. The losses would be catastrophic. And if they were ambushed by the clans of the Great Xia on their way back, it would be disastrous. This was not the time for further speculation. Immediate action was required. The seasoned general lamented, recognizing the futility of continued analysis at such a critical juncture. If they deliberated any longer, their army would undoubtedly crumble. Their current stability relied on the fact that those behind them had yet to grasp the situation. Once fear spread, even they would struggle to maintain control. Though he understood that as a divine warrior, one must exercise caution in the face of the incomprehensible. Divine warriors lived long lives. Barring those nearing the end of their lifespan, most would not recklessly risk their lives. It was the recent rumors of a potential new martial emperor emerging from the royal family that had stirred so many powerful beings to gather, as it held significant implications for them. Nevertheless, these powerful individuals were not military personnel. Each harbored their own agendas. While the army could maneuver, their actions depended on individual initiative, and no one wished to suffer losses. Thus, even in the current predicament, those in commanding positions hesitated to act. In fact, had the battle proceeded smoothly, they might have eagerly sought to eliminate King Qin. Now, faced with adversity, their resolve wavered, regardless of the circumstances. With such a multitude of formidable warriors present, can one truly fear the so-called foundation of the Great Xia? If the foundation of the Great Xia were indeed so potent, their emperor would not have perished so frequently in recent years. Let us charge together. There is no foundation to speak of. At this juncture, I trust you do not still harbor thoughts of retreat. If the Prince of Qin indeed possesses the potential of a martial emperor, this is the prime opportunity to seize. Failing to act now could lead to dire consequences once he matures. Should we allow the Liu family to engage in warfare against the Great Xia? You all understand the repercussions. Upon hearing these words, a group of warriors could not help but shudder. For millennia, skirmishes at the borders have typically served as mere practice for the Great Xia. They seldom sought out trouble with the Great Xia on their own accord. The battleground has primarily been in regions that once belonged to them, but are now contested territories occupied by the Great Xia. They have always refrained from entering lands that have historically belonged to the Great Xia. This is chiefly due to the erratic nature of the Great Xia royal family, who are particularly sensitive to such matters and are prone to explosive reactions. Their few incursions into Great Xia territory have resulted in devastating consequences, often leading to dynastic changes, a testament to the actions of previous regimes. The emperors of the Great Xia, throughout history, might negotiate on various fronts, but to encroach upon their domain invites repercussions that none can escape. Therefore, this occasion, marked by the emergence of a figure rumored to possess the potential of a martial emperor, combined with the weakened state of the Great Xia royal family, has afforded them the audacity to enter. Otherwise, they would indeed harbor some trepidation. And now, they have crossed the threshold. If the Prince of Qin truly possesses the potential of a martial emperor, once he flourishes, every participant, along with their supporting factions, shall face dire consequences. Consider the calamity of the Tianwu. The implications are clear. Very well, let us unite and spring into action. The mere mention of the volatile nature of the Great Xia royal family provided the warriors with newfound clarity. Now that they have entered, with the royal family still intact, and the Prince of Qin alive, their future lives shall be fraught with unease. It is well known that the Great Xia royal family excels in pursuit. Once one is marked, no matter how one tries to conceal oneself or escape to distant lands, it proves futile, even for those at the realm of earthly immortals. Thus, the old general's words resonated deeply with their hearts. In the case of other factions, they would deliberate carefully and, if necessary, retreat to assess the situation. However, regarding the Great Xia royal family, having arrived, if they do not eliminate their foes today, they shall need to tread cautiously in the future. Very well. Together, driven by their fear of the Liu family of the Great Xia, they ultimately reached a consensus. Boom! Although they have become earthly immortals and tend to act with greater caution due to their extended lifespans, once a decision is made, they become exceedingly resolute. This decisiveness is why they could swiftly come to an agreement and mobilize their forces into the Great Xia. Thus, having resolved to act in unison, they unleashed their fury. At this moment, the coalition forces had begun to sense something amiss, as the Black Eye's heavy cavalry had already penetrated a significant portion of their ranks, leading to a complete collapse of their formation. Suddenly, a group of divine warriors, standing in the void, erupted into action, their overwhelming presence suppressing the entire battlefield. The sheer number of terrestrial deities, exuding an air of divine authority, seemed to manifest a true celestial might, bringing a solemn hush to the previously bloodthirsty arena. They had struck. The elders had taken action. How wonderful! Finally, there was hope. Mother, the black ice-heavy cavalry is fearsome, and the Great Xia is terrifying. I shall never return after this. Upon witnessing the movement of these powerful beings of terrestrial deity status, the coalition forces, on the brink of disintegration, found their footing once more, filled with exhilaration. With the elders of the terrestrial deity realm intervening, the situation could be stabilized. They no longer had to endure the slaughter at the hands of these black demons. The elders' intervention sparked a flicker of hope within them. Today, no matter what profound resources or tactics the Great Xia possesses, this is where it ends. Qin Wang, your demise is imminent. Chapter 73. Understanding a group of formidable beings, possessing the strength of terrestrial immortals, ultimately reached a consensus and prepared to take action. Resolute in their decision, they halted their hesitation. With an eruption of power, they surged forth like radiant suns illuminating the heavens, descending upon the black, ice-heavy cavalry below. No one held back. There were no tricks or subterfuge. The black, ice-heavy cavalry appeared somewhat abnormal, prompting the coalition to unite their efforts with full force, seemingly intent on annihilating the cavalry in one fell swoop. The coalition soldiers, overwhelmed and on the verge of despair, found their spirits unexpectedly steadied upon witnessing this scene. No longer did they act chaotically. With such a multitude of terrestrial immortals striking simultaneously, it was inconceivable that the black ice-heavy cavalry could withstand their assault. They merely needed to tidy up the aftermath. The morale that had plummeted to the depths began to rise once more. Regardless of the prowess of the black, ice-heavy cavalry, they could not prevail against this tide of strength. While a few terrestrial immortals hesitated to confront them directly, the combined might of over 100 terrestrial immortals was a different matter altogether. With their unified assault, even the most elite of the black, ice-heavy cavalry would be shattered. A resounding battle cry erupted from the coalition, rallying around their powerful allies. The sheer force was overwhelming. Under such pressure, the previously unstoppable black, ice-heavy cavalry involuntarily began to slow their advance. Accelerate! Charge forward! Yet at that moment, a voice resonated in their ears. Though perplexed, the imperial authority inherent in that voice compelled them to instinctively obey. In an instant, their faltering momentum surged forth once more, propelling them directly into a fray against a descending group of divine martial beings. It is noteworthy that while the black, ice-heavy cavalry comprised primarily of masters, they were indeed warriors of considerable rank. The Great Xia was a land of martial prowess. Despite the emperor's efforts at purging the elite, the common martial forces remained unoppressed. Even the ordinary populace possessed some degree of skill. The postnatal realm merely marked the beginning. The innate realm was not particularly rare, and the master rank denoted a formidable warrior, albeit only to that extent. It was only upon reaching the grandmaster level that one could truly be considered a practitioner. Those below grandmaster were merely warriors. This distinction arose from the grandmaster's transformative nature, granting them an extended lifespan of 300 years and the ability to soar through the skies. This was the essence of the extraordinary. Thus, it was understandable if a contingent of grandmasters took flight. However, the sight of the entire black ice-heavy cavalry, numbering 8,000, ascending into the air instinctively felt amiss. While it was not unusual for masters to briefly take flight, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that these were heavy cavalry, given their cumbersome armor. To leap into the air was already a formidable feat, let alone executing such an orderly ascent. Those who had already engaged in combat sensed that something was indeed amiss. Yet, in the fleeting moment of their contemplation, they found themselves locked in battle with the black ice-heavy cavalry. The tide of darkness surged forth like an inundation of seawater, swiftly engulfing the radiant brilliance emitted by a group of formidable beings at the realm of terrestrial immortals. In that fleeting moment, these powerful entities comprehended the gravity of their misjudgment. Terror, unparalleled and overwhelming, gripped their hearts, sending tremors through their very souls. A visceral sense of impending doom surged within them. At this critical juncture, they became acutely aware of a dire reality. The moment they fully engaged with a legion of black ice-heavy cavalry would herald their demise. And, at this instant, they realized their escape was no longer feasible. How could such dread be possible? The black ice-heavy cavalry had effortlessly decimated their own heavy cavalry in a single wave. While they sensed something amiss, it was but a fleeting notion, with no one feeling an extraordinary sense of alarm. They believed that with so many powerful beings acting in unison, even if the Great Xia dynasty possessed some stratagems, they could manage to counter one or two, or, at the very least, retreat should the situation turn dire. Yet, they could never have anticipated that a mere clash would evoke such an overwhelming sensation of death. So potent it felt as though their lives were teetering on the brink at that very moment. As they encountered this ominous aura, they simultaneously discerned its source, the carriage situated at the heart of the black ice-heavy cavalry. They caught a glimpse of the interior, where a dancer twirled gracefully. A maiden akin to a white lotus plucked the strings of a zither, and a girl clad in purple portee. In the center of this tableau, a youth held a brush, painting in the void before him, the ink-wash artwork remaining steadfastly at his forefront amidst the chaos of battle. In that instant, they realized that this must be the rumored Prince of Qin, endowed with the potential of a martial emperor. The gaze of the adversary bore an air of detached superiority as it fell upon them, akin to that of an audience observing mere performers. To him, their struggles appeared as nothing more than a trivial spectacle. In his eyes, whether it was the army of 800,000 or the terrestrial immortals before him, they were merely actors in a play, entertaining his idle curiosity. This notion, absurd as it was, resonated as truth within their minds. The Prince of Qin was not merely a figure with the potential of a martial emperor. He embodied the very essence of a martial emperor in this age, and perhaps even surpassed the strength of any such emperor known. A terrifying thought flashed through the minds of the terrestrial immortals. In light of the current situation, this conjecture seemed the most plausible, though it shattered their established worldview. Yet, this hypothesis undeniably held the greatest likelihood of veracity. They finally understood why the Prince of Qin dared to lead 8,000 troops against an elite army of 80,000. They grasped why, even in such dire circumstances, he remained seated within his carriage. They comprehended why there were dancers performing within that very carriage. Due to the formidable and terrifying strength of the Qin king, he can disregard even the might of an elite army of 800,000. This group of land deities can similarly be overlooked. At the tender age of 18, the Qin king possesses a power even more fearsome than that of the martial emperor. It is worth noting that when the martial emperor unleashed his wrath, it was through his own direct intervention. In contrast, the Qin king merely exudes an overwhelming aura, commanding the black ice-heavy cavalry with his presence alone. In essence, he elevates the entire black ice-heavy cavalry with his singular might. Although the land deities are indeed akin to gods among men, their abilities pale in comparison to his. The Qin king's methods resemble those of celestial beings descending from the heavens. With such prowess, it is no wonder that his adversaries dare to act as they do. This is not a matter of courage, but rather one of absolute strength. They are gravely mistaken, profoundly so. The 18-year-old Qin king has already established his dominance, far surpassing the so-called potential of the martial emperor. Regrettably, their realization comes far too late. Chapter 74. Bloodshed across 1,000 miles in this moment. They were on the verge of confronting the formidable black ice-heavy cavalry. An atmosphere of terror enveloped them, and as they realized the gravity of their situation, the instinct to flee became futile. No, a strong warrior let out a cry of sheer dread. Alas, regardless of their thoughts, nothing could alter their fate. The dark tide swallowed the radiant sun, and those mighty beings of the earthly immortal realm vanished without even a sound of battle. They yearned to resist, to escape. Yet all their efforts proved in vain, unable to avert the inevitable doom. A torrential rain of blood, mingled with flesh, cascaded downward. At that moment, the fervor ignited by their own earthly immortal warriors swiftly dissipated, plummeting to an icy chill. Their minds buzzed in disbelief as they struggled to comprehend the loss of so many powerful beings who had simply ceased to exist with nary a commotion. The scene was profoundly shocking. Even the battle-hardened veterans were left in a state of stunned fear, as if confronted by a specter. It was utterly terrifying. The battlefield, filled with 800,000 coalition troops, sank into an instant silence. After devouring a group of earthly immortal warriors, the black ice-heavy cavalry hovered momentarily in the air, seemingly awestruck by their own might, as if they needed a moment to digest the enormity of their actions. Then, with a battle cry, they surged forth. In an instant, the entire battalion executed a sharp turn, cascading down like a black torrent. With a thunderous crash, they descended upon the ground, clearing a vast expanse beneath them. The coalition soldiers in their path were obliterated before they could even react. It was this cataclysmic impact that jolted the coalition troops back to reality. They realized the magnitude of their loss. All those formidable, revered ancestors of the earthly immortal realm had vanished in a single wave, as if melted away, reduced to blood and rain. Some commanders struggled to believe this was not a mere illusion. Such a horrifying occurrence was almost beyond comprehension. Yet, no matter how unwilling they were to accept it, the stark reality lay before them. The earthly immortal warriors were indeed gone, and the black ice-heavy cavalry had suffered not a single loss. The blood-soaked truth stared them in the face, and no amount of denial could alter it. Flee, quickly. We must escape. The coalition soldiers regained their senses, overwhelmed by the terrifying prowess of the black ice-heavy cavalry. Even their own heavy cavalry had crumbled under a single assault, as they helplessly witnessed their earthly immortal warriors being annihilated. In such a horrifying spectacle, how could they remain calm? The previous chaos had only been localized. After all, with an army of 80,000, many at the rear could not see the unfolding disaster. Yet the atmosphere alone instilled a sense of urgency and fear among them. However, the presence of a contingent of powerful beings at the land immortal realm had previously afforded them a semblance of security. Yet, the current circumstances are markedly different. They have all witnessed the harrowing sight of their own formidable land immortal warriors being obliterated. In such a scenario, who could possibly remain composed? They are indeed elite. It is precisely this status that renders them astute. After all, seasoned veterans, who have survived countless battles, possess a keen understanding of the shifting tides of conflict. At this juncture, fleeing is the only viable option. To resist would be futile, as any defiance would scarcely inflict harm upon their adversaries. The demise of a cadre of land immortal warriors transpired without so much as a ripple. Their resolve pales in comparison to those formidable beings. Consequently, the morale of the coalition has utterly dissipated. The elite have devolved into a disorganized rabble, with each individual consumed by the singular desire to escape. This is especially true for the Grandmasters. At this moment, the land immortal warriors have been swept away, leaving no reservations for those remaining, who ascend into the sky in a desperate bid to flee the battlefield. However, the black ice-heavy cavalry, armed with rifles in one hand and heavy crossbows in the other, unleash a torrent of fire upon those soaring Grandmasters. At this moment, they appear almost divinely empowered. Even the Grandmasters fall prey to their onslaught, as a single bolt is sufficient to bring them down, and once aimed, distance becomes inconsequential. Such prowess is astonishing, leaving even them in disbelief, as they sense an invisible force augmenting their capabilities, enabling them to exert power beyond comprehension. This battle, which initially seemed overwhelmingly imbalanced, has transformed into a crushing domination. Any airborne target is conspicuously vulnerable, typically meeting their end at the hands of the crossbow bolts. It is as if any exposed head is swiftly dispatched. Witnessing this, no Grandmaster dares to take to the skies again. Instead, they opt to flee along the heads of the soldiers below. Moreover, they are not alone in this. Other soldiers mimic their actions, unable to fly, but capable of leaping onto their comrades' shoulders to escape. Those who are trampled naturally resist, with some in a fit of panic resorting to knives against their companions. Chaos reigns, a complete disarray enveloping the entire coalition. Their fighting spirit has evaporated. No one wishes to linger behind, not even in the most desperate of circumstances. Instances of fratricide and trampling abound. In this turmoil, the casualties inflicted by their own ranks exceed those caused by the black ice-heavy cavalry. This calamity largely stems from the commanding general's mismanagement, as the diverse origins of the troops rendered coordination challenging, leading to a clustering of forces. At that time, no one perceived any issues. After all, they had absolute confidence, believing they were poised to crush their foes. They envisioned a swift assault that would raze Jiating City to the ground. Yet, they could never have anticipated that it would be they who would be crushed. This formation has turned tragic. In a tightly packed formation, their elite status should have posed no problems under normal circumstances. However, once their elite resolve crumbled, the underlying issues became painfully evident, especially the black ice-heavy cavalry, relentlessly advancing and striking fear into their hearts. At this moment, they resembled a disorganized mob, their defeat cascading like a flood breaching its dam, an unstoppable torrent. The dire consequences of their actions manifested, rendering the battlefield exceedingly advantageous for the black ice-heavy cavalry, transforming them into relentless harvesting machines. The coalition forces fell in waves, their blood staining the heavens with a crimson hue. This place had morphed into a scene of gruesome slaughter, the atmosphere thickening with a palpable sense of vengeance. In their flight, they all fled along a singular path, fear having dulled their capacity for rational thought. Only in numbers did they feel a semblance of security. Meanwhile, the black ice-heavy cavalry pursued relentlessly, continuing their grim reaping. The chase persisted for an entire day and night, covering a distance of over 1,000 miles. The bloodshed turned streams and rivers crimson, the ground beneath becoming a treacherous expanse of sanguine mud. Chapter 75. Directly marching towards the Yumen Pass after the bloodbath inflicted upon the 80,000 foreign troops, 8,000 black ice-heavy cavalry rode tirelessly towards the Yumen Pass. There, 50,000 wolf tribesmen were attempting to breach the gates. In recent years, among the neighboring nations, the northern wolf tribe had witnessed the most significant expansion of power, and their ambitions had been steadily brewing. This was precisely why the royal family had dispatched formidable warriors to secure the Yumen Pass, thereby stretching their own resources considerably. Indeed, in recent generations, emperors had contemplated proactively mobilizing forces to confront the northern wolf tribe. However, the matter had remained mired in bureaucratic delays. Now, Feifan had decisively resolved this protracted issue. The black ice-heavy cavalry responded in unison, eschewing any superfluous words, and advanced directly towards the Yumen Pass. They thrived on the thrill of battle, invigorated by each encounter. Many experienced breakthroughs during the fray, with two even ascended to the realm of earthly immortals. They were filled with a singular sensation, exhilaration, pure exhilaration. Their long spears, eager for action, showed no signs of halting. At that moment, they also realized one pivotal truth. The Qin king was extraordinary. 8,000 men had shattered the ranks of 80,000 elite troops, even taking down their earthly, immortal warriors in the process. This was a phenomenon they had never contemplated or experienced before. The god of death wielded his power as if crushing mere ants. Their blood surged, igniting a fervor that was unstoppable. Thus, they were impatient to seek out worthy adversaries. Even their steeds, the crimson blood dragons, were in a heightened state of excitement, galloping faster, nearly taking flight. The 8,000 black ice-heavy cavalry moved like the wind. Weaving through the realms of the Great Xia, the black tide, they formed instilled terror in all who beheld it, leaving them trembling, unable to move. Even the insects and birds fell silent in their presence, overshadowed only by the thunderous sound of their march. At the Yumen Pass, the 50,000 wolf tribesmen grew increasingly anxious, their formidable warriors also restless. This time, they had mobilized their greatest forces. Yet, as the coalition of three nations approached the imperial capital of the Great Xia, they found themselves obstructed here, an unbearable predicament. This was a critical moment for seizing a share of the Great Xia. Missing it would entail insurmountable losses, which they could not accept. It is essential to recognize that they harbored the most ambitious thoughts regarding the Great Xia. since the reign of the martial emperor. The few incursions by foreign tribes had incited the royal family's fury, with the wolf tribe being the primary aggressors. They had suffered the most at the hands of the Great Xia, enduring in the harshest of conditions. Yet each time they managed to rise from the ashes. Once they regained strength, their ambitions towards the Great Xia would resurface. Among the coalition of 5 nations, they were the most proactive, deploying 50,000 troops, including formidable, earthly, immortal warriors, several of whom were at the peak of their powers. Unfortunately, due to their propensity for trouble, the royal family had stationed their forces here, including 2 peak-level warriors of formidable might. It is precisely for this reason that, despite their relentless efforts, they have been unable to break through in a short span of time. On several occasions, even the formidable land deities among them could not restrain themselves from taking action. At this level of power, even when possessing an advantage, one does not recklessly engage in life-and-death battles. One can only imagine their fervent desire to penetrate the heart of the Great Xia. Having been stalled for so long, it is likely that those adversaries have already invaded the imperial capital of Great Xia and are now busily dividing the royal treasury. A gongbao of the wolf clan was seething with indignation. This time, they had deployed their most formidable forces, yet they were hindered from making any progress. The royal fools at Human Pass are about to lose everything, and yet they still impede my advancement. His frustration was palpable, given the dire state of Great Xia. He believed that the royal experts should have fled to preserve their strength. Instead, they were stubbornly resisting, which struck him as madness. Moreover, he could discern that, even if he were to withdraw, the royal faction seemed intent on clinging to them, exhibiting a tendency to launch an offensive into the grasslands. This indicated that the royal experts had resolved to engage the wolf clan to the bitter end. Great Xia was doomed. It was undeniable that the fall of such a colossal entity would crush many beneath its weight. Undoubtedly, they could find themselves among the casualties. This was also the reason why, despite their superior numbers, they had made little headway. The royal experts were genuinely putting their lives on the line. They had gained nothing but trouble. The more he pondered, the angrier a gongbao became. However, Great Xia was ultimately destined for ruin. Lacking reinforcements, even if the royal experts were formidable, they would be incapable of achieving a mutual destruction unless they remained here for a considerable duration. They could deplete this elite faction of the royal family. Thus, the situation was not as grave as it appeared. Surely, in such circumstances, Great Xia could not possibly have any strength left to send reinforcements. It was abundantly clear that such a possibility was non-existent. Suddenly, news arrived from the Chongqing Eagle, indicating that the Great Xia heavy cavalry had been sighted in the Chilean mountains, with an analysis suggesting that it might be the Black Ice heavy cavalry coming to their aid, requesting the Khan's decision. Just as a gongbao was engulfed in frustration, a subordinate brought news. The Black Ice heavy cavalry. Is this not the force under the command of the Great Xia Emperor? At this juncture, the coalition of the 3 tribes should have already breached the imperial capital. So what business did the Black Ice heavy cavalry have here instead of fighting to the death in the capital? A gongbao found this perplexing. At that moment, he did not perceive the situation as particularly dire. At Human Pass, they held an absolute advantage. Even if the royal forces fought with tenacity, he was wary of incurring excessive losses, which was why he had yet to advance. In such a scenario, the addition of 8,000 Black Ice heavy cavalry, while indeed a source of pressure, was manageable. More importantly, due to the stalemate they faced, he had already dispatched a message back to the Khan's court, and reinforcements should be arriving soon. At that point, it was possible that, with the presence of the 8,000 Black Ice heavy cavalry, Great Xia might abandon Human Pass and come out to confront them in battle, which would present a significant opportunity. However, what he could not comprehend the most was, the situation in the Great Xia has become quite dire, and one cannot fathom why the Black Ice heavy cavalry would make their presence known here. After mercilessly slaughtering 800,000 coalition troops, they hastened their march post-haste, traversing day and night, fueled solely by elixirs to sustain their stamina. In their relentless pursuit, they rested atop their steeds during the day and bore their horses through the night to grant them respite. Consequently, news of their arrival had yet to disseminate. Indeed, While the wolf tribe possesses scouts within Great Xia, they had not yet managed to relay the critical intelligence. Thus, it was beyond their comprehension that the coalition forces had been utterly vanquished. In their estimation, the coalition should have already breached the imperial capital, dividing the resources among themselves. Therefore, the appearance of the black ice heavy cavalry in this locale is truly perplexing. At this juncture, not only is the emperor's most formidable force absent, but even other loyal factions to Great Xia should be rallying to the imperial capital to defend it, rather than converging upon the Jade Gate. At this moment, the Jade Gate seems relatively inconsequential, and even if it were to fall, it would not bear significant weight for Great Xia. Chapter 76. The battle intent of the Tiger King. Could it be that the emperor of the Great Xia, accompanied by the black ice heavy cavalry, has fled to this place? A Gongbao speculated, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The Yumen Pass served as the gathering point for the main forces of the Great Xia royal family. It was rumored that the emperor sought to accomplish a grand feat before his demise, dispatching troops to challenge the Wolf clan, in hopes of leaving behind a legacy that would echo through the ages. This individual, despite being reputed as foolish, possessed an overwhelming desire for glory and insisted on provoking the Wolf clan. However, internal conflicts among the noble families of the Great Xia, coupled with the emperor's failing health, had thus far prevented any action from being taken. This situation was, in fact, the primary reason for the Wolf clan's current military expedition. They had positioned themselves at the borders early on, anticipating a move from the Great Xia. This time, they took the opportunity to advance. How fortunate! Initially, it seemed they would gain little from this endeavor. Yet unexpectedly, a plump target presented itself. As a Gongbao reached this realization, a radiant smile spread across his face. The impending death of the old emperor was inconsequential. What mattered was that in his desperate flight, he surely carried with him the royal treasures, which held great significance for a Gongbao. With this thought, his earlier frustrations dissipated. Although the Wolf clan had not penetrated the heart of the Great Xia, they might still reap substantial rewards, proving to be far from a loss. He ordered the army to pause their assault in anticipation of reinforcements. While he doubted that 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry could significantly alter the outcome, the arrival of the emperor, along with the imperial secret weapons and formidable experts he brought, should not be underestimated. Engaging in a forced confrontation would inevitably lead to severe losses. Awaiting reinforcements was the prudent course of action. Meanwhile, within the Yumen Pass, an ancient fortress meticulously constructed for defense, enhanced by intricate formations, stood the Tiger King, one of the pinnacle earth immortals of the royal family. At this moment, he had received the news of the black ice heavy cavalry's arrival. What nonsense is this? Abandoning the imperial capital to come here? He rubbed his gleaming bald head, his mind filled with questions. He was aware of the court's precarious situation and had even heard rumors of 3 foreign armies breaching the borders. Despite the insufficiency of personnel, he had dispatched another peak earth immortal from the royal family to lead a portion of their forces in support. Calculating the time, the reinforcements should not yet have reached the imperial capital. Yet, unexpectedly, the capital had sent troops to aid him. Was this a joke? Even if he lacked reinforcements, the imperial capital was in an even greater deficit. I warned against selecting that thick-deed lad as emperor. He is utterly incapable. What was he thinking? The Tiger King grumbled, concluding that the emperor was likely acting recklessly. Such absurdities were the sort of folly one could expect from someone of limited intellect. It was a pity for Hou Zhao. He would have been the most suitable candidate. The King of Tigers sighed deeply. Alas, despite being of royal lineage and an esteemed elder, he found himself powerless in the affairs of the imperial lineage. Such is the decree of the royal family. In recent years, the frequency of calamities befalling the emperor had drawn the attention of these venerable figures. They even contemplated residing in the imperial capital to uncover the root of the troubles. Unfortunately, the emperor barred their entry, casting these old guardians out. The royal family's strength had shifted entirely to the borders, and aside from the strategic location of the Yumen Pass, the remaining territories were of little significance and not prone to conflict. They had even been provided with a contingency plan, a token to be opened should circumstances deteriorate. The King of Tigers had perused the contents of his token in advance, and its message was clear: flee. The further the better. While the notion of retreat was prudent, the King of Tigers rejected it outright. At over 700 years of age, a typical terrestrial immortal might expect another 2 or 3 centuries of life. Yet, the royal family was peculiar. Apart from the martial emperor, whose lifespan was notably extended, the others faced increasingly shortened existences. Even at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, they seldom reached their expected years. The King of Tigers estimated himself fortunate to live for another century. In such circumstances, to scurry about like a hunted creature was simply unacceptable to his fiery temperament. Thus, he resolved to confront the challenges head-on. If the Great Xia royal family were to meet its demise, it would be with grandeur. Let it be. If we are to perish, I shall fulfill my duty to fight until the end. He thought. After all, death was inevitable, and the manner of dying mattered little. Ultimately, the King of Tigers concluded that overthinking was futile. The 8,000-year reign of the Great Xia had reached its twilight. He was acutely aware of the royal family's plight. Though one could still assert their supremacy in martial strength, this was only in isolation. In reality, he knew all too well the shortcomings of the royal family's endeavors. Their might was far from sufficient. Absolute suppression was required. Yet, such force necessitated the deep-rooted power of the royal lineage, which was now diminished. Once their vulnerabilities were exposed, collective opposition would be inevitable. The royal family's secret weapons, their treasure vaults, and the fear and loathing directed towards them could only be quelled by a force of overwhelming dominance. The moment they exhibited any sign of weakness, they would be besieged. In truth, the royal family harbored no fear of any singular faction. However, due to the iron-fisted methods employed by the Great Xia in the past, various factions would unite at the slightest opportunity, as they did now. Had the emperor not faced difficulties, the royal family's secret weapons could still be wielded freely, and they would remain unafraid. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this reality. As for the true nature of the issues plaguing the royal family's secret weapons, the imperial lineage remained reticent with the royal house. Otherwise, they might have collaborated to devise a solution. Yet, such discussions were ultimately too late. The Great Xia was destined for ruin. May the ancestors bear witness, and may unfilial descendants like Lu Wuya accept their just punishment. The Tiger King raised his gaze towards the vast heavens, clad in heavy armor, and suddenly knelt down, deeply bowing in the direction of the imperial capital. The Wolf Clan. Is it? If you seek the demise of my Great Xia, then your Kala dynasty must also face a change of reign. Dispatch orders, sound the drums, and assemble. When the Black Ice heavy cavalry arrives, let them rest for but a brief moment before we coordinate our assault. Though the Tiger King understood that the heavy cavalry would undoubtedly be weary upon their arrival, he was aware that the emperor must be among them. Behind them, there would certainly be pursuers, foreign foes, and perhaps even the powerful clans within Great Xia itself. Thus, they had but one path forward. It was imperative to strike swiftly. A brief respite with some medicinal elixirs would suffice. Otherwise, they would find themselves encircled and besieged, facing a humiliating demise. At this moment, whether they could break through was secondary. At the very least, they must reclaim their dignity. The Tiger King rose, gripping his great sword tightly, his fighting spirit surging forth, an aura of resolute determination emanating from him. Today, even if the Lu royal family is to perish, we shall do so standing. The emperor has arrived. It is indeed the Son of Heaven guarding the nation's gates. Come fort. Chapter 77. The mind of the Qin King is troubled, Your Highness. The Black Ice heavy cavalry has arrived. Shall we open the city gates to allow their entrance? Just as the fierce Tiger King sought to cultivate his battle spirit, a guard arrived with this report from outside. Let them in. The fierce Tiger King waved his hand dismissively. Although he surmised that the emperor had come, he harbored no desire to extend a warm welcome. By lineage, he was akin to the emperor's forebear. The number of emperors he had bid farewell to over the years was beyond his wish to remember. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have observed the basic courtesies between sovereign and subject, but given the current turmoil, he felt it was the emperor who should come to him, the venerable ancestor, to seek forgiveness. while the present state of the Great Xia could not be entirely attributed to him. After all, the issues lay within the royal family itself. The young man was ultimately a usurper, and in any case, he bore the mark of a sinner. Report. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry has entered through the West Gate and has not paused. They are heading directly towards the Wolf Clan for an assault. As the fierce Tiger King waited for the Emperor's arrival, he intended to exert his authority as an ancestor, allowing the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry a brief respite of half an hour. However, to his surprise, instead of the Emperor, he received this weighty news. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had come and departed without delay, charging towards the Wolf Clan. Are they more reckless than I? Upon receiving this news, the fierce Tiger King was momentarily taken aback. Even he had not anticipated that the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry would neglect to rest, opting instead to engage in battle immediately. He had initially allocated them a quarter of an hour, believing it inadequate, and was concerned about being encircled, thus wishing to commence combat swiftly. Yet, it seemed they had no need for such a pause. Even he deemed their actions perilously foolish. Quickly stop them. Warfare requires strategy. The fierce Tiger King could no longer remain seated. He rose hastily. It is too late. They have already exited. The guard delivering the news was helpless. Who opened the gates? I only mentioned the West Gate, not the East. Furious, the fierce Tiger King exclaimed. No one had opened the gates. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had barreled through, shattering the city gates and breaching the formation. The guards trembled under the weight of his wrath. By the heavens! The fierce Tiger King's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom how the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry could act so foolishly as to charge through their own gates, tearing apart their defenses in the process. His body trembled with rage. It was undoubtedly the result of that incompetent monarch's reckless antics. He had always believed that the young man was incapable and merely played petty tricks. Such trivial games in matters of state were a recipe for disaster. Out of the city, to battle, the fierce Tiger King declared fiercely. Given the circumstances, there was no choice but to engage directly. After all, his original plan was to fight to the last breath. Now, the situation was merely more rushed and the potential losses greater, but the distinction was minimal. At this moment, the Agong Bao, who had initially planned to await reinforcements for a final confrontation, found himself equally bewildered. Upon receiving reports from the front lines, it became apparent that the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, upon entering the Jade Gate Pass, did not pause for even a moment. They surged forth from the city with lethal intent. He questioned the reliability of his own hearing. As he took to the skies to observe, he discerned that the entire contingent of Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was in a state of exuberance, resembling ferocious tigers that had caught the scent of blood. Moreover, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanated from them, suggesting they had just emerged from a brutal massacre. What could possibly explain this? A gongbao sensed foreboding from the ominous atmosphere surrounding the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. They did not appear to be fleeing for their lives. Rather, they seemed to have cut a path of slaughter to arrive here. The palpable bloodlust that enveloped them was intense, radiating an extreme confidence, as if they viewed the 500,000 Wolf Tribe warriors as mere lambs before them. This scenario was all too familiar. It was the mark of an army buoyed by victory. It seemed that the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had not just made a hasty retreat, but had decisively triumphed in battle. However, the numbers of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry appeared intact, which was perplexing. In the wake of a bloody conflict, one would expect casualties. The sight of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry's banners only deepened Agongbao's confusion. Initially, he speculated that they had fled with the Emperor, but the absence of the imperial insignia led him to conclude that they bore the banner of the Qin King of the Great Xia, a figure rumored to possess the prowess of a martial emperor. This development left Agongbao utterly bewildered. Particularly striking was the grand carriage that resembled a palace, situated amid the ranks of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. With his keen eyesight, he could even perceive graceful figures dancing within. He gasped in astonishment. Was there truly such folly in the world? Charging into battle while seated in a carriage of that size? Even someone as audacious as he would not dare to exhibit such ostentation. This was tantamount to courting death, and to do so while leading an army was even more reckless. Indeed, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was elite. setting aside the carriage, which would have shattered the morale of any other army. They seemed undeterred, their momentum undiminished. In this regard, they truly embodied the essence of the finest troops. However, such elite warriors were a tragic waste for the Great Xia. After 8 millennia, the Great Xia had become thoroughly decrepit. He had initially thought the issue lay solely with the royal lineage. Yet, judging by that carriage, the problem extended far beyond mere heritage. The royal heirs had been rendered ineffectual. Such triviality suggested that, even if their lineage were sound, the demise of their dynasty was not far off. With this realization, his anxiety, spurred by the audacity of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, began to dissipate. After all, they were the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, and their commanding aura of invincibility was understandable. As for the bloodlust, it need not stem from a confrontation with a formidable army. It was quite possible they had simply dispatched a few minor noble families along the way to bolster their spirits. Such occurrences were not uncommon among the wolf tribe. Before the onset of battle, the fresh recruits would be thrust into a bloodbath, albeit not as ferocious as the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. However, seasoned veterans would typically refrain from such actions. He had not previously considered this aspect, but the sight of that wagon ignited this notion within him. It was evident from the carriage that the mind of King Qin was somewhat unhinged. Thus, his propensity for outrageous actions became explicable. The garrison at Human Pass had not even had time to react. Very well, if they were so eager for demise, he would gladly oblige. A gongbao glanced towards the direction of Human Pass and noted that the defenders seemed momentarily dazed. By the timeline, it was clear that the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had surged forth without convening with the garrison. This further underscored the instability of King Qin's mind. Yet, one could comprehend it to a degree. A mere 18-year-old lad, if he truly possessed the prowess spoken of in whispers, the potential of a martial emperor, would have undoubtedly spent these years in rigorous training. In light of this, one could understand the rationale behind such audacious maneuvers. Prepare for a full-scale assault. Let us sweep away the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry in one fell swoop, and then confront the garrison at Human Pass, dismantling them one by one. Chapter 78. The Fear of Agongbeo. Originally, the plan was to wait for reinforcements before taking action. However, upon witnessing the direct charge of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, the necessity to delay vanished. A mere 8,000 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was nothing to fear. The wolf tribe was not without its own forces. Seizing the opportunity, while the defenders of Human Pass were still unprepared, they aimed to swiftly eliminate the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Though they had brought only 5,000 troops this time, lacking the elite quality of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, their backup forces were formidable, 500,000 strong, accompanied by a multitude of powerful warriors at the level of terrestrial immortals. As long as their own heavy cavalry could withstand the initial assault, the subsequent waves would effortlessly dissolve the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. With superior strength and greater numbers, what could the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry possibly do against the wolf tribe? It was akin to a naive child seeking death. Regrettably, the emperor of the Great Xia was absent, while the emperor himself may not have been of utmost importance. The royal treasures he possessed were invaluable. The whereabouts of the emperor remained unknown. With such talent, perhaps the royal treasures. Agongbeo's gaze fell upon the carriage guarded by the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, his eyes glimmering with ambition. He was well aware that the Great Xia Emperor was nearing his end. In this situation, it seemed plausible that he would pass everything on to his most favored son. After all, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was right there. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes shone, even stirring with restlessness. While he was indeed the Khan and often held great sway within the wolf tribe, matters relating to resource allocation were not so easily negotiated among the clans. Particularly concerning the royal treasures, it was unlikely they would allow him to monopolize them, yet he yearned to seize the greatest benefits for himself. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to take the best portion for himself. Surely, within that grand carriage, treasures awaited. As his thoughts grew more elaborate, Agongbeo resolved to lead by example. His determination solidified. He soared into the air, positioning himself at the forefront of the army. Witnessing their Khan take the lead, the wolf tribe soldiers erupted in fervent cheers, their battle spirit ignited. At that moment, a golden eagle soared from the territory of the Great Xia. Agongbeo glanced upward. It was their reconnaissance eagle, the golden eagle, deployed only in dire circumstances. Under normal circumstances, ordinary eagles would suffice for intelligence gathering, reserving the golden eagle for unforeseen events. This indicated that if the golden eagle was in use, an urgent situation must have arisen. Agongbeo furrowed his brow. Could it be that the imperial capital of the Great Xia had fallen? Yet, even so, deploying the golden eagle seemed excessive. While significant, this event did not pose a grave threat to the wolf tribe. It appeared that the eagle guards required reorganization, as they could not discern the gravity of the situation. Shifting his gaze away, Agongbeo resolved to first deal with the black ice-heavy cavalry, regardless of the unfolding events. Acquiring the royal family's hidden treasures is of utmost importance. As for what transpired in the Great Xia, that could be addressed later. Just as the black ice-heavy cavalry was about to engage with his own forces, Agongbeo ascended into the air without hesitation, charging towards the guarded carriage. Surprisingly, his advance met with no resistance whatsoever. He had initially intended to unleash his overwhelming power, but to his astonishment, he was not afforded the opportunity to do so. The black ice-heavy cavalry seemed utterly oblivious to his presence, allowing him to slip through effortlessly. Even Agongbeo, with all his confidence, found himself momentarily bewildered. With 8,000 black ice-heavy cavalry, not to mention the ordinary soldiers, he distinctly sensed the formidable aura of a being at the earth immortal realm among them. Yet, these warriors made no attempt to impede his progress. This unexpected ease instilled a strange feeling within Agongbeo. Instinctively, he sensed something was amiss. However, having already reached the exterior of the carriage, to hesitate now would be nothing short of folly. Thus, despite his momentary pause, he surged into the carriage. Upon entering, he was suddenly met with the sound of a retreat signal being sounded from behind. Who dared to be so audacious? To call for a retreat at such a critical juncture? Agongbeo seethed with rage. Once he dealt with the Great Xia's Qin Wang and secured the royal treasures, he would surely seek out the fool who dared to act so recklessly. It seemed he had been too lenient over the years, allowing some to forget the means by which he claimed the title of Khan. As his thoughts raced, he fully entered the carriage. Yet he had scarcely made a move when he felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a celestial dragon descending upon him. In that instant, it felt as if even his very thoughts had been frozen. What was happening? Agongbeo struggled to comprehend the situation. Shouldn't he have stormed in, unleashed a massacre, seized the royal treasures, and then returned to deal with his foolish subordinates? He was not one for needless chatter. Yet at this critical moment, why was he suddenly immobilized? The delay in his thoughts prevented him from immediately recognizing the anomaly, but it was only a fleeting moment before he began to react. At that time, the heavy cavalry of his wolf clan had already collided with the black ice cavalry, although the retreat signal had been sounded. In the midst of such a fierce clash, the impact of the signal could only serve to dampen the wolf clan's relentless momentum. Once engaged in battle, retreat was far from simple. With a thunderous crash, the moment they clashed, the wolf cavalry was engulfed by a black tide, truly consumed. The black ice-heavy cavalry surged forward without the slightest hint of resistance. 8,000 black ice-heavy cavalry surged forth like lightning, leaving devastation in their wake as they trampled the wolf tribe's formidable defenses without the slightest hindrance. Their momentum remained unbroken as they charged through, effortlessly crushing all that stood before them. The wolf cavalry, brimming with fervent battle spirit, found themselves utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos until their last breath. Although they faced a numerical disadvantage in heavy cavalry, behind them stood an army of 500,000, bolstered by a cadre of formidable warriors at the celestial emperor level, with their Khan leading the charge. This was intended to be a glorious offensive to accrue military merit. Yet they could scarcely fathom that they would be obliterated in an instant, deprived of even a moment to flee. Meanwhile, within the confines of a carriage, Agongbeo, in a state of cognitive disarray, bore witness to this spectacle. At that moment, he sensed a flicker of clarity returning to his mind. and a flash of insight illuminated his thoughts. The golden eagle of the Eagle Guard, coupled with the call to retreat from the rear, sparked a terrifying notion within his consciousness.